Lin Hai, swiftly employ the flying leaf blade and the vines entwining. Lin Hai, your nut wall has been shattered, quickly place another one in front. Lin Hai, the little spider is injured, come and nourish it. To this, our protagonist Lin Hai could only express, I am weary, I wish to lie flat, let the destruction commence swiftly. While one might say that a warrior who does not wish to be a caretaker is difficult to control, the issue arises when teammates treat the protagonist as a mere beast of burden. Chapter 1. Arrival in Marvel. Indeed, it is quite unsatisfactory. Lin Hai murmured as he gazed at his body lying on the roadway. Indeed, this is a rather abrupt beginning. Lin Hai found himself perplexed as to how a dump truck, which had been a good 10 meters away, suddenly collided with him. As an ordinary office worker who had toiled for several years, traffic safety had always been an integral part of Lin Hai's life. Adhering to the principle of stop at red lights, proceed at green, he had always been cautious while crossing the street. Today, however, he added another mark to his earthly record of 000, earning the title of newborn. Does this mean there are indeed spirits on Earth? Lin Hai pondered while floating above his own body. Yet why has no one ever encountered them? Or perhaps some have, but remained silent? Are deities and celestial beings truly real? Lin Hai found it hard to believe. What lies ahead? Lin Hai mused. Is it possible that God has summoned me to inquire if I fancy oranges? Well, that might not be so bad. After all, Lin Hai is merely a worker and not a rapper, so he wouldn't be condemned to hell for insufficient orange consumption. Lost in thought, Lin Hai failed to notice the emergence of several fissures beside him, resembling the handiwork of a mischievous child who had used a rubber band to shatter a neighbor's window. These fissures continued to widen, emanating a subtle, yet gradually intensifying pull. By the time Lin Hai became aware of the rift beside him, it was too late. He could only utter woe before his soul vanished into the crevice. Once Lin Hai disappeared, the rift seemed to satiate its hunger, displaying a tendency to expand further, while a gust of wind swept through the realm, causing the roadside trees to sway. Yet, soon enough, the ever-widening fissure stagnated, and a voice emerged from within. How is it that I with such prowess can still detonate a pill? This defies logic. The explosion-induced rift has affected the current realm, but it seems no one has noticed. Today is fortuitous, I shall refine another batch. Did I just hear someone say grass? The quality of people in this world is truly lacking. Such utterances will only lead to their own detriment. I should first seal this rift to avoid detection. As soon as the words fell, a vague I materialized within the fissure, blinking before vanishing along with the rift itself. Lin Hai dreamt a vivid dream in which he transformed into a shooting star, traversing the vast and resplendent cosmos. Along the journey, Lin Hai beheld numerous nebulae and celestial bodies, soaring straight ahead until he collided with a mass radiating iridescent light. No, perhaps it was not merely gas, it resembled a bundle of colorful cotton, and Lin Hai felt himself ensnared within it. After an indeterminate period, this cotton-like substance seemed to be absorbed by Lin Hai, seeping into the depths of his mind. Upon awakening from his stupor, Lin Hai discovered an influx of memories that did not belong to Heimer, or rather, memories that ought to be his. Indeed, our protagonist had answered the call of a new era, embarking on a noble journey of transmigration, albeit the memories of his previous life had yet to awaken. Through these memories, Lin Hai learned that he was a young Chinese man aspiring to realize his dreams on the streets of New York, hailing from a well-to-do family with flourishing enterprises in the floral industry, while also engaging in trade in the United States. Adhering to the principle that an action leads to demise, coupled with his parents' affection tempered by their pursuit of wealth, Lin Hai felt a lack of parental care. Devoid of some parental affection and possessing a somewhat unruly nature, Lin Hai found life in his homeland rather mundane and yearned to explore the foreign education system. Thus, at the tender age of 16, after much deliberation and exertion to gain his parents' consent, Lin Hai leveraged their trade connections to apply for admission as a freshman at Midtown High School in New York. Lin Hai's parents supported his decision, for in the year 2000, America was a prominent entity in the world, especially a grand city like New York. Given their relatively favorable family circumstances, attending high school abroad was not an unacceptable endeavor. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Hai felt no emotional upheaval, even managing a smile at the thought of his previous life as an affluent office worker, now riding the wave of transmigration to become a small-scale rich second generation, devoid of worries about food and clothing. The deity governing transmigration in ancient China is rather kind to me, Lin Hai mused. However, as he continued to delve deeper, he realized something amiss. Stark Industries in New York? Ward? The Marvel Universe. Lin Hai was quite familiar with the name Stark Industries during his previous life as a worker. He had little interest in extravagant hobbies, but he was well-versed in low-cost entertainment like games, films, and novels. Among films, he was particularly captivated by the Marvel superhero series. Even delving into the origins of Marvel movies, Marvel comics to understand numerous plot lines. Yet, he was uncertain whether this world belonged to the MCU film universe or the Marvel comic universe. If it were the film universe, that would be manageable as it stood. The ultimate villain was likely that deranged purple potato. If it were the comic universe, however, the implications were daunting. Not to mention the various superheroes, supervillains, and gods that surpassed those in the film universe. There were also an array of absurdly powerful deities, sending chills down Lin Hai's spine as an ordinary person. Considering his current identity and abilities, surviving in the Marvel Cinematic Universe unscathed was not guaranteed, intensifying the urgency and sense of crisis within him as a typical Chinese individual prone to fears of insufficient firepower. After absorbing these memories, Lin Hai became aware of his current circumstances. He had recently arrived in New York, renting an apartment near Chinatown while exploring the streets daily, as this would be his future abode, and he wished to familiarize himself with the surroundings. However, today, while crossing the street carelessly, he was once again struck by a vehicle. Although it was merely a minor scrape, he unfortunately bumped his head when he fell. Perhaps it was this impact that activated the colorful aura Lin Hai had encountered while traversing the cosmos, which began to flow from the depths of his brain throughout his body, repairing the injuries while simultaneously reviving the memories of his past life. Half an hour passed, and once the colorful aura had completed its restoration of Lin Hai's body, it slowly returned to the depths of his mind, rendering him unable to perceive it further. Then, Lin Hai arose from his bed, stretching his arms and legs, blinking his eyes, and opening his mouth, feeling an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, a sensation unattainable during his years of labor. A bed? Lin Hai recalled being grazed by a vehicle and collapsing onto the ground. How could he now find himself refreshed on a bed? Surely, one cannot simply return home after fainting in the wild. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Hai realized he must be in a small clinic, the faint scent of disinfectant mingling with the rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs wafting through the air. As he bore no severe external injuries, merely having lost consciousness, it seemed the doctor had examined him and then placed him on the clinic's bed before attending to other matters in the waiting area. Hearing sounds from outside, Lin Hai rose and stepped out, greeted by several vibrant banners emblazoned with yellow characters on red backgrounds, showcasing distinctly Chinese phrases such as "miraculous hands bring spring" and "compassionate healing." Behind a solid wooden desk beneath these banners sat a middle-aged man with yellow skin clad in a white coat, appearing to be around 40 years of age. "Dr. Chen?" Lin Hai called out in Chinese. The doctor glanced up, continuing to take a patient's pulse while responding. "Oh, indeed, you are of Chinese descent. I noticed you lying by the roadside this morning when I came to work. I initially didn't intend to intervene, but as I approached and saw your yellow skin, I thought you must be Chinese given the nearby Chinatown, so I brought you into my clinic. Please have a seat. How are you feeling now?" Lin Hai took a seat on a nearby stool and replied, "Oh, I'm fine now. It was nothing serious. I just bumped my head and fainted for a bit. I feel no discomfort now." Dr. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After a short while, Dr. Chen resolved the issue with the patient and returned to his seat, directing his gaze towards Lin Hai. "You must be new to New York, right? It's rare to see someone with your demeanor. Here, it's much more common back home." Lin Hai scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed and offering a shy smile without responding. Seeing Lin Hai's reaction, Dr. Chen chuckled. "See? I told you. Only our young people possess such presence. Are you a student? What brings you to America? Vacation? School?" Dr. Chen inquired, concluding his teasing. "I'm here for school. My family has some spare funds and connections, so I wanted to experience America, especially with its booming economy," Lin Hai responded. Dr. Chen nodded in understanding and then asked, "Have you found a place to stay? If you're studying, you'll need to stay for 3 or 4 years, right? I found an apartment to stay in for now. I'm not in a hurry, as it's only June and Midtown High School doesn't start until early September," Lin Hai replied. Dr. Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "In that case, I have a job opportunity that I'm not sure if you'd be interested in. Next door used to be a store, but the owner decided to sell due to lack of profit. I thought if I ever expand my clinic, it would be convenient to have it connected, so I bought it. Currently, it mainly houses some greenery and medicinal herbs I've cultivated. If you're interested, you could help out as a summer job. I can offer you $2,000 a month. It would be a nice way to earn some pocket money while keeping yourself occupied these 2 months." Once school starts, you could come by after classes or on weekends. What do you think? Lin Hai's eyes brightened at the proposal. After contemplating, he felt it was indeed a good idea. Caring for the plants and herbs wouldn't be difficult or time-consuming, and he could address any issues that arose later. He readily agreed. Seeing Lin Hai's acceptance, Dr. Chun said, "Great. You can head home for now. Tidy up and come to the clinic tomorrow at 10. Lin Hai stood and bowed slightly to Dr. Chun. "Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning." Dr. Chun waved his hand with a smile. "Go on. See you in the morning." Chapter 2. Chen's Tai Chi. After a night of silence, Lin Hai was roused by the alarm clock at 8:30 the next morning. Navigating through a series of states from drowsiness to gradual awakening, then reluctance to rise, and finally recalling his responsibilities, Lin Hai began his morning routine of washing up, tidying himself, and dressing. By the time he was dressed and ready to leave, it was 9:30. He glanced at the time before heading out towards the clinic. "Good morning, Dr. Chun." Upon entering the clinic, Lin Hai spotted Dr. Chun already donned in his white coat, though no patients were present at that moment. "Little Lin, you're here. Good morning." Dr. Chun greeted with a smile. "Dr. Chun, shall we officially start today? Are we heading next door?" Lin Hai inquired. "Not yet. Patients typically don't arrive this early. They'll take this time to practice some Tai Chi and exercise. Speaking of which, little Lin, are you interested in Tai Chi?" Dr. Chun looked at Lin Hai. "Tai Chi?" Lin Hai scratched his head and asked, "Which type? The one that our elderly practice for exercise, or the authentic internal martial arts?" Lin Hai had some understanding of Tai Chi in China. It could largely be divided into two categories: the gentle form practiced by the elderly and the more traditional internal martial arts believed to have originated from the legendary Zhang Sanfeng. Various styles had since developed, including Chun, Yang, Wu, and Sun styles, with the Chun and Yang styles being the most renowned. Dr. Chun chuckled. "I didn't expect someone your age to have some knowledge of Tai Chi. Let me ask you, what is my surname?" Lin Hai was taken aback. "Dr. Chun? What's going on?" Chun?" Seeing Lin Hai's realization, Dr. Chun directly stated, "It seems you figured it out indeed. It's Chun Chun of Chen's Tai Chi. My name is Chun Bing, a direct disciple of Chen's Tai Chi. I came to New York years ago, relying on my medical skills and martial arts to establish myself here as a clinic doctor. However, what I truly aspire to do is to promote our Chen's Tai Chi in America, hoping to attract some foreign disciples and showcase our rich traditional culture to the Americans." Lin Hai felt a deep respect upon hearing this. Dr. Chun Bing's ambition was undeniably grand, but also fraught with challenges. While foreigners are often intrigued by Chinese martial arts, it doesn't negate the unfortunate reality that many still harbor prejudices against people of color. The status of yellow-skinned individuals in America is only slightly superior to that of black-skinned individuals. Moreover, Dr. Chun was alone in New York, far from home, yet he ventured across the ocean to pursue his dreams. Such determination commands respect. With this thought in mind, Lin Hai sincerely remarked, "Dr. Chun, you are truly remarkable." Dr. Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Whether I can succeed remains uncertain. I'm still planning how to proceed, otherwise I wouldn't be spending every day in this clinic." "All right, enough about that. Are you willing to learn my Chen's Tai Chi?" Lin Hai was certainly willing. This opportunity was akin to a windfall. As a legitimate martial art, mastering Tai Chi would equip him with self-defense skills. If he were to travel to Chenjigu, the birthplace of Chen's Tai Chi, to seek a master, it would take an eternity before he could learn from someone like Dr. Chun Bing. Thinking of this, Lin Hai immediately attempted to kneel and bow, but Dr. Chun swiftly caught him. He looked at Chun Bing with a sense of bewilderment, to which Chun Bing replied, "There is no rush. Kneeling and bowing is a formal act of apprenticeship, and we are not at that stage yet. If you're willing to learn, I will teach you, but whether you can grasp it depends on your own efforts. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to you. If you cannot learn, I cannot take you as my disciple." Upon understanding this, Lin Hai felt a wave of clarity wash over him. He was confident in his abilities, primarily due to his youth was merely 16. Additionally, when a multicolored energy healed his wounds earlier, it seemed to have fortuitously strengthened his body as well. It felt as if the vibrant energy had merely meandered through his being before retreating. Nonetheless, he sensed that his body had indeed undergone a fortification, and he believed that becoming Dr. Chen's foremost disciple in Taiji in America would not pose a challenge. "Understood, Master Chun," Lin Hai declared, his voice resonant with determination. Seeing Lin Hai's resolve, Chun Bing led him into the clinic, and within moments they arrived at the clinic's rear courtyard, which was a modest American-style yard with a patch of open space. Chun Bing gestured, This is where I usually practice my martial arts. Let's begin. He moved toward the open area. All right. Lin Hai nodded, following closely behind. You may observe me perform a set first, to see if you can glean any sensations, and then we will start from the beginning, Chun Bing instructed. Lin Hai nodded in understanding. With that, Chun Bing closed his eyes and stood still. His posture was upright like a pine tree, and his breathing gradually became elongated, his abdomen rising and falling gently, reminiscent of a tortoise's deep breaths. Once he adjusted his breathing, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes slightly closed, as if he had fused with the surrounding universe. Wu Ji stance. Chun Bing spoke in a calm tone, devoid of emotion, his feet naturally apart at shoulder width. His knees were slightly bent, appearing to sit yet not quite seated. His hands hung loosely, fingertips brushing against the seams of his trousers, akin to willow branches caressing the water surface. This seemingly simple stance concealed the essence of Taiji's tranquility and comfort. Suddenly, he stepped outward with his right foot, and his hands gradually lifted from either side, as if cradling an invisible moon. Jin Gang, Dao Dui. This was the opening posture of the Chun-style Taiji's old frame. He raised his right palm in an arc while pressing down with his left, his hips and waist sinking simultaneously, his entire being akin to a taut bow. Though the movement appeared slow, it was imbued with latent power, and the fabric of his sleeves rustled in the morning breeze. Ha! A sharp exhalation accompanied the sudden strike of his right fist downward, his left palm lifting, his legs forming a bow stance. This posture was forceful and commanding, embodying the Chun-style Taiji's principle of softness containing strength. The impact of his fist produced a crisp sound in the air, resonating like the clash of sinews. As he transitioned, Chun Bing's form shifted abruptly. His right arm coiled like a serpent, while his left palm traced a circular motion downward, his entire being flowing smoothly to the left. Lazy tying the coat. This movement, reminiscent of ancient warriors adjusting their robes, appeared casual yet concealed grappling techniques. His fingertips trembled slightly, as if energy coursed through his meridians. 6 seals and 4 closures. Chun Bing murmured, his hands drawing 2 intersecting arcs before his chest. His motions slowed, yet they exuded an unbroken continuity, creating subtle vortices in the air. Suddenly, he stepped forcefully with his right foot, the ground trembling with a muted thud, as if the entire space quaked. Single whip. His left arm snapped out like a whip, while his right hand curled backward, his form resembling a taut bow. This movement was exceptionally forceful, the sound of his sleeves slicing through the air distinctly audible. Then, his movements transitioned to a gentler flow. White crane spreads its wings. Chun Bing extended his arms, balancing on his right leg with his left knee raised, embodying a crane preparing to take flight. His toes barely grazed the ground, not stirring a single speck of dust. He maintained this posture for 3 breaths, his form unwavering, showcasing remarkable core strength. Cloud hands. This sequence was a continuous flow, his hands alternately tracing circles as if stirring the invisible energy of the cosmos. High pat on horse. Chun Bing's figure lunged forward, akin to a galloping steed, his right hand slicing downward like a blade, the swift motion producing a sharp whooshing sound. His actions quickened, each transition resembling a rushing river, seamless and fluid. A few beads of sweat began to form on Chun Bing's forehead, yet his breathing remained steady. In conclusion, Chun Bing crossed his hands at his chest in a cruciform gesture, slowly pressing down to his lower abdomen. Closing the form, he released a deep breath, mist coalescing in the air before dissipating. The entire sequence had been executed in precisely the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet his complexion was vibrant, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, indicating an unimpeded circulation of energy. After standing silently for about 5 seconds, Chun Bing spoke. True Taiji is not as slow as most perceive. It possesses a swift and forceful side, yet is not intended for competition or conflict. It embodies the wisdom passed down by our ancestors, teaching us how to coexist harmoniously with the universe. Lin Hai was left in awe in his second life. He had never witnessed such a spectacle up close possible Taiji master demonstrating authentic Taiji before him. The harmonious balance of softness and firmness, the philosophical essence of blending with nature and coexisting with the cosmos profoundly resonated within Lin Hai's spirit. After a prolonged silence, somewhat dazed, Lin Hai exclaimed, "Incredible." He had anticipated Taiji to be impressive, but he had never imagined it would be this extraordinary. The force of Chun Bing's strikes had even caused a tingling sensation on his face. Upon reflection, it was clear to him that they were in the Marvel Universe, not the previously mundane Earth he knew. In a realm where magic and extraordinary abilities thrived, and even various deities existed, it was no surprise that Taiji, as a martial art, could achieve such effects. Chun Bing, unfazed, recognized that many who had never witnessed true Taiji would often react similarly after observing such a performance. He patted Lin Hai on the back, saying, "Now, demonstrate for me what you've retained. This pertains to your innate talent. The more gifted you are, the faster you will learn. If your talent is lacking, with diligent practice, you might still achieve a semblance of proficiency, but that will require time. If you lack talent altogether, then perhaps it would be best for both of us to save our efforts. I would not need to teach you." Lin Hai nodded. Martial arts indeed relied on innate talent, yet he remained confident in himself. Why should he falter? As a person who had traversed dimensions, would he allow such a minor hurdle to deter him? If he couldn't surmount this, he would have no face to maintain in the circles of traversers. Moreover, he contemplated how he could later involve himself in various heroic origins and significant Marvel events. As the saying goes, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. If he did not enhance his own abilities, such aspirations would remain mere fantasies. The closest event to him was the origin story of the Hulk. However, that situation was considerably complex, and his current abilities were far from adequate. Perhaps in future interactions, he could influence Dr. Banner, but for now, it was best to set that thought aside. However, the words of Spider-Man regarding the 400 grandmothers are indeed rather intriguing. Chapter 3. The Path Ahead. In light of the pervasive fear of inadequacy that plagues every individual of the Huaxiao lineage, coupled with Lin Hai's aspirations for the unfolding tales of the future, he yearns for strength. He begins with the Wuji stance. Chun Bing's voice interrupted Lin Hai's contemplation as he gestured towards the center of the open space, instructing him to position his feet shoulder-width apart, with knees slightly bent. Envisioning an invisible string lifting from the crown of his head, Lin Hai, upon hearing this, commenced to emulate Chun Bing's earlier posture. Yet, when he truly assumed this stance, he quickly realized that it was not as straightforward as it appeared. Soon, his thighs began to quiver slightly, and he struggled to attain the steadfastness that characterized Chun Bing's demeanor. With a soft chuckle, Chun Bing approached and gently tapped Lin Hai's tailbone with his fingertip. "Let this area sink. Relax your Ming Men acupoint." Tai Chi emphasizes the principle of virtual leading the top force. It is not about stiffening your neck as you currently do. His fingers glided over Lin Hai's shoulders and neck, miraculously coaxing the tension in his muscles to gradually unwind. As the entirety of his muscles began to relax, Lin Hai was astonished to find that his legs had ceased to tremble. Although his stance was far from the composure of Chun Bing, it at least bore some semblance of form. "Now, let us attempt the diamond pounding the pestle technique." Chun Bing stepped back 2 paces, reminding him, "Remember, the movements must be continuous, akin to drawing silk." Lin Hai inhaled deeply, recalling every nuance of Chun Bing's initial posture. He stepped forward with his right foot, raising both hands. Then, with his right palm lifting and his left palm pressing downward. However, his arms appeared somewhat rigid, failing to replicate the graceful yet firm arc that characterized Chun Bing's form. As he persisted, attempting to imitate Chun Bing's foot-stamping power, it felt as though he was merely kicking the ground. "Incorrect," Chun Bing remarked, shaking his head. "In Tai Chi, power originates from the feet, manifests in the legs, is governed by the waist, and takes shape in the fingertips. You were merely moving your arms. Your lower body was completely disconnected." A bead of sweat began to form on Lin Hai's brow. From the sidelines, those movements appeared so natural and fluid, yet once he engaged, his body felt as though it had been disassembled into unrelated parts. He endeavored once more, this time paying particular attention to his lower half, only to find that his upper body grew even stiffer, resulting in movements that became disjointed, much like a rusted automaton. Observing this, Chun Bing suddenly stepped forward, grasping Lin Hai's wrist with a gentle yet unyielding grip. "Close your eyes," he instructed softly, yet Lin Hai heard him clearly. "Do not think about the movements. First, focus on your breath." Obediently, Lin Hai shut his eyes as Chun Bing placed one hand on his abdomen. "Guide your energy to the dantian," Chun Bing advised, gently pressing down and moving his hand to Lin Hai's lower dantian. "Yes, right here, imagine a sphere of energy rotating within." A wondrous phenomenon occurred. As Lin Hai ceased to consciously mimic the external form and instead turned his attention inward, his body seemed to instinctively discover a rhythm of its own. He raised his arm once more, this time with a newfound fluidity, though it could hardly be deemed graceful, at the very least. It was no longer as rigid as before. Much improved, Chen Bing remarked approvingly. Remember, Tai Chi emphasizes intention preceding form. You were overly fixated on mimicking the exterior, thereby losing sight of the essence. Lin Hai opened his eyes to find Dr. Chen standing 3 paces away. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled shadows upon him. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended why the movements were referred to as cloud hands and white crane spreads its wings. They were not mere mechanical sequences. Rather, they poetically illustrated the interplay of heaven and earth. Shall we try again? If you can execute it fully, embody that feeling throughout. Chen Bing raised an eyebrow. Lin Hai nodded, this time refraining from rushing into action. Instead, he stood still for a moment, emulating Chen Bing's poise. As he initiated his movements once more, they remained somewhat awkward, yet a subtle meaning began to emerge. As his right palm lifted, it felt as though he truly cradled a spring of clear water. When he pressed down with his left palm, it was akin to gently returning a fallen maple leaf to its branch. With a resounding clap, when he executed a somewhat authentic diamond pounding mortar, he finally felt a surge of energy traveling from his feet to his fingertips. Although it lacked true power, the sensation of strength coursing through him opened the door to a new realm of experience. Following this, Lin Hai, aided by his enhanced memory and Chen Bing's occasional prompts, managed to complete a clumsy rendition of the Tai Chi form. As he closed his eyes and stood still, exhaling deeply, the once dormant colorful energy within him stirred to life. Perhaps influenced by the internal nature of Tai Chi, or perhaps drawn by Lin Hai's focused, meditative state. A slender thread, as fine as a cow's hair, emanated from the depths of his mind. It circled around him before ultimately settling into the lower dantian, as indicated by Chen Bing. Lin Hai sensed something amiss. Yet he remained merely an ordinary person with slightly enhanced physicality, lacking the ability for introspection, thus he could not witness this potentially significant moment. Upon opening his eyes, he felt a warmth enveloping his body, as if his entire circulation had been invigorated. Chen Bing clapped his hands in delight. Well done, you're beginning to show promise. However, he suddenly stepped forward and flicked Lin Hai's elbow. This area remains too stiff. Chen-style Tai Chi emphasizes softening the rigid. Your strength is still trapped within your joints. Rubbing his slightly numb elbow, Lin Hai couldn't help but smile broadly. He had finally brushed against the threshold that separates the realms of seeing and doing, the intangible boundary between form and spirit. All right, today's morning session concludes here. Next, we'll proceed next door, where I will explain what you ought to be doing in that space. Let us go. Lin Hai followed Chen Bing out of the clinic, heading towards the adjacent room. As he pushed open the wooden door to the front hall next door, a complex aroma of herbs and foliage greeted him. Lin Hai inhaled deeply. His lungs instantly filled with a refreshing aroma reminiscent of mint, interwoven with a more profound medicinal fragrance. Sunlight streamed through the lattice windows, casting dappled shadows across the room, illuminating the verdant surroundings. However, Lin Hai's gaze was captivated by a peculiar plant to his right. It was planted in a dark red clay pot, its twisted stem resembling a dragon, while its leaves were delicately translucent, their veins glistening with golden strands under the sun. This was the nearly century-old He Shou Wu, the clinic's prized possession. Chen Bing placed the keys on a nearby counter, producing a soft clink. He then instructed, every morning before sunrise, you must mist its leaves with a bamboo sprayer. Remember, it must be bamboo. A metal sprayer would compromise its medicinal properties. Chen Bing's fingers gently caressed the curling tendrils of the He Shou Wu, his touch tender as though stroking a cat. This ancient plant had a peculiar temperament, preferring shade while being averse to waterlogging yet requiring some sunlight. Watering thrice a week in summer and bi-weekly in winter, the water must be sun-warmed beforehand. Following Chen Bing, Lin Hai navigated through a labyrinth of potted greenery. The air was thick with a bittersweet aroma, and with every few steps, he discovered a plant he had never seen before. Some bore serrated golden-edged leaves, others bore red fruits the size of pearls, while yet others resembled ordinary wild grasses but exuded a citrus-like fragrance. This is Dendrobium. Chen Bing paused before a row of suspended wooden boards, thick with moss, upon which several plants with delicate lavender flowers thrived, originally found growing on cliffs, thus requiring a special soil mix for cultivation. He removed a board and handed it to Lin Hai, who then realized that the seemingly mossy substance was actually a unique blend of tree bark, light and fluffy to the touch, akin to the fur of some animal. Every morning before 9, they require misting, just enough to slightly moisten the bark. Too much will rot the roots, too little will cause them to wither. As Lin Hai was about to inquire about the precise water quantity, Chen Bing had already turned toward another area. Here, dozens of white porcelain pots housed various herbs. The familiar scents of mint, rosemary, and thyme transported Lin Hai back to his grandmother's garden. These are for regular customers. They are easy to care for. Chen Bing plucked a leaf from the lemon balm, crushed it between his fingertips, and pressed it to Lin Hai's philtrum. A rush of coolness surged to Lin Hai's forehead, invigorating him. Water thoroughly every 3 days, stopping when water appears at the bottom of the pot. If customers request, use silver scissors to cut from here. He demonstrated an angled cutting motion, cautioning against rough pulling that could harm the mother plant. In the dim corners of the shop, where sunlight scarcely reached, other plants thrived, the temperature noticeably cooler. A few bizarre specimens were displayed, one with dark purple leaves covered in fine hairs, another bore trumpet-shaped, pallid blossoms, its heart a disconcerting shade of purple-black. These are mandrake and aconite. Chen Bing's tone suddenly turned serious as he retrieved a pair of leather gloves from beneath the counter, stating, "You must wear these when handling them." Even a mere touch of the sap revealed the twisted scar on his wrist when he rolled up his left sleeve. A testament to the folly of my 14th year. Lin Hai instinctively took a half step back, as those peculiar flowers in the shadows seemed to gaze intently at him. Chen Bing, however, chuckled lightly and retrieved a celadone vial from the shelf. There is no need for fear. When used correctly, poison can serve as a remedy. In traditional Chinese medicine, we embrace the philosophy of using poison to counteract poison. This vial of returning yang pill is primarily composed of aconite, and I have saved numerous patients suffering from heart-yang deficiency with it. Remember, Chen Bing instructed Lin Hai, every herb in this shop possesses a spirit. If you treat them kindly, they will reciprocate. He gestured towards the ceiling, and Lin Hai then noticed dozens of burlap sachets swaying gently with the draft. Those were seeds harvested last year, destined for replanting at the appropriate time. As the sun began its descent, Chen Bing introduced Lin Hai to the recirculating water system in the backyard, the composting area, and the drying racks for herbs. This is essentially it. If you encounter any issues, feel free to ask me. Chen Bing thoroughly explained the situation to Lin Hai. Take your time to observe and familiarize yourself here. I will return next door to see patients. Tomorrow morning, come here first. After all, the He Wu needs ample sun to soak. With that, Chen Bing made his way to the adjacent clinic. Lin Hai, still somewhat dazed, found himself overwhelmed by an influx of information, needing time to process it all. At that moment, he remained completely unaware of the extraordinary connection he was about to forge with this herbal shop, its medicinal plants, and the stories that would unfold. Chapter 4. The marvelous reaction after Chen Bing departed. Lin Hai began to explore the greenhouse. As he wandered to a corner, he discovered a drooping 7-leaf lotus. Curiosity piqued. Lin Hai wondered how Dr. Chen could maintain such an orderly array of greenery while allowing any plant to appear so wilted. Thus, he extended his right hand, intending to touch the leaves of the 7-leaf lotus. Yet, just before contact, he felt a gentle warmth radiate from his palm. The sensation was akin to touching a cup of warm water in the depths of winter. And the heat did not emanate from the external environment, but rather seeped from beneath his skin. When his fingers finally grazed the leaves, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. A faint glow flickered along the leaf veins, so swift it almost seemed an illusion. Simultaneously, Lin Hai sensed a small essence being drawn from within him, flowing through his fingertips into the plant. At that moment, he was oblivious to the fact that this essence was a fragment of energy previously absorbed during his martial training, now released from his lower dantian. He widened his eyes in astonishment as the once dull leaf visibly regained a semblance of luster at an observable pace. The curled edges of the leaf gradually unfurled, much like crops rejoicing in the long-awaited rain. More astonishingly, during this process, he could vaguely perceive the emotions of the plants, a sensation akin to a long, thirsty life, finally receiving nourishment and joy. Lin Hai's heart raced with excitement. He glanced around to confirm that Dr. Chen was still in the adjacent clinic, then cautiously cradled the flower pot and placed it on the workbench. Taking a deep breath, he gently laid his hand upon the leaves of the 7-leaf lotus, closed his eyes, and attempted to actively guide that unfamiliar warmth within him. Initially, nothing transpired. However, as he recalled the earlier sensation of giving, a sudden warmth surged in his palm. This time, the feeling was more distinct, as if a comforting stream was rising from his lower dantian, flowing through his meridians into his right arm, and ultimately infusing the plant through his fingertips. Visions of peculiar imagery flooded Lin Hai's mind. He beheld the 7-leaf lotus housing countless fine, green pathways within. Most regions remained dim, while the areas he touched glimmered with a faint green radiance. 10 minutes later, Lin Hai released his grip, drenched in sweat. Although the seven-leaf lotus had not fully recovered, at least two-thirds of its leaves stood upright once more, and the spots had significantly faded. He, however, felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if he had just engaged in an intense workout. What could this phenomenon be? Lin Hai leaned against the workbench, panting, pondering the source of this energy within his dantian. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled a sensation after finishing his martial arts practice, as if something had indeed traversed his body, ultimately settling in his lower dantian. It must have been that energy. His gaze swept across the other plants in the shop, and a bold idea dawned upon him. If the seven-leaf lotus could respond, what about the others? He first approached a row of dendrobiums, which had recently been in poor condition due to the weather. Selecting the weakest among them, he applied the same method, placing his hand on its leaves. This time, the transfer of energy was smoother, yet the results were unsatisfactory, as this dendrobium absorbed only a minimal amount of energy before reaching saturation, with little improvement noted. Was its vitality too feeble to endure? This phenomenon left Lin Hai pondering deeply. He then tried the lemon balm, only to encounter a similar outcome. It seemed his hypothesis was sound. He shifted his gaze to a pot of century-old fleece flower and promptly approached it. As Lin Hai's hand made contact with the fleece flower's leaves, an overwhelming desire emanated from the plant, startling him into almost retreating. The fleece flower's yearning was so intense that even with his eyes open, he could sense it, reminiscent of a desert traveler yearning for the oasis's water source. Very well, let us see. Lin Hai gritted his teeth and gently grasped the fleece flower's leaves with his left hand, attempting to generate the thought of giving. For he wished to ascertain whether he could trigger this phenomenon with just his right hand or if both hands could be employed. In an instant, Lin Hai felt all the energy from his lower dantian surge towards the Hisho Wu, the speed of which startled him. However, this sensation lasted but a moment before an unprecedented wave of euphoria enveloped his entire being, compelling him to close his eyes and savor the rapture bestowed upon him, an energy reciprocated by the Hisho Wu. This energy bore a resemblance to the one he emitted, yet it was distinctly different. If one were to articulate it, the energy within Lin Hai was more balanced and harmonious, akin to the so-called attribute-less energy, while the vitality emanating from the Hisho Wu was imbued with the essence of life. In due course, Lin Hai perceived that the life energy coursing through him dispelled the fatigue that had accumulated from the earlier exertion. He beheld the intricate network of energies within the Hisho Wu, its luminous pathways more complex and robust than those of a seven-leaf lotus, resembling the roots of a towering tree. Even more astonishing was his ability to sense a certain awareness within this ancient plant, not akin to human logic or historical memories, but rather an instinctive recollection of sunlight, rainfall, and the changing of seasons. When the connection to nature was severed, the verdant life force reciprocated by the Hisho Wu ultimately returned to Lin Hai's lower dantian. Upon opening his eyes to gaze at the Hisho Wu, he noticed its leaves had fully unfurled, reminiscent of a person awakening from a long slumber, stretching limbs that had grown stiff with time. Meanwhile, he felt invigorated. All weariness dissipated, and even sensed an increase in his muscular strength. Was this a reciprocal exchange? Lin Hai mused softly, glancing at his own hands. While others might possess golden fingers bestowed by their journeys, had he acquired green fingers instead? That was acceptable. At least it wasn't a green tongue, though the latter was quite delectable. What nonsensical thoughts filled my mind? I must focus on the matter at hand. Lin Hai halted his wandering thoughts, massaging his temples as he endeavored to piece together the events that had transpired. If he was not mistaken, that energy reminiscent of the attribute-less kind ought to have been generated while practicing Tai Chi, capable of influencing plants and yielding significant restorative effects. It appeared that this energy was of no negligible caliber. Dr. Chun had practiced martial arts for many years without ever mentioning such phenomena, indicating that the essence was not merely Tai Chi in this light, it should pertain to him, with the most notable difference being the colorful aura he encountered during his journey, now nestled deep within his mind. Thus, Tai Chi served merely as a catalyst, awakening that radiant energy and enabling the generation of such vitality within his dantian. There remains a feedback of life energy from the Hisho Wu, while the seven-leaf lotus, stone orchid, and lemon balm have not exhibited such phenomena. Does this imply that only more powerful plants respond to my efforts? Lin Hai is aware that his meager, formless energy has been entirely expended on the Hisho Wu. However, he still possesses the green life energy that has been returned to him. He approaches a sprig of mint, extending his hand towards its leaves, and, as before, silently contemplates the act of giving. Consequently, the green energy within his dantian surges forth, transmitted through his hand to the mint's leaves. This time, The mint does not reciprocate any energy, but it conveys an emotion akin to having eaten well, rested adequately, and feeling invigorated, an entirely different sentiment than the previous plants, which seemed to be nourished as if they had ingested some miraculous tonic. Evidently, the functions of these two types of energy differ, and it is scarcely surprising, given their distinct natures. In any case, it is fortuitous. Should he master and amplify both forms of energy, he would possess a measure of self-preservation in this perilous Marvel universe. Lin Hai clenches his fist, fully cognizant of the nature of his surroundings. Even if the year is only 2000, with 8 years remaining until the official commencement of the tale. As a citizen of Huaxia, the ethos of caution in times of peace is deeply ingrained within him. Given his newfound abilities and strength, he is resolved not to become complacent merely because 8 years remain. Instead, he must strive to enhance himself, ensuring that once the narrative begins, he has adequate means to engage and potentially influence the course of events. Indeed, as a traveler through time, lacking the ambition to alter the storyline would render the experience futile. Lying idle would equate to a fruitless existence. Lin Hai wishes to set a modest goal for himself, to witness the birth of Iron Man in 8 years and, utilizing his abilities, devise a solution for the palladium poisoning afflicting him, perhaps even curing him entirely. He does not wish for that brain, cursed by knowledge, or that warm heart, to be hindered by such trivial matters, suffering unnecessary harm. With his spirits restored, Lin Hai embarks on his official duties. He begins with the century-old Heeshou Wu, which has gifted him considerable life energy. He retrieves a bamboo spray bottle, evenly misting the leaves to ensure each droplet adequately nourishes without causing root rot. The branches and leaves of the Heeshou Wu, having received its tonic, grow increasingly verdant amidst the mist. Next, he tends to the several dendrobium orchids, which dangle from the damp bark. Their exposed root systems require meticulous care. Lin Hai places his palm against their roots, gradually channeling a measure of life energy to aid in their absorption of nutrients from the air. He can sense that the previously somewhat withered aerial roots are gradually becoming plump and robust. Herbs such as mint and rosemary are considerably simpler to tend to. Yet he meticulously examines each leaf, removing any withered portions to ensure optimal ventilation. As he gently channels a hint of life energy into the lemon balm, which exudes a refreshing aroma, the plant seems to nuzzle against him, as if expressing gratitude. Most caution is warranted with the toxic herbs like belladonna and aconite. Lin Hai dons gloves and carefully prunes them, simultaneously regulating the flow of energy to avoid provoking their toxicity. Finally, he approaches the pod of 7-leaf lotus, nurtured by energy. It has fully revived, its leaves glistening with vibrant green. Lin Hai tenderly caresses its leaves, savoring the vitality of the plant. Upon completing his plant care routine, all the verdant medicinal herbs radiate vitality, droplets of water shimmering upon their leaves, and the fragrance of herbs permeates the air. Lin Hai exhales deeply, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, and surveys his surroundings with satisfaction. These plants are not merely his work, they resemble companions yearning for his energy, while he draws sustenance from their vitality, attuning himself to their emotions. What excites Lin Hai most is that the future he once envisioned is no longer merely a fantasy. As long as he can adeptly cultivate the two energies within his body, he is certain he can thrive in this marvelously gifted universe according to his own aspirations. Chapter 5. The upcoming school year. The June sun is scorching and bright, and even the American climate cannot escape a semblance of heat. Since his first official day of work, Lin Hai has risen punctually at 8:30 each morning, arriving at the clinic before 9:30 or 10. He first seeks out Dr. Chen to exchange morning greetings, then carries a large ceramic jar to the backyard to fetch water. The Heeshou Wu is particular, only drinking water that has been sufficiently sunlit. Thus he must fill the jar before practicing Tai Chi, placing it in a sun-drenched spot to allow the sun to gradually evaporate any impurities. After fetching the water, he practices Tai Chi in the vacant area of the clinic's backyard, harmonizing his breath and intention to guide the energy within him that resonates with the plants. Aside from seeking Dr. Chen's guidance whenever he encounters challenges, Dr. Chen occasionally offers insights from the sidelines. As he begins, warmth radiates from his palms, his breath deepens, and his movements flow like water, the warm currents within him following suit. After completing 2 sets of movements, beads of sweat form on his forehead. Yet his mind remains exceptionally clear, as if every inch of his flesh has been cleansed by energy. At noon, Dr. Chen prepares a medicinal meal. Sometimes a porridge made with poria and yam, other times chicken stewed with angelica, each dish imbued with a subtle herbal fragrance. The two sit at an old elm table in the backyard, dining while discussing the characteristics of herbs or sharing tales of Dr. Chen's youthful medical practice and encounters with other martial artists. Lin Hai cherishes such moments, with sunlight dappling through the leaves onto the table, and a gentle breeze carrying the refreshing scents of mint and mugwort wafting into the backyard, making time seem to slow down. In the afternoon, he began to tend to the verdant medicinal plants in the shop. Through daily practice, he had developed an acute awareness of each plant's condition and adeptly adjusted his energy flow accordingly. The dendrobium orchid thrived on gentle and prolonged nourishment, while the polygonum multiflorum resembled a gluttonous child, eagerly drawing energy from him and reciprocating with a purer essence of life. The mandrake remained ever vigilant. Each time he approached, he sensed an elusive repulsion, yet he gradually learned to prune its withered branches and replenish its nutrients without provoking its ire. Days passed in a cyclical rhythm of morning watering, martial arts practice, cultivation, and plant care. Outside of this daily routine, Lin Hai occasionally called home in the evenings. Although his parents were remarkably open-minded elders, there remained many thoughts he could not easily set aside while alone in a foreign land. Fortunately, he had met a mentor who could guide him, establishing a structured life that filled his parents with both reassurance and a touch of wonder. Given Lin Hai's previously rebellious nature that led him to independently apply for high school in the United States. As July's torrential rains came and went, August's cicada song began to wane. One morning, Lin Hai unexpectedly discovered a few immature fruits nestled among the vines of the Polygonum multiflorum, which Chen Bing remarked was a sign of its flourishing spirits. On a certain evening at the end of August, Lin Hai stood at the shop's entrance, lost in thought as he gazed at the sunset's hues. With school resuming in September, he could no longer indulge in his days at the herbal shop. The power of habit is formidable. Over the past 2 months, Lin Hai had grown accustomed to this lifestyle. The emotions of a teenager are often complex, and at that moment, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of reluctance. Sensing his sentiment, Chen Bing placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "All gatherings must eventually disperse. You are still young, with your own path to forge. Besides, you can still visit the shop after school and on weekends. So there is no need for such sorrow." Lin Hai looked at Chen Bing, scratching his head. Indeed, he could still come by daily. With newfound joy, he bid farewell to Dr. Chen for the day. Chen Bing smiled and replied, "Then I shall see you tomorrow." Lin Hai returned the smile, gazing at the plants swaying gently in the evening breeze. The summer of his training was drawing to a close, yet the journey of his life was perhaps just beginning. The following morning, Lin Hai arrived at the clinic as usual. On this late August morning, the wind carried a hint of early autumn's chill. After completing his first round of Tai Chi, he concluded with a long, steady breath, his hands and feet warm. The energy within him had grown over these 2 months of practice. Although still feeble, it now flowed steadily within his body. His physical condition had also improved significantly. While he may not rival the enhanced warriors of the Marvel Universe, his physical prowess would suffice for an exceptional Special Forces soldier. He wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, only to discover that Dr. Chen had quietly taken his place beside him, holding a jade-green teacup and gazing at him with serene eyes. "Lin Hai," Dr. Chen called, his tone more solemn than usual. A flutter of apprehension coursed through Lin Hai. He sensed that today was indeed extraordinary. "What is it, Dr. Chen?" he replied. Dr. Chen nodded, placing the teacup on the stone table. "Do you remember what I told you before teaching you the martial arts?" Lin Hai certainly recalled. Dr. Chen had mentioned a test, and upon passing it, he would formally accept Lin Hai as his disciple, the very first among his students. "I remember, Dr. Chen." "Good. Today, I shall test you." The examination was not complex. Dr. Chen instructed Lin Hai to perform the complete old-style form while he observed from the side. Lin Hai took a deep breath, settling his shoulders as he began, his movements flowing like water. The daily training over the past 2 months had imbued his form with a newfound steadiness, transforming him from the awkward novice he once was. Particularly in the transition from single whip to white crane spreads its wings, his waist turned naturally. The power coursing through him produced a faint sound akin to breaking air. Upon completing the final posture, Lin Hai felt slightly breathless, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. Dr. Chen paced around him with his hands clasped behind his back, suddenly pressing on a specific acupoint at his shoulder. The force was considerable. Had his stance been unsteady, he would have stumbled. However, Lin Hai's legs seemed rooted to the ground. He merely sank slightly and firmly absorbed the pressure. Dr. Chen finally revealed a trace of satisfaction. "You possess decent talent and commendable diligence. I am quite pleased." Just as Lin Hai exhaled in relief, he saw Dr. Chen turn and enter the inner chamber. Moments later, he emerged with a redwood tray, upon which lay a neatly folded set of dark blue training attire and an antique brass teapot. "Kneel," Dr. Chen commanded. Lin Hai was taken aback, but soon understood. A rush of warmth surged within him. Straightening his attire, he knelt before Dr. Chen. "Doctor." Chen handed him the teapot, "Master's tea." Lin Hai received it with both hands, respectfully raising it above his head. "Master, please enjoy the tea." As he uttered the word master, the countless mornings spent drawing water, the afternoons pruning branches, the repetitive practice of each movement, and the casual discussions about medicinal properties and martial principles suddenly crystallized into significance. "Doctor." Chen took a sip from the teacup and returned it to the tray before reaching out to assist Lin Hai to his feet. "From this day forth, you are the foundational disciple of Chen Bing." Dr. Chen's voice held a touch of warmth. Then he cautioned, "In the realm of Tai Chi, virtue and conduct are paramount. I hope you will diligently practice and not squander the potential of your body, nor neglect the plants and trees that recognize you." Lin Hai felt a surge of emotion, his eyes growing warm as he nodded earnestly. "Yes, master." The morning light was just right, and the greenery in the courtyard rustled softly in the breeze. As if witnessing this momentous occasion, Lin Hai cradled the pristine set of training attire, lifting his gaze towards the silhouette of his master. He realized that this initiation ceremony had been meticulously prepared by his master for a considerable time. Although he had officially become a disciple, Lin Hai's daily life underwent little transformation. He merely replaced the name of Dr. Chen with that of his master and donned the gifted training outfit during his morning exercises. On the eve of the school term, Lin Hai arrived earlier than usual. As he pushed open the clinic's door, morning dew clung to the mugwort leaves, refracting soft glimmers of light. With practiced ease, he lifted the ceramic jar to fetch water from the backyard, his movements far more adept than in June. As the water flowed in a graceful arc, soon filling the jar to the brim. "The water will be just right by noon." Chun Bing's voice resonated from behind him. "Tomorrow, as you begin school, He Shou must also acclimatize to the new routine." Lin Hai smiled, placing the jar in the sunniest spot before commencing his morning practice. Today his Tai Chi was performed with an exceptional slowness, each movement seemingly intended to etch the memories of his bones and sinews more deeply. As he concluded his practice, he felt the energy within him flowing more harmoniously than ever before, even sensing a gentle warmth emanating from his palms. At lunchtime, Chen Bing had prepared a nourishing soup of astragalus, goji berries, and black-boned chicken, its clarity and aroma captivating. The two sat in their usual spot, neither mentioning the following day's events. Instead engaging in conversation about the recently sprouted tender shoots of dendrobium and the once cautious mandrake that had finally lowered its defenses around Lin Hai. "It no longer recoils when it sees you," Chen Bing remarked, placing a piece of chicken into Lin Hai's bowl. "It seems to favor you over me." In the afternoon, Lin Hai meticulously examined each plant, ensuring He Shou received ample energy to prevent any tantrums. He adjusted the hanging angle of the dendrobium. Finally, he knelt before the potted 7-leaf lotus, gently tapping its latest leaf with his fingertip. "Be good," he whispered. "I shall return to see you after school tomorrow." As dusk approached, his master unexpectedly thrust a paper-wrapped parcel into his arms. "The dried sweet fern will be a comforting aroma to inhale when you feel drowsy in class." After a pause, he added, "You might also consider some mint or lemon balm. They can invigorate your senses." Before dawn on the following day, Lin Hai entered the shop with the utmost care. In the morning light, the greenery stood in tranquil silence, save for the tendril of He Shou, which had stealthily grown an inch, snagging his uniform sleeve before releasing it. As the sun began to rise, Lin Hai knew it was time to set off for school. After tidying up, he stood at the clinic's entrance, casting a final glance back at the lingering mist from his practice and his master, who waved farewell. The wind whispered past his ears, carrying the familiar scent of herbs, as if summer was bidding its final adieu. As he turned towards the school, the nascent sun showered him with golden rays, welcoming him to the autumn harvest celebration. The tale of Spider-Man at Midtown High is about to unfold. Indeed, Lin Hai is well aware that he will become an alumnus alongside Peter Parker. He is confident that this narrative awaits his involvement, ready to inscribe his own contribution to the origin of the spider. Chapter 6. The first day of school on September 4th, 2000. The first day of school at Midtown High in New York City dawns. Lin Hai stands at the entrance of the school, gazing up at the red brick edifice. At 16, he towers a head taller than most of his peers, his dark hair and eyes making his East Asian features particularly conspicuous amidst the crowd. It is yet another new semester, accompanied by a myriad of unfamiliar faces. He mutters to himself, a smile gracing his lips. "Hey, new here?" A voice, slightly raspy, calls out from behind him. Lin Hai turns to see a slender boy with glasses gazing up at him. The boy's tousled brown curls frame a face marked by a few pronounced pimples, and he clutches several seemingly complex scientific journals to his chest. Yes, it's my first day, Lin Hai nods, striving to speak English without an accent. His mind, enhanced by his crossing over, has also fortified the memories stored within. Thus, the knowledge acquired from 2 lifetimes of English study, along with his recent experiences in America, enables Lin Hai to grasp the language swiftly. Nonetheless, a slight imperfection in his spoken English remains inevitable. Though imperfect, it suffices. He initially intended to communicate in a rudimentary manner using middle school English. Peter Parker. The boy adjusts his glasses and extends his right hand. I'm also a newcomer, though I spent 2 years in the middle school section, so I'm somewhat familiar with this place. Lin Hai, he replies, shaking Peter's hand. A flicker of excitement courses through Lin Hai. He never anticipated meeting Peter in such a manner on the very first day of school, the first classmate to engage him in conversation, a serendipitous encounter, as if fated. Moreover, this Spider-Man bears a striking resemblance to Tom Holland, also known as Dutch. Lin Hai breathes a sigh of relief, for it appears that he resides within the cinematic universe. Should this Peter Parker differ from the 3 iterations of Spider-Man he is familiar with, it would imply that this world might belong to the Marvel Comics universe, thus signaling potential trouble ahead for Lin Hai. He senses that Peter is somewhat anxious as well, noting the slight dampness of the future Spider-Man's palm. Thank you. I'm looking for room 201. How fortuitous. I'm headed there too. Peter's eyes light up. Where are you from? Huaxia. I just arrived in New York not long ago. Lin Hai responds succinctly, observing the spark of excitement in Peter's eyes upon hearing Huaxia. Wow. I've always wanted to learn about Eastern science and technology, especially in the realm of biological engineering. Peter suddenly accelerates his speech. Did you know that Huaxia scientists have made groundbreaking advancements in gene editing? Lin Hai can't help but chuckle. This loquacious and fervent boy is gradually aligning with his memories of Spider-Man. Before being bitten by the spider, Peter Parker was merely a science enthusiast, an intellectual who found solace in his passion. Their conversations seemed to weave together their shared solitude, hinting that perhaps they belonged to the same kind. They strolled towards the classroom, engaging in lively discourse. Peter was able to articulate his thoughts on a myriad of topics, ranging from quantum physics to the latest advancements in biotechnology, while Lin Hai adeptly responded, steering the conversation forward. He noted that Peter's scientific knowledge surpassed that of an average high school student, and in turn, Peter was effusive in his admiration for Lin Hai's insights from the East. The classroom 201 was already populated by a majority of students. Mrs. Johnson, the stern middle-aged homeroom teacher, perused the attendance list and, after inquiring about some basic personal information, directed them to 2 vacant seats by the window. Parker and Lin, you shall sit there. Lin Hai and Peter became desk mates. The first lesson was mathematics, a subject that proved too simplistic for both of them. Without question, Peter was a prodigy, capable of grasping college-level material, while Lin Hai, having lived 2 lives, found the American freshman math curriculum trivial. Peter doodled intricate formulas in his notebook, while Lin Hai pretended to take notes, secretly practicing control over his abilities. He communicated with the mint concealed in his backpack, sensing its faint yet distinct vitality flowing through his fingertips. What are you doing? Peter suddenly leaned over, whispering. Startled, Lin Hai turned to find Peter's gaze fixed on his hands, his eyes sparkling with curiosity behind his glasses. It's nothing. Just. Lin Hai hesitated before deciding to reveal a glimpse of his powers, as Peter Parker was genuinely a good person in every conceivable sense. He gently opened his backpack, allowing Peter to witness the mint leaves swirling gracefully around his fingertips, a mere parlor trick. Peter's eyes widened in astonishment. This is unscientific. How did you accomplish that? Some sort of chemical reaction? Or is it a superpower? Lin Hai smiled subtly, concluding his interaction with the mint. An ancient technique from the East, he said mysteriously. That's incredible, Peter exclaimed, his voice rising in excitement, drawing a warning glare from the teacher. He quickly lowered his tone. You must explain the principle to me after class. The morning passed in a monotonous fashion. At lunchtime, Lin Hai purchased a reasonably appealing meal from the cafeteria, though he preferred the traditional Chinese medicinal cuisine prepared by his master over the American fare. With limited options, he settled into a quiet corner to eat. Just as he took his first bite, he noticed Peter scanning the room with his tray, searching for something. Over here, Lin Hai gestured. Peter visibly relaxed and hurried over, taking a seat across from Lin Hai. I've been looking for you, he said. The cafeteria was excessively noisy, and although I initially intended to retreat to the library for my meal, I found myself yearning to converse with you about that ancient Eastern craft you are familiar with. Lin Hai took a bite of an apple, observing the future superhero before him. Currently, Peter Parker was slender and awkward, yet the eyes behind his glasses sparkled with wisdom. "Are you intrigued by this matter?" Lin Hai inquired. "I am fascinated by all phenomena that elude my understanding," Peter replied with enthusiasm. Lin Hai pondered how much to reveal. He was aware that in this world brimming with superheroes and villains, superpowers were not uncommon. However, the vast majority of these extraordinary beings had yet to emerge into the public eye. Even when unusual supernatural occurrences transpired, SHIELD adeptly managed them, ensuring that the public remained oblivious. "I do not possess a particularly clear understanding of my abilities," Lin Hai cautiously articulated. "I can sense the life of plants and exert influence over them." Peter set down his fork and leaned in attentively. "You mean superpowers?" "Yes, but not quite. It feels different." Lin Hai nodded and shook his head, for he had no impression of Marvel superhumans who could enhance their powers through defined training paths. For instance, those like Sandman, Electro, and the Hulk, who acquired their abilities through mutation, could not amplify their powers through training as Lin Hai could. Although it appeared similar, it resembled more an ancient practice of cultivation. "I am still in the exploratory phase." "That's so cool," Peter exclaimed, nearly spilling his drink. "Can you demonstrate more?" "It's not that I doubt you, but as a scientifically minded individual, I yearn to witness it firsthand." Peter gazed at Lin Hai, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. "Very well," Lin Hai replied, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was watching them. He retrieved a seed from his pocket and placed it in his palm. Closing his eyes, he sensed the energy within him and directed it toward the seed. Peter held his breath as he watched the withered seed slowly swell in Lin Hai's palm, splitting open to reveal a delicate white sprout, soon accompanied by 2 tiny cotyledons. This phenomenon was something Lin Hai had discovered during his time. The formless energy he cultivated could not only serve as a remedy to rejuvenate unhealthy plants, but could also hasten the germination of seeds. "Oh my goodness," Peter whispered in awe. "This defies all known laws of plant growth. Where does the energy come from? Photosynthesis cannot occur this rapidly." Feeling a twinge of fatigue, Lin Hai ceased the energy output. The sprout halted its growth, but retained its vitality. "Indeed, it is wondrous, yet it is quite taxing," he informed Peter, adjusting his glasses. Peter's eyes sparkled with the light of scientific inquiry. "Have you considered measuring the efficiency of this energy output? Or testing the limits of the types of plants you can influence? This may very well be an entirely new form of bioenergy." Lin Hai chuckled. "You speak like a scientist." "Of course, I am still in high school, but I will undoubtedly become a true scientist in the future," Peter proudly declared before his expression shifted to one of bashfulness. After all, he was merely a peculiar individual referred to as Bookworm Parker by his classmates. "Geniuses are often misunderstood by the mediocre," Lin Hai shrugged, offering Peter some consolation. However, from the perspective of an average American high school student, some of Peter's daily behaviors did indeed seem rather eccentric. In the afternoon, during biology class, as the teacher elucidated the structure of plant cells, Lin Hai discreetly caused a wilting flower on the lab table to blossom for a few fleeting seconds. Only Peter noticed this transformation, nearly toppling from his chair in astonishment. After class, as he slung his backpack over his shoulder, Peter whispered excitedly, "This is simply astounding. You can control it down to the cellular level? This is not just accelerating growth, it's reversing the decay process." Lin Hai rubbed his temples. "I feel fatigued after each use, but it has improved significantly now." As Lin Hai spoke, he made his way out of the school building. "Energy conservation," Peter mused, catching up with Lin Hai. "You expend your own energy to promote plant growth. This requires extensive experimentation to quantify." "Hey, Peter," made friends with the new oddball. As Peter and Lin Hai exited the building, a tall, blond boy suddenly blocked their path, flanked by a group of snickering followers. Lin Hai immediately recognized Eugene Lightning Thompson, Peter's future #1 fan, now a campus bully. "Just ignore them," Peter whispered to Lin Hai, attempting to navigate past. "Does the Eastern kid know any martial arts?" Thompson mocked, mimicking clumsy martial arts moves. Huh. Bruce Lee." Lin Hai regarded him with an impassive expression. With his accumulated Tai Chi skills and enhanced physical prowess, he felt confident in taking down this brute in an instant. Yet, he wished to avoid trouble on the very first day of school. "Let us go, Peter," he calmly suggested, turning to leave. "Oh, the two oddballs are trying to flee," Thompson jeered, reaching for Peter's backpack. In that instant, Lin Hai sprang into action. Employing the Tai Chi technique of cloud hands, he deftly pulled Thompson's arm, causing the bully to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Thompson scrambled to his feet, furious yet perplexed, gazing at Lin Hai in confusion. He had no understanding of Tai Chi. All he knew was that after Lin Hai had lightly touched his arm, he had inexplicably fallen, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. Peter was astonished, while Lin Hai merely shook his head slightly. "Let us go," Lin Hai said, casting a glance back at the bewildered Thompson before leading Peter away from the school. "Was that you?" Peter eagerly inquired as they exited. "Indeed. I possess a modicum of Eastern martial arts," Lin Hai admitted. "Oh my, you are truly remarkable," Peter exclaimed with excitement, for the bookish Parker was often bullied by others, particularly by Thompson, who had even dubbed him Insignificant Parker. "Oh, come now. I am merely a novice, not particularly remarkable yet," Lin Hai replied, scratching his head, feeling a bit bashful under the praise, his words imbued with the traditional modesty characteristic of the Chinese. However, he thought to himself that he would surely become impressive in the future, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment. "Would you like to accompany me? I am heading to a place abundant with plants for experimentation," Lin Hai continued, as he was on his way to the herbal shop. "That sounds fantastic. I have so many hypotheses to validate." Peter responded with enthusiasm, but hesitated momentarily. "However, I must first call Aunt May. She always worries about me getting into trouble outdoors." As Peter retrieved his old, functional mobile phone to call Aunt May, Lin Hai observed him, sensing the warm familial atmosphere surrounding Peter. Yet he felt no envy, for his own home offered him ample warmth as well. Chapter 7. Experiences at Peter's herbal shop. The September sun in New York was splendid, maintaining its vigor even as afternoon approached. The two boys traversed the bustling streets of Queens and soon arrived near Chinatown, where they quickly reached Chen's clinic. "Master, are you here?" Lin Hai called out upon entering, but did not see Chen Bing's figure. Shortly thereafter, Chen Bing emerged from the backyard into the front hall. Noticing Lin Hai, who was tidying his belongings, along with Peter, who sat on a stool, brimming with energy. "Good afternoon, Shaolin. Just out of school, I see. And who is this?" "This is Peter Parker, my classmate and deskmate, who expressed interest in visiting our herbal shop upon learning of it," Lin Hai replied, noticing Peter's shyness in the presence of strangers. Chen Bing, recognizing this, smiled and said, "Then why don't you both head next door? I don't need your assistance here. Just take him along." "Very well, master, we shall go." Lin Hai nodded in agreement, beckoning Peter to follow him next door. As Lin Hai pushed open the wooden door of the adjacent herbal shop, the wind chimes jingled melodically with the door's movement, ushering in a rich and complex aroma of herbs, sweet, bitter, and refreshing, delicately intertwining in the air. Peter sneezed, his glasses fogging over instantly, as the plant's respiration filled the shop with abundant humidity. "This scent is even more intense than in our chemistry lab. You'll get used to it," Lin Hai said, hanging his backpack on a hook behind the door. "Welcome to my workshop." "Wow," Peter exclaimed as he wiped his lenses and put them back on, gazing up at the extraordinarily lush foliage. These plants are thriving. The interior of the herbal shop felt like an entirely different realm. By the window stood several rattan chairs and small tea tables, while a corner featured a steaming tea stove. Most striking are the potted plants scattered throughout the shop, each one remarkably vibrant, with leaves so glossy they almost reflect light. "This place is incredibly cool." Peter, like a child who has just entered a candy store, eagerly explores every nook and cranny. Lin Hai chuckles as he leads him to a small workspace behind the counter, where the true treasures lie. On the workbench sit several pots of uniquely shaped plants, accompanied by a mortar and pestle, a small scale, and an array of bottles and jars. Lin Hai picks up a blue and white porcelain pot containing a climbing plant, its tuber partially exposed, resembling a curled-up little figure. "Look, this is called Hisho Wu," Lin Hai proudly declares. "It's nearly a century old and quite rare in Huaxia." Peter leans in for a closer look, his glasses nearly touching the plant. "Oh, I've heard of this. Is it true that it can turn hair black?" "Ordinary Hisho Wu requires long-term consumption to have any effect," Lin Hai replies with a mysterious wink. "But this century-old specimen, with my special care." He gently places his finger on the vine of the Hisho Wu. Peter's eyes widen as the vine seems to wrap around Lin Hai's finger. "Oh my gosh, this is unscientific," Peter exclaims, frantically pulling out his notebook from his backpack. "This defies the laws of biology." Lin Hai laughs and withdraws his hand, causing the vine to return to stillness. "So, you really can communicate with plants?" Peter Parker stands beside the pot of Hisho Wu, adjusting his glasses that have slipped down his nose, his face a canvas of disbelief. Lin Hai casually waters the mint on the windowsill with half a cup of water. "It's not communication, it's energy exchange." He pauses, raising his hands to mimic the flow of electricity. "You understand, right?" "Of course. Just like bioelectric signal transmission," Peter exclaims enthusiastically, jotting down notes in his notebook. "What about frequency? Are there any data?" Is plant feedback a chemical signal or a physical vibration? Lin Hai opens his mouth, suddenly realizing that bringing this scientific enthusiast into the shop might have been a mistake. Shall I demonstrate? He sighs and places his palm on the vine of the Hisho Wu. Almost instantly, the brown vine emanates a lustrous green glow, and the leaves visibly unfurl. Wow. Peter leans in, almost poking his nose into the leaves. This contradicts the law of conservation of energy. What form of energy are you outputting? Wait. He suddenly grabs Lin Hai's wrist. Is the glowing finger the conduction path? Can we measure the resistance? I brought a multimeter. Stop. Lin Hai decisively shoves a cup of chrysanthemum tea into Peter's hands. Drink this and calm down. Cradling the teacup, Peter's gaze drifts to a spiny plant in the corner. Can that thorny one interact too? Yes, but I wouldn't advise you to try, Lin Hai responds, recalling his master's warning. If you were to be invaded by its toxins, given your current state, it would be quite a challenge for you to get home tonight. Plant toxins. Peter's voice soared an octave higher, far more exhilarating than the frogs we dissected in biology class. Would you like to experience something even more wondrous? Without waiting for Peter's reply, he had already approached a row of herb plants on the windowsill. Among them, one pot of mint flourished remarkably, its leaves larger than those of ordinary mint. This is mint cultivated using a special method, Lin Hai declared, plucking a leaf and offering it to Peter. Give it a try. Skeptical yet intrigued, Peter placed the leaf in his mouth. In the next instant, his eyes widened, and it seemed as if steam might erupt from his head. Goodness, it feels like someone has detonated a mint bomb in my brain. Fortunately, Captain America was not present. Otherwise, he would have shouted at Peter, mind your language. Lin Hai laughed heartily. The invigorating effect is 20 times that of regular mint. Just take a leaf when you feel drowsy in class, and I guarantee you'll be wide awake until school ends. Peter, panting and fanning himself, nonetheless honestly plucked another leaf and tucked it into his notebook. This must undergo a compound analysis. There must be some exceptionally high concentration of a particular compound. Next, Lin Hai picked up a small flower pot containing several slender green plants adorned with delicate lavender flowers, lemon balm. It bore some resemblance to mint, yet its scent was more agreeable to most people in this region. He gently crushed a leaf, and instantly, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, with a hint of honeyed sweetness upon closer inspection. Peter inhaled deeply, his expression transforming into one of utter relaxation. It felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring. His voice turned languid. It relaxes the nerves and improves sleep. Your elders at home would surely appreciate it. Lin Hai pushed the flower pot towards him. Peter, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly recorded this phenomenon. This is not merely an aroma. It's as if some volatile substance is directly influencing the central nervous system. Incredible. Lin Hai continued to showcase an enhanced version of the sensitive mimosa, which would spring up to strike your hand upon contact, and marigolds that changed color with the sunlight, a living barometer. After sipping chrysanthemum tea, Peter inquired, do you sell these special plants to ordinary people? Lin Hai shook his head. The most extraordinary ones are never sold. Some of the more effective varieties are only available to special friends. Regular customers receive the standard versions. He winked mischievously. However, I occasionally provide insomniac elderly ladies with a bit of enhanced chamomile or special efficacy honeysuckle for children with colds. A mysterious herbalist from the East. Peter gazed at Lin Hai, mimicking a tone from a film. How many secrets do you hold? Oh dear friend, I'm afraid I cannot answer that question, for I do not know all my own secrets. Lin Hai replied in the same tone. Indeed, he was unaware of all the enigmas within him, such as the colorful aura swirling in his mind. After the laughter subsided, Lin Hai diligently continued with his daily tasks. During Lin Hai's class, his master assisted him in completing a small portion of work that could not be addressed in the afternoon, while the majority of the plants still required Lin Hai's care. Our loquacious and somewhat hyperactive classmate, Peter, trailed around Lin Hai, peering at one thing and another. Having just heard Lin Hai speak about the precautions regarding the mandrake, he hesitated to interact with these unfamiliar plants. Outside, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows of the two boys. One rambled on with a torrent of incomprehensible technical jargon, while the other occasionally infused energy into the potted plants, urging them to accelerate growth or to stand tall. Suddenly, Chen Bing appeared at the door of the inner room, holding 2 bags of herbs. He continued in English, if you keep meddling with my herbs, you'll have to stay tonight to help them change soil. Naturally, Chen Bing spoke English, as it was necessary for treating the local New Yorkers, yet with Lin Hai, the 2 compatriots found no need for foreign tongues. The 2 mischievous boys fell into silence. I think I should head home, Peter said, quickly shutting his notebook. Aunt May said she's making my favorite dinner tonight. Lin Hai suppressed a laugh as he accompanied him to the door, but Peter suddenly turned back. Lowering his voice, "Can I come again on Saturday? I have an idea about enhancing photosynthesis." "Of course, but remember to bring some Chinese pastries. They're sold at a nearby street vendor. If you're interested, you can buy some to try." Lin Hai winked, recalling how his master enjoyed them with tea. Understanding dawned on Peter's face, and after mimicking an exaggerated gesture of a furious man from a certain country, he waved goodbye to Chen Bing and Lin Hai before hastily departing. Watching his friend hop away, Lin Hai turned back to see the mint in the shop swaying gently in the breeze, as if sharing a secret laugh. He gazed outside at the setting sun, which bathed the pharmacy's wooden floor in a golden hue. In this unfamiliar world, having a friend to share secrets with felt truly wonderful. Even as more encounters awaited in the future, the first would always leave a lasting impression. After bidding Peter farewell, Lin Hai stood at the shop's entrance, shaking his head with a smile. This talkative science enthusiast resembled a whirlwind, sweeping away the inherent tranquility of the herbal shop. He turned back inside, beginning to tidy up the plants Peter had studied, straightening the disheveled dendrobium orchid boards and gently untangling the chaotic vines of the Rehmannia, while also providing the mandrake with a bit more energy to soothe its emotions. "That boy is quite interesting." Master Chen stood before the herb cabinet, twirling a piece of licorice in his fingers, akin to a wild mint thriving in the sunlight. As Lin Hai wiped the leaves of the seven-leaf lotus, he chuckled. "He's just too curious. He wants to explain everything with scientific principles." "Science?" Chen Bing let out a light snort as he tossed the licorice into the teapot. "The principles of traditional Chinese medicine remain inexplicable by contemporary science. The concept of qi alone is sufficient to perplex their studies." His master chuckled and shook his head, offering a cup of calming tea. "How do you feel on the first day of school?" Lin Hai cradled the warm teacup, suddenly realizing that he had not felt drowsy all day. "Better than I imagined. The chemistry teacher's lecture was akin to a lullaby, yet I carried a sprig of mint, and the aroma kept me alert." He paused for a moment, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "I also made a friend named Peter. Making friends is a wonderful thing. You should hurry back. Your parents are likely waiting for your call." His master patted him on the shoulder. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Hai called his parents to share the events of his day. Lin's father expressed joy that Lin Hai had quickly adjusted to the daily life at Zhongqing High School and had made a promising friend. In contrast, Lin's mother focused on mundane concerns, whether he had clean clothes, how the cafeteria food tasted, if the apartment was tidy, and whether his route to school was safe. Throughout this conversation, Lin Hai remained smiling, for this was his family, the source of warmth and strength in his life. Chapter 8. The crisis of the mixed universe and Peter's rival morning light streamed through the large windows of Zhongqing High School, illuminating the corridor where Lin Hai leaned against a locker, awaiting Peter's arrival. 2 weeks into the school year, he had nearly acclimated to the rhythm of Zhongqing High. Nestled among his textbooks in the locker were a few small plants he had secretly nurtured, serving as subjects for his practice of extraordinary abilities during his spare time. "Lin, I'm sorry I'm late. Uncle Ben's car broke down, and I had to run 3 blocks. Peter puffed as he arrived, his glasses askew on his nose and his backpack as straps uneven. Lin Hai pulled a mint leaf from his pocket and handed it to Peter. "Chew this. It'll perk you up." Peter accepted the leaf and popped it into his mouth, his eyes widening in surprise, his expression contorting. "Wow, this flavor. It's so intense. Can't you make it less terrifying?" Although this was not Peter's first encounter with the mint, he reacted the same way each time, his twisted expression providing Lin Hai with endless amusement. Lin Hai shrugged, feigning innocence, for a milder taste would imply a reduction in its potency. Nevertheless, the primary reason for his delight lay in the enjoyment of witnessing Peter's distorted expressions. It was a peculiar source of joy for him. As the class bell rang, the two hurried towards the biology lab, where they were to conduct an experiment observing plant cells. "I heard there's a new student today," Peter remarked as they walked. "The son of the Osborns, Harry Osborn." Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Another significant figure destined to play a crucial role, the son of the Green Goblin. One of Peter's closest friends, yet also one of the greatest tragedies. The biology laboratory was filled with students. Lin Hai and Peter chose a lab table by the window, basking in the sunlight. Lin Hai gently placed his hand on the windowsill beside a potted plant, attuning himself to the flow of energy within the foliage. The students were silent as Ms. C.L. Mint, the biology teacher, clapped her hands, announcing that a new student would join them today. "Harry, please introduce yourself." A tall, blonde youth entered through the door, clad in an unmistakably expensive casual suit, exuding an air of sophistication and detachment characteristic of the upper class. "Hello everyone. I am Harry Osborn." His voice was deeper than that of his peers. He had just returned from a boarding school in Switzerland. I hope to befriend you all. Lin Hai noticed the yearning and skepticism in Harry's tone when he mentioned the word friends. Under the teacher's direction, Harry took a vacant seat next to Mary Jane in the front row. Wow, Peter whispered in awe, glancing at Mary Jane. Lin Hai followed his gaze to see a red-haired girl smiling as she greeted Harry. Mary Jane, the future beloved of Peter Parker, was currently a lively and cheerful high school girl, her hair adorned with a few streaks of purple, radiating an artistic vibe. However, this version of Mary Jane was not the one from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, as her skin was fair, differing from the darker complexion of the actress Zendaya, resembling instead the Mary Jane from Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. When Lin Hai first encountered Peter, he believed he was simply immersed in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But upon learning about this Mary Jane, he felt a sense of bewilderment, pondering if perhaps it was a mixed universe. His subsequent acquaintance with Gwen Stacy further solidified this notion. Having spent time as classmates, Lin Hai had garnered a basic understanding of Mary Jane. She was merely a high school student with artistic dreams, vibrant and full of life. Clearly, she had yet to transform into the Broadway dancer hardened by life depicted in Tobey's Spider-Man 3. Feeling compelled to act, Lin Hai leaned closer to Peter, who was intently gazing at Mary Jane. Peter, do you like her? Peter's face flushed crimson. What? No. I mean, Mary Jane is really nice, but we're just neighbors. I've known her since childhood. At this moment, the disparity between them was evident. Peter was merely an awkward, average-looking high school student, while Mary Jane was one of Midtown High's most sought-after girls. Lin Hai patted Peter on the shoulder, who was so embarrassed he wished he could vanish into the ground. At that moment, he noticed a blonde girl on the opposite side of the lab, meticulously adjusting a microscope. Gwen Stacy bore a resemblance to the actress Emma Stone, often referred to as Stone's sister, though she was even more beautiful than her. She is the incarnation of Garfield's Spider-Man's lover from Lin Hai's past life memories, currently existing in this world as an academic prodigy. It is she who confirms to Lin Hai that this must be a Marvel crossover universe, blending the Dutch version of Spider-Man, Kirsten Dunst's Mary Jane, and Emma Stone's Gwen Stacy into an inextricable mix. All right, class, announced Mr. Claremont. Today we shall observe the phenomenon of plasmolysis in onion epidermal cells. Each group may now collect their materials and commence the experiment. During the course of the experiment, Lin Hai discreetly accelerated the restoration process of the onion cells with his abilities, allowing Peter to witness transformations that would typically take hours in mere moments. This contravenes the fundamental principles of osmotic pressure, Peter murmured, his eyes sparkling behind his lenses. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his excitement as he diligently recorded the relevant data. Fully immersed in this scientific marvel, suddenly, a commotion erupted from the front row. Mary Jane's group accidentally dropped their onion slices, and as she bent to retrieve them, her long hair brushed against Harry's experimental notebook. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mary Jane quickly apologized. Not at all, Harry replied with a smile, handing her a new slice. Your hair color is lovely, reminiscent of autumn maple leaves. Mary Jane blinked in surprise, clearly taken aback by the compliment from this affluent young man. Thank you. I dyed it myself. Artistic creation? Harry inquired, his voice imbued with genuine interest. Well, I prefer stage performance, but visual arts are quite fascinating as well. Her response made Harry's eyes light up. Lin Hai noticed a fleeting shadow cross Peter's expression, just as he contemplated saying something. A voice interjected from beside them. Your data recording method is quite unique. Gwen Stacy had somehow appeared at their lab station, her blonde hair tied back in a neat ponytail, her blue eyes curiously fixed on Peter's notebook. This is, Peter stammered. Facing this fellow school beauty and top-ranking genius, his scientific confidence seemingly evaporating. We are attempting to explain cellular activity through the lens of Eastern medical energy theories. Lin Hai calmly interjected, drawing parallels between the balance of yin and yang and the exchange of substances within and outside the cells. Gwen's eyes brightened. That's a novel perspective. You must be Lin Hai, the exchange student from Huaxia? Lin Hai nodded, astonished that she recognized him. Gwen extended her hand. Gwen Stacy. I have a keen interest in Eastern sciences, particularly the intersection of traditional medicine and modern biology. As Lin Hai shook her hand, he felt a subtle current of energy. Gwen's grip was warm and firm, lacking the typical shyness associated with many girls. He observed Peter standing beside them with his mouth agape. Clearly, it was exceedingly rare for Gwen to initiate conversation, a feat that would surely become a hot topic around campus. Are you interested in attending the scientific seminar on Friday? Gwen inquired, expressing a desire for diverse scientific perspectives from various cultural backgrounds. Of course, Lin Hai replied, adding, Peter also possesses valuable insights into interdisciplinary research. Peter, akin to an actor thrust onto the stage unexpectedly, adjusted his glasses in a flustered manner. I merely have some thoughts on quantum biology, he remarked. Gwen nodded with a smile, casting a significant glance at Lin Hai before departing. I look forward to your insights, particularly regarding the concept of energy flow. After the experimental session concluded, Peter exhaled as if he had just relearned how to breathe. Goodness, Gwen Stacy spoke to us. She usually only engages with the teachers. He exclaimed. She seems quite intelligent, Lin Hai commented while tidying up the lab equipment. Intelligent? She is the top genius in the entire school. I've heard she has already received an early admission offer, Peter said excitedly, adding, and the fact that she is interested in our research is simply astonishing. Is she more impressive than you? Lin Hai queried. Well, I suppose. Yes, she is currently a bit ahead of me, but I am striving to surpass her, Peter admitted, feeling somewhat conflicted. He was reluctant to acknowledge that someone his age excelled academically beyond him, yet reality dictated that he indeed lagged behind Gwen. Nevertheless, Lin Hai had faith in Peter's potential, for he was Peter Parker. Chapter 9. Gwen, Lin Hai, Peter, and Harry during lunchtime. The cafeteria buzzed with its usual clamor. Just as Lin Hai and Peter settled into their seats, Mary Jane approached with a tray in hand. Do you mind if I sit here? She asked with a smile, her red hair shimmering like flames in the sunlight. Peter nearly choked on his sandwich, quickly shaking his head to indicate he did not mind. Once seated, Mary Jane lowered her voice conspiratorially. Hey, did you know the school is hosting an International Culture Week? Each class is supposed to select a representative to showcase different countries' cultures. With a few international students at Midtown High, Peter adjusted his glasses. Lin is likely the only one in our class who qualifies. Exactly, Mary Jane exclaimed, clapping her hands with excitement. Lin, would you be willing to represent Chinese culture? I'm part of the organizing committee and was struggling to find a suitable candidate. Lin Hai hesitated. Showcasing himself would attract more attention, and he preferred not to be too conspicuous at school. However, he also desired to integrate into campus life. Declining Mary Jane's request might seem ungracious. Thus, he decided to inquire further. What would I need to do? Anything that highlights your country's characteristics. Calligraphy, music, attire, and so on, Mary Jane replied, her eyes sparkling. I can help you prepare. I am quite fascinated by Eastern art. Just as Lin Hai was about to respond, a voice interjected. Mary Jane, Mr. Claremont is looking for you to verify the lab report. Harry Osborn had appeared at their table, seemingly out of nowhere. Oh, I nearly forgot, exclaimed Mary Jane, leaping up. Lin, consider my proposal. Peter, assist me in persuading him. With that, she hurriedly gathered her belongings and departed. Harry did not immediately follow but glanced at Lin Hai and Peter. Are you friends of Mary Jane? We're neighbors, Peter explained. We grew up together. Harry nodded. I just transferred here and am not well acquainted with the social norms. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Are you available this afternoon? My father sent over some new scientific journals on genetic engineering. Peter's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. The genetic research at Osborn Enterprises is world-renowned. Harry offered a sincere smile. Perhaps the first since his transfer. Shall we meet at the library after school? His gaze swept over Lin Hai as he added, If you both are interested. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. After Harry left, Peter excitedly seized his arm. Did you hear that? Internal research materials from Osborn Enterprises. This is something ordinary scientists might never encounter in their lifetime. Lin Hai smiled at Peter's childlike exuberance while contemplating Harry Osborn. The current Harry was merely a lonely scion yearning for genuine friendship, far from the tormented figure of the Green Goblin, cursed by his family. Following their afternoon classes, the trio convened at the library as planned. Harry brought several elegantly bound journals emblazoned with the words Osborn Enterprises Confidential Research. My father is unaware that I took these, Harry whispered, a rebellious glint in his eyes. He believes high school students cannot comprehend them. Peter eagerly flipped through the journals, gasping in awe. Lin Hai became particularly intrigued by an article on plant genetic modification, detailing how Osborn Enterprises was researching the extraction of substances from rare plants to enhance human capabilities. This research direction, Lin Hai pointed to a passage, bears striking similarities to certain ancient legends from Huaxia. Harry leaned in. Really? My father always says that Eastern medicine contains wisdom that modern science has yet to comprehend. The three engaged in a fervent discussion until the librarian arrived to remind them of the closing time. As they parted ways, Harry hesitantly remarked, I'm hosting a small gathering at my house this weekend. I wonder if you might be interested? Peter was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he was invited to such a gathering of this caliber. Lin Hai responded on his behalf, We would be honored. On their way home, Peter was unusually animated. Harry Osborn has invited us to his home. Do you know about the Osborn Tower? The most advanced private laboratory in New York is located there. As Lin Hai listened to Peter's enthusiastic chatter, he pondered the planned experiments mentioned in the journals. Perhaps the research at Osborne Enterprises could assist him in further enhancing his own abilities? The scientific seminar on Friday proved to be far more formal than Lin Hai had anticipated. The academic elites of Zhongqing High School gathered as Gwen, the host, confidently introduced the theme of this session, scientific methodology from a cross-cultural perspective. Upon Lin Hai and Peter's entrance into the conference room, Gwen's eyes visibly brightened. She swiftly concluded the ongoing discussion and announced, "The next speaker is our new classmate from Huaxia, Lin Hai. He will share insights on the intersection of Eastern natural philosophy and modern science." Lin Hai was entirely unprepared to speak. However, the knowledge accumulated from his previous life and the enhanced memory from his transcendence allowed him to remain composed. He approached the podium and eloquently transitioned from the classification of plants in the Compendium of Materia Medica to the relationship between yin-yang, the 5 elements, and the fundamental states of matter, ultimately referencing the early understanding of photosynthesis by ancient Huaxia scholars. Thus, while Western science was still employing the phlogiston theory to explain plant growth, Huaxia scholars had already proposed a concept akin to the energy of heaven and earth nourishes all things. Lin Hai concluded, and the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Gwen was the first to pose a question. Do you believe these ancient theories still hold value in modern science, or have they been supplanted by more precise theories? Like Newtonian mechanics being supplemented rather than negated by relativity, Lin Hai responded, ancient wisdom offers different perspectives rather than obsolete knowledge. After the seminar, Gwen intercepted Lin Hai as he prepared to leave. Your insights are truly inspiring. I hope we can explore these questions together sometime. Peter, wide-eyed, felt immensely honored. Lin Hai once again utilized this appropriate response. The weekend gathering at the Osborne estate was sparsely attended, as Harry evidently had few friends. Mary Jane, an art major, was also invited, and she was enthusiastically admiring the Osborne family's modern art collection. With his father absent, Harry remarked with a sense of relief, "Feel free to explore." Peter, akin to a child entering a candy store, marveled at the private laboratory equipment of the Osborne family. Lin Hai, however, was captivated by several rare plants in the greenhouse, some of which emitted peculiar energy fluctuations that resonated subtly with his own abilities. These are medicinal plants collected by Osborne Enterprises from around the globe, Harry explained. My father believes they contain special components that can alter human physiology. Gently touching the leaf of a red-flowered plant, Lin Hai felt a surge of energy flowing into his body through his arm. It seemed that his abilities were particularly drawn to this plant. Be careful, Harry warned. That crimson moon is highly toxic. Lin Hai startled and withdrew his hand, yet that energy had already lingered within him, merging with the energy in his dantian. He sensed a subtle enhancement. Lin is quite knowledgeable about plants, Peter assisted in explaining. He manages a herbal shop. Harry raised an eyebrow with interest. Really? Perhaps you could assist us in analyzing the medicinal value of these plants. My father invested a substantial sum to procure them from the tropical rainforest. However, our scientists have yet to fully decipher their constituents. Lin Hai nodded in agreement, yet a sense of unrest lingered in his heart. For the red moon flower bore a resemblance to the blood orchid, known from the anaconda's curse, a blossom said to prolong life and preserve youth. Lin Hai pondered. If that were the case, why had the Osborne Group's research team not made any breakthroughs regarding this flower that resembled the blood orchid, assuming their capabilities were indeed commendable? Nonetheless, he refrained from dwelling on such thoughts. After acquiescing to Harry's request, he would have ample opportunities to engage with these plants. As the gathering progressed, Mary Jane suggested they partake in a game of truth or dare. After several rounds, the atmosphere lightened considerably. When the bottle landed on Peter, Mary Jane, with a playful wink, inquired, Peter Parker, do you have someone you fancy? Instantly, Peter's face flushed crimson, his eyes behind the glasses darting in a panic. Me. Harry interjected, we all know Peter has a crush on you, Mary Jane. The air thickened with tension. Mary Jane's mouth fell open in surprise, while Peter stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Lin Hai observed a flicker of complex emotion in Harry's gaze. He too felt a twinge of affection for Mary Jane. For who could resist the charm of such a vivacious and delightful young lady? I'll go get some drinks, Peter stammered, hastily retreating. After a moment's hesitation, Mary Jane followed suit. Lin Hai noted the expression on Harry's face as he watched their retreating figures. The facade of the privileged young man crumbled, revealing the lonely boy beneath. You shouldn't have done that, Lin Hai murmured. Harry offered a wry smile. I know. Yet some things are difficult to suppress, even when one is aware of their inappropriateness. He turned to Lin Hai. Have you ever felt that way? as if something within compels you to act foolishly? Lin Hai contemplated this. Harry's words evoked thoughts of the Osborne family's curse, that madness lurking in their very blood. Perhaps Harry was beginning to sense its presence. Everyone has their inner demons, Lin Hai eventually stated, but what truly matters is the manner in which we choose to coexist with them. Harry regarded him with astonishment. You speak with an air that belies your status as a high school student. Lin Hai replied with a playful wink. That is merely ancient Eastern wisdom, and I am indeed 2 years your senior. On their return journey, Peter remained somewhat silent. Lin Hai chose not to disturb his thoughts, allowing a small plant nestled in his backpack to bloom quietly, offering a comforting flower. She merely regards me as a good friend from next door. Peter finally broke the silence. Lin Hai extended the small flower to him, saying, affection is rather akin to flowers, Peter. Some bloom swiftly, while others require years to flourish. What is vital is to provide the appropriate soil and sunlight. Peter accepted the flower. What is this? A unique breed that can sense emotions. Lin Hai spun a benevolent lie. When your spirits are lifted, it blooms more brilliantly. It appears to be somewhat sudden, Lin Hai continued. You have not previously exhibited any signs of affection towards her, Peter. You cannot expect a girl, with whom you have had little intimate interaction, to readily accept your feelings upon discovering them. Perhaps you should begin as good friends or amicable neighbors. Once you understand each other better, you may decide on the next step. She does not harbor any dislike for you, does she? I believe this could be a promising beginning. Peter carefully cradled the flowers, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his eyes. Thank you, Lin. Lin Hai smiled, aware that Peter would soon face challenges far more daunting than the tribulations of adolescence. As a friend, he would strive to assist this future hero through every obstacle. Chapter 10. Rescuing and the invitation from the underworld. Time in school always flits by swiftly, and before long, the weekend arrives once more. On Saturday morning, Lin Hai pushed open the door of the Chun Traditional Medicine Clinic, the wind chime ringing out a clear note. He inhaled deeply, the familiar aroma of herbs enveloping him, the bitterness of angelica mingling with the smoky scent of moxibustion, alongside the beloved fragrance of Tiguanyin tea cherished by Master Chun. Are you here? Shen Bing looked up from behind the medicine cabinet, his hair meticulously combed. The pots of dendrobium in the backyard need watering. The weather in New York has been quite dry lately. Lin Hai nodded, placing his backpack on a wicker chair in the corner before heading toward the backyard. After such a long time, the plants in the neighboring herbal shop had grown remarkably lush, almost to the point of being abnormal. Shen Bing, neither blind nor foolish, could certainly discern that something was amiss, and thus could surmise that Lin Hai possessed some extraordinary abilities. After all, in this Marvel universe of America, there exists a S.H.I.E.L.D., just as China has its own Spear Bureau. Although the Spear Bureau is also a secretive organization, Shen Bing, as the direct disciple of the Chun family's Tai Chi martial arts lineage, had access to some surface-level information. Consequently, he was aware that there are individuals with superhuman abilities in this world, and he had recently deduced from the unusual happenings in the herbal shop that Lin Hai might also be one of them. Yet what of it? Lin Hai was of Chinese descent, and his foremost disciple, Shen Bing, took this matter lightly. Lin Hai chose not to clarify, and he had no desire to pry. In the backyard, Lin Hai crouched before a row of orchid-like plants, his fingertips gently brushing against the leaves. The dendrobium trembled at his touch, the pale purple blossoms unfurling at a visibly rapid pace. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energy the plants conveyed to him. Lin Hai, come to the front. There's an emergency. Shen Bing's voice interrupted his meditation. Lin Hai hastily dashed back to the front hall, where he saw a burly middle-aged man cradling an unconscious teenager. The man's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his short-sleeved shirt thoroughly soaked. Please, take a look at my son. The man's voice was hoarse. Having been this way since last night, all because of those cursed gangs. Shen Bing had already pulled out the treatment bed, instructing, lie back, speak slowly. Lin Hai assisted in making the boy comfortable. The youth appeared to be around 15 or 16, his complexion pale, lips displaying an abnormal purplish hue, and his breathing was weak and rapid. Rolling up the boy's sleeve, several suspicious puncture marks were revealed on the inner side of his forearm. A new type of drug. The man clenched his fists, knuckles turning white, his voice trembling. They call it demon's breath. Those ruffians specifically lure children near schools to try it for the first time. Shen Bing felt the boy's pulse, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. Severe suppression of cardiac and pulmonary function, hepatic toxicity. Lin Hai, fetch the silver needles and prepare some detoxifying powder. Lin Hai quickly assembled the acupuncture kit, discreetly retrieving a small cloth pouch from his pocket containing a special licorice root cultivated with energy. This enhanced licorice possessed detoxifying properties dozens of times more potent than ordinary varieties, yet it had never been tested on a living person. Chen Bing began the acupuncture. The silver needles precisely piercing the boy's acupoints such as Rin Zhong, Nei Guan, and Zhu Sanli. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai placed a small piece of licorice root beneath the boy's tongue. What effect does this have? The man inquired nervously. Being an old customer of the clinic, he did not question the efficacy of acupuncture as a treatment. It awakens the mind, clears the orifices, detoxifies, and restores balance. Chen Bing was wholly focused on skillfully manipulating the silver needles, unaware of Lin Hai's subtle actions. 3 minutes later, the boy's eyelids began to flutter. After 5 minutes, he erupted into a violent cough, expelling a black substance resembling both congealed blood and phlegm. Heavens! The man knelt by the bed, tears streaming down his face. Marco? Son? Can you hear me? After a while, the boy slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. Dad? What is happening? Chen Bing exhaled deeply. Even he felt a bit fatigued as he withdrew the silver needles. The critical phase has passed, but he needs to continue with the detox regimen. He turned to Lin Hai. Prepare a decoction of Huang Lian detoxifying soup, and add. Suddenly lowering his voice, he asked, what exactly did you give him earlier? Lin Hai felt his ears flush with warmth. Just a bit of improved licorice to aid in detoxification. Chen Bing regarded him with a deep glance, saying nothing further. Simply nodding. Add another 5 qian of fu ling and 3 qian of raw licorice. Throughout the morning, Lin Hai busied himself with preparing the medicine while monitoring the boy's condition. By noon, Marco was able to sit up and consume porridge, his complexion no longer ashen. His father, Antonio, an Italian-American mechanic, held Chen Bing's hand tightly, continuously expressing his gratitude. Doctor, this is nothing short of a miracle. Those children in the hospital who inhale demon's breath are typically in a coma for at least 3 days. Their awakening is left to the mercy of God. You have saved Marco's life, and mine as well. Chen Bing humbly waved his hand. Traditional Chinese medicine possesses thousands of years of detoxification expertise. He added gravely, however, the true antidote lies in steering clear of those drug dealers and gangs. Antonio nodded, retrieved his wallet, and after settling the medical expenses, remarked, if you have the time, take this child out for some enjoyment, indulge him with delightful treats, and remind him that life is far more exhilarating than those substances. After bidding farewell to the deeply grateful father and son, Lin Hai was preparing to tidy up the examination table when Dr. Chen suddenly grasped his shoulder. To what extent have you improved the licorice? Lin Hai swallowed hard. It hasn't progressed significantly, just a bit faster in growth, with a slightly higher concentration of active ingredients. His voice faltered slightly. My dear disciple, Dr. Chen sighed, I acknowledge your unique talent, but it must be applied with utmost caution when it comes to patients. Clinical trials are an indispensable stage in the medical field. Today may have been fortunate, but what if adverse reactions occur? Lin Hai lowered his head in acknowledgement. You are right. I simply acted hastily, considering the child's critical condition. Even though he did not anticipate any adverse reactions, he understood that his mentor was looking out for him, and thus he readily admitted his fault. While the compassion of a healer is commendable, methods must also be adhered to. Dr. Chen's tone softened. Please inform me beforehand next time. All right? Lin Hai nodded. Yet his mind wandered to the substance known as demon's breath. The severe toxicity it could induce in such a short span was far from an ordinary street drug. 3 evenings later, after school, Lin Hai was in the clinic organizing herbs when the clinic door was abruptly thrust open, causing the wind chimes to jangle anxiously. He looked up to see 5 robust men in black suits filing in. Is Dr. Chen here? The leader, a bald man, inquired, his voice grating like sandpaper. Lin Hai set down the mortar and subtly hooked his finger around a concealed package of anesthetic powder beneath the counter. The doctor has stepped out. How may I assist you? The bald man did not respond but scanned the clinic, his gaze lingering momentarily on the medicine cabinet and acupuncture charts. Our boss wishes to invite Dr. Chun and his assistant for a visit. We've heard you have treated victims of demon's breath. A chill ran down Lin Hai's spine. These individuals did not appear to be seeking medical help. That was merely a standard traditional Chinese treatment. If your boss requires medical attention, he can schedule an appointment. Young brother, the bald man grinned, revealing a gold tooth. This is not a request. 2 men in suits approached the counter. Lin Hai's fingers tightened as he prepared to unleash the anesthetic powder when the door swung open once more, revealing Chen Bing, who entered carrying his medical bag. What is going on? Chen Bing frowned at the unexpected guests. Dr. Chen. The bald man instantly donned a feigned smile. Our boss, Mr. Jin Bing, would like to invite you and your apprentice to dinner to discuss medical collaboration. Lin Hai's pupils dilated. Jin Bing. According to the information known to Lin Hai, Jin Bing is the emperor of the underground world in New York, a colossal figure composed entirely of muscle, capable of breaking through concrete walls with his bare hands. However, it remains unclear whether Jin Bing possesses such formidable strength at this particular juncture. Jin Bing, undeterred, responded, "I am grateful for your consideration. But our clinic has closed for the day, and we do not see patients at night. Please leave." The smile vanished from the bald man's face. "Sir, you may not have understood. This is an invitation from Mr. Jin Bing." "I heard you clearly," Jin Bing replied, placing his medical bag down, his voice calm, yet resolute. "Now, I kindly ask you to vacate my clinic." The atmosphere instantly thickened. Lin Hai observed the two suited men reaching for their waists, possibly for clubs, but more likely for firearms. With no time to ponder, Lin Hai overturned the mortar on the counter, releasing a cloud of mixed medicinal powders. Simultaneously, he leaped over the counter, delivering a precise chop to the carotid artery of the nearest suited man. "Lin Hai, no." Jin Bing's shout was drowned out by the sounds of the scuffle. The ensuing 20 seconds unfolded like a choreographed martial arts scene. Lin Hai's figure flickered in and out of the powdery haze, employing the utmost finesse of Tai Chi techniques, stepping, cloud hands, cannon fist, pushes, and entanglements. With each strike, a suited man fell, a testament to the perfect amalgamation of his Tai Chi prowess and physical capabilities. "Get out," Lin Hai hissed at the incapacitated figures on the ground. "Tell Jin Bing that the doctor treats only ordinary patients, not the scum of the gang." After the 5 suited men awkwardly assisted each other in retreating, the clinic descended into a tense silence. Jin Bing's face turned ashen, his hands trembling slightly. "Master, Lin Hai began to explain. "Kneel," Jin Bing commanded sharply. Lin Hai knelt before the medicine cabinet with a thud. Jin Bing picked up the ruler and struck his palm 3 times with force. "The first strike is for your reckless use of force. A healer must be compassionate. Shedding blood is a grave taboo. The second strike is for your lack of discretion. Those men had firearms. What if you had been harmed? The third strike." Jin Bing's hand paused midair, ultimately letting out a sigh as he lowered the ruler. "The third strike is forgiven. Your intentions were to protect me, which is commendable, but your approach was misguided." Lin Hai's eyes welled with emotion. "Master, those men are not ordinary patients. They are gang members. I know who Jin Bing is." Jin Bing helped him to his feet. "But remember, no matter the situation, force should always be the last resort, especially for us healers." Lin Hai bowed his head in acknowledgement, yet internally, he understood that matters would not conclude so simply. Clearly, Jin Bing would not relinquish his pursuit after a single refusal. Chapter 11. Jin Bing's personal arrival. As Lin Hai had anticipated, the following afternoon, shortly after arriving at the clinic, a long Lincoln silently came to a halt in front of the establishment. Only 3 individuals arrived this time, 2 bodyguards and the imposing figure of a man in the center. Wilson Fisk, also known as Kingpin, donned a bespoke white suit and leaned upon an ivory cane. It was evident that Kingpin had researched their clinic thoroughly, as he was well aware of the precise moment when Jin Bing and Lin Hai would both be present. After disembarking from his vehicle, he approached the clinic's entrance. As he pushed the door open, Lin Hai beheld this notorious Marvel antagonist for the first time, the nemesis of Spider-Man, the formidable Kingpin. His imposing stature made Lin Hai truly comprehend how apt the metaphor of being like a wall was. "Dr. Chun," Kingpin's voice was unexpectedly gentle. "Please allow me to apologize for the rudeness of my subordinates yesterday." Jin Bing nodded, maintaining his composure. "Mr. Fisk, to what do we owe the honor of your visit?" Kingpin surveyed the clinic, his gaze lingering on Lin Hai for a moment before settling on a set of acupuncture charts. "My wife has been suffering from frequent migraines, and despite consulting numerous physicians, none have been able to alleviate her condition. I've heard that your acupuncture is remarkably effective." Lin Hai warily observed this legendary mob boss. Kingpin exhibited an air of elegance and propriety, far removed from the image of a brute he had envisioned. In truth, Lin Hai found himself in a misunderstanding. The underground emperor, the suited thug, the man who had committed countless misdeeds in Lin Hai's mind was not the Kingpin before him. The man who had transformed into a cold-blooded, paranoid, and violent figure after the tragic loss of his wife and son was not the same Kingpin he encountered today, creating a significant contrast that left Lin Hai astonished. "Healing the sick is my duty," Jin Bing stated. "Please elaborate on your wife's symptoms." He gestured for Kingpin to take a seat. The ensuing conversation unfolded with surprising normalcy. Kingpin detailed his wife's condition, while Dr. Chun meticulously inquired about the specifics, prescribing medication and even demonstrating several acupressure techniques. Throughout the entire exchange, Kingpin merely presented himself as a concerned husband, devoid of any gang-related demeanor. Before departing, Kingpin suddenly remarked. I find this young man quite intriguing. He turned his attention to Lin Hai, his words laced with significance. Yesterday, you incapacitated 5 of my finest bodyguards, rendering them akin to mere employees of any security firm. Such prowess is not typically possessed by an ordinary individual, especially one who is merely a high school student. Lin Hai tensed, his muscles coiled, and prepared for any potential assault. Yet Kingpin merely smiled. Relax, young man, relax. I am here seeking medical assistance, not vengeance. He retrieved a business card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. I appreciate talented individuals, particularly gifted youth. Should you ever wish to explore a different work environment, perhaps you might consider contacting the number on that card. Lin Hai is my apprentice and heir. He will not want for opportunities, Chen Bing asserted, locking eyes with Kingpin, his tone resolute. Jean nodded, seemingly unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this response. Of course. Of course. However, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Hai. Those capable of remedying the poison of the devil's breath would be highly esteemed in this city. That particular drug had recently harmed numerous youths. Jin's voice bore a tinge of anger, intermingled with sorrow. Lin Hai suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that you oppose this drug? I, Wilson Fisk, have many shortcomings. Jean adjusted his tie, his expression sincere. But selling drugs to children is certainly not among them. Those Mexicans have breached the code. His tone was calm, yet it sent a chill down Lin Hai's spine. Thus, Lin Hai harbored a somewhat distorted perception of Jean. At this juncture, Jean demonstrated a moral compass that set him apart from other gang leaders. After Jean departed, Lin Hai let out a long sigh. Chen Bing, deep in thought, stroked his chin. Strange, today he truly resembles an ordinary patient seeking treatment. Master, I believe he is more than that, Lin Hai replied softly. He harbors doubts about my capabilities. Since the master had already discerned the anomalies within Jean, there was no need for further concealment. Jin's demeanor towards Lin Hai starkly contrasted that of a gang leader admiring a top enforcer. It was imbued with curiosity and a sense of testing. Chen Bing nodded. In that case, prepare a gift. Isn't his wife experiencing some health issues? This could be a strategic angle, as it appears Mr. Jean is quite family-oriented. Winning favor with his wife could afford you greater leeway when dealing with him. Lin Hai's eyes brightened. I could prepare a special pot of lemon balm. Not only does it purify the air, but it also releases calming properties to alleviate headaches. And its fragrance is quite appealing to women. Ordinary will suffice. Chen Bing interjected sternly. Remember the lesson. Do not readily display your unique abilities. Yet, on this matter, Lin Hai held a differing viewpoint, grounded in his own convictions. Unlike Chen Bing, he understood the kind of person Jean would become. Since the current Jean did not align with his previous impression, it implied that some upheaval had transformed Jean into a cold, violent underground emperor. Coupled with today's portrayal of Jean as a devoted husband seeking medical assistance for his wife, Lin Hai was nearing a conclusion. Jean's drastic change in temperament must stem from familial troubles. Thus, he pondered whether he could alter this course, preserving Jin's current persona, ensuring he remained a principled and humane gang leader. Such an outcome would not only benefit the entirety of New York City, but would also serve Lin Hai's interests immensely. On the weekend of that week, Lin Hai, after completing his morning tasks and work at the clinic, personally selected a vibrant pot of special lemon balm and delivered it to the Fisk Tower. Perhaps Jean Bing anticipated his arrival, for Lin Hai was not obstructed by the building's security. Upon his ascent, Jean Bing personally welcomed him, and the two engaged in a brief conversation in the top-floor office. Young man, you are Lin Hai? May I call you Xiaolin? Jean Bing remarked while caressing the glossy leaves of the plant. He looked at Lin Hai and said, New York is a complex city. Individuals like you require friends to simplify life. Lin Hai silently scoffed, relieved that his surname was not Wang, and therefore he was not Xiao Wang. He maintained a composed gaze into Jean Bing's eyes and replied, Mr. Fisk, I am merely a medical student. My friends consist of patients, classmates, and teachers. Jean Bing burst into laughter, the sound reverberating through the glass windows. Excellent, excellent. What a splendid response. For reasons unknown, his spirits were notably high. He then pressed a button on the communicator on his desk and instructed, bring that document over. Before long, as Lin Hai exited the building, he found himself in possession of an honorary appointment as a medical consultant for the Fisk Group, along with a substantial check, which Jean Bing referred to as an advance consultation fee. More importantly, he received Jean Bing's assurance that the clinic and his mentor's safety would be given special attention. Upon returning to the clinic, Dr. Chin listened to Lin Hai's report and shook his head with a smile. This Jean Bing certainly understands the art of persuasion. Master, is it appropriate for us to accept such gifts? Lin Hai felt somewhat uneasy. Although he was a modestly affluent second-generation heir, receiving such a large sum of money was a first for him. "Let the funds be donated to the community's drug rehabilitation program," Dr. Chin said calmly, scribbling on a prescription pad without lifting his gaze. "Keep the appointment letter as a talisman." He then gave Lin Hai a meaningful glance. "That pot of lemon balm. I presume it is of the ordinary variety?" Lin Hai, feeling guilty, chuckled nervously and refrained from disclosing the truth. That evening, while tending to the herbs in the clinic's backyard, Lin Hai's phone vibrated. It was a message from Peter. "I heard you met Jean Bing today. I went to the clinic to find you, but Dr. Chen said you were at Fisk Tower. Are you missing any limbs? See you at school on Monday. I want to hear the whole story. Also, Aunt May asked if she could have more of that calming tea." Lin Hai replied with a smile. "Still alive. So you can keep hoping for my well-being. I'll bring the tea tomorrow. Don't tell anyone about Jean Bing." Peter responded with a playful emoji, gesture of zipping lips. Lin Hai silenced his phone and gazed up at the night sky over New York, its stars obscured by the city lights. In this intricate metropolis, he was weaving a delicate web of connections, one thread leading to future heroes like Spider-Man Peter Parker, and another to future underground sovereigns like Jean Bing. His task is to maintain equilibrium within this web while remaining true to his core principles. Chapter 12. The anomalies brought by the blood moon in the ensuing days. Life continued without incident. Lin Hai attended school during the day and assisted his master at the clinic and herbal shop in the evenings. 3 weeks later, Harry brought forth promising news. The Osborne Group had approved the application of this future heir, permitting Lin Hai to collaborate with Harry on research concerning the previously mentioned special plant, albeit with the stipulation that they must work together, never alone, in Osborne's laboratory. In essence, the Osborne Group harbored reservations regarding Lin Hai's capabilities, allowing him to engage in this endeavor merely as a favor to Harry, and even so, Harry's presence was essential to avert any potential mishaps in the laboratory. Lin Hai comprehended their stance. It was only natural for a prominent New York enterprise like the Osborne Group to regard him with skepticism, as he was no revered figure to elicit immediate deference. Hence, Lin Hai and Harry arranged to visit the Osborne Group over the upcoming weekend. Soon enough, Saturday arrived. Lin Hai first tended to his responsibilities at the clinic and herbal shop, explaining his situation to his master before setting off for the Osborne building. Having grown quite familiar with each other, Lin Hai and Harry dispensed with unnecessary formalities as Harry guided Lin Hai to the small private laboratory of Osborne Enterprises. Following Harry's introduction, Lin Hai learned that this space essentially served as Harry's personal laboratory, while the larger laboratory of Osborne Enterprises functioned as the workspace for their entire team of researchers. This modest laboratory had been established during the early development of the Osborne Group, but due to its limited space and inadequate equipment, it had long been abandoned, receiving only occasional maintenance. It was only after Harry returned to New York from his boarding school in Switzerland that his father, Norman Osborne, gifted him this small laboratory to engage in small experiments at his leisure. Harry opened the laboratory's coded door and invited Lin Hai inside, where Lin Hai immediately spotted the striking red flower, reminiscent of a blood orchid, known as the blood moon. He hastened to the experimental table, peering through a specially designed glass cover at the alluring crimson bloom. During their first encounter, this flower had evoked a sensation of craving within him, and through contact with its leaves, it had infused him with a thread of energy. Now, he had received formal permission from the Osborne Group to delve deeper into this research. "I still do not understand why, with the scientific prowess of Osborne Enterprises, they have been unable to decipher the composition of this plant for 3 years," Lin Hai remarked to Harry, who stood beside him. Harry adjusted his goggles, his hair shimmering with a metallic sheen under the laboratory's blue light. "In truth, we have deciphered the enigma. We have extracted over 40 compounds from this unique plant, 12 of which have never been documented in the annals of science. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the active ingredients decompose into ordinary proteins within 5 seconds of leaving the living plant, rendering them ineffectual for our purposes. As you might say in your esteemed culture, it is akin to a chicken rib, flavorless yet regrettable to discard." He gestured towards a series of pulsating molecular structures displayed on the screen. Lin Hai pondered this, noting its resemblance to the blood orchid, which also cannot be preserved for long. If not utilized swiftly, its longevity-promoting compounds dissipate completely. Could it be that such a life-imbued plant shares this fate? "Where did your father discover it?" Lin Hai inquired, his curiosity piqued, knowing the plant's habitat might unveil further revelations. Harry's expression conveyed a mix of indifference and resignation. "In a deep forest of Missouri. The precise coordinates are a commercial secret. I inquired with my father, but he did not divulge the information." As he spoke, he handed Lin Hai a pair of gloves. "Put these on." You only touched its leaves last time, which is inconsequential, but if you come into contact with its pollen, your heart will cease to beat within 5 minutes. Lin Hai accepted the gloves, but hesitated to wear them. Even through the glass, he sensed the vibrant energy emanating from the plant, akin to a bound flame, intense and untamed. It starkly contrasted with the gentle, spring-like life energy within him. Yet they possessed a strangely magnetic allure. I wish to make direct contact with it, Lin Hai suddenly declared. Harry furrowed his brow. Are you out of your mind? You might very well perish. Yet Lin Hai remained resolute. I shall exercise caution. If the pollen is indeed toxic, it poses little concern. I can simply touch the petals. Some characteristics of plants require a unique approach for proper assessment. After a moment's hesitation, Harry sighed. 5 minutes. If you feel any discomfort, cease immediately. As he approached the control panel, he continued, I will initiate the emergency detoxification protocol, and should you exhibit any abnormalities, I will pull you away. The glass cover slowly ascended, and Lin Hai took a deep breath, gradually positioning his palm 10 centimeters above the flower. The energy waves emanating from the red moon intertwined with the yearning radiating from within him, causing a delightful tumult in his perception. The instant of contact unleashed a torrent of searing energy surging up his arm. Lin Hai clenched his teeth, experiencing a fierce collision between this power and the gentle life energy, along with the formless energy residing in his dantian. Unlike the previous slender thread, this energy resembled a deluge, sweeping through his arm to his dantian and ultimately reaching every meridian in his body. Lin, your hand, Harry exclaimed in alarm. Lin Hai lowered his gaze and beheld the emergence of spiderweb-like red patterns beneath the skin of his right hand, rapidly spreading toward his elbow with alarming velocity. A searing pain pierced through him, akin to countless red-hot needles penetrating his very marrow. Yet, his fingers remained ensnared, as if glued to a blossom. Hold on. The antidote is on its way. Harry, suspecting Lin Hai was poisoned, immediately pressed the emergency button, triggering a shrill alarm throughout the laboratory. Lin Hai could no longer discern Harry's voice. His consciousness was drawn into a peculiar realm where an endless sea of flowers swayed in the breeze, each blossom pulsating with life and exuding an ancient, primal energy. At the heart of this floral expanse stood a colossal bud, regal in its stature, its roots delving deep into the earth as if linking to some grander, more ancient entity. Lin. Harry's voice yanked him back to reality. 2 researchers clad in protective suits were attempting to pull him away, but the red moon flower clung to his palm as if animated by a will of its own. Everyone stepped back. Lin Hai's voice emerged, strained and barely audible. He closed his eyes, channeling the energy within him, no longer resisting but rather guiding the turbulent life force through the meridians, traversing the formless energy cultivated during his daily Tai Chi practice. The spread of the red patterns began to decelerate, intertwining with the innate green energy within him, forming a harmonious equilibrium. 5 minutes later, the adhesive grip abruptly vanished, causing Lin Hai to stagger backward, whereupon Harry steadied him. The red moon flower appeared unchanged, yet he sensed a profound transformation. The energy of the plant had shifted into his own being. Are you all right? The medical team is just outside, Harry inquired with concern. Lin Hai waved a hand dismissively, casting his gaze upon his right arm, where the red patterns were receding, though a faint luminescence pulsed beneath the surface. He felt an unprecedented sense of fullness and strength, as if every cell in his body had been infused with renewed vitality. Incredible. It contains not merely toxins. Rather, it is brimming with pure life energy, exponentially greater than that of ordinary plants, Lin Hai murmured. Harry, beckoning others to exit the laboratory, lowered his voice and asked, Is this your special technique? Absorbing plant energy? Given the display before him, Harry was not surprised to discern certain truths. Acknowledging this, Lin Hai felt no need for secrecy. Both Peter and his master were already aware, and more would learn in the future. Thus, he nodded, You've guessed part of it. Let's discuss this further with Peter later. For now, our immediate concern is. Lin Hai turned his gaze to the red moon flower. This plant should not exist within the evolutionary framework of nature. Under normal circumstances, flora on Earth would never evolve in such a manner. Harry's expression grew complex. My father has mentioned similar sentiments. He hesitated for a moment and said, Lin, if you truly can decipher this plant, perhaps you could assist my father immensely. Lin Hai keenly noticed the shadow that passed through Harry's eyes when he mentioned father. Norman Osborn, the infamous Marvel antagonist known as the Green Goblin, was the brilliant scientist driven mad by his own enhanced serum. Although he was merely at the helm of Oscorp for now, the seeds of tragedy had already been sown. It was not solely the serum that would transform Norman Osborn into the Green Goblin, but also the hereditary affliction lurking within the Osborn lineage. I require more samples, homogeneous plants, environmental data, and all pertinent information, Lin Hai stated. Harry nodded. Starting tomorrow, you will have secondary access to my private lab. However, today he pointed at Lin Hai's right arm. Would you not prefer to visit the medical department for a comprehensive checkup? I have no desire to explain to Peter why his friend is missing an arm tomorrow. Lin Hai chuckled. Do not forget, my master is a doctor. I shall return to him shortly for an examination. While he did not mind familiar friends knowing his circumstances, undergoing a full-body checkup at Oscorp would be akin to making his medical information public. Simultaneously, Lin Hai remained cautious. The enhancement brought forth by this Crimson Moon plant was substantial, yet the energy it exuded unnerved him. Subsequently, after a brief respite with Harry's company, Lin Hai departed from Oscorp Tower and returned to the clinic. Master, Lin Hai called out as he entered. Chen Bing, seated at his desk, cast a glance at the rather animated Lin Hai and remarked, What? Did a trip to Oscorp turn you into a monkey? Haha, my apologies, my apologies. I was eager to return to consult you. Lin Hai scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. The events of the day had indeed stirred his emotions, and at 16, he was still unable to conceal his feelings. Speak, what is it? Lin Hai adopted a serious demeanor and briefly explained to Chen Bing. I need you to check my body. There was a minor incident at the Oscorp lab, but it's nothing serious. I just want to confirm that my physical condition is normal. Quick, lie down. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Hurry. Chen Bing's voice carried a hint of urgency. Lin Hai was his eldest disciple, and after spending so much time together, Chen Bing regarded him as family. Although Lin Hai insisted there was nothing to worry about, it was well known that a mother's concern could reveal a chill, and a grandmother's intuition could sense hunger. Chen Bing too felt that Lin Hai had underlying issues. Chen Bing employed his extensive knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, utilizing the techniques of observation, listening, inquiry, pulse diagnosis, bone examination, and acupuncture, among others. After confirming that Lin Hai's health was indeed sound, he gave him a firm pat on the back, stating, Get up. You are perfectly fine. Your body is even more robust than before. It is prudent to keep your distance from sources of danger. A gentleman does not stand beneath a wall. The wise protect themselves. That is the true path. Lin Hai grimaced while rubbing his back and replied, All right, master, rest assured. I will certainly steer clear of those perilous matters from now on. Chapter 13. New Abilities and the First Encounter with Norman Osborn on a Sunday morning. Due to Harry having granted Lin Hai access to certain privileges, he found himself alone in the laboratory conducting an experiment. On the workbench were 6 pots of plants, 2 pots of pothos, 2 pots of cacti, and 2 pots of Persian daisies. The selection of these 3 species was deliberate. Pothos is renowned for its ability to purify indoor air and absorb harmful substances, requiring minimal light and soil conditions, making it a popular indoor plant. Cacti have evolved to reduce moisture loss through spiny leaves and store substantial water in their stems, allowing them to survive in arid desert conditions for months without rain. They epitomize resilience in adversity. Persian daisies exhibit remarkable adaptability, flourishing in mountainous regions, plains, and barren soils, with high seed germination rates and prolific reproductive capabilities, often forming expansive fields of flowers. Now, let me test my new abilities. Lin Hai took a deep breath and began his experiment with the pothos. Since absorbing the energy from the red moon the previous day, he realized that he could not only perceive plants, but also actively modify their characteristics. It was akin to a game designer programming code. He could input specific instructions into the plants through energy. Thus, he arrived at the laboratory early that morning to validate his hypothesis. Under his guidance, the first pothos saw its leaf edges gradually sharpen, and the fiber density of its stem tripled, resembling the swift blade of a leaf. The second pothos's vines grew sturdier, their grip around Lin Hai's hand tightening correspondingly. The grass-type skills of leaf blade and vine whip from Pokemon, Lin Hai murmured to himself, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation regarding this transformative ability, which far surpassed his previous simple enhancements of growth and vitality. Next, he turned his attention to the 2 cacti. The first cactus, under his influence, became rounder yet more resilient, with its spines becoming finer, some even nearly invisible. The second cactus, while also growing tougher, did not change in size. The most significant transformation occurred in its spines, where some became larger and sharper, while others gradually vanished, seemingly to create more space. The walnut feature from Plants vs. Zombies and the properties of cacti, Lin Hai murmured once more. The various transformations exhibited by these plants unequivocally validate his hypothesis, namely, that he can guide them to alter their intrinsic characteristics by infusing them with life energy. Just as Lin Hai was about to continue his experiments on 2 Persian daisies, he was abruptly struck by a wave of dizziness. Staggering, he grasped the workbench for support, his vision darkening. The toll of overexerting his newfound abilities came upon him swifter than anticipated, as his body had yet to fully acclimatize to the intense energy expenditure required for plant modification. Meanwhile, Harry stood at the laboratory door, and upon seeing Lin Hai's unsteady state, rushed over with concern. "Lin, are you all right? Are you poisoned? Do you need me to call a doctor?" Harry's anxiety was palpable, revealing his genuine worry. Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. I'm just a bit fatigued. I've overused my abilities. I just need a moment to rest." "That's a relief. If anything goes awry, please inform me immediately, and I'll summon the medical team," Harry replied, visibly relieved to see Lin Hai coherent and responsive. "Oh, by the way, I've invited Peter to assist us. Since we want to be handling those hazardous plants today, I thought it prudent to have him help, given his scientific acumen surpasses ours." Lin Hai nodded in acknowledgement, agreeing with Harry's assessment of Peter's intellect, which was indeed a fact, even considering the enhancements to his own mind. While sipping water, Lin Hai assessed his physical condition. Though weakened, he sensed that his internal energy was gradually rebalancing. Intriguingly, when he turned his gaze toward the potted ornamental plant in the corner of the medical room, he not only perceived its state, but also discerned the pathways of energy flowing within it when he concentrated. After a short while, as Lin Hai rested with his eyes closed and Harry examined the plants that Lin Hai had recently altered, Peter knocked on the glass door of their laboratory. After expressing his gratitude to the staff member who had escorted him, he was welcomed inside by Harry, who went to open the door. "Wow, Harry, this laboratory is incredible. Truly the Osborne Group. My goodness, look at this state-of-the-art analyzer. Oh, and this, the latest ultra-high magnification microscope. What is that? A new species of cactus?" At that moment, Peter, still a struggling young man, was seeing such advanced facilities for the first time, and his excitement had unleashed his loquaciousness. Harry paused mid-sentence, glancing at Lin Hai, uncertain whether to disclose Lin Hai's abilities to Peter. Lin Hai nodded subtly, indicating it was all right. However, Peter could no longer contain himself. "Is it Lin's doing? I knew his abilities were not so simple. How did he accomplish this? Previously, he couldn't alter the traits of plants." Harry exchanged a glance with Lin Hai, pondering whether bringing Peter here was indeed a mistake. "Why do I say again? Peter, could you do me a favor?" Lin Hai suddenly interjected. "What? Give me your hand," Lin Hai requested. Peter hesitated momentarily before extending his right hand. Lin Hai grasped it, attempting to transmit a gentle surge of life energy. "Thank you." Peter abruptly withdrew his hand. Was that static electricity? No, it felt more like a warm current. Why choose Peter instead of Harry? The answer was simple. Peter, at this moment, was a frail bookworm lacking physical activity, so any reaction would be more pronounced than it would be with Harry. Lin Hai reclined in his chair, satisfied. Another facet of his newfound ability had been validated. He could indeed channel life energy into another's body. Although the extent of this capability remained uncertain, the potential for healing others with life energy was undeniably present. If this were to be realized, many of Lin Hai's subsequent ideas could be executed more effectively. As the saying goes, a warrior who does not aspire to be a caretaker is not a good controller. Mastery of diverse skills is never burdensome. "Lin?" Peter interrupted his musings. "What are you smiling about?" "Nothing," Lin Hai replied, masking his smile. "I was merely contemplating how science can sometimes be indistinguishable from magic." Peter nodded in agreement. "Like your special botany? I saw the plants you modified. It's simply astonishing." At that moment, the door swung open, and a figure clad in a tailored suit entered. Upon recognizing the man's features, Lin Hai's breath caught in his throat. It was Norman Osborn. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the presence of such antagonistic figures following the incident with Kingpin, encountering a living embodiment of the Green Goblin, scrutinizing him with piercing eyes still caused his heart to skip a beat. "Lin Hai, is it? Our plant expert," Norman spoke, his tone gentler than Lin Hai had anticipated. Imbued with the authority that comes from years of holding power, Lin Hai was not taken aback. Harry informing Norman Osborn of his abilities was part of his plan. Understanding the narrative, he knew that Norman Osborn was not inherently malevolent. Rather, the genetic afflictions of the Osborn family combined with the effects of an enhancement serum had transformed him into the fearsome Green Goblin. In the Marvel Universe, following the development of the Super Soldier Serum, it seemed that all enhancement serums bore a similar metaphysical principle. The good became better, while the bad became worse. Steve Rogers, after receiving the serum, evolved from a kind-hearted young man into Captain America, embodying near-saintly virtues. John Schmidt transformed into Captain America's arch-nemesis, the Red Skull, post-serum enhancement. And Norman Osborn, under the looming threat of genetic illness, became Spider-Man's adversary, the Green Goblin, after using the enhancement drugs developed by Oscorp. Thus, Lin Hai sought to approach Norman Osborn in a more direct manner. Even if he could not completely cure the head of the Osborn group, he hoped to prevent this unfortunate father from transforming into the fearsome Green Goblin. Norman approached the trio, retrieving a compact projector from his pocket, casting a series of charts upon the wall. "This is the analysis we have conducted over the past 2 days," Norman stated. "Although the special compounds within the Red Moon remain unchanged, the active substances have dissipated, all within a span of 48 hours. His gaze intensified, almost feverish. "Even shorter than anticipated. Mr. Osborn," Lin Hai carefully selected his words, "the Red Moon is perilous. My body can withstand it due to my inherently unique constitution. However, for an ordinary individual to directly ingest such active substances, the outcome would likely be dire." "Oh, indeed," Norman waved his hand dismissively, evidently not absorbing the gravity of the situation. "But imagine, if we could safely apply this active substance in the medical field, ailments such as cancer, aging, and organ failure would no longer pose a threat." Peter listened intently, his eyes gleaming, entirely oblivious to Lin Hai's increasingly serious demeanor. Only Harry seemed to sense the unease. Casting a worried glance at his father. "Father, Lin still needs to rest," Harry gently reminded. Norman, as if awakening from a reverie, replied, Oh, of course, young man. Whenever you have time, we have much to discuss." He cast a glance at Lin Hai before departing the laboratory. Silence enveloped the room for several minutes. Eventually, Peter could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "So, this is a good thing, right? Mr. Osborn seems to hold you in high regard." Lin Hai gazed out the window. The energy from the Red Moon had indeed enhanced his abilities, yet the cost far exceeded expectations. It was difficult to ascertain what might transpire should an ordinary person introduce such volatile life energy into their being. But one thing was certain, the outcome would not be favorable. "Peter, if you have the power to save one individual, but it may endanger many others, or if you choose to forego saving that one person but indirectly save numerous lives, how would you decide?" Lin Hai posed the question to Peter. Peter was momentarily taken aback by this classic moral dilemma. Well, it depends on the circumstances. If possible, of course, I would save them both." "Why do you ask?" Lin Hai responded, "It's nothing. It merely crossed my mind, a fleeting thought. No need to dwell on it." "To save them both," Peter mused. "Indeed, if it were achievable, that would be the perfect option. But could reality ever be so flawless?" Lin Hai closed his eyes, feeling the new energy coursing through him. He extended his hand. A wisp of green luminescence swirling within his palm. Was it truly possible to save them all? This ambition did not seem entirely unattainable. Yet before he could aspire to such a feat, he must fully comprehend this power and elevate it to a level capable of achieving that very goal. In the ensuing fortnight, Lin Hai, while assimilating the energy emanating from the Red Moon, absorbed the research data regarding this batch of plants from Osborn Enterprises like a sponge. Each day after school, he would rendezvous with Harry and Peter in a secluded corner of the library, where the trio would engage in extensive discussions after perusing the materials Harry had brought. Chapter 14. Defensive Techniques and Gwen's Invitation. By mid-November, the weather in New York had turned decidedly chilly, and the rain added an extra bite to the atmosphere. On Saturday, within the confines of Osborn Tower, in Harry's personal laboratory, the electronic clock indicated it was 2 in the afternoon. Lin Hai rubbed his weary eyes and swept the 12th batch of failed experimental seeds into the waste bin, most of the byproducts of the experiments being incinerated directly. These modified pothose seeds, which should have sprouted into razor-sharp foliage, either remained inert or grew uncontrollably into a mass of non-threatening vines. Another failure? Harry Osborn raised his head from the holographic projector, his blonde hair tousled as if buffeted by a tempest. Before him hovered a rotating molecular model, with several red markers pulsating ominously. Lin Hai sighed, picking up a seed. The level of energy infusion is difficult to regulate. Either it is excessive, causing rampant growth, or insufficient, failing to activate. The laboratory door slid open, and Peter Parker burst in, cradling 3 cups of coffee and a large bag of snacks. His glass is speckled with raindrops. The rain in New York just comes out of nowhere. He glanced at the disarray on the table. Still no luck? Scientific exploration is often a matter of 99 failures for a single success. Lin Hai accepted the coffee, the perfectly heated latte easing his tense nerves slightly. Though he wasn't particularly fond of it, anything that invigorates is invariably useful. Over the past few weeks, This remarkable scientific triad had spent nearly every weekend immersed in the laboratory, where Harry's resources, Peter's scientific intuition, and Lin Hai's unique abilities had produced unexpectedly wondrous results. Peter leaned closer to the microscope. Why must we use seeds? Wouldn't it be more convenient to control fully grown plants as you did before? Indeed, Lin Hai could directly modify established plants, guiding their evolution in the desired direction, akin to altering a program. However, working with seeds presented complications. The transformation from seed to mature plant involved changes that were challenging to direct through external means. This process was not merely about modifying a program, but also about anticipating the final outcome after the modifications. Portability and discretion were paramount. Lin Hai retrieved a small cloth bag from his backpack and poured out a dozen ordinary plant seeds. I can't carry potted plants wherever I go. In an emergency, you can't expect me to pull an assortment of potted plants from my pocket. I'm not Doryman. He recalled the earlier incident at the clinic, where he had clashed with Jean and his subordinates. Immediate means of defense or offense are required, and although the plants can be directed to undergo transformations, their strength falls short of enabling direct attacks or defenses. Lin Hai felt somewhat helpless, realizing that nothing seemed feasible. Suddenly, Peter snapped his fingers. Wait a moment. Are we perhaps misdirecting our efforts? He retrieved a set of data. Your previous successful cases involved the modification of living plants. Seeds are dormant and require awakening before modification, which entails substantial energy consumption, making it difficult to control. Lin Hai and Harry widened their eyes in unison. A direct approach. Peter continued. We can implant growth instructions during the seed's dormant phase. It resembles a biological chip with a preset program. Lin Hai pondered, feeling a slight surge of energy within him as his thoughts crystallized. He picked up a green pothose seed once more, closed his eyes, and instead of forcibly injecting energy as before, he concentrated his intent on the life structure deep within the seed. This time, he aimed to add several growth instructions while preserving the fundamental structure. The seed emitted a faint green glow in his palm, with nearly invisible patterns appearing on its surface. This sensation was different. Lin Hai opened his eyes and input pure life energy to stimulate growth. Under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes, the seed rapidly sprouted. But instead of ordinary leaves, what emerged had edges sharp as a blade, glinting with a hint of metallic sheen under the light. Peter gently touched the leaf with tweezers, only to be instantly marked by a cut. Wow, its sharpness rivals that of a scalpel, he exclaimed, shaking his finger in excitement. Harry quickly pulled up the scanning results. The cell wall structure has undergone changes. This is astonishing. It defies the fundamental principles of plant cell biology. Not a defiance, but rather an expansion. It's akin to incorporating a new code into the existing genetic sequence, instructing it to reinforce the leaf edges during growth, Lin Hai clarified. Subsequently creating 5 more seeds with identical properties, all successful this time. However, it must be noted that without Lin Hai's energy to stimulate it, the seed would not transform into a blade-like leaf. This was an unexpected delight, for even if someone else obtained the modified seed, they would be unable to cultivate or stimulate it. Suddenly, Peter leapt up. This is akin to the flying daggers of Xia's martial arts. Can you make the leaves launch? Not yet. I can only throw them by hand for now, Lin Hai replied with a smile, but perhaps it may be possible in the future. Just then, his phone vibrated, displaying the name Gwen Stacy on the screen. She's reaching out at 2:30 on a Saturday afternoon? Harry raised an eyebrow. Lin Hai opened the message. Can we discuss the plant energy meridians before Monday's biology class? I've done some research. Gwen seems quite invested in you, Harry remarked. Peter was making faces beside him, while the coveted academic flower, Gwen Stacy, whom every boy in the school admired, sent weekend text messages. Lin Hai maintained a calm demeanor, tucking his phone back into his pocket. It was merely an academic exchange. Those with impure thoughts should contemplate in solitude. It was a previous serendipitous conversation with Gwen that allowed him to break through the bottleneck of energy control. That day in the library, her incisive inquiries regarding the concepts of traditional Chinese medicine and meridians compelled him to reinterpret his abilities through the lens of modern biology. The sparks generated from this collision of Eastern and Western thought proved more valuable than any laboratory apparatus. On Monday, prior to biology class, Lin Hai arrived at the classroom half an hour early, discovering Gwen already at the whiteboard, filled with equations. Lin, you're here. Gwen turned, her golden ponytail swaying gracefully. I've reorganized your energy flow model. She gestured towards a series of equations. If plant energy truly follows a fixed conduction path, as you assert, then according to, Lin Hai was astounded by the meticulous mathematical expressions on the board. The energy flow he had only vaguely perceived transformed into precise physical models under Gwen's pen. Here, he pointed to a specific part of the equation. The actual conduction speed is approximately 3 times faster than the theoretical value, because energy does not merely diffuse passively, it is actively guided. Gwen's eyes sparkled with realization. Quantum tunneling effect. I knew the traditional model couldn't explain this. She suddenly leaned closer, a faint citrus fragrance enveloping Lin Hai. Have you ever considered publishing these theories? They could revolutionize the entire field of botany. Lin Hai took a step back. These theories aren't sufficiently mature. Most are merely my feelings or conjectures. To publish, I would need more empirical data. He found it difficult to articulate that these theories stemmed from his unique abilities rather than conventional experimental findings. Gwen regarded him thoughtfully. You always do this, making astonishing intuitive discoveries, yet avoiding systematic theoretical construction. Ancient scholars in China seem to follow a similar pattern, rarely articulating theories in systematic language. She paused momentarily. How about co-presenting at next week's scientific seminar? The theme is plant energetics from a cross-cultural perspective. Lin Hai opened his mouth to refuse. Yet the intensity of Gwen's gaze swayed his decision. Collaborating with her meant increased exposure and risk. But it could also serve as a pathway to data validate the theories arising from his abilities. All right, he replied succinctly, simultaneously retrieving a small glass vial from his bag, within which glimmered a few luminous seeds. This is for you. Placing them on your desk will purify the air and enhance focus. Gwen accepted the vial, the seeds faintly glowing in her palm. Are they breathing? All plants breathe. It's just that these are more noticeable, Lin Hai smiled. During biology class, he absent-mindedly took notes, his thoughts drifting towards the development of combat plants. The swift strike of the flying blade has begun to yield results. Yet methods for defense and control remain in the exploratory phase. He seeks a plant capable of forming a barrier as rapidly as the walnut wall in Plants vs. Zombies. Lin Hai, please respond to this question. The teacher's voice jolted him back to reality. The entire class turned to gaze at him. Lin Hai stood up in a daze. But fortunately, Peter quietly prompted him from behind, the distinction between the light reactions and dark reactions of photosynthesis. His fluent response elicited a nod of satisfaction from the teacher. Yet Lin Hai noticed Gwen's inquisitive gaze. After class, Gwen intercepted him. What research have you been engaged in lately? You seemed distracted during biology class. Just some. Special plant cultivation. The seeds I sent you last time were part of that, Lin Hai replied vaguely. Suddenly lowering her voice, Gwen remarked. Harry Osborne applied last week for 5 kilograms of high-purity nitrogen-phosphorus-potassium compound fertilizer and radioactive isotopically labeled carbon dioxide, and the name on the application is yours. Her striking blue eyes bore into Lin Hai's. Don't worry, I'm applying to be an intern under Professor Connors at Oscorp. I can apply for corporate internships in my junior year, and as the top student in my grade, it's not surprising that I have a bit of privilege. I stumbled upon this information while submitting my documents to the logistics department. However, that is not the main point. I'm quite curious about what kind of high school research project necessitates such resources. Lin Hai's heartbeat quickened. Gwen was more perceptive than he had anticipated. The Oscorp collaborative project focuses on plant adaptability in extreme environments. He opted to share part of the truth. Interesting. Are you free this Saturday? I have a small home laboratory. While the equipment may not rival Oscorp's, it is certainly more advanced than what we have at school. Gwen did not pursue the matter further, yet her eyes conveyed that this was not over. This marked the second invitation. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Hai nodded. Gwen's father was the chief of the New York Police Department, a fact that made him somewhat wary. But the allure of conducting scientific research with a top student was irresistibly compelling. Chapter 15. Combat Plants and Healing Methods on Saturday morning. As Lin Hai stood before Stacy's house, he meticulously checked the seeds in his backpack alongside a lemon balm plant he had procured from the herbal shop. Identical to the one gifted to Mrs. Jean. He carried 3 seeds of the offensive type sharp leaf and 2 seeds of the defensive type ironwall fruit. Names he had designated, their meanings straightforward, and their functions evident. Neither Harry nor Peter had any objections. Come in, Gwen called as she opened the door. She wore a simple white long-sleeve shirt and jeans, appearing more casual than at school. The aroma of toasted bread wafted through the air as Gwen continued. My dad is working overtime. We can use the laboratory in the basement. The basement of Stacy's home had been transformed into a well-equipped small research station. Lin Hai observed several distinctly police-grade analytical instruments tucked away in the corner. These were outdated devices discarded by the police department, entirely lawful. Gwen noticed his gaze and remarked, "That's good." Lin Hai expressed no dissent to Gwen's words, as he held a positive impression of her father, George Stacy. a diligent police chief of New York who cherished his family, making it unlikely for such an individual to engage in any nefarious activities. He then retrieved a small sprig of lemon balm from his backpack and explained to Gwen that it bore a resemblance to mint, placed on a desk. It could purify the air and invigorate the mind. When feeling lethargic, one could crush a leaf and inhale its mildly sweet aroma, which, along with its calming effects, would aid in mental rejuvenation. "Oh, thank you. I desperately need this little plant to help me with my homework," Gwen exclaimed with a smile, joking that school assignments would hardly daunt her. The ensuing hours unfolded as the most intellectually stimulating scientific discussion Lin Hai had experienced since his arrival in this world. Gwen deconstructed his abilities into dozens of verifiable hypotheses, methodically testing each through experiments. When Lin Hai demonstrated how to grow a common acorn into a sapling within 5 minutes, Gwen's instruments recorded anomalous bioelectric fluctuations. "This defies explanation." She furrowed her brow at the data. "The energy conversion efficiency exceeds the theoretical limit of photosynthesis by 300 times. Suddenly, she looked up. "Unless you can condense all the conditions for the seed's growth into a brief period and utilize them at full capacity. Is it akin to programming?" he ventured. "More like biological printing," Gwen exclaimed, sketching diagrams in her notebook. "You directly print energy material into plant tissue, bypassing the time accumulation required by conventional growth processes." This analogy illuminated Lin Hai's understanding. It became evident that his previous failures stemmed not from a lack of energy, but from unclear programmatic instructions. "Gwen, you are a genius," he said sincerely. Gwen chuckled and shook her head. "I merely helped you clarify what you already knew." After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Lin, where does the energy material that these plants require come from?" This question struck at the heart of the matter. Lin Hai opted to divulge to Gwen. "I possess certain special abilities. What you see here is merely an external manifestation of my powers." He understood that further interactions with Gwen would necessitate her theoretical and data-driven exploration of the experiments he conducted through his abilities. Given the long time they would spend together, concealing the truth was impractical. Gwen's expression was one of surprise, tinged with understanding. She was astonished to learn that Lin Hai was indeed an extraordinary individual, which explained his capacity to conduct such experiments. "And the lemon balm you gifted me?" she inquired. "Yes, you are correct," he affirmed. She then picked up a seed of the qingfeng leaf. "What about this? Is it also a product of your abilities?" Lin Hai cradled the seed in his palm, channeling pure life energy into it. The seed rapidly sprouted, its sharp leaves unfurling like blades. "Oh my goodness." Gwen stepped back. "Is this a weapon?" "For self-defense." Lin Hai quickly clarified. "You know, the nights in New York are not always safe." Gwen's expression shifted from shock to concern. "You understand that if such a thing were to fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, rest assured, the scenario you describe will not come to pass. These seeds cannot be cultivated through ordinary means. They require a special life energy to initiate growth, which means only I can activate them," Lin Hai replied with a smile. After a long moment of contemplation, Gwen nodded. "These extraordinary creations are always captivating." She suddenly laughed. "But compared to the criminal cases my father deals with, plants that can be used for fighting seem rather charming." Following this encounter, Lin Hai's research advanced by leaps and bounds. With clearer theoretical guidance and the assistance of Gwen, Harry, and Peter, he swiftly developed 3 fundamental combat plants, including the qingfeng leaf, an improved variant of the pothose seed, which, once activated, grows sharp-edged leaves that can be wielded or thrown. With his current physical prowess and the enhancement of his internal energy, it can reach a maximum range of 20 meters, with leaves possessing a hardness close to steel, yet lighter in weight. Ironwall fruit, a transformation of the walnut seed, capable of growing a 6-centimeter thick, fibrous barrier within 30 seconds. Its cellular structure mimics that of bulletproof materials, capable of withstanding small firearm shots. Entangling vine, inspired by a hybrid of kudzu and dodder, this plant grows at an astonishing rate while maintaining commendable toughness, automatically coiling around moving targets with enough binding strength to restrain an adult male. Lin Hai carefully placed these seeds into a specially customized waste pouch, which featured several small compartments for easy access. A breakthrough in his abilities occurred one Sunday afternoon while practicing in the backyard of his master's clinic. He inadvertently scratched his arm with a thorn from a plant he had cultivated. Instinctively, he directed energy toward the wound and was astonished to discover that the bleeding slowed, and the tissue began to visibly repair itself. Having pondered whether he could use this energy for healing since his first encounter with his life energy, he had previously failed in his attempts. However, it was evident that after his initial power mutation, he had now succeeded. While the notion of resurrecting the dead remained a distant dream, treating scrapes and cuts was no longer an issue. He examined the nearly vanished scar in the mirror. Although this healing ability was still too weak to address severe injuries, it filled Lin Hai with immense hope. He recalled the numerous novels and games from his previous life, featuring the roles of nurturing fathers and mothers. Perhaps the abilities exhibited by those characters could serve as the developmental trajectory for his healing powers. The following day, after school on Monday, Lin Hai, along with Harry, Peter, and Gwen, who had recently joined their small team, convened in the school's biology laboratory, having secured a day's access to the facility. Suddenly, a cry of distress pierced the air as Peter, clutching his injured finger, drew Lin Hai's attention. Blood dripped onto the table. "Damn it! Why is the edge of this thing so sharp?" Peter exclaimed, glancing desperately at the desk in search of a roll of paper towels. Lin Hai rushed to Peter's side, firmly grasping his hand. "Don't move." His voice was low yet unmistakably authoritative. With deftness, Lin Hai pressed his thumb against the Higu acupoint on Peter's palm, releasing a soothing green energy from his dantian that flowed along the meridians to the fingertips. Harry and Gwen leaned in closer, their wide eyes fixated on the faint green glow emanating from Lin Hai's fingers. Peter gasped as the bleeding from his wound markedly slowed, the skin visibly mending at an astonishing rate. "Oh my God!" Peter's voice rose an octave. "When did you learn to do this? I mean, this is even more incredible than the last time with the seeds." Harry adjusted his slipping goggles. "The rate of cellular proliferation has increased by at least several dozen times." He exclaimed, "Hey, look here. Have you used this ability on yourself too?" Gwen suddenly grasped Lin Hai's arm, revealing the faint scars from the scratch she had received and subsequently healed the day before. Lin Hai nodded, maintaining his focus on Peter's injury. He realized that healing others was significantly more challenging than healing oneself. It required immense concentration and precise control of energy output to avoid unintended adverse reactions. 5 minutes later, only a faint pink mark remained on Peter's finger. "It doesn't hurt at all." Peter flexed his fingers, relishing the sensation. "Lin, how many more surprises do you have in store for us?" Lin Hai smiled wearily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The energy expended for this healing far exceeded his expectations, both physically and mentally. Gwen suddenly fell silent, rolling up her left sleeve to reveal a small, unsightly burn scar on the inner side of her elbow. "This is from a little accident when I was 12. Can you?" Being a girl, she was conscious of her appearance, and the scar made her hesitant to wear short sleeves. Harry and Peter regarded Lin Hai with eager, expectant eyes, hoping to witness a miracle. Lin Hai met the anticipatory gazes of his three friends. "I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee the final outcome." After a brief rest, as the green light flickered back to life at his fingertips, Peter and Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement, darting back and forth between Lin Hai and Gwen. "Dude, this is way cooler than cultivating mint," Peter exclaimed. "Every time I taste your mint, I find myself wishing to pluck out my tongue." Laughter, long absent, erupted in the laboratory as Lin Hai felt the energy coursing through Gwen's scar tissue, witnessing that twisted scar gradually unfurl. In that moment, he believed that some secrets were indeed meant to be shared with those who matter. Chapter 16. Winter break arrangements in the Trail of Taro Village in early December. A frigid Friday ushered in the winter winds, swirling fallen leaves from the roadside as New York's winter made its entrance. After school, Lin Hai stood beside the heater in the clinic's backyard, cradling a steaming cup of ginger tea, watching the flickering shadows of herbs cast by the firelight. In just 2 weeks, Midtown High would commence its winter break, and he needed to decide whether to stay in New York or return to Huaxia. "Master," Lin Hai raised his gaze towards Dr. Chun, who was meticulously sorting herbs. "The school is busy preparing for finals, and my winter break is approaching. I need to discuss something with you." Without lifting his head, Dr. Chun, holding a ginseng root, replied, "Are you feeling homesick?" Lin Hai paused, then offered a wry smile. "How do you know everything?" At 16, having been away from home for so long, it was only natural to miss it. Dr. Chun finally met his gaze, his eyes warm with understanding. Lin Hai lowered his head, sipping his tea, amidst the rising steam. He envisioned the bustling scenes of his hometown during the New Year festivities. At that moment, the wind chimes at the clinic's front door jingled. "Lin, we're here." Peter's voice burst in, carried by the cold breeze. Lin Hai turned to see Peter, Harry, and Gwen bundled in thick coats, their cheeks flushed from the chilly air, yet radiating excitement. "What brings you all here?" Lin Hai asked, intrigued, recalling that these three friends had a less than convenient route home. "We ran into each other at the school gate," Harry explained. "I needed to discuss something with you, and so did Peter, so I thought I'd join." Gwen was surveying the clinic, her first visit here. Harry smiled slightly, producing an exquisite gold-embossed envelope from his backpack. An invitation to the Osborne Group's Winter Research Project. 2 weeks, all expenses covered. Peter's eyes widened. Wait, you want to drag Lin into research? What about our special training plan for the winter break? At this point, Peter was not yet the Spider-Man swinging through New York on webs. He had developed an interest in Tai Chi after witnessing Lin Hai effortlessly handle Thompson using the technique. He believed that learning some martial arts would bolster his confidence when facing Mary Jane. Lin Hai also thought that imparting the knowledge of physical training through basic martial arts, along with self-defense techniques, would benefit Peter now and in the future, so they had arranged to train together during the break. What special training plan? Gwen eyed Peter with suspicion. I meant the winter break science experiment group. Peter quickly corrected himself, but it was obvious to all that he was floundering. Lin Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Please don't rush, as I have something to discuss with you all. He took a deep breath and looked at the three of them. I may need to return to Huaxia. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Return to Huaxia. Peter was the first to exclaim. What about our, experiment? Harry remained calm. How long has it been since you last went back? Half a year, Lin Hai replied softly. Though my parents understand my studies in America, they still hope I can return during long vacations. Gwen suddenly recalled something, her brow furrowing with curiosity. According to the academic calendar, our school starts around January 10th, and the spring festival in Huaxia falls in mid-January. Lin Hai nodded, his voice even. Indeed, I want to make it back for the new year. But I may have even less time to return in the future. As you all know, I possess certain unique abilities. As these abilities grow, I foresee more moments when I may not have control over my circumstances. So while I still have the time and opportunity, I want to spend time with my family. A somber atmosphere settled in the clinic. Peter's parents had tragically passed away when he was very young. Harry's mother had also died during his childhood. Although Gwen's parents were alive, her father, George Stacy, had faced numerous life and death situations due to his work. At that moment, Chen Bing approached, holding several bags of prepared herbal tea. Why speak of such things? Little Lin must be homesick. It's quite normal for a 16-year-old to be abroad for 6 months. Indeed, it was merely homesickness, just a brief return, nothing serious. The atmosphere brightened again, and Lin Hai noticed the support in Peter and Harry's eyes and the understanding in Gwen's. Harry smiled slightly. If you wish, the Osborne project can wait for your return. Peter's eyes lit up. Perhaps we could start with a small-scale training? A scientific experiment. Gwen crossed her arms, a teasing smile on her lips. Peter, why do you always sound so odd lately? Peter gave a nervous chuckle, hesitant to respond. As Lin Hai observed them, he suddenly felt a wave of relief. All right, it's settled then. He raised his teacup. I will return for 2 weeks to accompany my family, and then come back early so we can continue our scientific experiments together. Cheers. Peter immediately grabbed a nearby thermos to clink glasses. Harry elegantly lifted the chrysanthemum tea he had just poured for him, while Gwen shook her head, smiling. And Chen Bing merely hummed softly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The fire crackled, the snow continued to fall. But Lin Hai suddenly felt that this winter did not seem so cold after all. The plane landed in a small southern city of Huaxia, and the moment Lin Hai stepped out of the cabin, the familiar scent of the humid air enveloped him, warming his eyes with unshed tears. Was this what they called a homesick heart? Xiao Hai. His mother's voice pierced through the bustling arrival hall. Lin Hai spotted a petite figure clad in a navy blue cotton jacket, fervently waving her hand, while his father stood beside her, holding a placard emblazoned with his name. Despite the distance, he would unmistakably recognize his son. Mom, Dad, Lin Hai exclaimed as he rushed over, only to be enveloped in his mother's embrace. She exuded the same faint, indescribable scent he had always remembered. You've grown taller and sturdier. It appears you've been eating well, his father remarked, taking the suitcase and giving Lin Hai's shoulder a hearty pat. As they journeyed home, Lin Hai greedily gazed out the window at the passing scenery. The dumpling shop perpetually issuing steam at the street corner, the dancing aunties in the plaza, and the layers of small advertisements clinging to the utility poles. These profoundly mundane sights seemed extraordinarily precious after his absence of over 6 months. Why did you choose to return at this time? His mother inquired from the passenger seat. The spring festival is still early. Lin Hai, staring at the darkening sky outside, simply replied, I missed you both. The simplicity of those 6 words rendered the car silent. His mother discreetly wiped her eyes, while his father seemed to sit a little straighter behind the wheel. The tranquility of the small town at night was a stark contrast to the bustle of New York. Lin Hai lay in the bed where he had slept since childhood, the posters on the walls, and the book titled 5 Years of College Entrance Examination. 3 years of simulation on the shelf untouched, as if time had frozen in this space. The ensuing days unfolded like a tender dream. He accompanied his father to the old tea house for chess, surrounded by a group of retired teachers who inquired about his experiences in America. He assisted his mother in the kitchen, curing meats while secretly reviving a few wilted herbs with his abilities. These remarkably ordinary moments allowed the energy within him to flow smoothly, as if he were re-establishing roots in familiar soil. 3 days before his return journey, his mother unexpectedly suggested they venture to the mountainside market to procure goods for the new year. Even though you want TB home for the festival, I'll prepare some cured meats for you to take back. There's a stall at the market that has particularly good mushrooms, she mentioned while packing a thermos. The mountain roads on the outskirts of the town were winding and rugged, yet his mother expertly guided Lin Hai through the bamboo groves shrouded in morning mist. Upon reaching the market at the mountaintop, Lin Hai felt a surge of energy within him, as if it had sensed something significant. After his mother parked the car, Lin Hai got out with her. "Mom, you head that way, and I'll explore over here," he indicated towards the other side of the market. "Go ahead. Just keep an eye on the time and come back when it's nearing," his mother replied nonchalantly. The market was indeed expansive, but could a 16 or 17-year-old boy truly get lost? Lin Hai then swiftly made his way towards the place he felt drawn to. At the end of the path lay a dense bamboo grove. Standing deep within, he gently brushed his fingertips against a bamboo plant adorned with faint golden streaks. He realized this was no ordinary plant. "Is this golden-threaded bamboo?" Lin Hai softly uttered the name, a name he had once encountered while perusing his master's treasured medical tomes. From an ancient book, the golden-striped bamboo, also known as Kunlun bamboo, derived its name from the golden patterns adorning its leaves. Lin Hai furrowed his brow. The description of this bamboo was almost identical to what he had read in the book. What piqued his interest further was a line inscribed at the bottom of the page that described this peculiar bamboo, outside Taro village, along the path of Kunlun. At that time, he had dismissed this phrase as a mere fabrication of the author, giving it little thought. In the Marvel universe, Kunlun was the origin of Iron Fist, home to a dragon known as Shou Lao, while Taro was the homeland of Shang-Chi's mother, with a white dragon residing in the village's lake. How could the area outside Taro village possibly be Kunlun? However, upon witnessing the existence of the golden-striped bamboo, memories flooded back, prompting him to reconsider that phrase. If the Kunlun mentioned in the phrase referred to this golden-striped bamboo, then everything seemed to fall into place. As he pondered these matters, Lin Hai plucked a leaf from the bamboo. The patterns on the leaf resembled some ancient runes, and when he attempted to infuse it with his life energy, both the leaf and the entire bamboo trembled slightly, producing a sound reminiscent of wind chimes. Even more astonishing was the sensation of energy responding to him. It appeared that all these bamboos had been influenced by some unseen force. Lin Hai crouched down, placing his hand on the ground, endeavoring to sense the flow of energy within the earth's veins. Indeed, he detected a faint pulse of energy. Although exceedingly weak, its essence was profoundly ancient. "Xiao Hai, where have you run off to?" His mother's voice echoed from a distance. "I'm coming," he called back. As Lin Hai exited the bamboo grove, the bamboos behind him swayed gently, and suddenly, as if everything had been an illusion, the path he had taken vanished. He was not particularly surprised by this, for in the films, the vast bamboo maze outside Taro village was notorious for such phenomena. Even Chen Wenwu, the true leader of the Ten Rings, who had lived for over 1,000 years, could not penetrate it. Given his current modest abilities, merely being able to perceive all this was already remarkable. On the eve of their return, his mother insisted on making dumplings. "Dumplings for the journey, noodles for the return," she chanted, rolling out the dough in accordance with traditional customs. Soon, plump, glistening dumplings that made one's mouth water were served on the table. "Is there a girl you like in America?" his mother suddenly inquired. Lin Hai nearly choked on a dumpling. "Mom, I've only been there for a few months." "Then who is Gwen?" his father asked with a teasing glint, pointing at Lin Hai's phone resting on the dining table, which had lit up, displaying the name Gwen as the caller. The call was from Gwen, confirming the return date. After Lin Hai hung up, his parents exchanged a familiar glance, a blend of pride and wistfulness that conveyed the sentiment of their son having grown up. On that final morning, Lin Hai's suitcase was crammed with an array of items: sausages, mushroom paste, tea leaves, and even a small pouch of soil from his hometown. His mother, having heard that he was nurturing some unique plants, insisted he take a bit of home with him. After escorting Lin Hai to the airport, his parents, with a murmured complaint about feeling drowsy and needing to return for a nap, departed without a backward glance. Lin Hai couldn't help but smile wryly, recalling who had said just the day before that they would miss him dearly. As the plane ascended into the clouds, Lin Hai gazed out the window, his fingers caressing a segment of Kunlun bamboo. He could sense that the energy contained within this bamboo was far more ancient than any plant he had previously encountered. Kunlun Taro, so close at hand? Lin Hai mused quietly to himself, astonished to discover traces of Taro's existence near his hometown. Closing his eyes, he thought he heard a distant dragon's roar. Chapter 17. The special spring festival hot pot feast. As the doors of the Osborne building slid open, Lin Hai squinted against the sunlight that pierced his eyes. 14 consecutive days of intensive research had left every cell in his body yearning for sunlight, but more urgently, he longed to see the two friends he had stood up. Projects bound by confidentiality were indeed different, weren't they? After all, his father had never allowed him to partake in such high-level research. Harry, tapping his access card against his palm, inquired, "How are you getting back? Should I have someone drive you?" Lin Hai shook his head and gestured towards the delicate snowflakes drifting outside the building. "I want to take a walk. I haven't breathed fresh air in 2 weeks." Harry raised an eyebrow. The science was suddenly feeling sentimental. "All right, I'm in. Let us walk together." He fell into step alongside Lin Hai. In mid-January, New York was not overly cold, yet the biting wind that accompanied the snowfall was still chilling. Lin Hai tilted his face upwards, allowing the snowflakes to land on his skin and melt away. Compared to the sterile, controlled environment of the Osborne laboratory, this rough authenticity brought him a sense of comfort. As they passed a newsstand, Lin Hai's attention was drawn to the headline of the Horn Daily. Osborne Enterprises announces breakthrough in biotechnology. The accompanying image featured Norman Osborn's beaming smile. "Did your father announce it early?" Lin Hai asked, frowning. "Their research is clearly still in the animal testing phase." Harry's expression grew complicated. "Board pressure. You know, the stock prices aren't looking too optimistic right now." As they spoke, they arrived at the subway station. Lin Hai nodded at Harry in understanding, then waved goodbye. "See you tomorrow." Upon entering the subway station, he took out his phone and sent messages to Peter and Gwen. "Dear friends, tomorrow at 4 o'clock at Chengdu's Shuxianggo, I will treat you to a special hot pot feast from my hometown for the Spring Festival. Let us not miss it." Lin, who owed them 2 weeks, quickly received replies from Peter and Gwen. Peter exclaimed, "Hot pot. I have yet to try it, but I've heard it's incredibly spicy. Will my backside suffer?" Gwen inquired, "Is the hot pot at Shuxianggo clean and hygienic?" We discussed the issue of excessive bacteria in Chinese hot pot during our biology class. Lin chuckled in response. "Peter, I have brought you an unexpected gift." He added for Gwen, "I promise to keep you alive until the start of the semester." The following afternoon, Lin turned the last corner, and a sea of red lanterns in Chinatown greeted him. Though the Spring Festival was nearly 10 days away, the area was already adorned with decorations, and each shop displayed fresh spring couplets. The air was filled with the enticing aromas of fried spring rolls and cured sausages. Soon, Lin arrived at Shuxianggo. The venerable establishment, which had hung large red lanterns and adorned its glass windows with handcrafted paper cutting of the character Fu, blessing. The waitstaff were elegantly dressed in embroidered tang suits. The owner of the hot pot restaurant, an old friend of Dr. Chun, had reserved a cozy room for them on the second floor by the window. Lin took out a small incense burner from his bag and lit a calming incense made from freshly cultivated mint, which he had grown in the backyard of his herbal shop, intending to uplift their spirits. Harry was the first to arrive, his meticulously tailored navy coat standing out among the sea of down jackets. He held a gift bag from Osborne Enterprises, stating, "My father heard we were celebrating the Chinese New Year, so he asked me to bring a few New Year gifts. They are not extravagant, but there is something for everyone." Lin, Harry, Peter waved his arms as he approached, wearing his signature checkered shirt, humorously draped with a red scarf around his neck. "Look, Aunt May knitted me this special edition for the Chinese New Year. Did you know the concentration of red elements on this street is 6 times that of other areas in Manhattan? I just calculated it." Lin laughed heartily and hugged his friend, saying, "After 2 weeks apart, your chatter has only escalated. That's because someone flaked on our winter training plan." Peter feigned annoyance as he adjusted his glasses, but quickly became excited again. "How's the Osborne secret project? Are there flowers that can spit fire?" Harry swiftly interjected. "Business secret, Peter. You know the rules." Peter mimicked zipping his lips, but continued to blink inquisitively. Gwen followed closely behind, her golden hair tied back in a sleek ponytail, cradling a beautifully packaged box of chocolates. "These are new from Lent. Theoretically, the molecular structure of chocolate bears similarities to Chinese culinary spices." Once everyone had gathered, Lin requested the waiter to bring over the hot pot. The charcoal beneath the copper pot crackled, and the red and white broths in the yin-yang pot began to bubble, the rising steam obscuring the paper-cut window decorations. "So what were you all doing during those 2 weeks in secret research? Was it like in the movies with laser security systems and fingerprint locks?" Peter eagerly fished out a slice of fatty beef. Indeed, Gwen skillfully dipped a tender slice of beef into the hot pot while gazing intently at Lin Hai. My curiosity was piqued. What exactly had transpired over the past 2 weeks? Harry remained silent. Peter was oblivious, and I detested being left out. Lin Hai's chopsticks hovered in midair. He should have anticipated that this apology banquet would not unfold without complications. Harry discreetly kicked him under the table, signaling him to respond with caution. Regulation of cold resistance gene expression in plants. Lin Hai chose to reveal only a fraction of the truth. Mentioning a secret cultivation base belonging to Osborne Enterprises within the Arctic Circle. Gwen's blue eyes narrowed slightly, her skepticism evident, yet she refrained from probing further. Meanwhile, Peter was choking on the spicy broth, his face flushed, and it took him downing nearly half a cup of sour plum juice to recover. This isn't food. It's a chemical weapon, he exclaimed, sticking out his tongue, yet he could not resist grabbing another piece of tripe. Noticing Peter devouring his food with fervor, Gwen also added a slice of tripe to her bowl. My paper on plant energy transmission models is about to pass final review. By the way, Lin, the data analysis portion you were responsible for has yet to be submitted. Lin Hai nearly choked on the shrimp ball in his mouth and quickly shifted the topic. He retrieved 3 exquisitely packaged gift boxes from his backpack. First, let us see the gifts I brought from Huaxia. For Peter, he presented an old book wrapped in brown paper, its cover inscribed in calligraphy with the title 12 Techniques of Shaolin Grappling. This is a fitness theory guide I specifically sought for you. You know, the martial arts of Huaxia are always great for strengthening the body. What he did not say was that this book would also be useful once Peter became Spider-Man. Peter cherished the gift and immediately opened the book to try a pose from it, only to be simultaneously halted by his 3 companions. Gwen's gift was a hand-bound collection of rare plant specimens from South China, each page containing specimens meticulously prepared by Lin Hai himself. This is so precious. Gwen was rarely at a loss for words, her fingers gently brushing over a spore sac of a fern. These aren't even fully collected in the New York Botanical Garden. Harry, on the other hand, was enamored with the purple clay teapot set, exclaiming, I've seen similar Ming Dynasty artifacts at Sotheby's. What are these engravings? Crafted by artisans from my hometown, depicting 100 herbs, Lin Hai replied with a smile. Brewing tea with this will allow even ordinary Taiguan yin to reveal 3 layers of flavor. In addition to these personalized gifts he prepared for his friends, Lin Hai had also brought some local specialties his mother had insisted he take. He had given a portion to his master and divided the remainder into 3 parts for his 3 friends, while also explaining the precautions necessary when consuming these Huaxia delicacies. As the hot pot neared its conclusion, the waiter presented the dumplings Lin Hai had ordered. Peter, already so full that he had unfastened his belt, insisted on trying one. What is the filling? He inquired. After taking a bite, his expression froze. Sweet? Sweet dumplings symbolize a sweet life, Lin Hai explained with a smile. Gwen cautiously took a bite, her eyes instantly brightening. The balance of sweetness was remarkably precise. It was delicious, yet not overly rich. As they departed from the hot pot restaurant, a light snow began to fall in New York. Peter tightened his red scarf, while Harry, in his Osborne-style luxury vehicle, offered to drive everyone home. However, Gwen insisted on walking to burn off those extra calories. Just then, Lin Hai called out to his friends, who were about to disperse, and retrieved 3 red envelopes from his bag, the last traditional gesture of the spring festival, the lucky money, symbolizing good fortune. Peter eagerly tore one open. $20. I'm rich. It's not about the money, Lin Hai corrected with a smile, but the sentiment. I hope that in the coming year, he paused, contemplating the uncertainties that lay ahead. No matter what happens, we will remain the best of friends and research partners. Gwen suddenly stepped forward and gave him a hug. A rare gesture for someone like her, who valued personal space. Your data analysis is to be submitted a week later. Harry, with that characteristic Osborne elegance, shook his hand. I'll take you to meet my father's private library next week. Some rare books you won't find on the market might be useful to you. Peter was the last to bid farewell, mimicking the fist salute from the Shaolin 12 styles, nearly slipping on the wet pavement. See you when school starts. Lin Hai stood amidst the dwindling snow, watching his friends walk away. The festive atmosphere of Chinatown mingled with the frigid air of New York, creating a unique essence that embodied the fusion of East and West. It mirrored his current life, rooted in Chinese heritage, branching out in New York, along with the quietly blossoming stories of friendship and adventure that spanned both worlds. Chapter 18. Gwen's Spring Festival Blessings and the Unexpected Discovery on New Year's Eve. When the school bell rang at Midtown High, Lin Hai gazed out the window, where the cold wind whipped through scattered snowflakes against the glass. Across the street, the Chinese supermarket had already hung strings of red lanterns, and the shop windows were adorned with paper cuttings of the character Fu and Zhao Kai Jin Bao. The The calendar on his phone indicated that today was Chinese New Year's Eve. Although schools in New York did not close for the occasion, the East Asian Cultural Club had set up a booth at the school gate to write spring festival couplets. Lin, the biology club is discussing next semester's projects today. Are you coming? Peter asked as he gathered his belongings. Lin Hai shook his head. I promised my teacher to help prepare the New Year's Eve dinner at the clinic. Tomorrow is the spring festival. Oh right, the holiday with the red envelopes and dumplings? Peter exclaimed, slapping his forehead. At that moment, Harry and Gwen joined Lin Hai and Peter, having finished packing their things. What dumpling holiday? Harry only caught those two words. It's the Chinese Spring Festival, Lin Hai explained. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and tomorrow marks the first day of our Spring Festival, during which we have the custom of eating dumplings. Harry, who was not well versed in Chinese culture, listened attentively. Gwen, in stark contrast, harbored a profound interest in Chinese culture. After spending considerable time with Lin Hai and engaging in numerous discussions on various topics, her understanding deepened further. With impeccable pronunciation, she greeted, Happy New Year. May all your wishes come true, and may you prosper. The classroom fell silent for a brief moment. Peter's backpack, which he had yet to sling over his shoulder, thudded to the ground, while Harry, shedding the elegance expected of an Osborne heir, stood gaping. Both frozen as if a pause button had been pressed. Lin Hai blinked in surprise. You can speak Chinese? His astonishment was tempered by the knowledge that Gwen was an academic prodigy, surpassing all three of them. A few phrases in Chinese posed no challenge for her. It's just a few simple phrases. I flipped through the calendar and realized the Spring Festival was approaching, so I casually learned some greetings. How about that? Not bad, right? Gwen playfully winked. Just as Lin Hai was about to respond, Peter exclaimed, Wow, Gwen, you're amazing. I often hear you and Dr. Chen speaking Chinese at his clinic. Although I'm not fluent, I can tell your pronunciation is spot on. Harry nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Peter's remarks. Of course, I am an academic star. Gwen proudly lifted her chin. At the end of the corridor, Mr. Claremont tapped the clock, declaring, Children, if you don't hurry, I will lock the door. The four gathered their belongings and exited the school, bidding farewell until tomorrow. As Lin Hai rounded the corner, he could still hear Peter's exuberant voice. Gwen, you secretly learned Chinese. The rest of their conversation was swept away by the wind. With a smile, Lin Hai quickened his pace towards his master's clinic. The atmosphere of the new year was more vibrant in Chinatown than near the school, with nearly every shop playing festive Mandarin songs, and street vendors displaying an array of spring festival couplets, red envelopes, and various New Year goods. Dr. Chen's clinic had adorned its entrance with fresh couplets. Standing at the door, Lin Hai softly recited his master's vigorous calligraphy. The spring breeze brings warmth to 1,000 mountains. The rising sun shines brightly upon 10,000 trees. With the horizontal inscription reading the warmth of the in-spring. Come in and help. His master's voice called from within. The dumpling wrappers are ready, just waiting for you to fill them. The small kitchen at the back of the clinic was enveloped in steam. Chen Bing had changed out of his usual white coat. Donning a dark red tang suit, busily sought something fragrant at the stove. On the countertop lay several bowls of condiments, with a large bowl of prepared three-flavor filling in the center. Happy New Year, Master. Lin Hai set down his backpack, skillfully washing his hands at the counter. My parents just sent a video saying they are starting preparations at home. Chen Bing nodded, then turned to retrieve a small wine flask from the cupboard. At 17, you can indulge in a bit of Tusu wine. According to tradition, the younger ones drink first to celebrate their coming of age. As the liquor coursed down his throat, imbued with a piquant spiciness and a herbal sweetness, Lin Hai found himself contemplating the peculiar absence of something essential in New York's Spring Festival. Lost in thought, he was roused by Chen Bing, who gently tapped his forehead with a rolling pin. Master, it seems the Spring Festival in New York is lacking something, Lin Hai inquired. It lacks the sound of firecrackers, Chen Bing replied, adding a dash of sesame oil to the filling. And your mother's incessant reminders to wear long underwear. Hurry up and wrap these. We must dine promptly at 8. I have invited a few old friends for the New Year's Eve dinner, all of whom haven't returned to their homeland in decades. The two worked in harmonious rhythm, quickly filling 3 bamboo mats with dumplings. Just then, Lin Hai's phone vibrated. A video call request from his mother appeared on the screen, revealing his parents clad in fresh red attire, with the television behind them broadcasting previews of the Spring Festival Gala. Xiao Hai, have you had your New Year's Eve dinner yet? His mother's voice pierced through the 8,000 kilometers that separated them. Lin Hai directed the camera towards the dumplings on the counter. I'm in the midst of making dumplings. Master taught me to shape them like fish, symbolizing abundance for the coming year. His father leaned closer to the screen. It must be cold in New York. You should add more ginger to the filling. Your mother wants to know if it's chilly there. Have you worn your long underwear? Lin Hai nodded, a smile on his face, though a lump formed in his throat. Such mundane admonitions felt profoundly precious at that moment. His father quietly informed him that he had left a bowl of dumplings on the windowsill of his room, adhering to the tradition that children away from home should still partake in the New Year's Eve feast. This exchange continued until the dumplings were boiling in water. As Dr. Chen's friends began to arrive, the small clinic was soon filled with a cacophony of dialects exchanging New Year's greetings and laughter. Lin Hai took it upon himself to serve each guest hot tea, discreetly observing the calloused hands and wrinkles as they accepted their cups. The dinner extended until 9:30, at which point Lin Hai graciously declined the invitation to stay up and celebrate the new year, as he needed to rise early for class the following day. His master accompanied him to the door and unexpectedly pressed a substantial red envelope into his hands. "This is your lucky money. Don't refuse, according to tradition. You have not yet come of age, so you are still considered a child. A gift from an elder is not to be declined." "Thank you, master." Lin Hai felt his eyes welling up. He was fortunate to have parents who cared for him and a master who looked after him. By the time Lin Hai left the clinic, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The winter night in New York was frigid, yet Chinatown remained vibrantly alive. A dragon dance troupe paraded down the street, the resonant clanging of gongs and drums filling the air as tourists raised their phones to capture the swirling crimson and gold scales. The lion dance troupe followed suit, with a red and yellow lion moving in sync with the rhythm of the drums. Lin Hai chose to bypass the throngs of people, opting for a quieter route home. As he traversed a dimly lit alley, his acute senses detected unusual noises, metal clashing and hushed conversations, accompanied by a sickly sweet chemical odor. Lin Hai immediately lightened his steps. 20 meters away, 3 men clad in hooded sweatshirts were unloading a shipment from a van. Inside the cardboard boxes were bags of colorful pills, glowing unnaturally under the moonlight. One individual extracted a mobile phone to verify the list. The demon breathed, 2,000 units. One of them whispered, "The usual place. Tomorrow we shall distribute samples to the street children." Lin Hai's fingers instinctively clutched the specially designed pouch at his waist. He could summon vines to ensnare and subdue these individuals at that very moment, yet reason held him back, for they might be armed. And the pharmaceutical supply chain was far more intricate than a mere handful of street thugs. He quietly retreated, capturing the license plate and the delivery process with his phone, then took a circuitous route to leave. Upon returning home, Lin Hai meticulously organized the photographs of the license plate and the individuals, annotating the time and location. Direct intervention was too perilous, and he possessed superior channels. This Saturday, he was scheduled to visit Fisk Tower to perform routine acupuncture on Mrs. Vanessa Fisk, presenting a perfect opportunity to gather information. The next day, in the classroom at dawn, as Lin Hai set down his backpack, 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him in unison. Peter leaned in closely, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. "What did you eat for the New Year's Eve dinner? Were there any dragon-shaped dumplings that spewed fire?" "Dumplings do not breathe fire," Lin Hai thought, bemused. However, his master had prepared braised fish, mapo tofu, and glutinous rice cakes symbolizing prosperity. Gwen chimed in. "Did you watch the gala? Were there any technological performances listed?" Yes. What about martial arts? Were there any?" Since receiving the martial arts manual Lin Hai gifted him, Peter had developed a keen interest in the subject. Due to time constraints, they aired a replay of previous years, mainly for the sake of festivity. "My master commented on the magic tricks blunders as we watched," Lin Hai replied, scratching his head. Harry leisurely twirled a pen. "Until what time does one stay up for New Year's Eve?" "I checked the customs. Theoretically, it should last all night. My master let me off lightly." Lin Hai chuckled. "After all, we still have classes today, so I returned relatively early." He had no intention of revealing to his 3 friends what he encountered on his way back to the apartment the previous night. He would wait until Saturday to gauge Mr. Fisk's sentiments. Then, Lin Hai pulled out his phone and scrolled to a photo of the clinic's Spring Festival couplets. "Look, my master adorned the acupuncture dummy with a hat made of a red envelope." The 3 gathered around. Peter laughed heartily at the crooked character for fortune atop the dummy's head, while Gwen studied the calligraphic structure of the couplets with earnestness. Harry raised an eyebrow, commenting, "The red indeed possesses a more festive impact than the standard color of Osborne Enterprises." As the class bell rang, the 3 dispersed reluctantly. Lin Hai opened his textbook, and the morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the corner of his desk, illuminating the first day of the new year. A perfectly ordinary day, a fulfilling new year. Chapter 19. Collaboration with Wilson on Saturday morning, in the private apartment at the top of Fisk Tower. Lin Hai removed the silver needles from Vanessa Fisk's head. The elegant Latina exhaled deeply, relief washing over her. "After each treatment, my headaches diminished significantly. She remarked with a smile. Wilson mentioned that the lemon balm you sent works better than an air purifier. Lin Hai nodded modestly, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the half-open door to the study where Jean Bing's imposing figure was bent over his work, a perfect opportunity. Madam, please refrain from taking walks in the south for the time being, he said, feigning nonchalance. There are some unscrupulous drug dealers operating in that area. Vanessa furrowed her brow. Wilson mentioned he would deal with those individuals. The drugs they sell have harmed many children. Vanessa? Jean Bing's voice resonated from the study. I heard my name. Lin Hai seized the moment to step into the study. Despite having encountered him numerous times, Jean Bing's stature remained intimidating. His custom-tailored suit enveloping a physique that seemed inflated like a balloon, while his ivory cane appeared as inconsequential as a toothpick in his massive hand. Yet Lin Hai understood that it was all solid muscle. Mr. Fisk, Lin Hai said directly, I observed several gang drug transactions on the outskirts of Chinatown last Tuesday night. He succinctly recounted his observations from that evening and presented the photographs he had taken. Jean Bing's expression darkened as he listened, ultimately extinguishing his cigar with force in the crystal ashtray. The Harappa gang, Jean Bing squeezed out through clenched teeth. They have broken the rules. Drugs should not be sold to minors. Lin Hai met Jean Bing's gaze unwaveringly. A friend from high school informed me that a ninth grader nearly lost his life at Midtown High last Wednesday. Jean Bing abruptly rose, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window to overlook New York. Do you know why I oppose drugs, Dr. Lin? Without waiting for a reply, he continued. My father died from an overdose. At the age of 12, I witnessed him convulsing to death in a subway station restroom. Lin Hai was taken aback to hear such personal revelations from Jean Bing, who turned to face him, an unusual vulnerability etched on his face. The leader of the Harappa gang is Hernan Torres. If he spreads this filth on my territory, he must pay the price. Jean Bing's expression and voice hardened once more. But he was cunning, never showing his face in person. I need intelligence from the streets, he said. Can you and your bright friends from Midtown High assist in gathering some evidence? Lin Hai was surprised that such a proposition would come from Jean Bing, prompting him to ask, why not use your professional team? Various reasons, Jean Bing scoffed. Certain individuals are watching me, interfering with the free market. However, if it's a spontaneous effort from concerned citizens, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Hai. After establishing a rough plan with Jean Bing, Lin Hai left Fisk Tower and promptly contacted Peter, Harry, and Gwen. That afternoon, an urgent meeting of the small team convened in Peter's basement. The aroma of Aunt May's chocolate cookies could not overshadow the palpable tension among the four. So, we are going to be volunteer policemen? Peter exclaimed, bouncing on his chair. Like Batman. More like responsible citizens. Gwen corrected him as she analyzed the pill photos taken by Lin Hai. The colors originated from a certain plant alkaloid. She magnified the image, revealing a subtle crystalline structure on the surface of the particles, which was unlike ordinary pharmaceuticals. Harry unexpectedly displayed a professional demeanor. If we require the mass spectrometer from Osborne Enterprises to analyze the components, I can also arrange for several portable detectors. He turned to Lin Hai, but why not let the police handle this? Insufficient evidence, and they are too slow. Every day, children could come into contact with this substance. Lin Hai had already prepared his response. This morning, during my scheduled health check for Mrs. Jean, I reached an agreement with Jean. He will oversee the upper echelons. But we need to dismantle the lower-level distribution network. He glanced at the three individuals gathered around the table. These gangs operated near the school, specifically targeting students to sell demon's breath and needed to be eradicated swiftly. Peter pushed up his glasses, his fingers flying over the keyboard. I can hack into the nearby surveillance system to track their transaction points in real time. Gwen picked up a pen and swiftly marked several coordinates on the map. Based on known transaction records and police-wanted reports, their strongholds are likely distributed across these areas. Harry, with his arms crossed, calmly added, I will ensure communication remains uninterrupted and coordinate resources. If any sudden developments arise, we will adjust our plans accordingly. Lin Hai nodded. Let the operation commence. As night fell, Lin Hai's figure darted through the alleyways. A miniature communicator, modified by Peter, adorned his wrist, relaying real-time intelligence to his ear. The target is at the third alley, engaged in a transaction. Peter's voice echoed through the earpiece. Lin Hai's gaze sharpened as he quietly approached. His fingertips emitted a faint green glow, and the vines on the ground silently extended, swiftly ensnaring the ankles of the two drug dealers. Before they could react, they were pulled to the ground, their pills scattering across the floor. First stronghold, cleared, Lin Hai reported softly. Peter sat before the computer. Multiple surveillance feeds displayed on the screen. His program automatically marked the movements of suspicious individuals and predicted their next transaction locations. Lin, There is activity at the East District Park. They are likely transferring inventory. Received. Gwen's notebook was filled with complex equations as she continuously adjusted the probability distribution map of the stronghold locations based on the information relayed by Lin Hai. Based on transaction frequency and route analysis, they are likely to have established a temporary warehouse at the abandoned factory. She promptly sent the coordinates to Lin Hai and Harry. Harry stood within the safe house of Osborne Tower, facing a live-updating operational map. He was responsible for resource allocation, ensuring logistical support for Lin Hai. Lin, there are informants near the factory. I suggest we infiltrate from the north. Understood. By the following night, the lower-level distribution network was entirely dismantled. Lin Hai and his companions successfully dismantled 7 transaction points, confiscating a substantial quantity of Demon's breath and handing over the evidence to the police. In the realm of Jinbing, news emerged that the upper echelons of the Mexican gang had been apprehended in a sweeping operation. The leader, Hernan Torres, was intercepted by Jinbing's operatives while attempting to flee New York. On the evening following the operation, the 4 reconvened in Peter's basement, savoring Aunt May's freshly baked pizza. Our collaboration was nothing short of flawless, Peter exclaimed, brandishing a can of soda with exuberance. Gwen smiled subtly, noting, while the data analysis proceeded smoothly, if we could infiltrate their communication systems in advance next time, our efficiency would be greatly enhanced. Harry wiped the corner of his mouth, adding, the resources of Osborne Enterprises are at our disposal. Should the need arise, we can further optimize our equipment. Lin Hai observed them, a warm tide of gratitude swelling within him. Thank you all, he raised his drink, reflecting that this operation was not solely about combating crime, but also about safeguarding the innocent students. To justice, Peter proclaimed, lifting his soda high. To the team, Gwen beamed. To friendship, Harry lightly clinked his cup against theirs. The following day, a small piece of news appeared in a corner of the New York Times. Police had dismantled a gang during a raid, seizing a number of new narcotics. The article failed to mention the curious coincidence of 7 street outposts collapsing simultaneously, nor did it clarify why the gang leader willingly surrendered to the authorities. Lin Hai gazed out at the gradually warming sunlight, a slight smile gracing his lips. This spring festival, despite the absence of a family reunion and the cacophony of firecrackers, he had safeguarded the well-being of many in a uniquely meaningful way. Chapter 20. Reflection on the operation and aspirations for abilities on the weekend following the operation. The quartet gathered in the backyard of Lin Hai's herbal shop, seated around a wooden table laden with an array of Chinese delicacies, to reflect on their mission against the Mexican gang. Chen Bing, attending to patients in the clinic's front, had no intention of joining the weekend gathering of 4 high school students. Nevertheless, they dared not speak too loudly, as any words overheard by Chen Bing would serve only to heighten his concerns without any constructive outcome. First and foremost, the operation was a resounding success, Harry stated, lifting his teacup with a measured tone. However, we also exposed certain issues. Gwen pointed to the energy distribution graph displayed on the laptop screen, saying, Lin, your Qingfeng leaves and Chanixin vines are currently more suited for containment, yet they lack the capacity for explosive offensive measures that can deliver decisive strikes against adversaries. Furthermore, when faced with multiple foes, the efficiency of entangling vines is insufficient. Therefore, I believe you must contemplate 2 crucial factors in your forthcoming plans. First, a means of decisive attack, and second, the abundance of energy within you. Otherwise, if you unleash a powerful move only to be drained of energy and collapse, it would be unwise. After Gwen concluded her analysis, she took a sip from her teacup, signaling her 2 companions to contribute their thoughts. Peter, brimming with excitement, raised his hand. Moreover, while your self-healing ability is formidable, it has yet to reach the level of instantaneous recovery. If it is merely a superficial injury, one can swiftly return to their former state. However, in the case of gunshot wounds or more severe injuries, timely recovery may prove elusive. Harry pondered for a moment and added, indeed, my thoughts align closely with Gwen's. I believe that, aside from your somewhat singular approach to combat, what you lack most is the capacity for widespread suppression. Our mission this time is quite straightforward, facing merely scattered members of lower-tier gangs, essentially street thugs, who are unlikely to pose any significant threat to you. However, we must consider the possibility of encountering a group of more than 5 adversaries, which could render your current methods inadequate. And if we face more than 10 foes banding together, we would be left to rely on harassment tactics for attrition. Thus, the ability to target multiple opponents simultaneously with area effects becomes exceedingly crucial. Lin Hai nodded, his gaze resting upon the green luminescence in the palm of his hand. Indeed, his companions were correct. This operation had provided him with a profound understanding of his own abilities and methods. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Only through practice can true knowledge be attained, he reflected, stroking the edge of his teacup thoughtfully. You are right. My abilities are still in their infancy. Although I can manipulate plants, I have yet to achieve true mastery. At this juncture, when offered another suggestion, Peter just mentioned that if you were to sustain significant injuries, your healing ability would struggle to restore you completely. I was contemplating that if we could create a wearable defensive layer from plants, akin to the bulletproof vests my father dons on missions, even a slight increase in defense could alleviate the burden of your insufficient healing powers and substantially enhance your survivability. Listening to his friend's suggestions, Lin Hai's mind raced with ideas, and suddenly a thought struck him. Senju Hashirama. Yes, the character from the wildly popular anime Naruto. Revered as the god of shinobi, a man who single-handedly subdued the towering chakra beast, the Nine Tails, and who could summon a Susanoo even larger than the Nine Tails. Known as Uchiha Madara, the Azura of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama wielded formidable wood release techniques, commanding colossal trees with the grace of an extension of his own being, even summoning wood dragons hundreds of meters long and colossal wooden Buddhas to suppress his foes. While Lin Hai could not perform ninjutsu, the essence of energy is fundamentally interconnected. It merely manifests differently. If Senju Hashirama could communicate with plants and alter their forms through his wood release, why couldn't Lin Hai achieve the same through the energy he termed the life force? Perhaps I could experiment with wood release, he murmured. Would what? Peter inquired. His expression one of confusion. Lin Hai smiled and elucidated, a combat style centered around plants. Thank you for your thoughts and suggestions. I believe I am beginning to form a clearer vision. That evening, after bidding farewell to his friends, Lin Hai sat alone in the backyard, his eyes closed in deep contemplation, while Chun Bing chose not to disturb him. Lin Hai meticulously engaged in a comparative analysis. What lies at the core of Senju Hashirama's abilities? The manipulation of flora communicates with the natural energies, enabling plants to grow, transform, and attack. His self-healing prowess boasts an extraordinary vitality, allowing for instantaneous recovery from severe injuries. He manifests colossal constructs, materializing chakra into gigantic wooden dragons and Buddha figures, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. In contrast, Lin Hai's current capabilities are as follows. Plant manipulation. He has grasped the fundamentals, yet lacks effective large-scale lethality. Self-healing. Capable only of treating minor wounds, he remains helpless against fatal injuries. Colossal constructs. Entirely undeveloped. The disparity is significant, but the direction is correct. He opened his eyes, determination radiating from his gaze. Senju Hashirama could communicate with, alter, and invigorate plants, even conjuring forests and gigantic Buddhas in an instant. He possessed formidable self-healing abilities, and his martial skills and combat awareness were unparalleled. Lin Hai recognized that his current shortcoming was the singular nature of his offensive capabilities, coupled with rapid energy depletion and a lack of extensive suppression abilities. However, if he could develop his plant manipulation to its utmost potential, akin to Senju Hashirama, his combat prowess would undergo a transformative leap. The issue of swift energy consumption could be addressed by revisiting the encounter with the Red Moon. Although its energy had already been transferred to him, the other high-energy plants discovered alongside it remained intact. By investigating the specific locations of these plants, he might uncover further revelations. Next, he identified areas ripe for enhancement. Primarily, he needed to expand the range and precision of his plant manipulation. Senju Hashirama's wood release could instantaneously create a forest, whereas he could currently perceive only a 20-meter radius, controlling flora within a mere few meters. Additionally, he sought to develop large-scale suppression techniques. He pointed to the notes on the paper, pondering whether he could, like Hashirama, summon countless giant trees from the ground to ensnare his foes. Lin Hai clenched his fist, feeling the energy coursing through him. Evidently, with his current reserves, he was not yet capable of such feats, but foundational training could commence. Lin Hai resolved to engage in daily plant resonance training, endeavoring to establish connections with flora at greater distances, gradually expanding his control radius. While he was currently unable to mimic the tree realm birth technique to induce explosive growth of seeds into towering trees or vine cages, the entwining vine he possessed represented an excellent starting point, paving the way for further enhancement. His abilities, he believed, could reach far beyond this. Perhaps one day, he would not merely manipulate plants, but directly create them through the essence of life itself, even imbuing them with fleeting consciousness, or perhaps even birthing sentient plant life. Theoretically, this is achievable, as the Marvel Universe features a peculiar species of plant life known as the Flora colossi, of which Groot, the tree-like being from the Guardians of the Galaxy, is a descendant. The Flora colossi possess extraordinary regenerative abilities, as long as a fragment of their branches remains. With water and nourishment, they can grow into a towering tree. Additionally, they boast immense strength and defensive capabilities, capable of self-growth into giants and stretching their limbs like rubber, allowing their wooden forms to extend freely to attack adversaries. They can also control other plants by dispersing spores and even heal others. In the first installment of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Groot sacrifices himself to protect his companions. However, Rocket Raccoon revives him using a small piece of Groot's remains, illustrating the resilience of his life force. Great achievements begin with small steps. Lofty aspirations require a foundation built on the simplest of tasks. Apart from his desire to engage in plant resonance training, Lin Hai is eager to explore the possibility of mastering the wood release technique of cutting and grafting. This ninjutsu, utilized by the legendary Hashirama Senju, enables the user to extend sharp branches from their arms to pierce the target, with the wooden spikes absorbing the opponent's chakra and growing continuously, inflicting repeated damage. Although Lin Hai has not yet reached such proficiency, he believes that simply catalyzing seeds into wooden planks or vines, hardening them for close combat, or utilizing them as projectiles should be within his grasp. Theoretical possibilities exist. It is time to put them into practice. Rising with determination ignited in his eyes, Lin Hai begins with the technique of grafting. After a week of diligent practice, he can momentarily harden wooden structures, though the duration is insufficient and the energy expenditure is considerable. Nevertheless, any progress signifies the viability of this path, and as long as it is feasible, nothing can deter Lin Hai from pursuing it. While the monumental power of Susanoo and the might to obliterate a nation remain distant aspirations, a glimmer of hope shines before Lin Hai, illuminating his smiling face and the path beneath his feet. Chapter 21. An alien bud. As winter gives way to spring, the snow in New York gradually melts, and the trees along the streets unfurl tender green buds. Lin Hai's life remains orderly and fulfilling, and even his training accelerates slightly with the resurgence and growth of all living things. Each morning during the week, he dutifully enters the gates of Midtown High School, attending classes alongside Peter, Gwen, and Harry. Gwen's biology notes are always meticulously detailed, Peter's physics experiments are filled with surprises, and Harry occasionally brings intriguing gadgets from Oscorp, enlivening the classroom atmosphere. After school each afternoon, Lin Hai assists Master Chun at his clinic, preparing herbal remedies, boiling decoctions, and organizing medicinal materials, while occasionally attending to a few curious foreign patients intrigued by traditional Chinese medicine. In the greenhouse of the herbal shop, a row of specially crafted pots housed the meticulously nurtured combat flora known as the azure blade. The edges of its leaves shimmered with a metallic luster. The shell of the iron wall fruit was as hard as a walnut, and the tendrils of the heartbind vine would undulate slightly even in the absence of wind. Each day, he would nourish them with the life energy coursing through his being, while simultaneously experimenting with new plant modifications. Once the day's labors concluded, it was time for his cultivation. In addition to the essential daily practice of Tai Chi, Lin Hai continuously endeavored to expand his awareness of the plant kingdom and refine his energy manipulation techniques. Seated cross-legged in the backyard of the herbal shop, Lin Hai gently placed his hands upon the trunk of a sapling, roughly the size of an egg. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the life force flowing within the plant, his consciousness merging with it, enabling him to visualize the roots spreading through the soil. Not enough, he murmured softly to himself. The thousand-hand pillars tree realm could instantaneously transform barren land into a lush forest, while he, at present, could only coax a small sapling to grow to the size of an egg in a brief span. Every aspect, efficiency of energy utilization, precision of control, and speed of manifestation, required enhancement. Yet, Lin Hai remained unperturbed. This was a gradual process, achievable solely through persistent practice. As long as progress was made, there was no cause for concern. However, the tranquility of his days was soon disrupted. One Saturday afternoon, Lin Hai and Harry were analyzing the latest experimental data in Harry's laboratory when the door slid open, and Norman Osborn entered with a steady gait. Harry and young Lin. Norman's voice was deep and resonant. Lin Hai set down the instrument in his hands and nodded slightly. Mr. Osborn. Without preamble, Norman delved straight to the point. You once harnessed your unique ability to activate the energy of the red moon, and for some time now, I have been endeavoring to replicate what you accomplished. Regrettably, my team and I have yet to succeed. He stepped closer, his tone laced with a hint of urgency and restraint. I wish to propose a transaction. He had discerned clues to cure the hereditary affliction plaguing the Osborne family within these high-energy plants. A transaction? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Indeed, a transaction. To be blunt, should I uncover anything of value from these high-energy plants, I assure you I will not seek you out. However, in consideration of your relationship with Harry, I am willing to engage in a deal. He produced a map of Missouri from his suit pocket, marking a specific coordinate. I have several high-energy plants here, all from a remote forest in Missouri, akin to the Red Moon. If you are willing to collaborate with the Osborne Group in researching them, regardless of the outcome, I will provide you with this map and arrange for you and Harry to accompany me. Can you agree to this? After absorbing Norman's words, Lin Hai fell into a contemplative silence. Norman Osborne's reputation is rather tarnished, naturally. One who ascends to the presidency of a large conglomerate is unlikely to possess a pristine image. The same could be said for Tony Stark prior to his metamorphosis into Iron Man, as well as his father, Howard Stark, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the creator of Stark Industries, whose reputation was similarly lacking. Lin Hai comprehends this entirely, and he is well aware that Norman Osborn currently wields the resources he requires. Should he seize this opportunity to explore more high-energy flora, it would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities further. Advancing in this manner would afford Lin Hai greater chances and increased confidence in treating the hereditary afflictions plaguing both Norman and Harry's family, benefiting all concerned. Thus, he ultimately acquiesced, but insisted on complete autonomy in exploration and the preservation of all research data. A faint smile graced Norman's lips. Indeed, aside from your ability to stimulate these high-energy plants, no one else can replicate it. I am exceedingly pleased that you consented to my proposal. You need not fret about your academic obligations. I shall submit 2 applications for extracurricular scientific research on behalf of you and Harry to Midtown High under the auspices of Oscorp. Thereafter, Norman Osborn commenced preparations for the requisite personnel and equipment. Lin Hai, in turn, needed to inform his 2 companions and mentor of the developments. A week later, Oscorp's private aircraft landed at a secluded airport in Missouri. Lin Hai, Harry, and a team comprised of researchers and security personnel journeyed towards their destination. Before long, they arrived at a location marked on the map provided by Norman. The magnetic field here was extraordinarily intense. The accompanying scientists observed the data on their instruments, their brows furrowing in concern. Lin Hai, however, remained unresponsive, his attention wholly captivated by a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from deep within the forest. There, he asserted, pointing decisively in a particular direction. The group followed him into the thicket, ultimately halting before a verdant glade. There lay an entity brimming with vitality. Lin Hai continuously sensed the surroundings. As they proceeded to explore further, they stumbled upon a clearing blanketed by dry leaves, at the center of which lay a colossal, translucent bud, its surface emanating a faint azure glow. Surrounding the base of this bud were a ring of blue-green leaves, slender and reminiscent of willow fronds. The outermost layer of the bud was enshrouded in a gossamer-like white substance, swaying gently in the breeze. Beneath this ethereal white veil was a flesh-colored, grating structure resembling a protective barrier, tightly encasing the core bud within. The inner bud itself was semi-translucent, intermittently radiating a soft azure luminescence. What is this? Harry and the accompanying individuals stood in astonishment, gazing at the spectacle before them. Lin Hai remained silent, utterly enthralled by the bud. In his perception, the energy it emitted was ancient and profound, surpassing that of the Red Moon, and exceeding any plant he had previously encountered. It was not a species of Earth, Lin Hai murmured, his mind swirling with conjectures. The state of Missouri, brimming with immense energy and an ancient aura, coupled with the shape of the bud, conjured the image of an individual, or rather, a deity. The accompanying scientists swiftly set up their instruments, commencing scans and analyses, while Lin Hai cautiously advanced, yearning to touch the surface of the bud. Lin, be careful, Harry cautioned. Lin Hai nodded, yet did not retreat. The life energy within him began to gently unfurl, intertwining with the energy emanating from the bud. At the moment their energies converged, his consciousness was drawn into a vast cosmic panorama. Lin Hai beheld a man standing amidst the starry expanse, his countenance handsome and imposing, his eyes gleaming like twin stars. His form was composed entirely of pure energy, with an infinite river of stars cascading behind him. In an instant, Lin Hai's thoughts exploded. He recognized this man as Ego, the living planet and the father of Star-Lord from the Guardians of the Galaxy, who claimed to be of the celestial race. Ego, a colossal sentient planet, had existed in the universe for millions of years. He possessed the ability to parasitize other planets for boundless enhancement, potentially evolving into a living universe. At some point in the Marvel Universe, Ego awakened with aspirations of crafting a new world. To achieve this, he traversed the cosmos in search of intelligent species to inspire him. However, he realized that his solitary efforts could not fulfill this grand vision. Thus, he required an heir to assist him in realizing this monumental blueprint. Consequently, he embarked on his cosmic seeding endeavor. In the film Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Ego appears in human form, revealing himself as Peter Quill's father. In his early years, he arrived on Earth, planting a seed capable of devouring planets deep within a Missouri forest. During that time, he encountered Star-Lord's mother, successfully impregnating her, which ultimately led to the birth of Star-Lord. Upon discovering Star-Lord's potential to ascend to godhood, he sought to exploit his son's powers to realize his ambitions. However, the Guardians of the Galaxy uncovered his nefarious plot and ultimately vanquished Ego. In the end, Ego's remnants formed an asteroid belt, marking his conclusion within the Marvel Universe. As Lin Hai recalled these revelations, a heaviness settled in his heart. The seed of Ego, buried on Earth, portended nothing but calamity. In the film, Ego's objective was to consume all life in the universe, assimilating everything into himself. Though ultimately thwarted by the Guardians, the seed had indeed been detonated. The mysterious substance that surged forth from the seed not only devoured half of a nearby town, but also undoubtedly unleashed other adverse effects. Resolute, he intensified the output of his energy, eager to discern what more he could accomplish. Ego clearly articulated during his conversation with Star-Lord that he alone could not activate all the seeds scattered throughout the cosmos. He required a descendant possessing equal power to assist him in this endeavor. Additionally, Lin Hai's current abilities were still quite limited, rendering any effort to instigate significant consequences futile. Thus, he conceived a bold and audacious idea to absorb the power residing within this bud. Indeed, the notion of harnessing its energy to augment his own vitality burgeoned uncontrollably in his mind. However, not at this moment. Without adequate preparation, engaging in blind energy absorption could yield uncontrollable repercussions, and Lin Hai could not permit himself to be undone by such unforeseen events while still in his developmental stage. Consequently, he severed his connection with the bud's energy. Lin Hai's consciousness abruptly returned to reality, staggering backward a few steps, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What appeared to transpire in an instant had, in fact, spanned nearly half an hour. Although his life energy remained plentiful, his physical strength was nearly depleted. Lin, are you all right? Harry quickly steadied him. Lin Hai took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. I'm fine. The energy surge was just a bit overwhelming. He gazed at the bud, his mind rife with contemplation. The presence of Ego's seed buried here indicated that Earth had long been under the scrutiny of this celestial lineage. Even with the protection of the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, from Kamar Taj, nothing in this world is absolute. Would his arrival precipitate unforeseen consequences? Had Ancient One anticipated this development? Even if she had foreseen it, would her involvement cause the bud to bloom prematurely, thereby jeopardizing the innocent inhabitants of the nearby town? Such uncertainties loomed large in his thoughts. As an individual steeped in the traditional moral values of Chinese culture, Lin Hai possessed a profound ethical compass and was reluctant to see innocents suffer due to his actions. Thus, he resolved to wait until he had adequately prepared before engaging further with the bud. Chapter 22. Evolve Lin Hai? In a deep forest in Missouri, a faint blue luminescence illuminated Lin Hai's solemn visage. The enormous bud stood silently before him in a small clearing, pulsating with ancient and vast energy. Are you truly certain about this? Harry's voice, tinged with rare apprehension, broke the stillness. The surrounding Osborne research team had set up all monitoring equipment, their eyes fixated intently on Lin Hai's every movement. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hai settled cross-legged before the bud. His fingertips glimmered with a faint green light as the life energy within him flowed like a gentle stream, cautiously reaching toward the surface of the bud. Let me first attempt minimal contact, he murmured, almost as if reminding himself. Simultaneously, his thoughts raced. Although the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, guarded the earth, who could ascertain her current whereabouts across dimensions? What if something were to go awry? No, it is impossible for anything to go wrong. Lin Hai's hand hesitated momentarily before resolutely reaching towards the blossom bud. The instant the first thread of energy made contact, a tremor coursed through his entire being. The energy within the bud was vast, akin to a cosmic sea, ancient enough to seem as though it originated from the dawn of the universe. His consciousness was drawn into a fleeting illusion, where endless star rivers and shimmering nebulae existed alongside a humanoid silhouette composed purely of light energy. Undoubtedly, it was Ego. The illusion swiftly dissipated, and the blossom bud remained tranquil, showing no unusual reactions. The energy readings were stable. A researcher reported that the vital signs were normal. Lin Hai exhaled slowly, beginning to amplify the energy exchange. This time, he resembled a cautious siphoner, ladling a scoop from an ocean. The life energy from the bud flowed into his body under his guidance, ancient and weighty, reminiscent of melting stars. In the following 7 days, Lin Hai's routine became exceedingly regular. Each morning, he practiced Tai Chi in a nearby clearing, directing the newly acquired energy within him with each deliberate movement. The life energy derived from the bud was purer than that provided by earthly plants. With every breath, he could feel his cells rejoicing. "You've slowed down," observed Harry. Seated on a nearby rock, yet every posture Lin Hai assumed resembled a bow-drawn taut. Lin Hai did not respond immediately. Only after completing the final stance did he explain, "It is not a matter of slowing down, but rather an increase in energy density, requiring greater effort to mobilize that energy." In the afternoons, he would return to the bud for energy exchange. With each session, the amount he could absorb steadily increased. By the 5th day, within his dantian, the originally pale green divine energy began to intersperse with threads of blue starlight. Each evening, Lin Hai would cautiously digest this foreign energy on his meditation mat at the temporary campsite. On 2 occasions, overly ambitious attempts nearly caused an energy backlash, but fortunately, he managed to sever the connection with the bud in time. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" On the evening of the 7th day, Harry intercepted Lin Hai as he prepared to engage with the bud once more. "Data indicates your cellular activity has surged by 200%. If this continues, complications may arise." Harry's face was etched with concern. "I am aware of the risks," Lin Hai replied, his gaze resolute. "Yet this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It may be impossible to find another like it on Earth. Moreover, I can sense a monumental breakthrough is imminent, and I must seize this chance. Rest assured, I will be fine, I can assure you." Hearing Lin Hai's assurance, Harry felt a slight easing of his tension. Lin Hai was typically a reliable individual, and if he said so, it should not pose a problem. As the 7th energy exchange commenced, everything proceeded as usual. Lin Hai guided the bud's energy through his meridians. However, just as the energy was on the verge of filling his dantian, an explosive sound erupted. A resounding explosion, audible only to Lin Hai, erupted within him. His dantian trembled violently, as if shattering an invisible barrier. The previously docile energy surged into a frenzied state. The life force within the flower bud pouring into his body like a breached dam. A muffled groan escaped Lin Hai's lips as the veins in his arms bulged, and a web of blue luminescence surfaced beneath his skin. The monitoring devices immediately emitted sharp alarms. Abnormal life signs detected. Energy readings off the charts. In that instant, Harry rushed toward Lin Hai, only to be repelled by an unseen force, colliding with a large tree behind him, fortunately sustaining no serious injuries. "Damn it!" Harry coughed as he rose, shouting to the research team, "Cut off all energy supplies. Prepare the sedatives." At this moment, Lin Hai was oblivious to the external world. All of his consciousness was engaged in a fierce battle against the rampaging energy within. His meridians felt as if pierced by thousands of searing steel needles, each cell screaming in agony. Waves of excruciating pain crashed against Lin Hai's nerves. His vision began to blur, and all that remained in his ears was the thunderous rush of blood. Every inch of his meridians was being torn apart by the tumultuous energy, as if countless tiny blades roamed within his veins. Lin Hai clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. Beneath his skin, the blue energy patterns writhed like living creatures, expanding and contracting in rhythm. The data on the monitoring device fluctuated wildly, the alarm's piercing sound reverberating through the forest. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, deep within his mind, the long-dormant rainbow-hued energy stirred. It lazily emerged from the depths of his consciousness, akin to a cat awakened from slumber, meandering through Lin Hai's mind, seemingly displeased with the present crisis. However, it soon sensed the host's precarious state of collapse. Consequently, it accelerated, transforming into countless delicate threads that flowed throughout his body. Wherever they passed, the violent energy calmed instantaneously. Beneath the left collarbone, a nearly explosive blue energy beam was gently enveloped by the rainbow threads. The colorful light, akin to the most skilled weaver, restructured the rampaging energy into orderly patterns. In Lin Hai's passive introspection, it resembled witnessing a galactic reconstruction within a microscopic realm, as a star on the brink of supernova was smoothed by an invisible hand, reintroduced into the harmony of its galactic orbit. With the advance of the rainbow energy, more dangers were averted. The tangled energy pathways in the liver region were delicately untangled. Cracks appearing in the major meridians near the heart were mended, The chaotic blue energy flows within the spine were guided onto their rightful paths. The entire process resembled both a meticulous surgical operation and a cosmic ballet of celestial bodies. Lin Hai was immersed in this wondrous perspective, momentarily forgetting his pain. When the rainbow energy reached the Dantian region, the most astonishing transformation occurred. Originally, this space was the stronghold of Lin Hai's internal energy, harboring the primordial, colorless energy birthed from the harmonious interplay of the seven-colored aura and the practice of Tai Chi, alongside the verdant life energy bestowed by various plants. However, it has now been largely usurped by an alien blue energy, and these three energies clash like ferocious beasts, plunging the Dantian into chaos. The seven-colored aura momentarily paused at the periphery of the Dantian before abruptly shifting its strategy. It ceased to merely guide and instead began to actively integrate the three distinct energies. With a resounding hum, Lin Hai felt a tremor throughout his being. Within his inner vision, the Dantian transformed into a miniature universe. The white Tai Chi energy became the central star. The green life energy morphed into the nebula surrounding the star. The blue alien energy coalesced into a brilliant galaxy at the outermost edge. And the seven-colored aura served as the rainbow bridge connecting the three. The energies commenced a mysterious dance, accelerating with an esoteric rhythm, ultimately forming a swirling vortex of emerald energy. When the rotation reached a critical threshold, a blinding light erupted forth. All energies harmoniously merged, transmuting into a novel, emerald-hued liquid energy. It possessed a weightier essence than life energy and a more agile nature than alien energy, with each droplet brimming with astounding vitality. Lin Hai instinctively harnessed this newly birthed energy, discovering it flowed through him as if it were always meant to be his. More astonishingly, this energy became even more responsive. When he sought to heal a minor wound on his hand, the emerald energy instinctively surged towards the injury, operating with over 3 times the efficiency of before. As he endeavored to connect with the plants outside the cave, the feedback he received was overwhelmingly rich, allowing him not only to sense the state of the plants, but also to hear their primal emotions. As the last vestige of energy completed its transformation, the seven-colored aura remained unchanged, gradually retreating once more into the depths of Lin Hai's mind. Like a masterful swordsman, emerging unscathed from the tumult of mortal struggles, he departed with the grace of one who bears hidden prowess and renown. Suddenly, Lin Hai opened his eyes, and Harry, along with the members of the Osborne group surrounding him, held their breath in anticipation. The first thing Lin Hai noted was the transformation of his perception. The world had become remarkably clearer and more vivid, akin to the transition from standard to high definition. He could see the floating dust in the air, discern the minutest cracks on the rock wall 10 meters away, and even perceive the pulsations of capillaries on Harry's face. "Your eyes are glowing," Harry's voice trembled, for it seemed that his friend was venturing down an uncharted path towards something otherworldly. Lin Hai instinctively touched the corner of his eye, unaware of what had transpired. He noted that his iris now exhibited an extraordinary emerald hue, with faint blue light shimmering along the edges of his pupils. He lowered his gaze to his outstretched palm, where an ethereal emerald glow subtly flowed beneath his skin. When he consciously channeled the energy, his entire hand radiated a gentle, emerald luminescence. More astonishingly, with a gentle wave of his hand, a fern 5 meters away began to grow wildly, swiftly covering half of the rock face. Upon returning to the temporary laboratory, a more detailed examination was conducted, and the results left everyone astounded. Cell vitality. The wound healing speed reached 12 times that of an average individual. Muscle strength. The impact measured by the testing device surpassed that of a professional boxer. Neural response. The ability to simultaneously track 27 moving targets, previously 9. Energy reserves. More than 20 times that of before. However, the most remarkable discovery came from the energy analyzer. Dr. Connors, the chief scientist sent by Norman, stared at the screen, his eyes behind the lenses wide with disbelief. "This is impossible. This energy spectrum possesses both plant characteristics and traits of some cosmic radiation." He swallowed hard. Lin Hai approached the edge of the camp's forest, gently placing his palm against an oak tree, without the need to deliberately release energy. Merely with a thought, emerald energy automatically established a connection. In an instant, a deluge of information flooded his consciousness, the memories of all seasonal changes of the tree, the direction of the water vein 30 meters underground, even the whispers from another grove 3 kilometers away. Even more incredible was that when he attempted to request rather than command, the trees willingly complied. An old pine tree even volunteered to break off a branch and present it to him, an occurrence never witnessed before. The subsequent results left the scientists at Osborne dumbfounded. The rate of cell regeneration increased by 500, muscle density reached 3 times that of an average person. The most astonishing revelation was this. The chief researcher pointed to the energy spectrum on the screen, noting that his current life energy reading had surpassed the level of an ordinary individual. Lin Hai did not partake in the discussion. He stood in the clearing he had been using for cultivation, feeling the new energy coursing within him. This emerald-hued life force was entirely different from before. If the previous life energy resembled a mountain stream, now it flowed like a wide canal. Even more wondrous was his discovery of a deeper connection with the plants. There was no need to intentionally release energy. The surrounding flora greeted him of their own accord. It seems you have obtained what you desired. Harry approached him. His tone complex. Lin Hai nodded, yet his gaze deepened. But this is merely the beginning. The significance of that bud is far more intricate than you can imagine. Chapter 23. New abilities at 9 in the morning. The morning fog in the Missouri forest had yet to dissipate. Lin Hai stood in an open area, eyes closed in concentration. The evolved emerald-hued life force flowed within him, resonating subtly with the surrounding plants. 50 meters. This was now the limit of his perception. There is no need to deliberately release energy. By simply calming his mind, he can distinctly perceive the state of every plant within a 50-meter radius. The roots of the oak tree twist and extend underground. Dew droplets condense on the blades of wild grass. And even the dormant seeds buried deep in the soil become vividly apparent to his senses. 30 meters is the extent of his complete control. Lin Hai slowly raises his hand, palm facing upward. Suddenly, a dandelion 30 meters away begins to tremble violently, and its parachute-like seeds soar into the air as if propelled by the wind, tracing a graceful arc before gently landing in his palm. The precision has significantly improved. Lin Hai muses softly. Previously, achieving such a level of control required his utmost concentration, but now it feels as effortless as breathing. To test his practical abilities, Lin Hai selects a patch of soft, muddy soil. Harry stands at a safe distance, holding a clipboard, his expression a mix of tension and anticipation. Are you ready? Lin Hai inquires. Harry nods. I can start at any moment. Lin Hai takes a deep breath, emerald energy flowing from his feet into the ground. Within his perception, the root systems of all plants within the 30-meter range become his tendrils. He selects the roots of a birch tree, and with a thought, crack. The ground suddenly splits open, and a sharp, spear-like wooden spike thrusts upward. Lin Hai releases a sigh of relief. His intention has succeeded. He sharpens and thickens the tip of the plant's root system, urging it to grow so that it can pierce the ground and, simultaneously, penetrate the body of an enemy. Next, Lin Hai encourages the growth of 2 additional spikes beside the already emerged one. Each of these 3 spikes is as thick as a wrist, their tips extraordinarily sharp, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sun's rays. They grow at an astonishing speed, reaching over a meter in height in the blink of an eye before stabilizing, resembling 3-pointed iron spears. Shall we test the hardness? Lin Hai glances at Harry. Harry steps forward and strikes one of the spikes midsection fiercely with his tactical dagger. Clang. A dull metallic collision resonates, the dagger ricocheting off, leaving merely a faint groove on the wooden spike. The hardness is comparable to ordinary steel, Harry remarks in awe, inspecting the blade's edge, and the resilience is remarkable, with no signs of fracture. Lin Hai nods in satisfaction and relinquishes his control. The spikes wither rapidly, soon dissolving back into the earth. Next comes the experiment with seeds. In comparison to root manipulation, seed cultivation requires more delicate handling. Lin Hai retrieves a seed he always carries from his pocket and places it in his palm. Watch closely. Emerald energy envelopes the seed, and the acorn begins to reshape at a visibly rapid pace. The shell fractured, and tender shoots emerged, not growing upwards, but extending horizontally, gradually forming a sharp wooden spike approximately 40 centimeters in length. Throughout this process, Lin Hai continuously calibrated the energy input to ensure that the wood's density reached an optimal state. 10 seconds later, a deep green spike, glimmering with a cold sheen at its tip, materialized in his hand. Shall we conduct a throwing test? Harry proposed. Lin Hai nodded, aiming at a withered tree 20 meters away before hurling the spike with force. Whoosh! The wooden spike flew forth like an arrow, embedding itself deep into the trunk, penetrating nearly 10 centimeters. The piercing power was adequate. Harry observed the trajectory, but the stability of its flight required enhancement. The shape of the spike itself constrained its aerodynamic performance. Lin Hai approached to retrieve the spike. However, it was already more potent than a small firearm. After a moment of contemplation, a new idea struck him. The act of throwing the spike reminded him of the throwing of ninja tools in Naruto. As the thought of ninja tool throwing unfolded in his mind, he envisioned the thousand needles technique. Thus, he summoned his energy once more. This time not forming a singular spike, but allowing the seed to split and grow, ultimately resulting in 5 slender needles over 10 centimeters long in the palm of his hand, a version for mass attack. With a flick of his wrist, the 5 wooden needles shot out in a fan-like spread, all striking the trunk, distributed within an area the size of a palm. Harry whistled. Now evasion would be quite a challenge. Next came the most perilous test, the healing ability test. Lin Hai raised the wooden spike he had just created and, without hesitation, pierced through the palm of his left hand, despite Harry's sudden change in expression. Are you insane? Harry rushed forward. The healing ability test must be conducted this way. I do not wish to wait until I am shot to ascertain the evolution of my healing capabilities. Lin Hai gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, yet his voice remained steady. Remarkably, although the wound was gruesome, the amount of blood loss was significantly less than usual. The blood did not gush forth, but rather seeped slowly, as if the blood vessels themselves were actively constricting to stem the flow. A cellular-level coagulation response, Harry quickly recorded. Noting that the platelet activity was over 5 times that of an ordinary person, Lin Hai began to channel emerald energy to cover the wound. A gentle green light radiating from the injury. The healing process was visibly rapid. First, the muscle fibers reconnected like wriggling earthworms, followed by the skin tissue zipping closed like a zipper. 5 minutes later, only a pink area of newly formed tissue remained on his palm. Harry gently pressed with tweezers. Pain level? A slight, dull ache, not affecting functionality, Lin Hai replied as he flexed his fingers. Theoretically, even if I were to be shot now, as long as it is not immediately fatal, I should be able to recover. After the testing concluded, Lin Hai, as was his custom, sat cross-legged beside the flower bud, his hands gently pressing against its semi-transparent surface. The jade-green vitality flowed like a delicate stream, creating a subtle energy cycle between him and the bud. He engaged in this practice daily, his evolved body resembling a parched sponge, greedily absorbing the vast energy housed within the bud. Yet, in comparison to the immense power contained within, the amount he siphoned off remained trivial, akin to scooping a mere cup of water from the ocean. Utterly inconsequential to the ocean itself. Is it still not working? Came Harry's voice from behind. Lin Hai slowly withdrew his palms, the jade energy swirling at his fingertips before merging into his body. He shook his head, a hint of resignation in his tone. At this moment, I feel like an ant attempting to drain an entire river. Harry approached, clutching the latest data analysis report. Dr. Connor's calculations indicate that, at your current absorption rate, it will take at least, he paused, 3,000 years to deplete the energy of this bud. Lin Hai let out a light chuckle, rising to brush the dirt from his clothes, thinking to himself, it seems that Igor will not notice my little thievery for the time being. In the center of the camp, the research team of the Osborne group was engaged in a fervent discussion around a sophisticated instrument. Dr. Connors, the very individual who would later transform into a lizard man, possessed dual PhDs in biology and biochemistry. He had lost his right arm while serving as a military doctor and subsequently became the chief scientist at the Osborne group. At this moment, he was animatedly pointing at the data charts projected in hologram, his voice trembling with excitement. It resembles a perpetual motion machine, ceaselessly releasing energy without any signs of depletion. As Lin Hai and Harry approached, the debate abruptly ceased. A dozen pairs of eyes turned towards them, their gazes mingling with a blend of longing and frustration. Mr. Lin, we must take a sample. Even a small fragment of tissue could alter the course of human civilization, Connors stated bluntly. Lin Hai did not respond immediately. He surveyed the eager faces of the researchers, each displaying a similar fervor, the unique tenacity of scientists confronting the unknown. If you can manage to do so, I have no objections, he finally replied with calmness. The ensuing scene was both comical and shocking. The Osborne group's most advanced laser cutter was aimed at the surface of the bud, and upon contact, the high-energy beam was unexpectedly refracted, burning a charred hole into the adjacent rock. A 100 energy reflectivity? That is impossible, the operator exclaimed, as hydraulic pincers attempted to grasp the bud. The metallic teeth were halted by an invisible force field just 1 centimeter from its surface, unable to advance any closer, regardless of the pressure applied. The most outrageous moment occurred when a researcher attempted to strike a small sample with a hammer. The hammerhead, upon contact with the bud, abruptly flew from his grasp, leaving the bud unscathed, as if mocking us. Harry murmured, observing the 7th device rendered inoperable. Lin Hai stood nearby, his emerald eyes reflecting the absurdity of the situation. He understood better than anyone that this was no ordinary material. This bud was crafted by Igo, a living planet of the self-proclaimed celestial race, imbued with cosmic-level rules. The existing technology of humanity stood before it like a primitive man's stone axe facing titanium alloy armor. As night fell, an air of frustration enveloped the camp. Dr. Connors, undeterred, frantically calculated new extraction methods in his notebook, while other researchers began to pack up their equipment in small groups. "We will withdraw tomorrow," Harry announced, his voice carrying an official calmness. Yet Lin Hai could detect the underlying reluctance. Connors abruptly lifted his head. "Give us another week. If we can just adjust the parameters of the quantum tunneling device, Doctor." Lin Hai interjected gently yet firmly. "You know that won't help." A silence ensued. Finally, Connors removed his glasses and wearily rubbed his eyes. "You're right. We are like a swarm of ants trying to study a smartphone. We cannot even comprehend its most basic operational principles." Lin Hai wholeheartedly agreed, but added, "Sometimes, acknowledging our insignificance is a form of wisdom." The following day, as the sun rose, a helicopter adorned with the Osborne Group's insignia hovered in the sky, with the dense forest below gradually shrinking. As the helicopter passed over the Missouri River, sunlight scattered golden fragments across the water's surface. Deep within that forest, the bud trembled slightly before falling silent once more. Chapter 24. The race. Upon their return to New York, Lin Hai and Harry reconvened with their two companions at the backyard of their master's clinic. In the rear of Chun's traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Peter was inspecting a wooden thorn that Lin Hai had conjured, while Gwen held a cup of floral tea. Attentively listening to Lin Hai recount their 2-week journey in Missouri, Peter lightly tapped the table with the wooden thorn, producing a crisp sound, but ceased immediately when Gwen shot him a disapproving glance. Perhaps seeking to change the subject, Peter turned to Lin Hai and Harry, saying, "So, this alien bud just generously allowed you to siphon energy for free?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Be precise with your wording, Peter. We refer to it as non-destructive sample research." "Oh, it's still free," Peter retorted, prompting laughter from Gwen and Lin Hai. Harry, somewhat exasperated, still struggled to acclimate to Peter's penchant for banter and incessant chatter. As dusk descended, Lin Hai sat alone in the backyard of the herbal shop after bidding farewell to a few friends. Gazing up at the dimly lit stars above New York, he found himself lost in contemplation. He was acutely aware that all the events of this journey would soon be thoroughly investigated by Norman Osborn, and the data in the hands of the accompanying researchers would undoubtedly not escape Norman's scrutiny. Yet, he felt no anxiety. This was the confidence born from the growth of his own abilities. Even if Norman Osborn were to develop a formidable enhancement serum as a result of this journey, or if he were to ascend to the role of the Green Goblin 2 or 3 years ahead of schedule, he remained unfazed. The Green Goblin was merely the nemesis of Spider-Man, often matched against him in a contest of equals, sometimes even gaining the upper hand. But that was Spider-Man, the impoverished youth Peter Parker, clad in a self-made suit, wielding resilient yet unrefined webs and immense physical strength. He was not Peter. From his current understanding and mastery of his abilities, Lin Hai believed he would not be outmatched by a newly minted Spider-Man. Thus, he harbored confidence that even with the advent of the Green Goblin, he would be capable of addressing the challenge. However, Harry, the present-day Harry Osborn, was a friend of Lin Hai, Peter, and Gwen. As Norman's son, he would undoubtedly suffer being caught between them. Therefore, Lin Hai felt compelled to complete the research he had established regarding the hereditary illness plaguing the Osborn family before the emergence of the Green Goblin. For only then could he avoid leaving any loose ends. Norman Osborn's investigation progressed more swiftly than anticipated. On the very first day after Lin Hai and Harry returned to school, Norman approached Lin Hai. 2 sleek black sedans from Oscorp parked at the school gate, and the rear window lowered to reveal Norman's sharply defined visage. "Shall we talk?" During their 30-minute conversation, Norman did not broach the subject of the bud, but rather casually mentioned the ongoing human enhancement project and certain treatments for specific genetic defects. Each statement carefully crafted as a baited hook. However, Lin Hai was not a hapless fish to be easily ensnared. He deftly navigated Norman's probing with poised responses before returning to his mentor's clinic. After greeting his master, he retreated to the adjacent herbal shop, took up a pen and paper, and settled into a wicker chair. He began to recall the configurations of the Green Goblin from the original narrative. Aside from the enhanced physique granted by the serum, the Green Goblin possessed glider wings with a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour and a payload capacity of half a ton, pumpkin bombs capable of collapsing concrete walls, and armor resistant to ordinary bullets. Upon comparison, Lin Hai realized that aside from his inability to fly, he had no significant vulnerabilities. Even if he could not intercept the airborne Green Goblin, he would face no peril. Time passed swiftly, and by the end of May, summer vacation at Midtown High School was less than a month away. Simultaneously, Lin Hai's research has entered a new phase. Yet he remains uncertain about his ability to resolve the issue of the Osborne hereditary disease. He understands that if he continues his solitary investigations without the genetic samples from the Osborne lineage, he will not achieve any significant breakthroughs. Consequently, he made his way to Harry's private laboratory in the Osborne building, where Harry was calibrating a set of gene sequencers. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Hai observed the silhouette of his friend. Today's sample activity had improved by 10% compared to last week. Harry adjusted his glasses, his voice calm. However, Lin Hai noticed a slight tremor in his fingertips, one of the early symptoms of the Osborne hereditary disease, indicative of instability within the nervous system. Lin Hai chose not to respond immediately, but instead quietly released a wisp of emerald energy, allowing it to permeate the laboratory like a delicate mist. The feedback from the energy caused his brow to furrow. Although Harry's life force maintained a generally healthy frequency, it resembled an unstable light bulb, consistently illuminated yet fluctuating between brilliance and dimness. This aberrant oscillation mirrored that of Norman Osborn, albeit to a lesser degree. "Harry," Lin Hai suddenly spoke, intending to prompt his friend to address the hereditary ailment. "Your life force appears somewhat irregular in comparison to Mr. Osborne's." Harry's fingers hovered over the control panel, and the laboratory was momentarily enveloped in silence, save for the hum of the machinery reverberating through the air. Slowly, Harry turned to face Lin Hai, his gaze behind the glasses complex and profound. He remained silent for several seconds before removing his glasses and rubbing his temples. "You truly can perceive it." 3 minutes later, the two stood in the private lounge on the top floor of the Osborne building. After unlocking with a fingerprint, Harry retrieved an encrypted document from the safe and unfurled a series of startling brain scan images. "Hereditary neurodegenerative disease of the Osborne family," he began, his voice echoing as if from a distant realm. "The onset typically occurs between the ages of 35 and 45, with symptoms encompassing motor dysfunction, hallucinations, and ultimately, total organ failure. Since my great-great-grandfather, every male in the Osborne family has exhibited signs of neurological degeneration around the age of 40, suffering from memory loss, emotional instability, and eventually succumbing to organ failure." Switching to a genetic-level image, a specific sequence of base pairs was evidently misaligned. "My father is 42 this year," Harry remarked wryly, "and my genetic testing indicates a 100% probability of onset. Thus, the Human Enhancement Project represents my father's last hope, and possibly mine as well. This explains why he has hastened the progress of the Human Enhancement Project. The data we brought back from Missouri has rendered certain theories plausible." Lin Hai felt a tightness in his chest. "He has already commenced human trials?" "Next week." Harry's voice was barely audible. "The first batch of volunteers has signed the agreements." Lin Hai understood that Norman was growing impatient, having acquired data from the recent expedition to Missouri. Coupled with the existing research of the Osborne Group in enhancing serums, Norman was eager to address his genetic affliction. This eagerness is quite comprehensible. A drowning individual, upon spotting a lifeline, would invariably grasp it with fervor. Subsequently, Harry presented another set of data, employing extreme gene recombination to forcibly rectify erroneous sequences, which theoretically could resolve the considerable dilemma afflicting us. However, such theoretical approaches could also undermine personality stability, as Lin Hai pointed out, indicating the deliberately understated side effect reports within the documentation. Harry nodded in silence. He then informed Lin Hai that besides initiating human trials the following week, they intended to complete the experiment in 20 days. Lin Hai swiftly calculated. It was now late May, the final month before the summer vacation, implying that Norman aimed to finalize human testing by the end of June. "Does he comprehend the risks?" Lin Hai inquired. Harry offered a resigned smile, acknowledging that Norman was aware, yet he also understood that without the enhancement serum, he would deteriorate into a helpless being incapable of even steadying a spoon within 3 years, facing imminent death thereafter. The screen shifted to another dataset, and Lin Hai instantly recognized it as the simulated experimental results of the enhancement serum. The findings were alarming. 70% of the simulated cases exhibited brain mutations, 25% experienced outright genetic collapse, and only 5% demonstrated stable enhancement. Norman believed himself to be among that 5%. Harry closed the file, for the Osborne family had always been fortunate. Lin Hai remained non-committal on this notion. One cannot establish a conglomerate as vast as the Osborne Group without a modicum of luck, yet, based on the outcomes of the original narrative, it appeared that fortune had decidedly turned its back on Norman this time. "I need your blood sample, Harry, if there exists anyone capable of aiding you and your father." "It must be I," Lin Hai declared resolutely, gazing into Harry's eyes. "No problem," Harry replied, recognizing the truth in Lin Hai's words. He understood that Lin Hai was their only hope. Upon acquiring Harry's blood sample, Lin Hai rapidly immersed himself in the targeted experiments. The ensuing challenge lay in the race between Lin Hai and Norman, to see whether Lin Hai could remedy the Osborn genetic disorder first, or if Norman would succeed in developing the finished enhancement serum and transform into the nefarious Green Goblin. Chapter 25. The birth of the Green Goblin. After obtaining Harry Osborn's blood sample, Lin Hai commenced the final stages of the ongoing experiments. He had reached the concluding phase of the research into the Osborn genetic disorder, poised to initiate targeted studies upon receiving Harry's blood sample. In the days that followed, everyone was on high alert. After securing Harry's consent, Lin Hai informed Gwen and Peter about the hereditary condition afflicting the Osborn family, which had yet to befall Peter. This was not only to enlist their assistance in the research, but also to prepare them for any eventualities. Should the Green Goblin truly emerge, Peter and Gwen would be able to quickly adapt and avoid any undue panic. Amidst the fervent hustle and race against time, mid-June arrived. All four of them, being academic overachievers, managed to balance their research endeavors with their final examinations, finding the university curriculum rather trivial in comparison to their current project. As the bell signaling the end of the final exam rang, Lin Hai's fingers remained poised over the exam paper, inscribing the last formula. While other students jubilantly rushed out of the classroom, he merely set down his pen and rubbed his weary eyes. Another flawless paper, Lin. Gwen Stacy leaned against the doorframe, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight streaming through the window. "Though I suspect you hardly took the exam to heart," she remarked. Lin Hai chuckled, stuffing his stationery into his backpack. "The exam is merely a formality. I can guarantee you felt the same way." "Not at all. I've been studying diligently," Gwen replied with a playful wink. Indeed, the diligent Gwen always approached her studies with utmost seriousness, yet exams posed no challenge for her, as she consistently ranked first. The corridors of Midtown High School were bustling with students celebrating the end of the term. Lin Hai and Gwen navigated through the throng towards the parking lot at the back of the school, where Peter and Harry awaited them, deeply engrossed in a spirited discussion. However, altering the base sequence may impact neuronal synaptic transmission, Peter asserted, adjusting his glasses and gesturing at molecular structures in the air. Harry crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. "Thus, we must devise a delivery system that solely targets muscle cells." As Lin Hai approached, their conversation abruptly ceased. "Is the plan ready?" he inquired directly. "Freshly collected. And as you suggested, I've added the anticoagulant," Harry confirmed, nodding as he retrieved a silver cooler from his backpack, containing his blood samples. "My father inquired about my extracurricular research project again today." Harry's voice lowered. "I told him we were working on a nanomaterials topic." Gwen patted Harry's shoulder reassuringly. "Just a few more days. Once we complete the first phase of experiments, we can share the good news with him. Provided our theory holds," Peter interjected, quickly retracting under Gwen's stern gaze. "I mean, it will definitely hold." In Harry's private laboratory within Oscorp Tower, he swiped his card to unlock the door. As the four of them filed in, Lin Hai immediately placed the blood samples into the analyzer. The screen began to display a complex array of genetic sequence data. Harry has severed the data connection between his laboratory and the Osborn group, safeguarding their research on the hereditary afflictions of the Osborn family from prying eyes. The potential revelation of the group's pivotal figure suffering from a grave illness would undoubtedly cast a long shadow. Harry's rationale for this precaution was that should any missteps occur among them, it would not implicate everyone involved. Given his status as the heir to the Osborn legacy, his peers consented with a knowing nod. They commenced their cross-comparison analysis. Lin Hai directed the operations, with Gwen focusing on mitochondrial anomalies, Peter examining neurotransmitter receptors, and Harry monitoring fluctuations in enzyme activity. The quartet swiftly immersed themselves in their work, the laboratory resonating with the rhythmic tapping of keyboards and the hum of machinery. Positioned before the central control panel, Lin Hai gazed at the rotating double helix model projected in holographic form. He turned to Harry and inquired, "How severe is your father's condition at present?" Harry's fingers gripped the edge of the workbench tightly. He has recently begun talking to himself, occasionally erupting in fits of rage, only to revert to normalcy shortly thereafter. The doctors attribute it to stress-induced temporary schizophrenia. A heavy silence enveloped them. Lin Hai understood that Norman Osborn's condition was far worse than Harry had disclosed. The emergence of the Green Goblin persona was underway. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and Harry's phone illuminated with an encrypted message. He glanced at it, his expression darkening further. "It's a message from my father's assistant. He stated that the previous formal experimental volunteers have been exhausted, and there is no immediate prospect for a new batch. So my father intends to conduct the experiment on himself." "What?" Gwen exclaimed. The experimental data hasn't even been validated yet. What formula did he use? Lin Hai pressed urgently. Harry trembled as he retrieved another set of documents. It's the third-generation enhancer he devised, significantly safer than the first, yet side effects still loom. Lin Hai's mind raced. The effects of the third-generation enhancer were uncertain, but he knew that if all went according to fate, Norman Osborn would undergo a complete transformation into the Green Goblin post-experimentation. Friends, I require your collaboration, not solely for the healing of Mr. Osborn, but also to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Hai addressed his companions, particularly eyeing Harry. Are you suggesting that if my father's experiment fails? Harry's voice faltered. Lin Hai nodded solemnly. We must be ready for the worst-case scenario. Peter, Gwen, do you recall those extracurricular equipment designs you created? It is time to enhance them. Gwen's eyes sparkled with inspiration. My biomechanical gloves can augment adhesive capabilities. Peter had already begun sketching designs on his tablet. My electromagnetic disruptor will surely prove useful. Harry looked at his three friends, the fear in his eyes gradually replaced by resolve. I will continue to refine the healing agent, both for my father and for myself. Lin Hai felt the energy within him stir restlessly. Whether it was a premonition of impending danger or the tension of the battle ahead, time was running short. The Green Goblin was about to be birthed, and they needed to concoct an antidote before all unfolded, or prepare to confront an out-of-control supervillain. The night had descended upon New York, and Norman Osborn stood before his computer, trembling fingers tapping away at the white keyboard. The blue glow of the monitor reflected in his sunken eye sockets, illuminating a once handsome visage now resembling a specter. Beneath his lab coat, his emaciated frame struggled to support the tailored suit, a hereditary ailment gnawing at him from within. Mr. Osborn, the Scientific Ethics Committee has once again rejected the volunteer application for human trials, his assistant cautiously informed him. They believe the safety data for the third-generation enhancer is still insufficient. Get out. Norman's voice was soft, yet it silenced the assistant, who promptly retreated. Once the laboratory door closed, Norman violently swept the instruments off the table, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the vast emptiness of the lab. He leaned against the metallic surface, gasping for breath as sweat trickled down his forehead. In the reflective surface of the nearby equipment, another version of Norman sneered at him. Look, they all want you dead. The doppelganger tilted its head, a twisted grin on its lips. Once the board discovers your issues, they LLC's control of your company, and the investors will withdraw their funding. Even your son is scheming behind your back. Norman shut his eyes. Harry is merely working on a school project. A school project? The voice sharpened. You really don't know what he and those little geniuses are researching? They are studying you. Your son. They are seeking a cure for the family curse that has turned you into this wretched creature. Norman opened his eyes to find the other version of himself staring back with a malevolent expression he had never possessed. They are running out of time, Norman. The voice softened, laced with a seductive tone. You know what your only chance is. It lies within the safe before you. Norman's gaze shifted to the biometric safe against the wall, housing the last vial of the third-generation enhancer. It could kill me, he protested, turning his head away in defiance. Without injecting it, you will surely die. The glass reflected the twisted grin of the other Norman. Consider the super strength, super speed, and super healing that the enhancement could bestow. Is there anything more vital than living like this? Norman's breaths quickened. In recent weeks, the hallucinations had become increasingly frequent. At times, he could scarcely distinguish between reality and the fabrications of his mind. Last night, he had seen spiders crawling across the ceiling. This morning, during the board meeting, he was convinced that the CFO's head had transformed into a pumpkin. The final stage of his hereditary disease, neurodegeneration, had commenced. Norman trembled as he entered the password. Placing his palm upon the scanner, the safe slid open silently, releasing a gust of cold air. A syringe filled with a fluorescent green liquid lay quietly upon the velvet lining. For Osborn Industries, Norman murmured, lifting the syringe. For yourself? Corrected the reflection of Norman in the glass. He rolled up his sleeve and plunged the needle into his arm. As the green liquid slowly coursed into his veins, an intense burning sensation spread throughout his body. He emitted a howl that was far from human, collapsing to the ground. The laboratory lights began to flicker. Norman's vision was engulfed by a sea of green. He felt his bones restructuring, muscles tearing and healing, nerve endings simultaneously stimulated by countless needles. Pain transcended the limits of human endurance, yet at some critical juncture, it abruptly ceased. Norman rose slowly, discovering an unprecedented clarity in his vision. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power coursing through his veins. Every subtle sound in the laboratory became distinctly audible, the assistant's breaths from the adjacent room, the clattering of a cart pushed by a janitor above, even the distant mechanical hum of the elevator. He gazed at the glass beside him. The reflection of Norman smiled back at him, a twisted and mad grin he had never worn before. Finally free, Norman's tone resonated with boundless relief and madness. He smashed his fist through the glass, and amidst the glimmering shards, countless green demons grinned menacingly at him. Chapter 26. The Green Demon of the Forest. Meanwhile, in Harry's private laboratory, an alarm suddenly blared from Harry's laptop. The four individuals simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing at the screen. The surveillance footage revealed that the access to the top-floor laboratory of Oscorp had been violently breached. Someone had invaded the forbidden zone. Harry quickly called up additional camera angles. Wait, that's my father's security code. In the footage, a figure clad in tattered lab attire was rummaging through the laboratory with astonishing speed. He has already injected himself. Lin Hai's voice was grave, and the dosage far exceeds the safety standards. Gwen gasped. His speed surpasses that of a national-level sprinter. Peter fixated on the screen. His pupils are distinctly dilated, and his irises exhibit an unnatural green hue. The enhancer is affecting his nervous system. The surveillance image suddenly shook violently, then fizzled into static. The last frame capturing Norman Osborn turning towards the camera, wearing a chilling smile. He has discovered the surveillance. Harry's complexion turned pale. My father never smiles like that. Lin Hai promptly shut down all terminals. We must prepare for the worst. If Mr. Osborn has indeed transformed, the first thing he will seek is who is investigating his hereditary condition. Are you saying my father will come after us? Harry asked incredulously. Not to find us. Lin Hai swiftly proceeded with the final experiment of the healing potion, seeking out all those who were privy to his secret. The enhancer would magnify the user's aggression and paranoid tendencies. As the four of them dashed out of the laboratory, an explosion reverberated from above. Thick smoke billowed upwards, and flames tinted the evening sky crimson. We are out of time, Harry. Call your father and concoct some excuse to keep him occupied, Lin Hai instructed Harry. Trembling, Harry dialed the number, but to his surprise, Norman's voice sounded unusually calm. Harry, my child, do you hear the explosion? Do not worry, it is merely a controlled incident. Norman's tone was disturbingly gentle. By the way, how is your project progressing? Harry glanced at Lin Hai, who gestured for silence. It is still ongoing, father. Merely some foundational research. Very good, Norman chuckled softly. Invite your friends over for dinner tomorrow. I mean at home, not at the office. I wish to discuss your recent research. After the call ended, the temperature around the four seemed to plummet by 10 degrees. He's probing, Gwen whispered. Worse, Lin Hai said gravely. He is hunting. Lin Hai quickly organized. Gwen and Peter, you two continue to complete the final phase of the healing potion here. Meanwhile, connect the surveillance from the top floor of Oscorp Tower to Harry's computer and keep a vigilant watch for any anomalies. Peter, hand me the earpiece I used during our last operation and stay ready to report. Harry, is there a backup security elevator in Oscorp? We need to check the top floor. But once you go up, find a place to hide and communicate with me via the earpiece. If I don't call for you, do not emerge. After ensuring he had the seeds he needed, Lin Hai and Harry took the backup elevator to the top floor. Suddenly, Peter's voice crackled through the earpiece. Lin, the surveillance footage shows a figure clad in green metallic armor descending upon the roof of Oscorp Tower. However, the armor appears hastily assembled, not like the final product, and the visor on the helmet glows yellow. The worst had occurred. Lin Hai quickly checked his pouch of seeds while instructing Harry to hide on the top floor, then raced toward the rooftop. He could not afford to let the Green Goblin reach Norman's private office to inspect the surveillance. He forcefully broke through the stairwell door connecting to the rooftop, the sound of metal clashing and an eerie humming emanating from the side. Lin, Harry, is that you? I can hear your voices. Norman's voice, altered by a voice modulator, became unnaturally shrill. Just as Lin Hai stepped onto the Oscorp rooftop, he swiftly dodged to the side. In the next moment, a spinning metallic disc embedded itself into the wall where he had stood, deeply cutting into the concrete. Good reflexes, child. Norman, or the Green Goblin, stood upon his glider, peering over the edge of the rooftop at the sprawling expanse of New York City. His armor shimmered under the ambient lights and the twinkling stars above. It appears you are aware of what is transpiring, he said. Lin Hai stepped forward. Mr. Osborn, we can assist you. There is a possibility for your affliction to be cured. The Green Goblin tilted his helmet. Oh? Do I appear to be unwell? He erupted into a maniacal laugh, a sound akin to nails scraping against glass. I am not ill. I feel absolutely marvelous. Better than ever. He abruptly hurled a pumpkin-shaped grenade. Lin Hai swiftly grasped the seeds of the iron wall fruit, and in an instant, an oval, deep green shield materialized before him, absorbing the explosion. As the smoke dissipated, the Green Goblin was astonished to find Lin Hai unscathed behind the suddenly materialized barrier. Fascinating, indeed. It seems there is much about your abilities that I am yet to discover. Allow me to learn more about you today. The visor of the goblin's helmet contracted, as if focusing intently. With a furious roar, he charged at Lin Hai. Lin Hai seized a seed of the twining vine and cast it forth, then clasped his hands together. Instantly, numerous vines erupted from the ground and walls, ensnaring the emerald-armored figure. Yet this merely bought time. He could see the Green Goblin, along with his glider, tearing through the resilient tendrils. The enhancement was evidently successful. The goblin now appeared as an exceptional super soldier in terms of physical prowess. Oh, Lin, another new trick. How many more do you possess? The goblin's voice dripped with madness. Lin Hai remained silent, his focus fixed on the goblin as he sought any possible opportunity. Not speaking? No matter, the goblin declared, drawing a metal-long knife from his armor. I shall slice you into pieces for study. Lin Hai understood that the ensuing battle would determine the fates of many. He fought not only to protect his friends, but also to save Norman Osborn, the father of Harry, who had been consumed by the goblin's persona. He assumed a combat stance, emerald energy converging in his hands, and 2 half-meter-long wooden spikes materialized. Come, green canister, let me see what the enhancer has granted you. A sharp metallic clang echoed from the rooftop of Osborn Tower into the night sky. Lin Hai's feet carved deep grooves into the rooftop as the goblin's strike proved heavier than anticipated. Despite the life force enhancement, his hands numbed from the impact. Is that all you've got? The Green Goblin stood on his makeshift glider, his metallic armor reflecting the moonlight. I expected to play a bit longer. Lin Hai tightened his grip on the wooden spikes, emerald energy swirling rapidly within him. The goblin's glider emitted a piercing hum as it hurtled towards him with alarming speed. With a swift motion of his right hand, Lin Hai launched the wooden spikes, marred by cuts from his blade, while quickly retrieving the green vine seed from his waist pouch. As the Green Goblin evaded the wooden spikes, 3 razor-sharp leaves followed in rapid succession. The first leaf was dodged, the second grazed the visor of the helmet, and the third struck the right engine of the glider with pinpoint accuracy. A mere trick. The Green Goblin roared as he released a barrage of miniature explosives. Lin Hai's left hand struck the ground, causing a seed of the iron wall fruit to grow instantaneously. The shockwave from the explosion hurled him through the air, yet the fragments of the bomb and the debris were thwarted by the unyielding plant barrier. While adjusting his posture midair, Lin Hai hurled another wooden spike towards the Green Goblin's head. This disruption caused the Green Goblin's trajectory to falter, and the glider narrowly brushed past Lin Hai. Now is the moment. Lin Hai propelled a heart-twining vine seed towards the glider. Instantly, vines erupted on the glider, coiling like serpents and swiftly shredding the left stabilizing wing. The Green Goblin lost balance, spiraling downwards. With a thunderous crash, the armored figure slammed against the rooftop barrier. Without pausing, Lin Hai continued to hurl seeds in the direction of the Green Goblin, rapidly forming a verdant cage of vines to ensnare him. Do you really think this can hold me? The Green Goblin's roar was laced with the sound of metal tearing. The alloy blade easily severed the vines, and the armored figure leaped free. Lin Hai, breathing heavily, retreated. The continuous use of his abilities had drained a significant portion of his life force. While the Green Goblin seemed to thrive in battle, he required a broader control skill, that technique he had yet to master fully. Lin Hai, the healing potion is ready. I'll send it up via the elevator. Peter's voice crackled through the earpiece, but it needed to be injected directly into the central nervous system. This meant he must subdue the Green Goblin and restrain him long enough. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hai slowly drew his hands into the Tai Chi starting position. His master's teachings echoed in his ears. Focus your energy in the lower abdomen. Maintain a centered mind. Use softness to overcome hardness. The Green Goblin scoffed derisively. Tai Chi, you intend to use an old man's exercise against me? The armored figure charged like a cannonball. Lin Hai stood firm, his arms moving in graceful arcs like a Tai Chi master. Just as the Green Goblin's fist was about to strike his face, he sidestepped, gently placing his right hand on the opponent's wrist and supporting the elbow with his left, executing a flawless technique of yielding force. The Green Goblin, astonished, realized that his full force strike had been redirected into empty space, his body propelled forward by inertia. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai's right foot swept into the goblin's lower stance, channeling power through his hips. With a resounding thud, the green-armored figure was sent crashing to the ground. This is not your ordinary Tai Chi, Lin Hai panted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This is Tai Chi capable of bringing you down. The Green Goblin roared in fury as he rolled back to his feet. But Lin Hai had already created distance, swiftly bringing his hands together in prayer. It was time to attempt that skill he had not yet fully mastered. He had to try. Realm of Trees, Descend. As Lin Hai unleashed his ultimate move for the first time, he instinctively shouted the name of the technique in Chinese. Although it seemed somewhat juvenile, one might say, to be young is to be whimsical. An emerald energy surged forth from every pore of Lin Hai's body, akin to blazing green flames. The surrounding area trembled violently within a 30-meter radius, and countless tinder sprouts erupted from the seeds he had previously scattered, as well as those that had fallen from nature onto the rooftop. Under the catalysis of life force, they grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, the rooftop of the Osborne group transformed into a miniature forest, with trees and vines intertwining to form a natural prison. The vines moving like living creatures in search of their target. What on earth is this? The Green Goblin's armor became ensnared by the suddenly sprouting trunks. As the vines swiftly wrapped around him, Lin Hai knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascading from his forehead. Even a miniature version of the tree realm's descent was enough to exhaust Lin Hai. This technique consumed an overwhelming amount of energy for him, and he felt as if his entire meridian system was ablaze. Yet, the fact that he had successfully executed it was already a remarkable feat. Lin. Peter's voice called from behind. When Lin Hai turned, he saw Peter's astonished face. Such an intense scene. I had no idea you possessed this skill. When did you develop this new technique? But still, I must say, this defies the laws of science. As Peter rambled on, he did not forget the matter at hand. He hurried toward Lin Hai, handing him a freshly prepared healing potion. Can you still manage? Or should I administer it? No. Peter, you are still just an ordinary person. Be careful. I will handle this. Grasping the syringe of the potion Peter had offered him, Lin Hai staggered to his feet and slowly approached the ensnared Green Goblin. Let me go? The Green Goblin screamed in a frenzy as the vines snapped one by one. I will kill you all. No, you will not. Lin Hai panted as he drew closer, for those were not the true words of Norman Osborn. Seizing the moment, as the Green Goblin roared once more, he deftly pierced the syringe into the gap in the armor at the neck. The instant the potion was injected, the Green Goblin emitted a shrill, inhuman wail. Now, the final step. Lin Hai pressed his palm against the Green Goblin's chest, where the armor had shattered, revealing flesh beneath. The emerald energy flowed into him like a gentle stream. A brilliant green light erupted forth, and the figure within the armor convulsed violently, two forces clashing within. One was the fury birthed from the enhancer and the second personality, while the other was the purifying essence of the healing potion and life force. Lin Hai could feel Norman Osborn's true consciousness struggling beneath the persona of the Green Goblin. At that moment, Harry and Gwen arrived on the rooftop. From within the green helmet, a weak voice emerged. I'm sorry, my son. Mr. Osborn, hold on. Lin Hai intensified his energy output, thinking of Harry and the love he bore for him. The green light grew ever more radiant, ultimately bursting forth like a magnificent firework. As the brilliance faded, the armor lay quietly on the ground, and the eyes behind the helmet's visor regained clarity. What have I done? Norman Osborn's frail voice was filled with fear and regret. Lin Hai, utterly exhausted, slumped to the ground and replied, Sir, that is not what you should be worrying about right now. Please, rest well. Chapter 27, A Summer Outing for Five, Part 1. 2 days later, at the Chun Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. The summer sunlight streamed through the clinic's glass windows, casting a golden hue upon the wooden floor. Lin Hai was practicing Tai Chi in the backyard. He had sustained no serious injuries, only some scrapes and bruises. And with a sweep of life force, even the scars soon vanished. Ah, recovery is looking splendid, Chun Bing remarked as he approached with a teapot. What happened yesterday? You appeared utterly drained when you came to the clinic in the morning. Had I not known you well enough, I might have thought some enchantress had drained you dry. Lin Hai forced a smile as he responded, Master, you exaggerate. That was a unique circumstance. You know my abilities. I merely encountered a slight setback in my cultivation. Nothing too concerning. After all, cultivation is not achieved in a day. Why the rush? Chen Bing poured him a cup of herbal tea. Drink this. It will replenish your vitality. Lin Hai nodded appreciatively, but just as he took the cup, the clinic's doorbell chimed. He went to open the door and found Norman Osborn standing there with Harry, followed by Peter and Gwen. Today, Norman was dressed in a casual suit, his face free of the previous shadows, replaced instead by a gentle smile. Mr. Lin, Norman said solemnly, extending his hand, I am here to express my gratitude. Lin Hai shook his hand. How do you feel, Mr. Osborn? Better than ever, Norman replied, lightly touching his temple. Not only has the hereditary illness been cured, but my long-standing migraines have also vanished. The medical team at Oscorp calls it a medical miracle. Harry excitedly interjected, I also used the healing potion. I'm essentially fine now. Even if there are any residual effects later, just give me another dose like that. Norman affectionately ruffled his son's hair before turning to Lin Hai. I owe you my life and nearly caused harm to the innocent due to my madness. If you need anything, your gratitude is more than enough, Lin Hai smiled. Harry is an important friend to us, and that suffices. Gwen and Peter had already made themselves at home in the clinic, being regulars who required no invitation from Lin Hai. Peter leaned over the herbal cabinet, examining the various herbs. These prescriptions are exquisite. Angelica and astragalus for replenishing vitality. And then, Chun Bing laughed heartily and patted Peter on the shoulder. Peter, you have an eye for this. Would you like to learn some traditional Chinese medicine? Amidst the jovial chatter, Norman pulled Lin Hai aside. Regarding those plants I saw that night, merely some tricks. Lin Hai blinked and made a jest. Norman chuckled heartily. You little rascal, I never imagined you to be so petty. Lin Hai smiled lightly, then replied earnestly. Is the Osborne Group interested in investing in the research and development of new eco-friendly materials? Norman nodded in understanding. Of course. I've heard that the strength of certain plant fibers rivals that of carbon nanotubes. After a brief conversation, Norman rose to take his leave, having accomplished his purpose of gratitude. The Osborne Group had much work awaiting him. The four companions then convened for a tea party in the backyard of the Chin Clinic, with the theme revolving around summer travel. So, have you decided where to go? Gwen unfurled a world map. Paris? Tokyo? Or perhaps Missouri? Lin Hai suddenly proposed. Harry cast a meaningful glance at his friend, likely guessing Lin Hai's intentions, yet he voiced Missouri? Are you serious? What could possibly be entertaining there? Lin Hai produced a meticulously prepared itinerary, hoping to persuade his companions. He felt a compelling need to return to that forest frequently. The energy radiating from the buds left by Igo felt akin to a sun, perpetually providing him with sustenance. Moreover, experiencing the ancient and profound vitality of that life force would undoubtedly benefit him greatly. As the four confirmed their summer travel plan to Missouri, a rare bashfulness appeared on Peter's face. I wanted to ask if we could bring one more person. I mean, having Gwen a girl. With us three boys might be a bit inconvenient. It would be better to have another girl along. Lin Hai, Gwen, and Harry exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into a subtle, conspiratorial smile. Oh, Peter, who is this mysterious girl? Harry teased, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Peter's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, It's, Mary Jane. She's really nice, and you all know her. The trio undoubtedly recognized that the girl Peter referred to could only be Mary Jane. Yet they could not resist teasing him. Thus, when Gwen called Mary Jane and confirmed her participation in the travel plan, the laughter among them grew even louder. Amidst their joyous banter, the summer travel plan welcomed a new member. In the days that followed, everyone began to prepare for the journey. Lin Hai busied himself organizing his backpack, gathering various plant seeds and remedies for unforeseen circumstances. Harry took charge of booking hotels and planning the itinerary. Ensuring every aspect of the trip was meticulously arranged, Gwen carefully selected her travel attire and packed a few unfinished scientific magazines. Peter, brimming with excitement, planned to capture beautiful memories during the trip with his fine camera and photography skills. At last, the day of departure arrived. The four individuals convened at the airport with Mary Jane, who donned a delicate lilac dress that complemented her burgundy locks, rendering her far more enchanting than in her casual attire at school. After exchanging greetings, they boarded the flight to Missouri together. On the plane, laughter and conversation filled the air as they eagerly anticipated the journey ahead. Outside, the clouds resembled soft cotton candy, with sunlight streaming through the layers, casting a warm glow on each face, as if heralding a trip replete with cherished memories. This private jet was a gift for my birthday last year. Harry reclined in the leather seat, swirling apple juice in his champagne flute, though my father had never allowed me to use it alone until now. Lin Hai gazed through the porthole at the diminishing skyline of New York below. It was his second experience aboard a private jet. Yet the opulence still astonished him as a traveler. The cabin boasted a panoramic skylight, leather massage seats, and a small cinema. Honestly, Harry, Mary Jane remarked, sitting beside Peter with her red hair neatly tied in a ponytail, do you think we 5 high school students require such extravagant means of transportation? Peter quickly interjected. From an aerodynamic perspective, private jets are more efficient than commercial flights, as they can fly in a straight line. Peter, Gwen lifted her gaze from a scientific journal. Mary Jane is merely expressing her astonishment, not questioning the principles of flight. Lin Hai noticed Peter's ears reddening. Ever since Mary Jane agreed to join the trip, Peter had been in a state of both excitement and anxiety, resembling an exuberant husky. The flight attendants served exquisite lunches. Harry raised his glass, proclaiming, "To summer vacation. To a break free of mishaps, final exams, and laboratory emergencies. To summer vacation." Everyone chimed, clinking their glasses. Lin Hai's cup gently touched Gwen's. The blonde girl wore a light blue shirt today, making her eyes resemble the sea under a clear sky. When their gazes met, Gwen quickly averted her eyes, feigning an intense interest in the clouds outside. After several hours of flight, the plane finally landed at the airport in Missouri. Stepping out, the fresh air enveloped them, and they inhaled deeply, savoring the unique essence of the land. A modified luxury RV awaited them on the tarmac, evidently another of Harry's arrangements. It featured 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a small kitchen. "It's spacious enough for the 5 of us to enjoy this trip comfortably," Harry introduced. Peter circled the RV, stating, "This is based on a Ford 53 chassis, equipped with a 6.8-liter V10 engine. Get in, Mr. Encyclopedia," Mary Jane laughed as she opened the door. Lin Hai volunteered to be the driver for the first leg of the journey. While assisting with the luggage, he discreetly checked the special equipment hidden in his backpack. A few packets of seeds treated with the essence of life, along with the terrain map marked with the location of the Igo flower bud obtained during the last expedition. Chapter 28. The Summer Adventure of 5 Friends, Part 2. The first destination is the iconic Gateway Arch in St. Louis, Missouri, the second largest city in the state. The 192-meter-tall stainless steel structure glimmers in the sunlight, resembling a colossal metallic rainbow that spans the horizon. It stands as the tallest man-made monument in the United States. Gwen peruses the travel guide, noting that the arch was designed by architect Eero Saarinen and completed in 1965. The 5 friends ascend to the observation deck via an egg-shaped tram. Through the narrow viewing windows, the entire city of St. Louis and the meandering Mississippi River unfold before their eyes. "Wow," Mary Jane exclaims, pressing closer to the glass, captivated by the breathtaking view. "I can see." She suddenly loses her balance and stumbles backward. Peter, who was photographing beside her, instinctively reaches out his hand, catching her just before she falls completely, stabilizing her posture. It must be noted that Peter's physical condition and reflexes have significantly improved since he first entered high school, thanks in part to Lin Hai's casual martial arts training during their free time, as well as Peter's own dedication. "Be careful," Lin Hai advises, steadying her shoulder in the cramped space. "Thank you both. I got a bit too excited," Mary Jane says, patting her chest. Gwen hands her a bottle of water, saying, "Drinking some water will help." Harry leans against the opposite side of the observation deck, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He discreetly takes several photos with his phone, of Peter's concerned inquiry towards Mary Jane, Gwen's furtive glance at Lin Hai, and Lin Hai's oblivious profile as he gazes at the scenery. Perfect composition, Harry whispers to himself. What should I title this collection? The Emotional Entanglements of Young Scientists? The second stop brings them to the Anheuser-Busch Brewery, still located in St. Louis, near the Mississippi River and renowned as the headquarters of Budweiser beer. According to the travel guide, this brewery produces 2 million bottles of beer daily. Gwen flips through the brochure, her blonde hair tied back in a sleek ponytail, noting that the capacity of the fermentation tanks is equivalent to 30 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Peter suddenly interjects, blushing as he catches Mary Jane's puzzled gaze. I did a bit of research beforehand." Harry removes his sunglasses, inspecting the gleaming rows of copper brewing kettles. "Osborne Industries nearly acquired this place last year. My father says alcoholic beverages are an ever-reliable cash flow." Lin Hai and Gwen give Harry a thumbs up, as if to say, "You're impressive." Each person is entitled to 2 complimentary samples of non-alcoholic beer. The tour guide distributes green wristbands, instructing, "Minors, please wear this." Harry takes the wristband and teasingly jabs Peter, saying, "Did you hear that, young Parker? Your words seem to reflect your own nature," Peter retorted, his gaze following Mary Jane, who was tying her hair. Today, she donned a simple white shirt and denim jeans, her crimson locks casually gathered with a modest hairpin, the contours of her neck glistening like honey in the sunlight. As the group, guided by their tour leader, entered the oak barrel display room of the Anheuser-Busch Brewery, they were immediately enveloped by the intoxicating aroma of wine. While the guide elaborated on the ancient art of winemaking, Harry noticed Lin Hai had quietly fallen to the back of the line. "I shall see what our botanist has discovered," Harry whispered to Gwen, and promptly slipped away to follow Lin Hai around the corner of the corridor. He found Lin Hai standing before an ancient vine on display, his hand hovering above the withered tendrils. An emerald glow emanated from Lin Hai's fingertips, seeping into the intricate patterns of the grapevine, causing the seemingly lifeless branches to sprout tender green buds. "Wow, every time I witness this, it feels magical," Harry exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. Lin Hai quickly withdrew his hand, halting the growth of the new shoots. You see, I can vaguely perceive the memories of plants. And this vine has retained some fascinating tales, he explained. Such as? Harry inquired, his curiosity piqued. It has been irradiated by a certain extraterrestrial energy. Lin Hai lowered his voice. Back in the 70s and 80s, when a meteor fell in Missouri, he was aware that this referred to the history of Ego, Star-Lord's father, visiting Earth. As one of the few privy to the knowledge of that bud, Lin Hai shared with Harry the visions he had gleaned from the vine. Their third stop was the very bud left by Ego. After parking the RV in a nearby public lot, Lin Hai encouraged everyone to gather their essentials for venturing into the jungle. Harry, well prepared with his gear, noticed Peter, Gwen, and Mary Jane's puzzled expressions regarding the unexpected expedition into the wilderness. However, reassured by Lin Hai's promise of intrigue and Harry's nod, they quickly donned their equipment. Leading the exploration team into the forest, Lin Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. He could sense the ancient, profound life force contained within the bud calling to him from the depths of the forest, which held special significance for him as a pivotal point in his evolutionary journey. As the group followed Lin Hai's footsteps into the thicket, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of flora, while birds chirped joyfully from the branches, as if welcoming their presence. Suddenly, Lin Hai halted, sensing a familiar and powerful life force not far ahead. He signaled for the group to tread carefully, and soon, they discovered a hidden clearing where a bud emanating a blue glow awaited them. The memory of the flower bud and the forest sea bears little distinction, or rather, since it was sown by Ego, it has remained unchanged, unless Ego were to harness the power of Star-Lord to awaken it. As Lin Hai approached, amidst the astonished gazes of Peter, Gwen, and Mary Jane, he extended his hand to gently touch the flower bud. In that fleeting moment, a familiar and potent life force surged within him, invigorating his entire being. His companions gathered around. Harry was unperturbed, having witnessed Lin Hai do this for half a month. Although Peter and Gwen were taken aback, they were already briefed by Lin Hai and Harry about the previous experiment in Missouri. However, for Mary Jane, it was rather unsettling. She covered her mouth with her hand, her wide eyes and constricted pupils betraying her inner turmoil, for such extraordinary phenomena had never graced her life. Lin Hai had anticipated this reaction, which is why he did not decline Peter's suggestion to bring Mary Jane along, nor did he mind her learning of his uniqueness. Should Mary Jane become involved with Peter, she would inevitably encounter the extraordinary world that Spider-Man inhabits. Even if Mary Jane ultimately did not end up with Peter, as someone familiar to him and a resident of the Marvel Universe's heart, she would sooner or later have to accept the existence of superhumans and supernatural events. Thus, it served as a preemptive measure for her. Peter, in his obliviousness, could not attend to his own goddess, as it was his first encounter with this wondrous flower bud. He quickly retrieved his camera to capture this precious moment. Meanwhile, Harry and Gwen quietly absorbed the life force emanating from Lin Hai, as if their spirits were undergoing a baptism. After Lin Hai concluded his energy absorption, he did not perceive any significant change in the quality of his own energy, merely feeling once more replete with vitality, akin to the sensation of having eaten one's fill. This was to be expected. First, his abilities had already undergone an evolution. Second, he had yet to cultivate the new life force to a threshold, so no substantial changes would occur in the short term. Being able to absorb energy once was commendable. It would require a considerable duration to digest before returning for replenishment. The purpose of the third leg of the journey had been fulfilled. Lin Hai came to recharge, satisfying Peter's and Gwen's curiosity while providing a precautionary insight for Mary Jane. After an engaging discussion filled with imaginative speculation, they departed from the site, heading towards the next destination of their journey. Chapter 29, The Summer Trip of 5, Part 2. The fourth destination of their travels brought them to Mark Twain National Forest. Located in the southern part of Missouri near Rolla, nestled in the Missouri River Basin. It was established in 1939 and stands as one of the most cherished outdoor activity areas in Missouri, renowned for its rafting and kayaking endeavors. Lin Hai drove the motorhome into the Mark Twain National Forest, where towering trees along the roadside formed a natural green tunnel and sunlight filtered through the deep green leaves, casting dappled shadows. The summer sun in Missouri was thick and warm, akin to melted butter. As they passed the entrance of the park, Peter in the back seat was fumbling to assist Mary Jane with the straps of her sun hat. "I can manage, Peter," she said with a smile, swatting his hand away, her red hair glinting like flickering flames in the sunlight. "I just think that knot looks a bit loose." Peter's ears turned crimson, and his glasses slid down to the tip of his nose. Statistically speaking, excessive eagerness can decrease the success rate by 60%. Gwen, seated in the front, observed through her sunglasses, a slight smile gracing her lips. She wore a light blue tank top and denim shorts, her blonde hair neatly tied back in a ponytail. I'm not pursuing anything. Peter nearly sprang from his seat, only to bump his head against the roof of the car. In the back, Harry, determined to enjoy the spectacle, erupted into laughter, raising his phone to capture the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have Midtown High's infamous nerd, Peter Parker, attempting for the 6th time during this summer journey to deny his feelings for Miss Mary Jane. Lin Hai chuckled and shook his head. Opening the navigation, our first stop is Firefly Valley, deep within the forest, where it is said that thousands of fireflies synchronize their glow at this time. The vehicle wound along the Forest Park South winding road, flanked by oak and beech trees forming a verdant archway. Lin Hai felt a subtle tremor of vitality within him, akin to a mouse that had fallen into a grain bin, sensing an abundance of life-affirming plants, bringing forth sensations entirely different from those of the city. To distract himself from the overwhelming influence of the flora, he stole a glance at Gwen's profile. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting delicate speckles on her nose, as if dusted with gold. Watch the road, driver. Gwen suddenly turned her head, her cerulean eyes piercing through her sunglasses. Unless I have the navigation on my face. Lin Hai cleared his throat and redirected his gaze forward, hearing Harry stifle a laugh in the back seat. 2 hours later, the 5 of them arrived at the prime observation point in Firefly Valley, equipped with camping gear. It was a meadow surrounded by ancient oak trees, with a clear brook meandering through its center. As the sun began to set, the woods gradually succumbed to twilight. According to the park brochure, fireflies would start to emerge half an hour after sunset. Gwen laid out the picnic blanket, her movements precise as if arranging petri dishes in a laboratory. Peter set up a tripod. I'm going to film a time-lapse. They say the fireflies here flash in unison. Wow, Mary Jane gasped, pointing to the edge of the woods, where the first green light flickered like a signal. Soon after, a second and then a third appeared, and in an instant, the forest's edge sparkled as if sprinkled with flowing starlight. Thousands of fireflies danced in mysterious rhythm, illuminating the night with a living starry sky. Oh, what a marvel of nature! Peter adjusted his glasses, his voice quivering slightly with astonishment. Lin Hai felt the life force within him resonate with this natural wonder. He quietly pressed his hand against the moist grass, releasing a hint of emerald energy. Instantly, more luminous points began to rise from the surrounding underbrush, not fireflies, but bioluminescent fungi awakened by the life force, echoing the galactic splendor of the earth beneath and the stars above. This was not found in any travel guide. Gwen gazed in amazement at the twinkling turquoise lights beneath her feet, then thoughtfully turned her gaze toward Lin Hai. Harry keenly caught this glance and immediately adjusted the angle of his phone camera. Dear viewers, at this moment, we are witnessing a natural miracle and an indescribable synergy. Lin Hai pretended not to hear, though his ears warmed slightly. He was surprised by Gwen's perceptiveness and even more so by her choice to remain silent rather than expose him. Mary Jane was completely captivated. This is exquisite. If you capture this well, Peter, those photos could absolutely grace the pages of National Geographic. Harry recorded every moment, his excitement contrasting sharply with his usual elegance. After the group had documented the enchanting scene brought by the fireflies, Lin Hai pointed to a nearby spot. There's a lovely camping site ahead. The stream is to our left, and the firefly observation platform is to our right, perfect for our camp. However, as soon as the tent was half erected, Harry plopped down on the inflatable mattress and declared a strike. I hereby announce that the Osborne family's corporate culture does not encompass manual labor. Is that why you've inserted the tent poles incorrectly for the 3rd time? Gwen asked, propping up the swaying main support with one hand, her golden braid dusted with grass clippings. She accepted the metal buckle from Lin Hai, their fingers momentarily brushing in the canvas's shadow before they both nonchalantly withdrew. Peter was attempting to explain how to secure the tarp with the least amount of rope using principles of physics, only to become ensnared like a human mummy. Mary Jane laughed so hard that she could barely hold her camera steady, her red hair glowing like a flickering flame in the dying light of the sunset. Despite the myriad of unexpected occurrences, the outcome was satisfactory. The tent was finally pitched. They laid out their picnic blanket in the clearing by the stream, preparing to enjoy the sandwiches and hot cocoa they had brought. This place felt like a fairy tale. Mary Jane gazed upward at the fireflies still shimmering among the trees, her red hair shimmering softly in the dim light. Peter sat beside her, nervously squeezing a sandwich, nearly crushing the bread. Clearing his throat, he attempted to initiate a conversation. Mary Jane, Do you know the principle behind how fireflies emit light? Mary Jane blinked, a slight smile playing at her lips. I'm not sure, Mr. Parker. Are you going to enlighten me? Peter straightened up, adjusting his glasses. Oh, certainly. The luminescent organs of fireflies contain luciferin and luciferase, which produce cold light through a chemical reaction, achieving nearly 100% efficiency, far superior to artificial light sources. How romantic. Harry interjected, deliberately elongating his tone while raising his phone to aim it at Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you a live broadcast of Professor Peter Parker's How to Impress Girls with Biochemical Knowledge. Gwen couldn't help but chuckle, and Lin Hai shook his head with a quiet laugh. Peter's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of Mary Jane's hair, as he stammered, I just think it's really cool. Yet, Mary Jane gazed at him with a smile, saying, it's actually quite interesting. Shall we continue? Thus, the principle behind fireflies' luminescence is essentially a bioluminescent reaction. He adjusted his glasses, his voice tinged with excitement due to Mary Jane's encouragement, slightly elevating in volume. Their abdomens possess specialized luminescent organs containing luciferin and luciferase. When oxygen enters, a chemical reaction occurs, releasing photons. Mary Jane propped her chin on her hand, blinking. So why do they glow? The primary reason is for courtship. Peter nodded, promptly realizing he may have been too blunt, quickly adding, male fireflies emit light at specific frequencies, to which females respond. Almost like a romantic light signal? Mary Jane interjected. Exactly. Peter exhaled in relief, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face, akin to Morse code, but more beautiful. Mary Jane chuckled softly. You really know a lot, Peter. His face turned as red as glowing embers, and he stuttered in an attempt to respond, only to be interrupted by Harry's exaggerated cough. Ahem. Dear viewers, Harry raised his phone once more, reiterating, this is Midtown High School Romance Observation, where we have just witnessed the precious moment of Mr. Peter Parker attempting to impress the red-haired goddess with his biochemical knowledge. Harry. Peter tossed a small stone in his direction, which Harry dodged with laughter. Before long, perhaps tiredness had settled in, and the firefly forest momentarily returned to tranquility. Harry reclined on the grass, his hands resting behind his head, gazing at the starry sky and the dancing fireflies. This was the first time he had truly relaxed since his father became the Green Goblin. Did you know? He suddenly spoke, his voice gentle as if confiding in himself. I never realized how beautiful the starry sky could be. Gwen turned to him. Because of the severe light pollution in New York? No, Harry chuckled. Because I never had the time to look up before. The Osborne family curse, his father's madness, the pressures of the company, everything had ended after that battle. Now, Norman Osborne had regained his health, even more so than before, and had grown gentler. Harry inhaled deeply, the sense of grass and earth bringing him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Hey, Harry, Lin Hai's voice came from beside him. Would you like to try this? He handed over a steaming cup of beverage. Harry accepted it, taking a whiff. What is this? It's a special calming tea made by my master. Lin Hai replied with a smile. It will help you sleep well. Harry took a sip, the warm sweetness spreading across his palate. Thanks, brother. Gwen sat cross-legged beside Lin Hai, gently poking his arm with her fingers. So, about those glowing fungi, can you show us again? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Did you not just see them? Science requires repetition, Gwen said earnestly, yet her eyes sparkled with mischief. And I think they're beautiful. Lin Hai shook his head in resignation, but still placed his palm against the ground. The emerald-hued life force seeped from his fingertips into the soil, and in an instant, the grass around them lit up with twinkling blue-green glimmers, resembling scattered stars. Wow, Gwen breathed in awe, reaching out to gently touch a glowing mushroom, feeling a soft warmth at her fingertips. Is this really just fungi? Not entirely. Once activated by life force, they briefly store energy. Simply put, they function a bit like bioluminescent batteries, Lin Hai explained softly. After marveling at the sight, Harry had quietly raised his phone beside them, the lens focused on the two, whispering into the camera. Here we are at Midtown High School's Super Love Observation, where our botanist has just successfully charmed the blonde goddess with glowing fungi. Harry, Gwen exclaimed, tossing a handful of grass clippings at him. Harry rolled away to evade her grassy onslaught. Peter and Mary Jane watched the scene unfold, and Mary Jane suddenly remarked, You all are really something special. Peter adjusted his glasses and smiled. Indeed, quite uniquely special. As the night breeze caressed them, the glow of fireflies intertwined with the starlight. The five lay upon the grass, savoring the rare tranquility. In this moment, there were no mundane worries. Only friends, the grassy meadow, the forest, the starry sky, and the summer that belonged to them. Chapter 30. Summer routine. The time meant for travel slipped away quietly, with the fireflies of Missouri, forest adventures, and laughter beneath the stars, feeling as though they were just yesterday. After a comprehensive relaxation, the four friends, brimming with enthusiasm, immersed themselves once more in their holiday studies and experiments. In the early morning, as the sun in New York began its ascent, Lin Hai set off towards his Master Chun family traditional Chinese medicine clinic. In the clinic's backyard, still shrouded in morning mist, he rooted his feet firmly to the ground, his arms gracefully tracing the fluid circles of Tai Chi during the daily morning class. Occasionally, Qin Bing would stand beside him, nodding in affirmation or verbally correcting his posture. Lin Hai closed his eyes in focus, the emerald life force within him flowing harmoniously with his breath, perfectly merging with the Tai Chi movements. Since the excessive consumption during the Green Goblin incident, he has become more focused on the cultivation of his foundational skills, no longer in a rush to pursue explosive power. His recent journey to Missouri has replenished his energy, and he now needs to integrate this external vitality into his own being through practice. The emerald glow surrounding him flickers like tender buds emerging in spring, brimming with boundless life. Each movement appears slow, yet is imbued with a rhythmic grace. Lin Hai has long mastered the art of finding equilibrium between motion and stillness. As he executes his forms, his breath gradually synchronizes with the flow of energy within him. When Lin Hai concludes his practice, a thin sheen of perspiration graces his forehead, yet his eyes reflect clarity and tranquility. After the morning session, Lin Hai pushes open the door to the herbal shop next door, greeted by the moist aroma of earth. Each plant within the shop flourishes under the nourishment of his life force. At noon, Master Qin prepares a medicinal feast, featuring dishes such as goji berry stewed black chicken, yam and pork rib soup, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Lin Hai often invites Peter or Gwen to join, and Master Qin's culinary skills receive unanimous praise. In the afternoon, sunlight streams through the glass windows of the herbal shop. Just as Lin Hai finishes organizing a batch of newly arrived seeds, Peter peeks through the door, his head bobbing with excitement. Lin Hai, are we practicing today? He adjusts his glasses, brimming with enthusiasm. Since Lin Hai had canceled their training plans over the winter break, Peter has finally achieved his training goals this summer. Of course we are practicing. There's an old saying in our culture: practice does not depart from the hand, nor does music from the mouth. So, not only should you practice every day during this summer break, but also continue once school resumes. Though you may allow yourself some leniency then, as time will be limited. Lin Hai imparts the essence of physical training and martial arts, perseverance. The two make their way to the backyard, where Lin Hai demonstrates a few techniques that Peter has already grasped before introducing new elements. Peter learns quickly, yet nearly stumbles during a turn. Slow down, Lin Hai steadies him. Martial arts, whether Tai Chi or others, emphasizes the unity of heaven and humanity, or the harmony of spirit, energy, and essence. The true essence of martial arts lies in starting slowly before progressing to speed. Haste will not serve you well. Peter nods, attentively adjusting his breath, and his movements begin to flow more smoothly. While he may not be considered clumsy, it can be said that he is quite intelligent, as not everyone is deemed worthy of being viewed as a successor by Iron Man, Tony Stark. Thus, Peter's capacity for learning is commendable. He simply needs to adapt his long untested body to the current rhythm. Despite the break, everyone continues to lead fulfilling lives. On Mondays and Thursdays, Peter trains with Lin Hai and learns some basic martial techniques, while Tuesdays and Fridays are reserved for Lin Hai and Harry's laboratory time. In the private laboratory of the Osborne building, Harry furrowed his brow at the genetic sequences displayed on the holographic projection screen. As Lin Hai entered, Harry spoke without looking up. You arrived just in time. Take a look at this. There's a peculiar encoding in my father's genetic disease data that resembles known natural mutation. Lin Hai approached, scrutinizing the details. It appeared to be evidence of human editing, and the technique seemed rather rudimentary. Could it be linked to the super soldier program from the 1930s and 40s? Harry raised an eyebrow. The super soldier program from the Marvel Universe is widely renowned, with nearly everyone of note possessing some knowledge of it, especially considering the iconic Captain America, who remains frozen in glaciers. It is a possibility, Lin Hai contemplated. However, since your father's illness has been cured, this encoding should no longer be activated. Harry sighed in relief and then smiled, saying, regardless, we must continue our research. Perhaps we can develop a more stable gene therapy or gene enhancement technology, allowing humanity to transcend its frailty. After that, our journey shall be among the stars and seas. Lin Hai gave a thumbs up, wholeheartedly agreeing with Harry's sentiments. Thus, on Wednesdays and Saturdays, Gwen's visits transformed the backyard of the apothecary into a makeshift biological laboratory. You ask why I don't go to Gwen's house. Allow me to pose a question. If a female friend invites you to her father's home, who happens to be the chief of police, and her father regards you with eyes that could evolve into Gatling guns, would you go or not? That afternoon, she arrived with a stack of papers and a box of homemade petri dishes, eagerly showcasing her latest discoveries to Lin Hai. Look at these growth patterns of the colonies. She pointed to the images under the microscope. They respond to your life force 3 times faster than ordinary fungi. Lin Hai leaned in for a closer look, nodding. Indeed, the life force can accelerate cellular metabolism, but if not controlled properly, it may lead to excessive growth or even mutation. Therefore, we must find the balance. Gwen swiftly recorded the data on her tablet, noting that if they could stabilize this effect, it might lead to the development of new biological repair technologies. The two engaged in fervent discussion until the sun began to set, at which point Gwen reluctantly packed away her equipment. Just before departing, she suddenly inquired, Lin Hai, who else knows about your abilities? Alarm bells rang in Lin Hai's mind. Although unsure of why, he hesitated before responding. Apart from you few, only Master Chun. Gwen smiled slightly, her mood evidently lifted. That's good. See you. The weekend gathering was one of the most anticipated activities for their group of 4. This time, Peter brought along Mary Jane, and the 5 of them gathered around a round table at their favorite hot pot restaurant in Chinatown. The pot bubbling with red oil and exuding a delightful aroma. Do we really have to immerse the slices of meat for just 3 seconds before eating? Mary Jane hesitated, delicately clutching a slice of beef as translucent as a cicada's wing. Unlike the others, this was her inaugural experience with such a remarkable delicacy. To most Americans of that era, anything associated with the rich heritage of the East was astonishing, and the enchantment of Lin Hai only deepened Mary Jane's perception. Trust me, it's absolutely delectable. Peter expertly swirled the meat, dipped it in sesame sauce, and contentedly savored it. Curiously emulating Peter, Mary Jane placed the prepared beef into her mouth. Her eyes instantly alight. This is exquisite, though it is a tad spicy. In contrast to Mary Jane, Gwen had developed a particular fondness for the spicy hot pot base, unabashedly continuing to eat despite her flushed cheeks. This is simply delightful. Lin Hai, smiling, poured everyone a glass of chilled sour plum juice to alleviate the heat. Next time, I'll take you all for iron pot stew. That cuisine is also perfect for our gatherings. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and soon the end of summer vacation loomed near. One evening, the 5 friends sat on the grass of Central Park, watching the sun gradually sink between the towering buildings. With the return to school imminent, Harry stretched lazily. As a sophomore, he felt considerably more mature than he had as a freshman. Peter adjusted his glasses. I hope the physics competition in the new semester won't be too challenging. Gwen chuckled lightly. Is the physics competition difficult for you? What did Lin say again? Oh, right, please don't be so Versailles. Lin Hai gazed into the distant sky, a slight smile gracing his lips. Regardless, this summer has been fulfilling. Mary Jane raised her drink. To vacations, to friends, to our sophomore year at Midtown High. Cheers. The 5 cups clinked together, their harmonious sound echoing in the late summer breeze. Chapter 31. The prelude to Spider. The following morning, the entrance of Midtown High buzzed once more with activity. Lin Hai, Gwen, Harry, and Peter walked side by side into the campus, sunlight cascading upon their shoulders, marking the official commencement of a new academic chapter. Little did they know, this sophomore year would usher in adventures far more tumultuous than the Green Goblin incident. In the second week of the new term, during lunch, Gwen approached Lin Hai, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin, I have something to share with you. She lowered her voice, despite the fact that no one around them seemed particularly attentive. I have been selected by Professor Kurt Connors, the chief scientist of Oscorp, to be his intern. Lin Hai's chopsticks paused momentarily. As a time traveler, he was aware of this development, though he was uncertain when exactly Gwen had become Professor Connors' intern. He also understood another implication. Gwen's new role indicated that Peter was not far from becoming Spider-Man. Congratulations. He smiled sincerely, for Professor Connors was a distinguished scholar holding dual degrees, and becoming his intern was indeed a rare opportunity. Gwen nodded, though her brow furrowed slightly. However, his research direction is rather radical. He seems fixated on applying the regenerative abilities of animals to human limb regeneration, and he has already made groundbreaking advancements in animal experiments. Lin Hai understood the reason behind this and had encountered the professor during his first visit to Missouri. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hai remarked, "You are aware of my minor collaboration with the Osborn Group. I had previously interacted with him. Before becoming the chief scientist at Osborn, Professor Connors was a military doctor who lost his right arm on the battlefield. Thus, he retired in hopes of restoring his arm through his knowledge, not only for himself, but also for others with physical disabilities. He is a man deserving of respect. Gwen looked at him in surprise. So, Professor Connors has such a story? Indeed. However, as far as I understand, interspecies gene fusion carries substantial risks, particularly when involving highly evolved creatures like reptiles. Years ago, Professor Connors was on the verge of success, but due to external factors, the progress of his experiments has been significantly delayed. Lin Hai referred to the joint research conducted by Professor Connors and Peter's father. Peter's father had obtained the critical formula for gene fusion, but it seemed that due to a leak, this formula remained hidden in the briefcase he left for Peter, unknown to the world, while it also brought peril to Peter's parents. As for the perpetrator, it was difficult to ascertain, and even if known, it would serve little purpose. Thus, Lin Hai refrained from divulging these underlying truths. Gwen sighed. No wonder Professor Connors is so persistent. He is merely a step away from success. Lin Hai said no more, gently patting her shoulder. Since you are his assistant, perhaps you can help him discover safer methods more swiftly. After all, you are Gwen, our academic prodigy of Midtown. Gwen smiled bashfully. I am still just a student, but I hope so. A week later, Peter learned that Gwen had secured an internship at the Osborne Group, and he immediately urged her to take him for a visit. Please, Gwen. That is the biological laboratory of the Osborne Group. Peter clasped his hands together, his eyes behind his glasses gleaming with desperation. I promise I won't touch anything. As Peter was merely a friend of Harry and Lin Hai, he had no direct ties to the Osborne Group. Therefore, although he and Gwen had visited Harry's private laboratory within the Osborne building, they had never entered the official laboratory of the Osborne Group. Now, Gwen has become Professor Connors' intern, which means that among their quartet, only Peter has yet to visit the official laboratory of Oscorp. Gwen rolled her eyes. You made the same promise last time in the chemistry lab, and ended up blowing up 3 test tubes. That was an accident. Peter protested, and this time Lin is here. He can supervise me. Lin, who had been organizing his backpack, looked up at the mention of his name. Me? Yes. Let's go together. Please indulge Peter's curiosity. Oh, great one. Peter exclaimed, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Gwen glanced at Lin and sighed resignedly. All right. But Peter, you must strictly adhere to the laboratory regulations. Yay. Love you guys, I mean. Lin, love you. Peter said, noticing the narrowing of Gwen's eyes and choosing to rephrase his words. Lin was uncertain if Peter had discovered the briefcase left by his father. He had not inquired, as he couldn't explain how he knew about it. Given Peter's eagerness to visit Oscorp's laboratory, Lin guessed that Peter must have found that briefcase. If so, he too would prepare to join the origin story of Spider-Man that he had long anticipated. Saturday, Oscorp Tower. This is so cool. Even cooler than Harry's private lab. Peter whispered, his eyes wide with wonder, like a child who had just entered a candy shop. The biological laboratory of Oscorp was more advanced than Peter had imagined. The transparent, sterile corridor was flanked by fully enclosed experimental chambers, where various intricate instruments glimmered with a cold light, and researchers in white coats hurried past, the air thick with the scent of disinfectants and electronic devices. Gwen led them through several security doors, finally stopping in front of a lab marked cross-species genetic research. Through the glass wall, they could see a tall man, his right arm sleeve empty, intently focused on a microscope. Evidently, this was Professor Kurt Connors. Gwen knocked on the door, and Connors looked up, greeting them with a warm smile. Ah, Gwen and Lin. We haven't seen each other since Missouri. Do you know Gwen? And who is this? Professor Connors may not be conventionally handsome, but he exuded a soldier-esque resolve and a scholar-esque elegance. Speaking in a gentle manner, this was the impression most people had of him. Hello, Professor. Indeed it has been a while. Lin stepped forward and shook Connors' hand. Gwen then explained. This is Peter. He is very interested in your research in biotechnology and asked us to bring him along. We are all classmates of Harry. And although Peter has been to Oscorp Tower before, he has never been here. Peter immediately stepped forward to shake Connors' hand. Professor, I have perused your remarkable paper on limb regeneration, particularly the section regarding the application of reptilian telomerase, which was simply splendid. Connors evidently appreciated Peter's enthusiasm, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. It is rare to encounter such a thirst for knowledge in the youth. Come, allow me to unveil our latest research findings. He guided the trio to a closed cultivation chamber, within which lay a small white mouse with its hind leg amputated. However, a small segment of pink, newly formed tissue had already emerged at the site of the severed limb. This is the preliminary outcome of our work with lizard serum, Connors declared with unmistakable pride. We have successfully activated mammalian regenerative capabilities. Lin Hai observed the small white mouse intently, under the perception of life force. He could discern that the cellular activity of the creature was extraordinarily vigorous, even bordering on aggressive. This was not unexpected, as in the original narrative. A mouse that had undergone regenerative treatment eventually exhibited violent and aggressive behavior. This is truly astounding. Peter nearly pressed his face against the glass, imagining that if this technology were to mature, it could indeed allow amputees to regrow their limbs. Theoretically, yes, Connors assented, but then sighed, yet it remains unstable. The cellular division rate in test subjects can sometimes spiral out of control. When added, hence, we are adjusting the genetic sequences in an effort to discover a more stable expression method. Lin Hai paused momentarily before suddenly inquiring, Professor, have you considered that this serum might affect the user's neurotransmitter system? The structural differences between reptilian and mammalian brains are significant, and forced integration could induce unpredictable side effects. Connors looked momentarily taken aback, then appeared contemplative. That is an intriguing perspective. I had not considered that. I shall direct the team to explore this avenue. Chapter 32. The Origin of Spider-Man. At this point, Lin Hai noticed Peter's expression had grown somewhat conflicted, so he seized the opportunity to approach him while Professor Connors was occupied with recording experimental data, asking, What weighs on your mind? Well, yes. My father was a colleague of Professor Connors, so I was wondering if he might know anything about my father, but I feel it might be rather presumptuous. Lin, what do you suggest? It was evident that Peter was indeed troubled. At this juncture, Lin Hai had nearly deduced the situation. In other words, Peter had discovered something left behind by his father. He then encouraged Peter, be bold. Professor Connors is a gentle soul. If your father was indeed his colleague, I believe that as the son of an acquaintance, Professor Connors would be more than willing to address your inquiries. After considering Lin Hai's advice, Peter summoned his courage to approach Professor Connors and articulated his concerns. Richard's son? Connors scrutinized Peter, his gaze imbued with complexity, a blend of nostalgia and regret. Your father was a genius, alas. Connors referred to Richard and Mary Parker, Peter's parents, who perished in a tragic plane crash. Over the years, Peter had buried that sorrow and remembrance deep within his heart, yet his mind was now beset by another concern, prompting him to inquire, what was his research about? Connors pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to lead the trio deeper into the laboratory. My focus is on lizard gene regeneration technology, with the hope of enabling limb regrowth, as you can see with my right arm, Connors elucidated. As for your father, Richard, he was more interested in enhancing biological genetics, aiming to strengthen the human body through cross-species gene splicing. During the tour, Peter's attention was drawn to a laboratory marked as the Arachnid Research Zone. Through the glass, he beheld an array of spider cultivation boxes, with one particularly striking specimen, a dark red spider adorned with golden markings. His heart raced. He suspected it might be related to his father. Sure enough, Connors casually remarked, that was an experimental subject your father cultivated years ago. This unique spider possesses remarkable environmental adaptability, but due to certain circumstances, we retained the sample after the project was terminated. From our tests, Richard enhanced various abilities of this spider, yet its genes appear to have developed some limitations that preclude application to other organisms. Nevertheless, as it stands as a successful case, we refrained from excessive interference, allowing it to thrive here. Peter's heart pounded. This was one of the rare opportunities to connect with the legacy left by his father. Seizing the moment when Professor Connors was summoned to an urgent meeting, Peter stealthily slipped into the laboratory, unnoticed. However, Lin Hai was not among the oblivious. He was keenly aware of the events that would unfold today, remaining vigilant and monitoring Peter. Just a glance, Peter reassured himself. Perhaps this laboratory was merely for cultivating spiders, and its owner, Richard Parker, had already passed. Consequently, the Oscorp personnel deemed this facility of little significance. With the access card hanging around his neck, Peter unlocked the door and stepped inside. He approached the extraordinary spider, leaning closer for a better observation. The spider within the cultivation box seemed to sense something, suddenly becoming animated. At that moment, Peter's hand inadvertently pressed against the top cover of the box, and in his emotional turmoil, he failed to realize that he had applied excessive force, causing a gap to form. A sharp sting shot through the back of his hand. Peter recoiled, discovering that the spider had bitten him, swiftly retreating into the corner of the cultivation box. Alas, he quickly pressed down on the wound. But apart from a slight burning sensation, everything seemed normal. Peter? Lin Hai's voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Startled, Peter turned to see Lin Hai leaning against the doorframe, his expression enigmatic. I was merely curious about my father's research, Peter chuckled awkwardly. Lin Hai did not expose him, but cast a meaningful glance. Be cautious. Some things can alter the course of your life when you least expect it. Lin Hai had witnessed the entire scene unfold. That spider was likely the sole special breed cultivated by Richard Parker using his own genes, ensuring that its DNA would not merge with any species outside the Parker lineage. As Peter approached, the spider, with its unique sensitivity, recognized the individual it had been waiting for. In accordance with destiny, the spider fulfilled its purpose, transferring its genetic essence along with the spider totem to Peter, and soon after completing its task, it would perish. When the Osborne group discovered its lifeless form, they would merely deem it a natural death and dispose of it entirely. Peter paid little mind to the deeper implications of Lin Hai's words until, after parting ways with Lin Hai and Gwen, he noticed something amiss on the subway ride home. A wave of dizziness and fatigue washed over him, lulling him into a brief slumber. Upon awakening, he found his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree, the vibrations of the train, the breaths of fellow passengers. Even the scurrying of a distant rat was distinctly audible. What is happening? He covered his ears, yet the cacophony only intensified. To make matters worse, his fingers became inexplicably glued to the subway handrail. Ward? With a slight tug, he uprooted the entire stainless steel rail, causing the surrounding passengers to stare at him in terror. I'm sorry, this thing is poorly made. As he clumsily discarded the handrail, it collided with a nearby thug. In a swift motion, using his newfound reflexes and unrestrained strength, he incapacitated the thug, finding himself clinging to the subway ceiling. At the next station, he bolted from the train as if fleeing a tempest. Having dozed off on the subway, Peter returned home much later than usual. His uncle and aunt were waiting for him in the living room, but Peter, feeling dizzy, famished, and exhausted from the series of events that had transpired, lacked the energy to provide any explanations. After hastily brushing off his uncle and aunt, he headed straight for the refrigerator, retrieving a copious amount of cheese, mozzarella, Italian meatballs, and other high-calorie delights, retreating to his room upstairs. At that moment, he felt as though he could devour an entire cow. In the hall, Uncle Ben and Aunt May exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. Even though Peter had previously mentioned that he was exercising with a friend named Lin Hai, he had never been able to consume such an abundance of food. Particularly, if I am not mistaken, he had taken an entire plate of Italian meatballs, for substantial meatballs. To be precise, I hardly believe anyone could manage to eat that. Ben Parker, still in a state of confusion, remained unaware that he had inadvertently revealed something significant. Upon hearing Ben's words, Aunt May's expression shifted from bewilderment to an impassive demeanor. Oh, no one can eat that? Ben, is this truly what you think? If you couldn't eat, you should have told me from the very beginning. Instead of allowing me to prepare meals for you all these years only to voice your concerns now. Had you mentioned this sooner, I would have readily supported your quest to find a girl capable of making Italian meatballs you could actually eat. It dawned on Ben Parker the enormity of the blunder he had just committed, and at that moment, he realized that he couldn't be concerned about what Peter was eating. If he didn't placate Aunt May, their household would surely fall apart by dawn. Chapter 33. Spider Peter. The following morning, when Peter's alarm clock blared, he groggily smacked it down, shattering it into pieces. What just happened? After lying there for 10 seconds, Peter finally registered his actions and sat up, staring at his hand in bewilderment. In the ensuing half hour, he removed the bathroom doorknob, squeezed an entire tube of toothpaste, and twisted off the faucet. Am I mutated? Trembling, Peter opened his computer and frantically searched for symptoms of being bitten by a spider, but aside from commonplace cases, he found nothing resembling his own experience. Suddenly, a thought struck him, his father's notes. Could the spider's genes have fused with mine? Of course, Professor Connors. He might have more insight. Peter sought out Professor Connors again, this time at his home. Professor, did my father's research ultimately succeed? Peter inquired directly. Connors looked taken aback. What makes you think that? Peter hesitated but refrained from disclosing his own encounter with the spider. Instead, he presented his father's formula. Due to this formula, I discovered this in my father's notes, which leads me to believe he must have succeeded. Connors took the paper, his eyes widening in astonishment. My goodness, he murmured. Richard has actually derived the compatibility algorithm for genetic chains. He suddenly looked up, his single eye gleaming with fervor. Peter, your father may have indeed discovered a method for the perfect fusion of animal genes with human DNA. Peter observed the excited Professor Connors, his heart sinking. It was evident that Connors remained unaware of the spider incident. Nevertheless, it seemed he had uncovered the key to his own research. If this formula is accurate, Connor murmured, perhaps my lizard serum can indeed facilitate limb regeneration. Peter forced a smile, his mind preoccupied with unanswered questions, showing little interest in anything else. After departing from Connor's residence, he hurried to Chen's traditional medicine clinic. Lin Hai was in the backyard sorting herbs. Upon noticing Peter's frantic entrance, he raised an eyebrow. It seems you have already recognized the changes within yourself? Peter widened his eyes. You knew all along? I had an inkling, Lin Hai replied, setting down the herbs. That spider is extraordinary, is it not? I sensed a life force emanating from it that is not typical for a spider. Moreover, the vitality you now exude is not characteristic of an ordinary person. Taking a deep breath, Peter laid bare the transformations he had undergone since the bite. Lin Hai listened intently, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Your condition differs from mine. My abilities stem from life energy, while yours resembles a genetic alteration. What should I do? Peter asked, ruffling his hair. I can hear sounds from several streets away, feel strength sufficient to overturn cars, and I can scale walls like a spider. Lin Hai chuckled. This is quite simple. First, learn to control it. Secondly, he demonstrated a cloud hand movement. Master Chin's Tai Chi can help you regain balance in your body. Peter nodded, relieved that Lin Hai believed he would not face significant issues and could assist him in mastering his body once more. However, as he relaxed, another thought crossed his mind. Wait, once Professor Connors obtains that formula, could there be consequences? Lin Hai's expression turned serious. If he rushes to experiment, trouble may ensue. The two exchanged glances, and Peter clenched his fists. I must keep a watchful eye on him. Lin Hai nodded. Should you require assistance, seek me out anytime. For now, however, concentrate on the powers you cannot yet control. With that, he led Peter to the backyard. Lin Hai instructed Peter to stand in the center of the yard and began demonstrating the basic martial arts techniques he had learned during the summer. Soon, beads of sweat formed on Peter's forehead, his hands trembled slightly, and his knuckles turned white from exertion. Relax, Lin Hai's steady voice resonated. Your strength is not controlled by tensed muscles, but rather by its flow. Approaching a nearby wooden post, he asked, Do you remember the Tai Chi techniques I previously taught you? Try the cloud hand movement and feel the flow of your strength. Peter inhaled deeply, attempting to adjust his breathing. Ever since being bitten by that spider, his body felt as though it had been thrust into a high-performance engine, while his mind remained at the level of a bicycle's control. A gentle exertion could crush a cup. A slight leap could send him crashing into the ceiling. Peter nodded, assumed a stance, and slowly traced an arc with his movements. This time, he deliberately slowed his movements, allowing his body to adapt to the subtle balance of power. Gradually, his actions became fluid, no longer stiff and clumsy as before. Excellent. Lin Hai nodded in satisfaction. Your bodily coordination has surpassed that of an average person. Now we merely need to recalibrate your perception of your own strength. I feel like I can control it a bit now, Peter remarked, gazing at his palm with an expression of delight. This is just the beginning, Lin Hai assured, patting him on the shoulder. As Peter gradually relaxed, he quickly began to familiarize himself with his newfound strength through repeated practice. Now, give this a try, Lin Hai said, handing Peter an ordinary ceramic teacup. Attempt to grip it with the force of an average person. Peter cautiously accepted it, his fingertips gently brushing the surface of the cup. Crack! The teacup cracked open a small fissure. Oh no! Peter exclaimed, running a hand through his hair. This isn't an antique, is it? I can't afford to replace an antique. Lin Hai chuckled. Do not worry, it is merely an ordinary teacup. Just keep practicing. Breaking a few more should suffice. Peter rolled his eyes. Thanks for the encouragement. Suddenly, Lin Hai grabbed a handful of small stones and hurled them towards Peter. Lin. Peter's pupils dilated as the world around him seemed to slow down. The trajectory of the stones becoming crystal clear. His body instinctively evaded to the side, effortlessly dodging the attack. Oh my gosh! Peter stood frozen, astonished by the miraculous sensation. It appeared that Peter's spider sense was beginning to awaken. That afternoon, the quartet convened at Harry's private laboratory. So, Gwen crossed her arms, scrutinizing Peter. You can now climb walls. Possess immense strength, and foresee danger? Peter scratched his head, something like that, but I'm still not very adept at it. That's so cool, Harry exclaimed, slapping the table with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling. Isn't this what it means to have superpowers? Leaning against the workbench, Lin Hai added with a smile. Moreover, his strength continues to grow. The current limit we have tested allows him to effortlessly lift a ton. Harry suddenly sighed. Alas, I'm the only ordinary one left. Peter quickly reassured him. Hey, with your intellect and the Osborne family's wealth, how can you consider yourself ordinary? Exactly. No matter how powerful Peter's abilities are, they pale in comparison to your financial prowess, Lin Hai teased. Laughter erupted among the group, and the atmosphere grew light and joyful. Chapter 34. An unexpected surprise after the gathering concluded. Gwen, unfazed by Peter and Harry's teasing expressions, lingered to discuss the lingering topics and assist Lin Hai in tidying up the remnants of their gathering. Observing Lin Hai diligently cleaning the backyard, Gwen's eyes flickered with a complex emotion. She turned to him and remarked, "At last, you no longer have to charge ahead alone." Lin Hai paused momentarily, then understood that Gwen was referring to the previous encounters with the Mexican gang and the Green Goblin, where he had always been at the most perilous forefront. He chuckled softly. "Indeed, with Peter's assistance, things will be much easier from now on. Do you truly believe Peter can be of help?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. Lin Hai halted his chores and gazed at her. "Are you not reassured?" "It's not that I lack trust." Gwen pressed her lips together. "But considering Peter's naive and impulsive nature, if danger arises, he might rush to the forefront, potentially placing you both in unforeseen peril." Lin Hai fell silent for a moment before replying softly, "I will keep an eye on him." Gwen scrutinized his profile and suddenly said, "I sense that you seem unperturbed by the fact that Peter transformed into his current self after being bitten by a spider. Am I correct?" The girl's intuition was indeed unreasonable at times. Lin Hai neither confirmed nor denied it, as there was no need. "Why is that?" Gwen inquired with growing curiosity. "Because some things are destined to occur. All we can do is guide them towards a favorable outcome." Lin Hai lifted his gaze, his eyes deep and contemplative. In the primary universe, Peter becoming Spider-Man was akin to Barry Allen becoming the Flash next door. Both were inevitable events. If they were unable to assume their respective roles, it would spell disaster not only for this universe, but for all parallel universes as well. Gwen ceased her inquiries, yet her eyes conveyed everything. She would not allow Lin Hai to shoulder all the burdens alone. Meanwhile, back at Oscorp Tower, Harry sat alone in the top-floor office belonging to their family, gazing out at the glittering nightscape of New York. "Perhaps my father's armor and enhancement serum," he murmured, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. A fleeting pang of envy was swiftly replaced by an eager ambition. If both Peter and Lin Hai could possess extraordinary powers, how could he, Harry Osborn, ever resign himself to mediocrity? A week later, Peter burst into Chen's traditional Chinese medicine clinic, excitement radiating from him as he brandished a metallic wrist device. "I did it," he exclaimed, fastening the device onto his wrist and aiming it at the backyard wall. With a swift motion, a white, sticky thread shot forth, adhering firmly to the wall. Peter yanked on it, propelling himself into the air and landing securely in the corner. "Wow," Gwen gasped. "You really transformed biological webbing into a launching device." Chemical synthesis of webbing was one of my father's research projects. I encountered related information at Oscorp previously. Peter adjusted the wrist device proudly. "However, I modified the formula. Combining it with high-tension polymers, it can support the weight of a car." Harry leaned in to observe. "How can we resolve the energy issue?" Peter pointed to the small container on the side of his wrist device, indicating that each refill could fire approximately 200 times. Lin Hai stood nearby with his arms crossed, a smile gracing his lips. "It seems Spider-Man's standard gear is complete." "Spider-Man?" Peter blinked in surprise. "One must have a code name, right?" Lin Hai shrugged. "Do you wish to call him Flying Peter?" Laughter erupted among the group, yet Peter, deep in thought, stroked his chin. "Spider-Man, you say? That does sound appealing." As Peter gradually mastered his abilities, in the subterranean laboratory of Oscorp, Professor Kurt Connors stared intently at the microscope, a fervent gleam flashing in his solitary eye. "Richard's formula has flawlessly addressed the issue of genetic rejection." Trembling, he grasped a test tube containing a vibrant green liquid. The lizard serum was finally nearing completion. The liquid within the tube glowed with a green luminescence under the light, as if it possessed a life of its own, gently writhing. Connors glanced at his empty right sleeve, his gaze growing resolute. It was time to prepare for human trials. On a New York night, the neon lights blurred into halos in the humid air. Peter and his Uncle Ben had just exited the supermarket, carrying the ingredients Aunt May had instructed them to procure. "Peter, you seem somewhat distracted lately," Ben remarked, glancing at him while carrying the shopping bags. "Is school too much pressure?" "Huh. Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of a block with a recent experiment." Peter snapped back to reality, instinctively touching the web shooter on his wrist, as he had been refining this device, with bursts of inspiration causing him to seem preoccupied. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the street corner. "Hand over the money. Hurry." A hooded man was pressing a knife against an elderly woman's waist while roughly tugging at her bag. Ben abruptly halted. "Peter, call the police," he whispered, shoving the shopping bags into Peter's hands, and without hesitation approached the robber. "Hey, buddy, take it easy." Ben raised his hands, his voice steady. "How much money could that lady possibly have? It's not worth this." The robber spun around abruptly, the knife's tip aimed at Uncle Ben. "Mind your own business, old man." Peter's heart nearly ceased for a second as he noticed the robber's other hand reaching into his pocket. A gun. Years of training with Lin Hai had honed Peter's reflexes to be quicker than his thoughts. He instinctively considered what he could do. Whoosh! A strand of web shot forth, accurately striking the robber's wrist, deflecting the gun just as it was drawn. Bang! The bullet ricocheted into the ground, scattering debris. Peter flicked his wrist, ensnaring the handgun and yanking it back, propelling himself forward like an arrow. Ward off! Before the robber could react, he was swiftly brought down by a well-placed sweep of Peter's leg. Seizing the moment, Peter ensnared the man's limbs with webbing, effectively securing him to a nearby fire hydrant with a quick snap. The entire sequence transpired in less than 5 seconds. An elderly lady sat helplessly on the ground, while Ben stood frozen, his gaze fixed intently on Peter. More specifically, his eyes were drawn to Peter's wrist, where the metallic sheen of the web shooter was subtly visible. Shortly thereafter, the sound of police sirens drew near, echoing through the streets. "We should leave," Peter murmured, swiftly pulling Uncle Ben away from the scene. Explaining the situation to the police would prove to be quite the challenge. Uncle Ben, still shaken by the events, remained quiet on the way home. And Peter found himself at a loss for words, opting for silence as well. Just as they approached their front door, Uncle Ben suddenly spoke up. "This is something you must not let Aunt May know. Do you understand, Peter?" Peter felt a tightening in his throat. "Yes, I understand." Aunt May was in the kitchen preparing hot cocoa, and upon hearing the door open, she popped her head out, asking, "Why did you take so long? Did you get the milk?" "Yes," Uncle Ben replied, his voice regaining its usual warmth. "I ran into a neighbor and chatted for a bit." Peter hurried upstairs, his head down. "I need to do my homework." After closing his bedroom door, he sat on his bed, staring at the web shooter on his wrist, his mind momentarily blank. He could explain his martial arts skills away as the result of training with Lin Hai, but the presence of the web shooter and his remarkable agility left him unsure of how to communicate this to Uncle Ben. Chapter 35. With great power comes great responsibility. The following afternoon, Aunt May went to the community center to volunteer, leaving Peter and Uncle Ben alone at home. A knock resonated through the house. "Peter," Ben's voice came through the door. "I think we need to talk." Peter, who was adjusting the web shooter in his room, quickly concealed his equipment and opened the door. Ben entered, carrying 2 mugs of hot cocoa, offering one to Peter. "Shall we talk on the balcony?" The two settled onto the small balcony on the second floor, the skyline of New York stretching in the distance. Ben took his time to speak, leisurely sipping his cocoa, as if savoring a typical weekend afternoon. His expression was markedly calmer than the previous night, yet his eyes retained a serious intensity. After a moment of silence, he set down his cup and spoke slowly. "What is that thing on your wrist, and how did you acquire your current abilities?" Realizing he could no longer keep the truth hidden, Peter recounted the tale of being bitten by a spider and the gradual emergence of his superpowers. He refrained from elaborating on his martial arts training with Lin Hai, as Uncle Ben was already aware of that aspect. Upon hearing Peter's account, Ben furrowed his brow, astonished to find that Richard was somehow intertwined in this matter. "So you can scale walls now, possess strength that far exceeds that of an average person, and even shoot synthetic web from your wrist?" "Technically, it is a web shooter of my own design," Peter instinctively explained. Quickly realizing that this was not the crux of the matter, Ben gazed intently at him. "Peter, do you know why I rushed in last night?" Peter shook his head. "Because I had the ability to do so." Ben's voice was soft. "That elderly woman last night was Mrs. Wilson, a solitary resident from our neighboring block. If I hadn't gone to her aid, she would have faced a long and difficult time ahead." Uncle Ben stated, "She made a point to thank me this morning." Peter tightened his grip on the cup. "Is she all right?" "She was shaken, but fine, thanks to you." Uncle Ben looked at Peter. Peter was at a loss for words and fell into silence. "Peter," Uncle Ben's tone suddenly turned serious, "I do not know how you acquired your abilities, nor do I comprehend what has transpired within you. But there is one thing you must understand." He locked eyes with Peter. "With great power comes great responsibility." Peter was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "When you possess abilities that others do not," Uncle Ben explained slowly, "and you have the clear opportunity to prevent misfortunes yet choose to turn a blind eye, you must bear the consequences of those misfortunes." Peter furrowed his brow. "So, I should stop every bad thing I can?" "That is not what I mean." Uncle Ben shook his head. "What I am saying is that when faced with choices, you must remember what your abilities signify." Peter lowered his gaze to the steaming cup of hot cocoa, his thoughts in turmoil. Uncle Ben's words struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. With great power comes great responsibility. The phrase sounded noble, yet how was he to enact it? Was he expected to patrol New York every night, apprehending every thief? What of his own life, his friends, his studies, Aunt May, and Uncle Ben? While he could not fully grasp it, Peter knew what he ought to say at that moment. "I understand, Uncle Ben. I will strive to use these abilities for good." Uncle Ben patted his shoulder, saying no more. Yet, Peter could sense the mix of pride and deep concern in the old man's eyes. That afternoon, Peter arrived at the Chun Traditional Medicine Clinic. Lin Hai was in the backyard drying herbs. Upon seeing him, he glanced over and returned to his tasks, saying, "Your face is written all over with I have a problem." Peter slumped into a nearby wicker chair. Uncle Ben found out. Lin Hai paused for a moment. "Found out you were Spider-Man? Close enough. Last night, there was a robbery, and I used my web to save him. He spoke to me today about with great power comes great responsibility, but I am uncertain if I fully grasp its meaning." Lin Hai set down the herb basket and sat across from him. "What did he say?" Peter recounted Ben's words. "But how great is the responsibility?" Peter lifted his gaze. "If I must intervene when witnessing a robbery, what about when I see a thief? Or someone running a red light? Or bullying in school? If I am to bear the weight of every wrongdoing in the world, wouldn't I be utterly exhausted?" Lin Hai picked up on his thoughts. Peter was taken aback. "Do you not agree with Uncle Ben's words?" Lin Hai settled into his seat and poured himself a cup of tea. "I both agree and disagree." He sipped his tea, paused in contemplation, and slowly articulated, "Who do you believe is more responsible for society, Gwen's father or Harry's?" Peter was momentarily stunned. "What? Every crime in New York is connected to the police. They must investigate each case. Thus they confront all evils with mere mortal strength," Lin Hai explained. "As for Norman Osborn, he prefers to enhance the world through technology while enjoying life." Peter pondered for a moment. "So they are both responsible, but in different ways?" "Precisely," Lin Hai nodded. "Uncle Ben's words hold truth, yet many, especially young people like you, often misconstrue it as I must be accountable for every misdeed. The outcome is a heavy toll on your body and life." He picked up a stem of herbs and gently snapped it. "Peter, your abilities are indeed considerable, but what is your identity? A high school student, an economically dependent individual. In the societal structure, students are a group that requires protection, not the primary force of protection." Peter blinked. "So I shouldn't use my abilities to help others?" "No," Lin Hai clarified. "I mean that your assistance to others should align with your identity and capabilities." He emphasized, "You can certainly thwart an immediate robbery, which is commendable. But can you eradicate global hunger? Can you halt financial fraud on Wall Street? Clearly, you cannot." He looked directly at Peter. "Responsibility is not limitless. It should correspond with your abilities, status, and resources." Peter contemplated this. "So what should I do?" "It is quite simple." Lin Hai raised 3 fingers. "First, intervene in wrongdoings within your capacity. Second, do not actively seek out responsibilities. You are not a savior. Third, when uncertain about whether to intervene, consult me, Gwen, or Harry. We will assist you." He smiled. "Remember, Peter, helping others is commendable, but do not allow it to jeopardize your own life." After hearing Lin Hai's words, Peter felt a profound clarity. While Uncle Ben's advice contained wisdom, it was difficult for him to fully grasp. Lin Hai's insights, grounded in a relatable perspective, provided him with a clearer understanding of the underlying message. After resolving his inner turmoil, Peter persistently urged Lin Hai to teach him several new martial arts moves. As night fell and he journeyed home, the heavy tread he had upon arrival transformed into a light and joyful stride. Lin Hai's insights provided him with a clearer framework. He realized he was not a martyr burdened with the world's responsibilities, but rather an ordinary student with the capacity to assist those around him. That evening, the skyline of New York shimmered with brilliance. In the clinic's backyard, Lin Hai gracefully practiced Tai Chi, resembling a meditative state, pondering deeply, while the life force within him flowed gently, radiating an emerald-hued glow. At Stacy's residence, the light in Gwen's room illuminated her focused study of Peter's spider silk samples, while her computer screen displayed encrypted files regarding biological enhancement. In the Osborn household, Harry's room showcased an incomplete set of green armor, quietly displayed on a shelf, accompanied by Norman Osborn's research notes. Meanwhile, in Professor Connor's laboratory, a syringe lay ready for use. Chapter 36. Dr. Lizard. The underground laboratory of the Osborn Group remained lit at midnight. Professor Kurt Connors stood before the experimental station, his one-armed shadow elongated. Before him rested a syringe filled with a fluorescent green liquid, the final version of the regenerative serum. All tests on lab mice had been successful. Their bones, muscles, and nerves had regenerated flawlessly. He murmured to himself, his fingers delicately caressing the syringe, acknowledging that the only side effect was a slight increase in irritability and aggression, entirely acceptable. Norman Osborn's words echoed in his mind when he had rejected Connor's application for human trials. "I prefer to proceed cautiously, commencing human experimentation only after we can be certain of the serum's safety." "Wait a little longer?" No, I have already waited long enough. He inhaled deeply, placing the needle against his incomplete right shoulder. For science, and for myself. The moment the serum entered his bloodstream, a searing pain engulfed him. Connors collapsed to the floor, a tortured scream escaping his throat as his skin began to writhe, muscle fibers twisting and proliferating like living entities. At the sight of his shoulder's amputation, bones sprouted like vines, enveloping newly formed nerves and blood vessels. A complete human arm was re-emerging. It worked. It worked. Trembling, Connors caressed his newly formed right hand, tears streaming down his face. He had waited far too long for this moment. Yet, before he could savor the joy of his success, he noticed that the transformations in his body were far from over. His nails began to harden and elongate, forming sharp claws, while fine green scales emerged across the surface of his skin. A tearing pain erupted from the base of his spine as a robust lizard tail burst through his clothing, slamming onto the laboratory floor. No, no, this is not right. Connors stumbled toward the mirror, only to behold a visage increasingly reminiscent of a reptile. His pupils elongated, jawline stretched, and his tongue began to fork. The lizard's genes were not merely altering his human exterior, but were also gnawing at his humanity. His thoughts became a tumultuous cacophony. A primal rage ignited within his chest, yet the remnants of his reason fiercely suppressed it. He must flee. Professor Connors, or rather, the metamorphosing doctor. Lizard swiftly gathered experimental data and essential instruments, forcefully burst through the emergency exit, and vanished into the nocturnal embrace of New York City. The following morning, the security chief of the Osborne Group, pale and shaken, rapped on Norman Osborne's office door. "Sir, the group's laboratory has been breached. Dr. Connors is missing, along with precision instruments worth at least $2 million. Norman furrowed his brow. "What about the surveillance footage?" "It's been deleted, and using Dr. Connors' credentials," came the reply. Norman's fingers drummed upon the desk, the experiences from the Green Goblin incident immediately alerting him to the gravity of the situation. Just as he reached for the phone to alert the authorities, the office door swung open once more. "Father, wait." Harry strode in, lowering his voice. "This may not be an ordinary theft." Norman narrowed his eyes. "What do you know?" Harry inhaled deeply. "Dr. Connors has been researching a cross-species regenerative serum. You're aware of this, but you might not know he was likely experimenting on himself last night." Norman's expression darkened instantly. "You were aware of his plans?" "No. But Peter and Gwen warned me that there were risks inherent in Professor Connors' theories," Harry quickly clarified. "If he has indeed mutated, calling the police will only exacerbate the situation." Norman fell silent for a moment. The last Green Goblin incident nearly obliterated the Osborne Group. He could not afford to let the lizard make headlines, especially not in the Hornsby Daily. The young proprietor of the Hornsby Daily thrived on sensationalism, reveling in chaos and eager to disseminate any such news throughout New York City. "How do you propose we handle this?" "Let us try," Harry asserted resolutely. "Lin has unique abilities, and Peter, well, he possesses considerable skill. Coupled with Gwen's scientific acumen, we can resolve this discreetly." Norman scrutinized his son for several seconds before finally nodding. "1 week. If we fail or incite public panic, I will involve the police and even the military." It was not surprising that such a prominent research entity as the Osborne Group had ties with the U.S. military. Harry concurred. That afternoon, the quartet convened at Harry's safe house. A large display screen illuminated the room, showcasing a map of New York's sewer system. Professor Connors, or rather the lizard, is most likely concealed within the drainage hub near Oscorp Tower, where there is ample space for experimental apparatus and proximity to the East River facilitates water acquisition. Gwen gestured towards the screen. Peter crouched in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the backrest. "How can we ascertain that he retains his sanity? If he has fully devolved into a beast, confronting him could pose significant danger. The mutation of the serum is gradual." Lin Hai assessed the life detector in his hand, a modified version. "Last night, he managed to erase surveillance footage and abscond with data, indicating that at least a portion of his humanity remains." Harry retrieved a set of data. "The question is, what is his intention? If he merely seeks to cure himself, why attempt to flee? He is aware that Oscorp would seek to capture him. His transformation into the lizard makes him far more conspicuous than when he was merely one-armed." Gwen analyzed calmly, "And now, I surmise he aims to refine the serum to reverse the mutation." Lin Hai nodded. "Or worse, if he has been profoundly influenced by the lizard's genes, he may come to believe that humanity must evolve into a perfect being akin to lizards." A silence enveloped the room. "So what is our battle plan?" Peter broke the silence. "We divide into 2 groups." Lin Hai outlined the map route. Peter and I will infiltrate through the maintenance shaft for direct engagement. Gwen and Harry will provide real-time surveillance and retreat support from the surface. What if he attacks you? Harry inquired, though aware of Lin Hai's considerable combat prowess. He could not suppress his concern for his friend's safety. Lin Hai produced several vials containing emerald liquid from his backpack. This is a sedative I concocted, containing special tranquilizing plant components and concentrated life force. It should neutralize the activity of the lizard serum. However, the condition is that he remains willing to listen to us. Peter murmured. The foul stench of the New York sewers mingled with the aroma of chemical agents. Peter donned modified night vision goggles, the web shooter poised for action. Lin Hai held the life detector, the emerald glow casting green shadows on the walls of the pipes. The signal is intensifying, just around the bend ahead. Lin Hai lowered his voice. The two slowed their pace. From around the corner came the sound of liquid dripping, accompanied by the heavy breaths of some large creature. Peter inhaled deeply and lunged forward, but the sight before him rendered him frozen in place. A nearly 3-meter-tall lizard stood with its back to them, operating experimental equipment. Its body was cloaked in green scales, and its tail left deep scratches on the ground as it swept past. Upon hearing the noise, it slowly turned, its yellow slit pupils glowing in the darkness. Peter Parker? The lizard's voice was a hoarse rasp, yet Connor's tone was unmistakable. And Lin Hai? Professor, we are here to assist you. Lin Hai stepped forward, the sedative concealed behind his back. Connor's lizard-like visage twisted momentarily. Help me? Norman sent you to capture me, didn't he? No, Peter exclaimed hastily. Harry convinced Mr. Osborn to give us a week to bring you back. The serum can be improved, but we require a proper laboratory. Improvement? Connors suddenly erupted in fury, shattering a nearby pipe with a swipe of his claw. You understand nothing. This is not a defect. It is evolution. His voice grew increasingly distorted, and the essence of Connors began to fade. Professor, control your emotions. Lin Hai shouted. Anger will accelerate the mutation. But it was too late. Connors's pupils morphed into slits akin to a beast's, and he let out a chilling roar as he lunged forward. The lizard doctor had officially gone berserk. Retreat. Lin Hai pulled Peter back as they leaped away, simultaneously tossing out 3 seeds. The seeds exploded in midair, transforming into resilient vines that ensnared the lizard doctor's legs. Seizing the opportunity, Peter shot out a web to stick to the ceiling, swinging behind the lizard doctor. Professor, wake up. He was met with a sweeping tail. Peter narrowly evaded, as the concrete pipe where he had stood was obliterated. The urgency of Gwen's voice crackled through their earpieces. He is fully beastifying. A tranquilizer must be injected immediately. Easier said than done. Peter rolled to dodge the lethal claws, moving faster than a speeding car. Lin Hai suddenly dashed toward the lab bench, seizing a test tube filled with a blue liquid. Professor, do you wish to transform more people into your likeness? The lizard doctor's movements faltered. Look at this. Lin Hai held the test tube aloft. What you are concocting is not a regenerative serum, but a lizard serum. It is tainted with the aggressive genes of the lab's lizards. If released, it would turn innocent civilians into ferocious humanoid lizards. The lizard doctor's assault momentarily waned, as the remnants of his sanity battled against his bestial instincts. No, this cannot be. He gazed down at his own form, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Now, Lin Hai hurled the tranquilizer test tube, while Peter shot out webs to bind the lizard doctor's arm. Yet, the lizard doctor's terrifying animal instincts detected the ploy. With a powerful tail swipe, he sent the tranquilizer flying and broke free from their grasp, transformed into a lizard man. Professor Connors seemed to have inherited the lizard gene's adeptness for escape. Seeing the futility of the situation, the lizard doctor seized a batch of the regenerative serum, one could call it lizard serum, and fled through the deep waters of the sewer. The murky sewage churned beneath their feet as Lin Hai and Peter stood amidst the shattered lab equipment, their expressions grave. He had taken at least 20 vials of lizard serum. Lin Hai picked up an empty test tube from the ground. The emerald glow of life energy swirled at his fingertips, analyzing the residual components, revealing a concentration higher than before. He was accelerating the mutation process. Peter shook the waterlogged web shooter vigorously, exclaiming, "We must pursue him." No, Lin Hai firmly pressed his hand on Peter's shoulder. He is now operating with a cold-blooded mindset. The sewers are his domain. If we recklessly charge in, we risk falling into an ambush. Gwen's voice crackled through the earpiece, affirming Lin's caution. He is right, Peter. You two need to return. Harry has accessed the schematics of the sewers surrounding Oscorp Tower. We need to devise a strategy. Reluctantly, Peter cast a final glance at the shadowy tunnel, now devoid of any trace of Dr. Lizard. Gritting his teeth, he conceded, "Let us go." Lin Hai and Peter made their way back to Harry's safe house. armed only with a single vial of lizard serum, hoping to analyze it and perhaps recreate the purification formula from the original film. Chapter 37. A gift to New York inside Harry's safe house. The large display screen illuminated a three-dimensional model of Oscorp Tower. Gwen was rapidly typing on the keyboard, retrieving a set of meteorological data. Among the equipment taken by Professor Connors was a particle disperser for weather manipulation. She pointed to a line of code on the screen, declaring it the essential component of artificial rainfall technology. Harry abruptly rose to his feet, realization dawning upon him. He intends to mix the serum with the clouds, transforming the entire city through rain? Lin Hai nodded. The lizard's genes drive his desire for a collective. To mutate alone is tormenting, much like how he is regarded with disdain due to his disability. But if all of New York were to become lizard-like, he would no longer be seen as an outcast. Peter murmured in agreement, and silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, Gwen magnified the device located atop Oscorp Tower. Worse yet, the weather control tower was originally designed for artificial rainfall. If he hacks into the system, he may not even require additional equipment. Thus, he will undoubtedly return to Oscorp Tower, Lin Hai concluded, and it will be tomorrow night. As the New York Weather Bureau predicts a storm with cumulonimbus clouds passing through at midnight, Gwen added. Without hesitation, Harry dialed Norman Osborn's number. In the office at the pinnacle of Oscorp Tower, Norman listened intently to the detailed report from the quartet seated beside him, his expression a curious blend of astonishment, akin to simultaneously consuming a lemon and a chili pepper. Let me process this, he said, rubbing his temples. My employees, utilizing my equipment, attempting to transform the entire populace of New York into lizard hybrids within my building? The four nodded in unison. Suddenly, Norman chuckled, a bitter laugh imbued with absurdity. My tower truly seems to be a locus of calamity. Lin Hai silently scoffed, thinking to himself, compared to the Stark Tower being bombarded by aliens, dismantled by Ultron, and turned into a stronghold by Thanos' minions, this is merely the difficulty of a novice village. Do you require my assistance? Norman inquired, casting a pointed glance at the hidden safe on the wall, which housed an upgraded version of the Green Goblin armor. No need. The four responded in unison, with Peter instinctively adopting a defensive stance. Norman raised his hands. All right, the Green Goblin has retired. But I can clear the building under the pretense of an annual fire drill. It would be more prudent to use an excuse of an early holiday for the staff. Otherwise, the fire department will indeed send someone over, Harry suggested. An hour later, an all-staff email from Oscorp was dispatched, due to maintenance on the central air conditioning system. All employees are granted a 3-day paid leave. The following evening, as night descended upon New York, the quartet concealed themselves throughout the edifice. Gwen occupied the surveillance room. Observing the building's entire monitoring system, Harry stood by in the power distribution room, ready to sever the energy supply to the weather control tower at a moment's notice. While Lin Hai and Peter hid on either side of the rooftop platform, awaiting the emergence of their quarry, clouds began to gather, and it was anticipated that Dr. Connors would make his move within half an hour. Gwen's voice crackled through the earpiece. Peter crouched on a ventilation duct, unable to suppress a hushed inquiry to Lin Hai. What if the plan fails? What if he truly uses the lizard serum to induce rain? Lin Hai retrieved 3 special seeds from his pocket, cultivated through a combination of his life force and the lizard serum just yesterday. In the worst-case scenario, these could neutralize the serum in the air. However, they must be detonated before the agent disperses. Just as Peter was about to ask again, Gwen's urgent warning sliced through the tension. Movement detected in the east drainage pipe. He is here. With a thunderous crash, the metallic cover of the ventilation shaft was hurled aside, and a colossal green figure leapt onto the rooftop. Under the moonlight, Dr. Connors appeared even more grotesque than in the sewers, his body clad in armor-like scales, with bony spikes protruding from the tip of his tail, and a metal box filled with serum clutched in his hands. Indeed, he had returned. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes. Dr. Connors strode directly toward the weather control tower, his claws deftly inputting the code. As the launch mechanism atop the tower began to rotate, he suddenly halted, his forked tongue quivering in the air. Come out. I can smell you, Peter Parker, and that plant-controlling lad, Lin. His voice rasped like sandpaper. Peter executed a somersault to land in the center of the rooftop. Professor Connors, your serum will kill thousands. No, I am saving them. Pain, disability, cancer. How can such frail flesh claim to be the pinnacle of creation? Dr. Connors' fervent slit pupils contracted as he spoke. He forcefully inserted the metal box into the control tower's interface, and the serum began to infuse into the cloud catalytic device. Harry now? Lin Hai shouted. Harry promptly cut the main power, but Dr. Connors had anticipated this. The backup power surged into action immediately. Futile, he cackled, pressing the final button. Embrace evolution, humanity. Whoosh. Peter's webbing expertly adhered to the launcher's nozzle, forcefully redirecting it toward the sky. Simultaneously, Lin Hai hurled the seeds, and robust vines sprouted instantaneously, ensnaring Dr. Connor's legs. You cannot stop the dispersion of the meteorological particles. The serum is about to enter the clouds. Dr. Lizard roared furiously as he shredded the vines, one claw swinging menacingly towards Peter. Suddenly, Lin Hai leaped to the pinnacle of the control tower, launching 3 purification seeds into the firing conduit. Let us alter the composition of the rain. An emerald glow erupted from within the tower, intertwining with the ascending serum to form an extraordinary turquoise mist. No, Dr. Lizard, in a fit of rage, charged at Lin Hai, only to be deflected by a deft swing of Peter's web. Amidst their struggle, the first drop of rain descended. The once perilous lizard serum, which had the potential to transform every inhabitant of New York City into lizard people, was transmuted into a revitalizing elixir for the city's denizens. Those touched by this extraordinary rain would not exhibit any peculiarities. Rather, they would feel an invigorating surge of energy, as though their bodies had never been so robust. However, this effect was fleeting. In a couple of days, the benefits would dissipate, serving only to alleviate the ailments of the frail, preventing them from requiring hospitalization due to a mere cold. As the rain fell upon the streets of New York, pedestrians traversing the night lifted their gazes, relishing the unexpected freshness. Little did they know, this was to be the inception of a calamity. "Mom, the rain is sweet," a young girl exclaimed, extending her tongue to catch the droplets. Her mother, poised to intervene, was suddenly enveloped by a warm sensation radiating from her crown, alleviating years of shoulder pain almost instantaneously. Roar! Dr. Lizard's howl shattered the rooftop water tank as he frantically slashed at the entwined vines, tearing them into shreds. "My evolution, my new world." His voice had morphed into a half-beast growl, his slit pupils fixated on Lin Hai, who was forming seals. "You have ruined everything." Peter executed a backflip to evade a sweeping tail, ensnaring Dr. Lizard's right claw with a precise web. "Professor, calm down. Humanity craves evolution. Yet you have destroyed it all. You expect me to remain calm." Dr. Lizard violently severed the web, the scales on his arm glinting coldly under the moonlight. Lin Hai, now surrounded by seeds scattered across the rooftop, completed his grand preparation, bringing his palms down forcefully upon the ground. "Tree realm, descend." The concrete of the rooftop instantly cracked anew, countless tender shoots bursting forth, growing wildly under the influence of the emerald energy, transforming the Osborne Tower's rooftop into a miniature primeval forest once more. "Useless," Dr. Lizard bellowed in struggle, only to realize that the plants would loosen their grip when he exerted force and tighten when he relented, a perfect nonviolent control. Seizing the opportunity, Peter swung to Lin Hai's side, who was orchestrating the plants. Now, Lin Hai retrieved a revised version of the purification serum he had previously used on the Green Goblin. This iteration was designed to preserve Dr. Connor's lizard transformation while eliminating the savage elements within him. As Professor Connors emerged from the purifying serum, regaining his clarity while simultaneously losing the regenerated right arm, he plummeted from the Osborne Tower. Lin Hai, determined to prevent a recurrence of this tragic scene, collaborated with his companions to devise a refined version of the purifying serum. "Remember, carotid artery, inject within 3 seconds. "Understood." Peter, unusually taciturn, exhibited a frightening intensity in his gaze. Suddenly, Dr. Lizard felt a wave of palpitations. Upon lifting his head, he found the ever-loquacious Spider Kid standing before him, the needle in his hand glinting ominously under the moonlight. As the needle pierced his neck, Dr. Lizard realized this was no ordinary sedative. The components of the serum surged through his veins, washing away his rage like receding tides, banishing the primal whispers from his mind. Yet the warmth and strength of the regenerated tissue in his right arm remained intact. Connor's voice gradually returned, no longer a feral growl. Lin Hai stepped forward, gently pressing down on Connor's right hand, now shedding its scales. "We preserved the serum's regenerative properties while excising the aggressive lizard genes." When the final scale fell away, what stood before them was a complete human form, the newly formed right arm robust and healthy, his eyes clear as ever. Professor Connors, Ph.D., with dual degrees. When Gwen and Harry hurried to the rooftop, they were met with an emotionally poignant sight. Professor Connors was cautiously moving his newly born right hand, at times forming a fist, at times caressing his cheek, tears silently streaming down. After all these years, his voice choked. "I dreamt of feeling the sensation of having 2 hands once more." Peter squatted on the railing, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat. He recalled Uncle Ben's words. A true hero not only averts disaster, but also safeguards hope. Norman's voice unexpectedly resonated from the staircase. So, the weather control tower at Osborne Tower can now legally operate a therapeutic artificial rain business? The group paused in astonishment before erupting into laughter. Even Connors couldn't help but shake his head in wry amusement. Connors caressed his right arm and suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Hai. Thank you for granting me a second life. As Lin Hai helped him up, a mysterious smile graced his lips. Perhaps this is also a gift for New York. Chapter 38. Harry's research. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows of Midtown High, casting its glow upon the desks as Peter languidly twirled a pen, while the history teacher at the podium passionately expounded on the Industrial Revolution. Lin, do you really think no one will notice anything unusual about last night's rain? Peter whispered. Lin Hai, without raising his gaze, continued sketching the structure of a particular plant in his notebook. Unless someone specifically tests the rainwater's composition, who would suspect that a refreshing rain could be a bioweapons transformation? However, discussions have already emerged online, with some claiming that their long-standing arthritis has been miraculously cured by this rain. Peter discreetly pulled out his phone, revealing the trending topic on Twitter, the marvelous rain in New York. It was inevitable that someone would respond, attributing it to mere psychological effects. As humanity's greatest skill lies in concocting the most rational explanations for the incomprehensible, Lin Hai chuckled softly. Indeed, as Peter scrolled down, the most popular comment read, "It must be an illusion resulting from the end of the pollen allergy season. Pseudoscience." Observing Peter, who seemed engrossed in the news, Lin Hai nudged him with his elbow. Pay attention in class, unless you wish for the history teacher to catch you using your phone and ultimately call your parents. Peter hastily tucked his phone away, yet a smile played on his lips. This tranquil campus life was precisely what they fought tirelessly to protect. As the school bell rang, Lin Hai swiftly grabbed his backpack and departed, his companions also preoccupied with their own affairs. After exchanging brief farewells, they dispersed at the school gate. Upon returning to the clinic, Lin Hai pushed open the door to find Master Chun taking the pulse of an elderly woman who owned a breakfast shop in the nearby Chinatown. Stagnant qi and blood stasis, Lin Hai noted. Prescribe a dose of chai hu shu gan san. Master Chun didn't even glance up. Yes. Lin Hai skillfully opened the medicine cabinet, his fingers dancing among the numerous small drawers. Just 3 months ago, he had to rely on labels, but now he could locate each herb with his eyes closed. The elderly woman surveyed him with curiosity. Your technique is quite adept, young man. How long have you been studying medicine? About half a year under Master Chun, mainly due to a good memory, Lin Hai replied as he handed over the packaged medicine. He refrained from mentioning that this good memory included the ability to instantly recall the characteristics of thousands of plants, a supplementary benefit bestowed by the vitality of life. Now I could single-handedly defeat Dr. Lizard. In the clinic's backyard that evening, after returning home and then heading back to the clinic for training, Peter executed a backflip to evade the vine Lin Hai had hurled at him, triumphantly declaring, "Huh? Oh." Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and suddenly changed tactics. The previously soft vine hardened instantaneously, thrusting toward Peter's arm like a spear. Whoa! Peter dodged frantically, but still suffered a scrape on his shoulder. Professor Connors could now fully control his transformations. Lin Hai retracted the vine, retaining both his experience as a military doctor and the mindset of a researcher. He pointed to his temple. Did you think the last time we subdued him was due to sheer strength? That was the result of our combined efforts and a comprehensive tactical plan. Peter rubbed his arm, grumbling. Can I indulge in a little fantasy? Fantasy could be detrimental to you, Lin Hai replied, placing his hand on Peter's shoulder to treat the recent wound. This was also the confidence that allowed him to train rigorously, while simultaneously imparting the combat wisdom he had gleaned from Master Chun. There is an old saying in our culture, sweat more during peacetime to bleed less in wartime. The nature of combat and warfare is inherently brutal, often resulting in bloodshed and even loss of life. If one approaches training with a frivolous mindset, one cannot expect to achieve full concentration during actual combat. This wisdom was imparted to me by my master, and I believe it holds true for you as well. Peter felt a sudden heaviness. As a teenager, it is natural for him to possess a vibrant mind and a lively spirit, yet he recognized the profound accuracy of Lin Hai's words. After a brief respite, Peter resumed his training, this time with significantly greater seriousness. In the Osborne Group laboratory, Gwen was intently focused on the electron microscope. The serum residue clearance progress stood at 973, and she diligently recorded the data, though the effects of genetic memory persisted. On the monitor, Professor Connors was in the recovery room performing grip tests, easily crushing the dynamometer with his newly regenerated right arm. Gwen, if I wish to continue researching controllable mutation technology. Connors suddenly turned to face the camera. You must first pass Mr. Norman's 20-level psychological evaluation. Gwen's voice resonated through the speakers. By the way, Einstein never intended to use his theories to create weapons, yet someone developed the atomic bomb. The implications of your technology falling into the hands of the U.S. military are all too clear. Connors chuckled wryly. Is this what you call a moral coercion of scientists? You may consider it so, Gwen smiled. By the way, the electromyographic signals in your right arm are 18 stronger than in your left. I recommend symmetry training. On the top floor of Fist Tower over the weekend, Kingpin was admiring his wife Vanessa's latest oil painting. Dr. Lin, the underground emperor, personally poured tea for Lin Hai. I heard there was an intriguing rain in New York a few days ago. Lin Hai, unperturbed, packed away his acupuncture bag. It was merely an abnormal weather pattern. Your wife's symptoms have significantly diminished. She is unlikely to experience any further notable episodes. Kingpin stroked his cane. I must thank you. By the way, I recently received some information concerning the Osborne Group's special research. Mr. Norman is indeed developing new eco-friendly materials, Lin Hai replied, his words as precise as ever. They exchanged a knowing glance and erupted into laughter. In Osborne Tower, Harry's private laboratory, a faint explosion was heard as Lin Hai approached the door. Emerging from the smoke, a disheveled Harry crawled out, the remnants of the Green Goblin-esque glider sparking around him. The thrust power remains unstable, he muttered as he reached for a fire extinguisher, only to hear applause. Quite the design. I never imagined an explosion hairstyle would suit you so well. Harry whipped around to see Lin Hai leaning against the doorframe, 2 cups of coffee in hand. What brings you here? Weren't you scheduled for a routine checkup with Mr. Kingpin's wife at the SBHYNX building today? Lin Hai handed over a cup of coffee. Peter noticed that something seemed to captivate your attention. Although it was the weekend, you appeared perpetually hurried, often neglecting to respond to messages in a timely manner. Gwen and I even speculated whether you were perhaps romantically involved, which prompted me to seek you out directly after leaving Mr. Jinbing. Harry awkwardly accepted the coffee. I intended to share this only after achieving success. Lin Hai kicked at the fragments of the glider, questioning why Harry did not simply utilize his father's Green Goblin armor. He had no objections to Harry's desire to study the armor. With the looming dangers in New York, it was reasonable for Harry to pursue extraordinary strength, and Lin Hai supported him in that endeavor. That design overly relies on enhancement agents. My strength and physical resilience cannot sustain such armor, Harry replied somewhat helplessly. I believe that true innovation cannot emerge from solitary efforts. Thus we must involve Gwen and Peter in this endeavor. With collective brainstorming, your armor can undoubtedly be upgraded more effectively, Lin Hai suggested after a moment of contemplation. Harry nodded, a glimmer of agreement in his eyes. You are correct. I indeed require assistance. Peter possesses exceptional practical skills, and Gwen's scientific thinking is remarkable. With your collaboration, my armor should become significantly more refined. Lin Hai smiled, patting Harry on the shoulder. That is the response I wished to hear. While one can move swiftly alone, a group can journey far. Thus, the following afternoon on Monday, the 4 convened once more in Harry's private laboratory. First, we must resolve the issue of color scheme. Peter held aloft a design blueprint for the Green Goblin armor. His expression contorted as though he had just consumed the potent mint leaves Lin Hai had provided. Deep green paired with purple, golden pumpkin patterns, and this grotesque demonic mask? Harry, do you aspire to be a superhero or a Halloween mascot? My unfinished spider suit is not even this absurd. He shook the blueprint, his demeanor and tone equally exaggerated. Harry, exasperated, raised his hands in resignation. This reflects my father's aesthetic during a peculiar mental state. It is not my doing. So do not blame me. Gwen lifted her gaze from the microscope. Research in color psychology indicates that green can evoke feelings of unease, while purple carries esoteric connotations in Western culture. She accessed data on her computer and proposed her suggestion. A blue and silver color scheme would be preferable. Blue symbolizes trust and hope, while silver conveys a sense of technology. Harry pondered as he typed on the keyboard, and the screen immediately rendered a new version of the armor, a streamlined blue and silver body, with the mask transformed into a semi-covered tactical visor. Wow, Peter whistled. Now it could no longer be mistaken for a Halloween mascot. The most pressing issue now is the materials. Lin Hai tapped the chest plate of the Green Goblin armor. The current aerospace aluminum alloy is crafted using cutting-edge technology. However, it pales in comparison to the materials intended for Tony Stark's future iron suit. Gwen summoned a set of comparative data, revealing that traditional metals are either too heavy, compromising mobility, or too brittle to withstand bullets. Harry furrowed his brow and suggested, "What if I utilize the enhancement serum left by my father?" "No." The trio responded in unison. Lin Hai promptly displayed a segment of surveillance footage, showcasing Norman in a green goblin state, laughing maniacally. "Behold the side effects. Are you certain you wish to gamble that you won't end up like this?" Chapter 39. Nova. After quelling Harry's thoughts of using the imperfect enhancement serum, Lin Hai revealed a mysterious smile. "We may have a superior alternative." He retrieved a glass jar from his backpack, containing a plant the size of an egg, glistening with metallic luster. "This is a limited modified version of the iron wall fruit, which I've named the diamond fruit. Its strength surpasses that of the iron wall fruit significantly, though it cannot be rapidly cultivated, meaning it cannot be mass-produced. This is one of the samples of a new plant material I previously discussed with Mr. Norman." After expressing their frustration at Lin Hai for concealing such valuable information, the group began conducting various tests on the small diamond fruit. The first was a pressure test. As the laboratory's testing apparatus emitted an alarming overload warning, the diamond fruit remained unscathed. "Oh my goodness! Its strength is 5 times that of steel by weight. Yet its resilience is akin to rubber?" Peter exclaimed, repeatedly checking the instruments. Lin Hai's fingertips glowed with an emerald hue, gently touching the diamond fruit. "Do not forget my life force. It possesses a catalyzed special fibrous structure. Although it is far from being mass-produced, Mr. Norman has already approved the establishment of the Osborne Plant Materials Laboratory." Harry rushed to the computer to establish an experimental model. "If we use it as an armor lining, with a composite ceramic coating for the outer layer, combined with my web-weaving cushioning layer, the special web I've recently developed has exceptional elasticity, making it more than adequate as a cushioning layer," Peter eagerly added. Gwen was already sketching out the molecular formula. "If we can utilize Lin's life force as a stabilizer, perhaps we can cultivate adaptive materials." Observing his friends lost in a frenzy of scientific enthusiasm, Lin Hai smiled and shook his head. After determining the general composition of the armor material, their focus shifted to the armor's energy source. Gwen projected the energy analysis report of the glider onto the central screen of the laboratory. The data starkly revealing a disheartening fact. The current energy system's maximum endurance time is 58 minutes in an unloaded state. Gwen quickly retrieved another set of data. This is merely a theoretical value. When factoring in the weapon systems and emergency maneuvers, the actual usage time will not exceed 40 minutes. Peter and Lin Hai were lost in thought. At this moment, there were indeed no superior portable energy devices available. It is worth noting that the current Iron Man was still a youthful playboy, with headlines dominated by his escapades. Even though Tony Stark had assumed the mantle of Iron Man, the miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest was not something just anyone could acquire. Harry stared at the data in silence for a long while before suddenly closing his laptop. "Then let us discard it." "What?" The three of them turned in unison. Harry rose and approached the armor design schematics, stating, "Unless absolutely necessary, we should forego the gliding wings. We can focus our modifications on the maneuverability and functionality of the armor itself." Gwen furrowed her brow, but aerial maneuverability is the Green Goblin armor's core advantage. At our current technological level, achieving stable flight for 40 minutes with a single soldier's equipment already surpasses military capabilities. Lin Hai offered an objective analysis. Peter added, "Though we would relinquish aerial superiority, we would also address the most critical flaw. Without dependence on energy, the armor could become significantly more reliable." Thus, the team decided to temporarily set aside the energy issue of the gliding wings and instead concentrate on optimizing the armor itself. Since flight could not be the primary means of mobility, they could enhance ground maneuverability, rather than becoming entangled in endurance issues. It would be wiser to ensure combat effectiveness upon landing. Harry brought up the biomechanics diagram. Suddenly, Peter recalled something. "Like Captain America's combat suit?" "More advanced," Gwen responded. "Combining Peter's spider silk samples and Lin's life force, we could cultivate biofibers with exceptional retractability. Peter, your suit could benefit from this as well." Gwen displayed a set of data on spider silk proteins. Lin Hai seized the conversation. "Indeed, and these fibers embedded in the joints of the armor could provide additional explosive power, enabling you to leap over 3 meters from a standing position." Gwen had already begun modifying the design schematics. "In that case, we can allocate the weight originally assigned to the propulsion system entirely to the protection system." With the design direction adjusted, the transformation plan for the new armor commenced vigorously. The first decision was the comprehensive application of the Congo fruit material, cultivated by Lin Hai, as the core component of the armor. Since it was solely for Harry's armor, there was no need to consider production issues. Worst-case scenario, he could allocate extra time each day to cultivate Congo fruit. Next was the overall module. The lining would be crafted from a fully encompassing Congo fruit material, weighing no more than a thick down jacket. The outer layer was determined to be a rapidly detachable ceramic composite plate, capable of withstanding varying levels of threats, complemented by the cushioning layer made from Peter's specialized spider silk. After an entire month of preparation and fabrication by the four of them, Harry's armor finally took shape. And the next step was a comprehensive performance test of the armor. On the weekend when the armor was completed, a few individuals chose not to go to the Osborne Group's dedicated testing grounds, but instead gathered in Harry's underground laboratory at his residence, preparing to commence their work. Harry Osborne's voice resonated through the armor's built-in communicator. Under the laboratory's lights, the blue and silver battle suit gleamed with a cold luster, its honeycomb shock-absorbing layer at the joints subtly undulating with his breath. First, let's test the impact resistance, Peter, with standard boxing force. Gwen set up the high-speed camera. Peter stepped back 3 paces and then suddenly lunged forward, delivering a punch. The sound of impact echoed as the outer ceramic layer of the armor, in conjunction with the inner plant material and the webbing buffer layer, dissipated the force across the upper body. The punch delivered a force of 200 pounds, causing a deformation of 3 millimeters in the armor. Gwen reviewed the data, revealing a resistance equivalent to 3 times that of a standard police bulletproof vest. Lin Hai retrieved a Beretta handgun from the toolbox, prompting Harry to immediately raise his arms to shield his face. Rest assured, a Beretta can't even penetrate a police bulletproof vest, let alone this armor. After 3 gunshots rang out, only white marks remained on the armor's arms. The 9mm bullets, with an incident kinetic energy of 553 joules, had failed to penetrate and showed no significant deformation. Peter remarked, "Now it seems even they can't hurt you." Next came the weight-bearing test. A crane lifted a steel beam as Harry steadied himself, the fibers of the armor instantly taut. With the hum of hydraulic machinery, the steel beam was securely raised. However, a sudden crack echoed as a fracture appeared in the left arm's transmission system. "Terminate the test," Gwen shouted. Harry promptly activated the emergency release protocol, and the steel beam crashed to the ground. The 4 of them settled onto the laboratory sofa, reviewing the final data. "One good piece of news and one bad piece," Gwen remarked as she scrolled on her tablet. "The good news is that the basic performance exceeded expectations. But the bad news is that exceeding a weight capacity of 2 will damage the transmission system." As Peter repaired the crack in Harry's armor, he said, "In my opinion, it's already fantastic. This equipment allows you to keep up without holding us back." Harry replied softly. He had always been superior to others, being the son of the founder of the Osborne Group and inheriting his father's intellect. Apart from a slight tendency towards the spoils of privilege, he excelled beyond his peers. Yet, he found himself the only male in the team unable to participate in frontline operations, while Gwen, who was also coordinating from the rear, was an academic prodigy. This left him feeling deeply frustrated, believing he was a burden to the team. Driven by this sentiment, Harry began to study the Green Goblin armor developed by his father, hoping to assist his friends more effectively. In a moment of uncharacteristic insight, Peter, usually the clumsy one, noticed Harry's melancholic demeanor. With a smile, he playfully punched Harry's chest, saying, "Welcome to the ranks of superheroes." Gwen, possessing the unique sensitivity characteristic of women, also recognized this and promptly remarked, "Now we only have one final task left, which is to bestow it with a new name. It cannot simply be called the Green Goblin armor, particularly since it is no longer green." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hai regarded this creation, which was entirely absent from the original narrative, and suggested, "Let us name it the Nova armor." To him, Harry resembled a new star, symbolizing the gradual emergence of their youthful brilliance in this Marvel universe. Chapter 40. The first-generation spider suit. After the group had crafted Harry's distinctive armor, Peter, who was equally eager to develop a formal suit, found himself in a state of urgency. His concept had been conceived long ago, yet while Harry's armor had come to fruition, his own official suit remained confined to the realm of sketches. In an effort to conceal his identity, Peter continued to don his pajamas with a hood while assisting those in need within his neighborhood, a fact that later led Iron Man to affectionately dub him Pajama Boy upon discovering early footage of Peter. "You cannot do this," Peter exclaimed, rolling on the laboratory floor in frustration. "Harry's armor is complete, yet my suit is still stuck in the sketch phase. This is utterly unfair. I implore you. Harry has his new armor, and I am still clad in this discount pajama set purchased from the mall." Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Peter leaped around the laboratory, even hanging upside down from the ceiling, swinging himself with webbing, resembling a monkey performing acrobatics. Gwen massaged her temples and said, "Peter, if you continue this way, I shall upload your video of swinging around the city in pajamas to YouTube. Peter froze instantly, as if a pause button had been pressed. You recorded that? Harry smiled faintly. Oh, it's not just that. We all have it. Lin Hai calmly retrieved his phone, and the screen displayed a scene of Peter, clad in a homemade suit of red and blue, which was essentially a hoodie and sweatpants with a hand-stitched mask, yowling as a stray cat clawed at him while he attempted to apprehend a thief in Queens. Such humorous memories of good friends could never be allowed to fade. One day, it would surely be amusing to reveal this to the mature and composed Peter Parker in his 30s. All right, I surrender, Peter declared, descending from the ceiling with his hands clasped together. Esteemed colleagues, please assist the poor Peter in crafting a proper suit. Ultimately, the group, unable to resist Peter's playful antics in pursuit of a suit, agreed to help him design an official spider suit, prompting Peter to cease his childish behavior in jubilant cheer. While it was unnecessary for Peter to act in such a manner for the group to offer their full support, Lin Hai discreetly approached Harry and inquired, "So, did you record it?" After Harry gestured affirmatively, the two exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding evident in the air. Gwen, observing their mischievous smiles, could only shake her head, lamenting the misfortune of Peter, the perpetually youthful boy. After the group had crafted the new star armor for Harry and agreed to design a spider suit for Peter, they decided to immerse themselves back into campus life for a brief respite. One weekend, in the Osborne Tower, within Harry's laboratory, they began the creation of Peter's suit. Given the relatively low technological demands of the suit, where confidentiality hinged solely on materials primarily accessible to Peter and Lin Hai, the team opted to use Harry's lab for the task. Gwen displayed Peter's body scan data on the lab's large screen. Your combat style predominantly relies on rapid movement and agile evasion, so the suit must not be overly heavy. However, it cannot be too fragile either. Remember the last time you mentioned getting grazed by a gang's bullet while thwarting a robbery? It nearly revealed your secret to Aunt May, Harry added. After much deliberation, they finalized the materials for the suit. It would predominantly feature Peter's own high-strength webbing, supplemented by Lin Hai's fiber from the indestructible fruit plant. In areas where Peter needed to perform complex maneuvers, they increased the proportion of the indestructible fruit plant fiber, such as on the chest, back, arms, and legs. This design approach drew inspiration from various armor concepts, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities in those regions. Lin Hai also designed a pair of gauntlets for Peter, crafted entirely from the indestructible fruit plant fiber, which was estimated to withstand slashes from alloy steel blades and attacks from close-range firearms. Harry assisted by modifying Peter's goggles, incorporating multiple layers of coating that not only provided excellent eye protection, but also mitigated the blinding effects of flashbangs. Next came the overall aesthetic design of the suit. When Peter illustrated a concept featuring the classic red and blue color scheme, adorned with web patterns and a black spider emblem, an unexpected silence fell over the laboratory. "Surprisingly decent," Harry remarked with astonishment. Gwen added, "This aligns with the principles of color psychology. Red conveys a sense of power, while blue enhances credibility. The black spider emblem on the chest is presumably inspired by the very spider that bit you, isn't it?" Though Lin Hai had anticipated this, he couldn't resist a quip, far superior to the Green Goblin's Halloween pumpkin color scheme. "Harry, that joke didn't land, did it?" Gwen input the design into the computer, and the rendered suit dazzled everyone. The sleek, aerodynamic design in alternating shades of red and blue shimmered under the lights, while the black spider emblem on the chest exuded a solemn seriousness. The gauntlets, chest piece, and leg guards seamlessly integrated with the suit, achieving a balance that maintained aesthetic appeal while providing additional protection. In this manner, Peter's first official suit appears less like the sleek bodysuit gifted to him by Iron Man Tony and more reminiscent of the second iteration of the spider armor. Perhaps it is a mere psychological effect, but Lin Hai increasingly believes that the collaboratively designed spider suit is far more impressive than the one Tony Stark is destined to present to Peter in the future. With the plan finalized, the next phase involves hands-on work. Peter sits before a specially designed spinneret, diligently elongating the web fluid into strands, while Gwen meticulously adjusts the fiber density. Although Peter's webbing boasts tensile strength surpassing that of steel, it is imperative to enhance its abrasion resistance. As she records the data, she offers fresh suggestions. Lin Hai introduces a blend of Kevlar fibers into the mixing chamber, ensuring a superior amalgamation of the two materials to form a distinctive composite fabric. Harry oversees the suit's electronic components, integrated communicators, environmental sensors, and so forth. Suddenly, Peter raises his hand. "Can we add a music player? It would be incredibly cool to listen to music while swinging." Gwen exclaims, "Peter." Lin Hai remarks, "I never would have guessed. I always thought you were a modest and unassuming kid, yet you aspire to be that guy who carries the speaker. Gwen, Peter, and Harry respond with puzzled expressions. Ignoring Lin Hai has become second nature to them after their time together. They have learned to overlook his intermittent eccentricities, and as long as they refrain from engaging him, he quickly reverts to normalcy. Harry discreetly informs Peter, I can secretly add that for you, but don't tell Gwen. If she finds out, we'll all be in trouble. Half a month later, Peter's inaugural official suit is finally complete. The group reconvenes at Harry's underground training facility to test the spider suit. It is nothing short of perfection. Peter dons the suit and strikes various odd poses in front of the mirror. Peter, hurry up. A little self-admiration is enough. We still need to conduct tests, Lin Hai calls from the sidelines. The rules are straightforward. Keep it light, no lethal weapons allowed. Harry, clad in Nova armor, glimmers under the lights with his blue and silver suit. Peter secures his gauntlets, and the web shooters are primed. Come on, Nova. Let me show you the prowess of Spider-Man. Let the duel commence, armored boy. Peter makes the first move, swinging a web to ensnare Harry from behind. Harry deftly dodges, retaliating with an elbow strike. Bang! Peter blocks with his gauntlet and flips backward, landing gracefully. Your reaction time? Is this what Lin meant by Peter's sudden agility? Harry is astounded. Peter, initially grinning with pride, quickly frowns and yells, Don't say that name. It's my spider sense. Can't you learn something good from Lin? In the ensuing skirmish, Harry endeavored to anticipate Peter's movements. However, Peter discerned his intentions and consequently altered his offensive rhythm. No longer relying on webs for rapid mobility, he adopted the Tai Chi footwork taught by Lin Hai, his form flowing like water, elusive and hard to grasp. What an absurd technique. Harry swung a punch, narrowly avoiding losing his balance. Come on. With a deft use of leverage, Peter sent Harry sprawling 3 meters away. Harry activated his emergency boost, unleashing the full power of his armor's hydraulic system, his sprinting speed surging instantaneously. Yet Peter was well prepared for this. Whoosh! A strand of webbing adhered to the ceiling as Peter vaulted over Harry's head, simultaneously ensnaring his ankle with another strand. Bang! Harry was yanked to the ground, while Peter landed gracefully, his finger poised at the neck joint of Harry's helmet. Game over. Spider-Man prevails, and Nova falls. Peter reveled in his triumph. Harry lay on the ground, multiple joints of his armor overloaded from the intense confrontation. Cunning spider. Harry gasped. Clever spider, Peter shrugged. That's unfair. Harry glanced at Lin Hai on the sidelines. He has superpowers and has trained in martial arts. Coach, I want to learn that too. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Learn what? To take a beating? To learn martial arts? To master combat techniques? Harry insisted, rising to his feet. I cannot rely solely on my armor forever. Lin Hai recognized the validity of Harry's sentiments. Even someone as formidable as Iron Man Tony Stark had taken up boxing after donning the Iron Man suit. In fact, comic book Tony had even integrated martial arts systems into his armor. Lin Hai had initially intended to propose that Harry train alongside Peter, but now it seemed unnecessary. Peter clapped him on the shoulder. If you genuinely wish to learn, you are welcome to join the club of life questioning after being mercilessly beaten by Lin Hai. Finally, I am not the one perpetually on the receiving end. Gwen meticulously examined the equipment data of both combatants. The suit's performance is up to standard, but Harry, your operational proficiency requires enhancement. Harry acknowledged this, stating that one of his objectives in learning martial arts from Lin Hai was to improve his bodily control, thereby increasing his operational skill. Lin Hai ultimately decreed, starting tomorrow, we will dedicate 1 to 2 hours daily to martial arts and combat training. The typically graceful Harry gaped. I thought Peter was joking. Is it too late to back out? Peter, Lin Hai, and Gwen replied in unison, no. That evening, atop a rooftop in Queens, Peter donned his brand new suit, standing against the wind. Now this feels right. He touched the spider emblem on his chest, suddenly seized by a leap of faith. Whoosh! The web sliced through the night sky as the red and blue figure soared freely amidst the steel forest. In the distance, amidst the forest of trees, Gwen and Harry stood atop the Osborne Tower, peering through a telescope. Finally, they no longer had to endure the sight of him clad in that ludicrous nightgown. Gwen exhaled a sigh of relief. Harry stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering aloud. How much do you think I could earn if I sold the nightgown baby video to the Daily Horn? Lin Hai began to contemplate the matter seriously. Perhaps enough to acquire a new set of Nova armor? Chapter 41. An unexpected visitor. After successfully crafting battle suits for Harry and Peter, their attention turned to Lin Hai, the only one among them still lacking a proper battle suit for frontline combat. However, Lin Hai had no intention of creating one at the moment. This was primarily due to the absence of materials capable of effectively conducting the life force within him. Furthermore, many of the existing technologies remained immature. Wearing a suit crafted with current methods would not provide a significant enhancement to his abilities. If an Iron Man from the future were to appear before him, insisting on bestowing a set of intelligent armor upon him, he would undoubtedly accept Tony's gift with lightning speed. Previously, there had been a notion among them to utilize the cultivation of high-strength plants to envelop his body. Lin Hai possessed inherent self-healing abilities, which had undergone tremendous evolution after his initial exposure to bud energy. As long as the injury was not fatal, he could even heal from penetrating wounds in a short span of time. Coupled with the defensive capabilities of the plant armor, there were virtually no foes capable of severely injuring him, unless one day, the gangsters on the streets opted for Gatling guns instead of rifles and submachine guns. Yet, Peter still believed that possessing a battle suit would enhance their style. It feels a bit odd for the three of us to act together, and you're the only one without a suit. My compulsive nature cannot accept this. Harry, adjusting the Nova armor, did not look up. Perhaps it's because the two of us in suits together still wouldn't stand a chance against him? Gwen called up a set of data. According to last week's combat assessment, Lin Hai, without a suit, could indeed take on both of you. Lin Hai, seated in a corner, channeling life force into a young jackfruit seedling, glanced up at their conversation. And you are all aware of my abilities. For instance, this. Lin Hai extended his palm toward his waist pouch, retrieving 2 seeds. Under the catalysis and guidance of his life force, the plant material that sprouted intertwined around him, forming an emerald-hued plant armor. The updated version of the iron wall fruit could essentially provide full-body protection. He tapped the chest plate, producing a dull thud. This can withstand gunfire from a submachine gun, and its weight feels akin to that of a light autumn coat. Peter's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't this essentially a ready-made battle suit? The distinction lies in the fact that it can serve as an integral part of my being, rather than merely an external apparatus. With a wave of his hand, Lin Hai's armor began to morph in appearance once more. He addressed the group, stating that each individual possesses their unique combat style. What suits oneself is indeed the best. Observing Lin Hai's thoughtful demeanor and the rationality of his ideas, the others were persuaded to allow him the liberty to express himself freely. The ensuing days unfolded with a tranquil yet fulfilling rhythm. However, Peter, now embodying the role of Spider-Man, found himself compelled to dedicate a portion of his training time to fulfill his duties as a good neighbor. Harry, too, had to allocate some of his experimental hours to join Lin Hai in physical and martial arts training, quickly experiencing the trials of being pushed to his limits under Lin Hai's rigorous tutelage. In the initial days, he was even carried back by Osborn's butler and his men. Yet, amidst this calmness, a ripple soon emerged. One Saturday, upon returning to the clinic after conducting a timely health check on Mrs. Vanessa Fisk at the Fisk Tower, Lin Hai discovered a conspicuously modified black luxury sedan parked outside the clinic. Puzzled, he thought that under Mr. Fisk's protection, it was unlikely for any gang members to disturb him at his clinic. Who, then, could it be? With a sense of curiosity, Lin Hai pushed open the clinic's door, only to be greeted by a stunning, mature professional woman with flowing golden hair and a burly gentleman in a suit who evidently served as her bodyguard. Upon noticing Lin Hai, the beautiful woman turned her gaze towards Master Chen Bing, who was instructing her on maintaining health amidst a demanding work schedule, and remarked, "I presume this must be the little Dr. Lin that Vanessa spoke of?" Master Chen nodded, while Lin Hai politely inquired, "Good day. Were you referred by Mrs. Vanessa? May I ask who you are?" The golden-haired beauty replied, "Indeed, I am a dear friend of Mrs. Vanessa. My name is Pepper Potts, from Stark Industries. You may call me Pepper." After a brief exchange, Lin Hai learned that this capable assistant, secretary, girlfriend, and wife of Tony Stark had a cordial relationship with Mrs. Fisk. They had met at a recent gathering, where Pepper noticed Vanessa's improved health, even attending such events, and inquired about her well-being. Vanessa, being forthcoming, shared some information about Lin Hai, describing him not only as an outstanding individual, but also as a pupil of a highly skilled master. With a hint of intrigue, Vanessa mentioned that Lin Hai possessed a unique ability to cultivate special plants that purify the air, promote mental clarity, and alleviate mental fatigue. She suggested that Pepper should visit him if time permitted to acquire some of these remarkable plants. Vanessa, aware of Lin Hai's intelligence in engaging with individuals of Fisk's caliber, trusted that he would make the wisest choices. Lin Hai was well aware of the situation and recognized this as a rare opportunity to forge a closer relationship with Tony Stark. Master Chen did not elaborate much, trusting Lin Hai to navigate this matter independently, confident that Lin Hai would not disclose his abilities to just anyone. After a lively conversation, Lin Hai accompanied Pepper to a nearby herbal shop, introducing her to various potted plants suitable for her or for Tony Stark. At that time, Tony was still a flamboyant playboy, with over 6 years remaining before he would transform into Iron Man. Yet, even without donning the Iron Man suit, Tony was a workaholic, necessitating plants that could sharpen his focus or invigorate his mind. Among the plants were invigorating mint, lemon balm, with a similar refreshing quality but a hint of sweetness, and peace lilies that purify the air. In the herbal shop, Pepper gently brushed her fingers over a mint plant with glistening leaves. Vanessa had mentioned that Lin Hai could cultivate intriguing plants, which Pepper initially thought was an exaggeration. When she withdrew her hand, she felt a lingering coolness on her fingertips. Lin Hai retrieved a white porcelain pot from the bottom of the display, revealing a plant resembling lily of the valley, but with translucent blue-green petals. This plant, known as the Serenity Orchid, differed from mint, lemon balm, and peace lilies in that it could produce beautiful flowers, purify the air, and release mild calming properties, all while being completely harmless to the body. Ideal for your office, Miss Pepper. Pepper suddenly chuckled. Vanessa was right. You truly are exceptional. She gestured playfully, as if performing a magician's trick. You merely possess knowledge of plant characteristics and have delved deeper into botanical studies. Lin Hai pretended not to grasp the subtle implication. He then presented another plant. This is lemon balm. It can invigorate the senses, but its effect is much gentler than caffeine, while also being significantly more potent, accompanied by a honey-like sweetness. If needed, you can crush a leaf and place it under your nose for a substantial boost in energy. However, do bear in mind that it merely revitalizes. It cannot replace rest. If you decide to gift it to Mr. Tony, you should clarify this point. After introducing the plants suitable for Pepper, Lin Hai turned to retrieve the price list hanging on the wall. This was a special price list tailored for the affluent. Any plant's price would elicit gasps of disbelief. Yet, Lin Hai understood that such a modest sum could provide these wealthy individuals with an extraordinary experience, one they would eagerly embrace. As he politely bid farewell to Pepper, who had purchased 2 unique plants, Lin Hai couldn't help but reflect. When luck arrives, it cannot be impeded. He had initially planned to allow his special plants to gain renown within high society before attempting to catch Tony's attention, yet unexpectedly, Vanessa had brought Pepper to him beforehand. Life's opportunities often unfold in such a manner. A heartfelt effort to nurture flowers may yield no blossoms, while a casual endeavor may result in flourishing willows. There is no need for excessive sentimentality. This is the norm. Master, what should we do if a dandy clad in iron armor comes to challenge us in the future? Lin Hai inquired of Chen Bing, who was meticulously arranging medicinal herbs. Without lifting his gaze, Chen Bing replied, Tai Chi emphasizes overcoming rigidity with gentleness. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly drove 3 silver needles into a wooden dummy 5 meters away, ensuring that every acupoint was precisely targeted. Lin Hai chuckled softly. Indeed, there would be ample opportunities in the future for Tony to receive acupuncture, should he dare to cause trouble. Lin Hai would guarantee to puncture every acupoint on his body, followed by a photograph inscribed on the reverse, Tony Stark, you possess a body akin to that of a porcupine. Chapter 42. The arrival of winter break and the search for taro. Some time had passed since Miss Pepperpotts visited Lin Hai and acquired 2 extraordinary plants. The weather gradually grew colder, heralding the approach of winter break at Midtown High School. Outside the window, snowflakes fluttered down, while the heater in the classroom hummed softly. Peter pressed his face against the glass, his breath forming a small cloud of white mist. It's snowing, he exclaimed excitedly, turning to his friends. Do you think the river in New York will freeze? We could try swinging on the ice, and then break our necks, Gwen remarked, continuing to organize the books she could use during winter break. My father said this winter is the coldest in nearly a decade. Harry set down his notebook, asking, so what are your plans for winter break? Gwen's lips curled slightly upward. My father has finally saved up 3 years' worth of vacation. He is taking us skiing in Switzerland. She turned to the ever-silent Lin Hai. And you, Lin? Are you going back to China? Lin Hai nodded, absent-mindedly tracing a sigil-like pattern on the tabletop with his fingertips. This year is somewhat special, as I intend to seek out a certain place. After school, the group reconvened in Harry's private laboratory. The 4 of them gathered around the large screen at the center of the lab, which displayed a satellite map of southwestern China. Lin Hai zoomed in on a particular mountainous region, revealing a lush green bamboo forest on the enlarged map. Last winter break, he had discovered golden thread bamboo in this area, which, according to ancient texts, only grows near taro. Lin Hai pointed to the map. Peter's eyes widened. Wait, are you talking about the taro that can predict the future? Not a divination tool. Taro is a hidden supernatural village said to possess the original methods of harnessing qi. Lin Hai pulled up several images from ancient texts. Harry stroked his chin. So this is Lin Hai's fantastical adventure? Do you need equipment support? I'm already prepared with a backpack, satellite phone, and the latest improved plant seeds. Lin Hai retrieved a handful of seeds from his bag. Gwen frowned. Are you going alone? Yes, there's little danger. The primary challenge lies in the maze-like bamboo forest that confounds ordinary individuals. However, I am not an ordinary person. Lin Hai replied, raising his chin confidently. On the afternoon before his departure, Lin Hai was engrossed in examining his master's treasured collection of books in the study when Chun Bing knocked and entered. Lin Hai held in his hands a tattered, yellowed volume of an ancient text, the Chronicles of Marvelous Objects of Huaxia. What prompted you to peruse this? His master inquired upon glancing at the book. Lin Hai replied, I recently encountered a type of bamboo near my hometown that resembles the one described in this text. Bamboo like gold, born in a realm of illusions. Mere mortals who behold it are enchanted. I thought I might discover something new in its pages before I leave. Chun Bing nodded appreciatively, advising Lin Hai, whatever you undertake, always prioritize your safety. I look forward to having you instruct my future disciples. Lin Hai solemnly affirmed his master's guidance. Outside the airport, Gwen meticulously inspected Lin Hai's luggage, thermal clothing, a first aid kit, energy bars. Why are you bringing so many seeds? She asked. Better safe than sorry, Lin Hai replied. Then turned to Harry and Peter, saying, You too. Take care in New York and avoid causing any major trouble. Harry patted his chest, asserting, Don't worry. My pajama buddy and I will just catch a few thieves and maybe deal with the Mexican gang. He was promptly elbowed by Peter in the ribs. After their playful banter, Lin Hai waved goodbye and proceeded toward the security checkpoint, swiftly disappearing into the crowd. As the airplane descended, familiar skies and the silhouette of distant mountains came into view. Lin Hai switched off his phone's flight mode, and several messages immediately appeared on the screen. Father? Hey son, are you on the plane? Call me when you land. Peter, how's the weather in Huaxia? New York is practically turning into the Arctic. Harry, I'll keep an eye on Peter, no need to worry. Gwen, make sure to take pictures of any beautiful scenery. Lin Hai smiled and replied with a simple message, safely arrived, before grabbing his backpack and heading toward the exit. At the arrivals area, he spotted his parents immediately. His father, clad in a deep blue down jacket he had worn for over a decade, was on tiptoe peering around. His mother was wrapped in a thick scarf, holding a thermos that undoubtedly contained warm ginger tea. Xiao Hai, over here. She waved. Lin Hai hurried over, but before he could speak, his mother pulled him in for a thorough inspection. You look thinner. Haven't you been eating well? Not at all, Mom. While the local cuisine in America isn't plentifully delicious, I've taken to cooking for myself, and I've even shown you pictures, he reassured her. He took a sip from the thermos, savoring the familiar spicy sweetness. Besides, my master often prepares medicinal dishes, he added. Lin Hai's father patted his shoulder and took the suitcase. Come, let us go home. That evening, the dining table in the Lin family living room was laden with Lin Hai's favorite dishes, braised pork ribs, steamed base, garlic water spinach, and more, while his mother incessantly served him more meat. That's enough, Mom. I can't eat any more, Lin Hai said, exasperated. You need to eat more. Look how thin you are, his mother insisted. You've finally come home. You must eat well. Suddenly, Lin father coughed lightly and casually inquired, How are things going with that Gwen from last time? Lin Hai paused with his chopsticks. We're just good friends. Just friends? Lin mother's eyes sparkled. I don't think so. That girl is quite beautiful, golden hair, blue eyes, like a movie star. She continued to probe, what is her personality like? Lin Hai took a deep breath. Mom, we are truly just friends. Friends can develop into something more. Lin father interjected, You're 17 now. When I was your age, Dad. Lin Hai's ears burned. It's not what you think. Under Lin Hai's firm denials and attempts to change the subject, this emotional interrogation finally came to a close. However, just before bedtime, Lin mother accidentally left a book titled Legal Guide to International Marriage on his bedside table. The next morning, after freshening up, Lin Hai sat at the breakfast table adorned with food. I think I'll explore the area nearby over the next few days, he said nonchalantly, cracking an egg. It's been a while since I returned. I want to see the magnificent landscapes of our country. Lin father looked up from his newspaper. Where to? Just to the nearby mountains, Lin Hai replied vaguely. I might go to the mountain behind the place Mom took me to buy groceries last time. Lin mother frowned. That area hasn't been fully developed. There isn't even a proper road. That's why I want to check it out, Lin Hai smiled. Besides, I'm fit enough. It'll just be a mountain exercise. Lin father and Lin mother exchanged glances before ultimately conceding. All right, just be careful. If it's far, find a farmhouse to stay. Don't come back in the dark. Got it. You two can rest easy. Back in his room, Lin Hai retrieved a cloth pouch from the depths of a drawer. containing samples of golden bamboo collected last year. He gently touched the bamboo joints, feeling the resonance between the life force within him and the faint energy of the bamboo segments. I'll come to find you tomorrow. The following day, Lin Hai hailed a taxi to the mountaintop market he had previously visited with his mother. Following the direction etched in his memory, he once again arrived at the fringes of the golden bamboo grove. After checking the supplies he had brought, primarily water and food, he felt confident in his ability to defend himself amidst the surrounding flora. Thus, he had not brought any weapons. Standing at the edge of the golden bamboo forest, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled golden specks upon the ground. He inhaled deeply, sensing the pulsation of life force within him, as if the bamboo grove around him were breathing. Each flow of energy seemed to converse with him. Indeed, the energy from the earth here was far more potent than that of the outside world. Lin Hai murmured to himself, gently brushing his fingertips against a golden bamboo nearby. The joints of the bamboo quivered slightly, as if responding to his touch. He felt no apprehension about being ensnared by the maze. The life force enabled him to clearly perceive the direction of the earth's energy flow, akin to someone illuminating a guiding lamp in the darkness. Following the energy, he resolved not to look back. Closing his eyes, Lin Hai allowed the life force to guide his steps, humming an odd melody. As he wandered through the bamboo thicket, the surrounding scenery began to morph into the extraordinary. The arrangement of the bamboo no longer adhered to the natural order, at times dense as a wall, at times sparse like a portal. Lin Hai recognized this as the effect of the maze. Yet, he felt no panic. Instead, he slowed his pace, allowing his life force to resonate with the bamboo grove. "I am not an enemy," he whispered, brushing his palm against the bamboo beside him. Remarkably, the thicket that should have obstructed him parted slightly, granting him a narrow pathway. As the sun climbed higher, the ground beneath Lin Hai's feet gradually leveled, the incline dissipating. As if he had stepped into a secluded plain, he halted, retrieving water and compressed biscuits from his backpack to replenish his energy. Raising his hand, he glanced at his watch. Nearly 3 hours had elapsed since he entered the bamboo grove. Logically, this mountain was not particularly large, and such an extended straight walk should have allowed him to traverse it entirely by now. Spatial folding? Or an illusion? Lin Hai mused. He felt no urgency. Rather, he was increasingly convinced that he was heading in the right direction. True mazes do not allow one to wander for so long without any anomalies. They merely lead one back to the starting point unknowingly. He sensed that he was drawing closer to a certain core. Chapter 43. Taro Village and the Guardian Dragon. Just as the sun began its descent in the west, Lin Hai's life force within him surged suddenly, prompting him to quicken his pace. Ahead, the bamboo thicket grew increasingly sparse, and the sunlight became ever more radiant. With a single step forward, the world transformed dramatically. The sight before Lin Hai left him momentarily speechless. A flat and expansive village nestled in a basin surrounded by mountains. Taro Village's architecture elegantly preserved the characteristics of ancient Chinese traditional buildings, embodying a solemn yet graceful essence, practicality intertwined with beauty. The houses, adorned with green tiles and white walls, harmonized with the reddish-brown lofts, presenting a picturesque disarray. Winding stone paths connected each household, flanked by exotic flowers and plants, some even emitting a faint glow, while peculiar animals frolicked on the grass. In the distant terraced fields, villagers bent over in labor, cultivating not ordinary crops, but a type of rice with emerald green leaves. This scene evokes the vivid imagery found in the peach blossom spring, where the land is expansive and the houses are neatly arranged, adorned with fertile fields and beautiful ponds, surrounded by mulberry and bamboo. The roads are interconnected, and the sounds of chickens and dogs can be heard, as men and women engage in their daily farming activities, all dressed similarly to outsiders, with gray-haired elders and youthful children appearing content and joyful. Lin Hai keenly observed certain details: solar panels installed on some rooftops, a calendar from 2001 displayed on the village bulletin board, and several children holding tablets, engrossed in some activity. Indeed, Taro Village is not entirely isolated from the world. The existence of Taro Village is known to Zhang Xian, the director of the Huaxia Divine Spear Bureau, who periodically visits with trusted aides, bringing them ample supplies, new technological devices, and news from the outside world. Consequently, the villagers possess a certain understanding of external affairs. Lin Hai's arrival quickly attracted attention. The first to notice him was an elderly man laboring in the fields, straightening his back and squinting at Lin Hai for a few moments. The elder called out in a loud voice, using the dialect of the Sichuan region, "An outsider has entered the village." Soon, a dozen or so villagers gathered from various directions. Their attire was distinctive, neither entirely modern nor ancient, but rather a blend of traditional and contemporary styles. The men wore button cotton shirts made from an indiscernible fabric, while the women donned dresses that retained elements of Hanfu, paired with comfortable sneakers. Almost everyone adorned themselves with some form of jade ornament, intricately engraved with complex runes. Lin Hai relaxed his posture, standing still to indicate his benign intentions. I am Lin Hai, seeking Taro Village. The villagers exchanged glances. A resolute man in his 40s stepped forward, inquiring, "How did you find this place?" "By this," Lin Hai replied, extending his hands that emitted a radiant emerald glow. The crowd was intrigued but refrained from further questioning. Sensing Lin Hai's lack of malice, the man said, "In that case, follow me to the village chief's house." The chief's residence was situated beside the stone tower at the village's center, comprising a traditional courtyard. To Lin Hai's astonishment, modern communication devices were set up within the yard, and satellite imagery adorned the walls. Surprised? Came a robust, elderly voice from within. Lin Hai turned to see a white-haired elder emerging with a cane. The old man appeared at least 80 years old, yet stood straight and walked steadily. Every time Zheng Xian visits, he brings new curiosities. Lin Hai blinked in astonishment. "You know Director Zheng from the Divine Spear Bureau?" "Not just know him. I am the village chief of Taro. You may call me Elder Chen." The chief gestured for him to sit. Taro Village has collaborated with the authorities for many years, and Zheng Xian is both astute and perceptive. Our partnership has always been quite harmonious. After acquiring some fundamental information, Lin Hai revealed to Elder Chen the reason he was able to traverse the maze of bamboo and arrive here, demonstrating his remarkable abilities. Elder Chen was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that someone from the outside world could possess such mastery over the force of life. Subsequently, he recounted the general history of Taro Village, albeit without delving into specifics about their situation, such as the grand gate they guarded, which served to prevent the soul-eating beasts from wreaking havoc upon the world. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Hai was already familiar with this information. After cautioning Lin Hai not to disclose any details about Taro upon his departure, Elder Chen warmly welcomed him as a guest, stating that one should never visit in China with an empty stomach, and thus invited Lin Hai to partake in lunch with them. Lin Hai graciously accepted, discovering that the cuisine here was extraordinarily delectable, leading him to ponder if the region's remarkable talents and fertile lands contributed to the superior quality of the ingredients. After the meal, Elder Chen escorted Lin Hai to the expansive lakeside within Taro Village, introducing him to their guardian beast residing in the waters. Lin Hai recognized it to be a qinglong, one of the 4 divine beasts of China, the qinglong being the progeny of the creature that vanquished the dark inhabitant and sealed it, along with countless soul-eating beasts, behind the great gate that protects Taro Village. It was this very dragon that bestowed upon the villagers the ability to wield natural magic, even shedding its own scales for the creation of weapons and armor. However, this qinglong had sustained grave injuries in the battle against the dark inhabitant and perished shortly after giving birth to its offspring. Thus, the young qinglong inherited its mother's mantle, safeguarding not only the sealing gate, but also the village itself, which explains the relatively modest size and power of the qinglong depicted in the film Shang-Chi. As Lin Hai's thoughts raced, he recollected the narrative surrounding Taro Village and arrived at the lakeside terrace constructed in honor of the qinglong. Standing upon the altar of bluestone, he felt the intricate dragon patterns carved by generations of villagers beneath his feet. Elder Chen leaned on his vine staff beside him, his aged gaze reflecting the shimmering surface of the water. "The divine beast is elusive and seldom reveals itself," Elder Chen murmured. "If it wishes to meet you, it would be a momentous fate." Lin Hai nodded, feeling the life force within him surge. In truth, he understood better than Elder Chen what was about to emerge, the qinglong, a rare entity in the Marvel Universe, yet imbued with ancient strength of China. As emerald energy flowed from Lin Hai's palm, unnatural ripples suddenly disturbed the lake's surface. Soon, the ripples approached the shore, causing the water to rise, and with a resounding splash, a curtain of water parted like beads, revealing the head of a dragon comparable in size to a small automobile. Its jade-like scales shimmered with iridescence under the sun, and its whiskers danced gracefully upon the water's surface, while its verdant slit pupils reflected Lin Hai's image. The head of the azure dragon appeared to Lin Hai as a magnificent work of art, imbued with a sense of ethereal beauty. Its delicate and graceful horns shimmered with a soft halo, its eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of emerald waters. Its whiskers were long and gentle, as if spun from the finest silk. Upon beholding the complete visage of the dragon, Lin Hai felt no trepidation or fear, only a profound familiarity, a resonance that transcended bloodlines reverberating within his chest. It was an innate closeness to the dragon, etched in the very essence of the descendants of Yin and Huang. A primal stirring toward their totem. The azure dragon remained still, observing Lin Hai from a short distance, while the villagers of Taro stood in hushed reverence, afraid to disturb this extraordinary spectacle. Gradually, Lin Hai found his courage swelling. He slowly raised his right hand, a brilliant emerald light coalescing in his palm. This action caused Chen Laoding, the elder, to pause momentarily, though he did not intervene. The villagers, witnessing this scene, began to murmur softly among themselves. What is he doing? His hand is glowing. Can he wield magic? What does he intend with that gesture? Is he seeking to touch the divine dragon? Indeed, Lin Hai harbored the desire to caress the dragon, and the creature seemed oblivious to his intent, merely fixating its gaze upon Lin Hai's luminous hand. After a prolonged pause, perhaps filled with hesitation, the dragon ultimately pressed its snout against Lin Hai's palm. As the emerald glow illuminated the intricate patterns of the dragon's scales, Lin Hai's hand made contact with the dragon's nose, its cool touch akin to jade, yet imbued with a warm vitality. The onlooking villagers gasped in hushed astonishment, some children having their mouths covered by their mothers, their eyes wide with awe. At that moment, as the life force surged forth, Lin Hai was drawn into a torrent of emotions emanating from the azure dragon. This wave encompassed a yearning for a departed mother, a sense of responsibility for the villagers, a wariness of the unknown forces, and a burgeoning curiosity and affinity towards Lin Hai. You are weary, Lin Hai murmured unconsciously, as more life energy instinctively flowed toward the dragon's old wounds beneath its scales. These injuries, inflicted by the occasional escape of soul-devouring creatures from the sealed gates, bore scars eroded by dark energy, which visibly faded under the influence of the life force. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps an eternity or merely a fleeting instant, until Lin Hai had imparted a significant portion of his life energy to the azure dragon. Satisfied, the dragon withdrew its snout from Lin Hai's palm. As the dragon abruptly lifted its head away from contact, Lin Hai staggered back a couple of steps. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, the dragon ascended into the sky. With a thunderous splash, water erupted like a crystal fountain. The 20-meter-long dragon unfurled beneath the azure sky, its scales refracting a dazzling halo. Its spiraling form reminded Lin Hai of the Tai Chi principles of soft yet resilient movement, an embodiment of ceaseless vitality imparted by his master, Chen. Since the dawn of my memories, I have witnessed the dragon dance for the first time. Elder Chen's voice trembled as he asked, Child, what have you bestowed upon it? Lin Hai gazed at the lingering emerald glimmers upon his fingertips and replied, Nothing, merely a fragment of the solace it yearns for. Chapter 44. The past of Taro and Lin Hai's ascendance. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the lake in golden hues, while the silhouette of the azure dragon had long since submerged beneath the surface. Yet, a faint aura of its majesty lingered in the air. Leaning upon his vine staff, Elder Chen surveyed the shimmering waters, sighing deeply. Since the beginning of my recollections, the divine beast has never been so joyous. Lin Hai, seated upon the azure stone steps, mirrored Elder Chen's gaze upon the lake, contemplating. It is indeed lonely. Indeed, now that the divine beast has acknowledged you, the true history of Taro village ought to unfold before you. Elder Chen turned, a glimmer of reminiscence flashing in his aged eyes. He waved his hand, signaling the attendants to withdraw. Once they were alone upon the terrace, Elder Chen gently tapped the ground with his vine staff, and a magical soundproof barrier unfurled silently. Steady yourself, young one, do not be startled. This tale begins 4 millennia ago. The first pioneers who discovered Taro were alchemists fleeing from warfare. Elder Chen's voice resonated like a solemn bell. In the year 1977 BCE, our ancestors unearthed this secret realm, blessed with an inexhaustible spirit spring capable of healing ailments and wondrous flowers that thrived here. He gestured towards a hillside where a group of exotic beasts roamed. The creatures chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas exist in reality here. These alchemists, my forebears, settled in this land and gradually transformed it into a flourishing city-state. Elder Chen pointed towards a grand door embedded in the mountainside across the lake. Until that fateful day, many years hence, when the mountain by the lake suddenly split open, revealing a chasm. His hand trembled slightly as he spoke of the dark inhabitants, a malevolent, otherworldly demon that feasted upon souls. It commanded a horde of soul-devouring beasts, which in a single night ravaged half the city. Elder Chen continued, ordinary weapons proved futile against the soul-devourers. Within 3 days, the city-state lay in ruins. Just then, the heavens darkened, and a brilliant azure light pierced the clouds as a colossal azure dragon descended upon the battlefield. That was the mother of the divine beast. Elder Chen's eyes glistened with tears. She battled the dark inhabitant for 7 days and nights, ultimately sealing the demon behind the great door wrought from dragon scales at the cost of her own grave injuries. After the fierce battle, the azure dragon laid an egg, which eventually hatched into the divine beast you behold today. Sadly, she succumbed to her wounds after nurturing the young dragon for a time. Due to the bamboo forest maze encircling Taro Village, combined with the region's unique environment and the azure dragon's divine power, Taro Village has long remained an enigmatic sanctuary. Individuals like you, who arrive here through the essence of life, are the first in millennia. Moreover, due to the isolated environment and abundant energy, the wondrous and exotic beasts that seem to have existed solely within the pages of the classic of mountains and seas continue to thrive in Taro Village. This includes, but is not limited to, the nine-tailed white fox, the primordial chaos, the firebird, the Chilean horse, and even 2 Yazi, creatures bearing the bloodline of dragons. This explains why only weapons forged from dragon scales can inflict harm upon the soul-eating beasts, allowing the 2 Yazi in the film to rend these creatures apart. At this juncture, Elder Chun, leaning on his vine staff, rose to his feet and gestured for Lin Hai to do the same. Come, let me show you the source of our confidence in guarding the sealed gate. With that, he led Lin Hai towards the weapons workshop located in the west of the village. The surviving ancestors made a solemn vow to protect the seal for generations. The original azure dragon, in the passage of time, bestowed upon us her shed scales and granted some villagers the magic to wield the forces of nature. The little azure dragon, inheriting her mother's legacy, also followed suit and gifted us her own discarded scales. As they conversed, the two arrived at the weapons workshop, where a dozen artisans were diligently forging weapons. Lin Hai noticed a short sword crafted from dragon scales shimmering with a cerulean glow in the firelight, while the walls nearby displayed hundreds of such dragon scale blades, their edges adorned with azure golden wave patterns. A few archers were testing arrows tipped with dragon scale points, and several craftsmen were calibrating the curvature of dragon scale staffs. However, Lin Hai did not see the dragon scale armor worn by the Shang-Chi siblings from the film. It seemed to be a unique creation, incapable of mass production. After touring the workshop, Elder Chen brought Lin Hai back to his home, assigning him a modest guest room, simply furnished yet imbued with a soothing atmosphere. At that moment, Lin Hai recalled that if he did not return home today, he ought to send a message to his parents, but his phone had no signal in this place. After Lin Hai conveyed his need, Elder Chen retrieved a satellite phone from his room. Use this for now. The village has only 3 communication devices, all left by Zheng Xian. Lin Hai sent a message assuring his parents of his safety and tentatively inquired, "May I take some photographs? Just of the scenery." Elder Chen pondered for a moment before retrieving an old digital camera from the cabinet. "Use this. I must review your photos after you're done." For the next half hour, Lin Hai captured images of the blue-tiled houses under the setting sun, bioluminescent mushrooms flanking the stone paths, and the rainbow formed by a distant waterfall, deliberately avoiding all exotic beasts and the weapons workshop. "Very good," Elder Chen nodded as he reviewed the photos. "This camera will remain with me. Come to retrieve it when you need it, and as per our agreement, I must see your photos before you leave. You can take it with you on your departure day." Lin Hai expressed his complete agreement and profound gratitude for Elder Chen's understanding. The following day, Lin Hai awoke in his room and, after a quick wash, sought out Elder Chen. "Village Chief, I would like to meet the Azure Dragon. May I?" After much contemplation, Elder Chen concluded that the life force emanating from Lin Hai was indeed beneficial for the Azure Dragon. The joyful dragon dance witnessed the previous day served as the finest testament to this. Thus, he acquiesced to Lin Hai's request. Following a shared breakfast with Elder Chen, word spread throughout Taro Village about Lin Hai's intention to once again commune with the guardian dragon. Many villagers, who had not witnessed the dragon dance the day prior, were eager to see how this extraordinary outsider achieved such a feat. Consequently, when Lin Hai arrived at the sacrificial altar once more, he discovered a throng of curious onlookers trailing behind him. Elder Chen reassured him, advising him not to be anxious, as the villagers were merely intrigued by the Azure Dragon's dance. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai dismissed the villagers from his thoughts. As he once again stirred the life force within him, the lake's surface suddenly parted, and the Azure Dragon emerged, its magnificent head resembling a work of art. The droplets of water, lifted by its majestic presence, refracted a spectrum of colors in the morning sun. The dragon appeared even more vibrant than the previous day, its azure scales shimmering brilliantly. Lin Hai raised his right arm, palm facing upward, allowing the life force to flow forth like a gentle stream. However, this time, the Azure Dragon did not approach his palm. Instead, It lowered its colossal head beside him, its mane swaying as if moved by an unseen breeze, revealing a patch of scales softer than the rest. "Are you inviting me up?" Lin Hai was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. The dragon gave a slight nod, which elicited a gasp from the crowd below. The young onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, while Elder Qin's expression shifted to one of sheer disbelief. Lin Hai had no time to consider the villagers' reactions. He lightly tapped his toes, and with the grace of the Chun Tai Chi technique, he floated like a feather onto the dragon's neck. As his fingers grasped the cool strands of its mane, the world tilted dramatically. With a resounding roar, the azure dragon surged into the sky, taking Lin Hai along for the ride. The sudden acceleration felt as though his very insides were being pressed against his back. He clung tightly to the dragon's mane, instinctively enveloping himself in a protective layer of life force. After a few breaths, as he acclimated to the astonishing speed, he dared to open his eyes. The sight before him left him breathless. Taro village had shrunk to the size of a palm, the mountains undulating beneath him like waves. The morning mist resembled an ocean, while the clouds appeared as snow, and the azure dragon pierced through a veil of thin clouds, the cool mist enveloping him. As they ascended, the sun fully emerged from the horizon, bathing the sea of clouds in golden-red hues. "This is what it feels like to soar," Lin Hai murmured to himself. Compared to Peter's web-swinging, this was the true essence of flight. Sensing his exhilaration, the azure dragon suddenly performed a roll and dive. The sensation of weightlessness elicited a gasp from Lin Hai, quickly followed by a burst of joyous laughter. He released one hand, stretching it out against the wind, as the life force danced at his fingertips, trailing a jade-green light that harmonized with the dragon's radiant azure glow. Chapter 45. The Finishing Touch. Elder Chun, leaning on his rattan cane, stood at the forefront, his eyes shimmering with a complex brilliance beneath his white brows. As the village chief, he understood the pride of the azure dragon more than anyone else. This divine beast had never permitted human contact, let alone allowed someone like Lin Hai to ascend upon its majestic form. The villagers of Taro, gathered by the lakeside, were utterly stupefied. They had never fathomed that the azure dragon would soar through the skies with a human companion. It seemed the azure dragon sensed Lin Hai's shifting emotions, letting out a resounding dragon roar filled with delight, a sound both Lin Hai and the Taro villagers could distinctly recognize. In resonance with the dragon's exuberance, Lin Hai felt a warm and expansive energy radiating from the points of contact on his legs and arms, flowing towards his dantian along the pathways of life force. He understood this to be the power of the azure dragon, trusting that it harbored no intent to harm him. Unsure of its purpose, he refrained from interference, allowing the energy to course toward his dantian. More wondrously, as the energy from the azure dragon reached his dantian, fragments of the dragon's memories began to flicker in his consciousness. He envisioned an ancient battlefield where a larger azure dragon battled shadows beneath a starlit sky, its blood raining down. This was the legacy left to the young dragon by its mother. Within the depths of Taro village's lake, a young dragon curled beside a colossal, cold dragon corpse, licking its tail, which bore wounds from a clash with a soul devourer. He also felt the curiosity and joy that had sparked when the azure dragon sensed the vibrant life force emanating from Lin Hai the previous day. So it was, Lin Hai mused, stroking the dragon scales. These memories imparted an understanding of the azure dragon's solitude as the last pure-blood divine dragon. It bore the burden of its mother's legacy, with no one to share its plight. As the energy transfer concluded, a message surfaced in his mind. The heart of the divine dragon can only awaken in those acknowledged by the true dragon. Through these memories, Lin Hai not only gleaned the azure dragon's millennia-long history, but also achieved a profound comprehension of the significance of the term dragon and the concept it embodies. He came to know this force by the name of the heart of the divine dragon, a treasure granted solely to those recognized by the divine dragon, distinct from the so-called heart learned by the Taro villagers through the natural magic derived from the azure dragon. Unlike the drastic transformation brought by the Igo bud, this power assimilated quietly into the cycle of his life force, akin to a gentle spring rain. Closing his eyes in introspection, he noted an additional halo of golden azure surrounding the emerald energy mass within his dantian. After this force settled within him, he perceived a subtle shift in his life force, not as earth-shattering as the changes invoked by the Igo bud. Yet he could directly sense the emotions of the azure dragon. As for the other changes this power might bring, Lin Hai knew he had ample time to explore them in the future. At this moment, all that occupied his mind was the aspiration to execute a move akin to the finishing touch of a dragon, reminiscent of the powerful technique employed by Rayquaza in its mega evolution within the Pokemon realm. The divine power bestowed upon him by the Azure Dragon enabled him to perceive its emotions more acutely, while his own life force allowed him to convey his thoughts to the dragon. Furthermore, he gleaned a deeper understanding of the concept of dragon from the dragon's memories. Under these multifaceted conditions, Lin Hai felt confident in his ability to unleash this ultimate move. Should he succeed, it would pave the way for the Soul Devourer and the Dark Dweller to be vanquished. And he and the Azure Dragon could deliver a devastating blow with the finishing touch of the dragon. Without hesitation, Lin Hai transmitted his thoughts to the Azure Dragon through his life force. Intrigued by the potent technique conveyed by this human, the Azure Dragon was eager to give it a try, resulting in a harmonious synergy between them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hai placed his hands upon the dragon's neck, and the Azure Dragon soared upwards into the sky. As they ascended, the dragon began to harness its own power, while Lin Hai channeled his life force through his hands into the dragon's body, synchronizing their movements. The emerald-hued life force intertwined with the Azure Dragon energy, creating a dazzling orb of light at their point of contact. To the villagers of Taro Village, the sight of this man and dragon gracefully soaring through the sky suddenly shifted as they began a direct ascent into the heavens, with a verdant glow emanating from the Azure Dragon. When they reached an altitude far above the ground, the Azure Dragon abruptly halted, its scales radiating a brilliant azure light. Lin Hai, seated upon the dragon's back, was enveloped in a cocoon of emerald light as two energies intertwined, tinting the clouds within a radius of several miles in a vibrant green. The light radiating from the Azure Dragon transformed it into a second sun in the sky, albeit one of emerald hue. Following Lin Hai's vision of the finishing touch, the dragon dove towards a lifeless, barren mountain below. The Azure Dragon became a streak of light, plunging downwards at a velocity surpassing sound, yet without producing a sonic boom, as all kinetic energy was converted into the increasingly luminous flame. The villagers of Taro Village beheld the azure sun plummeting at an astonishing speed, akin to a colossal azure comet. Mere seconds later, this immense comet struck the distant mountaintop, followed by a brilliant emerald explosion that illuminated half the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar and a plume of dust that soared towards the heavens. The blinding light rendered everyone temporarily sightless, while the shockwave shattered trees a kilometer away. As the dust began to settle, the villagers were horrified to discover that the 800-meter-high peak had vanished. What was once visible above the mountainside had entirely disappeared. Returning to the moment when the dragon was awakened with the stroke of brilliance, the Azure Dragon, inexperienced in wielding this technique for the first time, collided with a forceful impact. Although shielded by a protective energy, it still sustained minor injuries. Lin Hai, perched upon the dragon's neck, remained entirely unharmed, albeit momentarily dazed by the immense tremors and cacophony. Once he regained his senses, he utilized the remnants of his life force to heal the dragon's minor wounds. Following this, a wave of overwhelming joy surged through Lin Hai, and he sensed the Azure Dragon's exhilaration as well. The dragon had fully grasped the application of the technique during this trial. It was confident that, even without Lin Hai's assistance, it could execute the move on its own, albeit with diminished potency. Moreover, it had to exercise caution to avoid injuring itself, thus rendering its solo execution considerably weaker. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to confront the occasional soul-devouring beasts, and with Lin Hai by its side, it felt capable of overcoming even the Dark Dweller. However, thoughts of the Dark Dweller brought a somber reflection to the dragon, reminding it of its mother. If she had mastered this technique, perhaps she would have survived, sparing it the solitude of guarding this realm for millennia. Sensing the dragon's melancholic mood, Lin Hai gently caressed its scales, as if comforting a child longing for its mother. The Azure Dragon quickly regained its composure. After all, thousands of years had passed, and had it been unable to reconcile with its past, it might have succumbed to despair long before Lin Hai's arrival. Once the dragon's spirits were lifted, it soared into the sky again, amidst the villagers of Taro's concern. Observing the dragon's ascent, the villagers released their anxieties, having feared that something had gone awry when it charged towards the barren mountains with such tremendous energy. Had it not been for Elder Chen's reassurances, they would have rushed to find the dragon. As the dragon returned to the lakeside with Lin Hai, the latter's face still bore a lingering flush of excitement. Elder Chen, along with the other villagers, approached but maintained a respectful distance, as the aura of residual energy still enveloped the duo. The elder, his voice trembling with awe, inquired, "Was that the stroke of brilliance?" Lin Hai slid down from the dragon's back and gently patted its scales, explaining, "It was born from a sudden inspiration of mine. With this newfound ability, The Azure Dragon will find it significantly easier to combat those soul-devouring beasts. In a display of cooperation, the dragon raised its head and breathed forth a stream of azure flames, which danced above the water's surface before transforming into countless luminous specks that scattered across the lake. The villagers collectively knelt in reverence, while Elder Chun bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Lin, from this day forth, Taro Village shall forever be your home." Chapter 46. Experimenting with new abilities after dismounting from the Azure Dragon, Lin Hai found himself enveloped by the enthusiastic villagers of Taro, having navigated the admiration of Elder Chun, whose regard for him seemed to have reached unprecedented heights. The simple villagers eagerly sought to touch the dragon messenger, with some even kneeling in reverence, prompting Lin Hai to repeatedly bend down to assist them. It was not until lunchtime, after the persistent persuasion of Elder Chun and Lin Hai, that the villagers reluctantly dispersed. During the midday meal shared with the villagers, Lin Hai was honored with a seat of prominence, his table laden with the exquisite delicacies of Taro Village. The villagers occasionally cast him looks of deep admiration, leaving him both moved and somewhat bewildered. After the meal, finally granted a moment of solitude, Lin Hai hurried to the martial arts arena not far from Elder Chun's residence, eager to explore the transformations brought about by the heart of the dragon. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the ancient locust tree in the training ground, casting dappled shadows on the bluestone slabs. He sat cross-legged within this unassuming light, closing his eyes to absorb the novel energy coursing through him. First and foremost, Lin Hai sensed the emotions of the Azure Dragon. He could distinctly feel that it was currently resting by a distant lake, even experiencing a sense of languid comfort. This unprecedented spiritual connection filled him with both surprise and wonder. Secondly, he did not perceive any obvious changes within himself. However, it soon dawned on him that some villagers of Taro had begun to wield natural magic after acquiring what they termed the heart of the dragon. If that were the case, could he not also attain such abilities? Taking a deep breath, Lin Hai rose and assumed the familiar stance of Tai Chi previously. While practicing Tai Chi, he had cultivated the energy within through the techniques and meditative states associated with the art. He had attempted to channel this energy outward, experimenting with techniques reminiscent of Kamehameha, Hadouken, or air blasts. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, he had been unable to manifest any energy projection, finding himself breathless and flushed without achieving even a hint of release. Yet this time felt different. He sensed that success was within reach. Given that the villagers in the films could indeed utilize energy projection techniques for offense, Lin Hai felt a surge of confidence. However, his thoughts quickly faded as he concentrated, adopting the Tai Chi posture. In that moment, his mind emptied of notions of the heart of the dragon, natural magic, or the impressive techniques associated with energy projection. There was only Tai Chi, the form he had practiced countless times. As the life force within him, infused with the strength of the dragon, was guided by the familiar Tai Chi movements, the leaves surrounding him began to dance gracefully in tandem with his actions. Though Lin Hai remained blissfully unaware, leaves of gold, dark brown, and deep green appeared to be delicately drawn by invisible threads, at times swirling gracefully like butterflies, and at other times flowing around like a gentle stream. As this unprecedented sensation pulled Lin Hai from his meditative state, he was astonished to find himself immersed in a wondrous space composed of dancing leaves. Yet, he did not pause. He chose to move freely, guided by his instincts. After completing his practice, Lin Hai gradually drew in his energy and exhaled a breath of turbid air, causing the leaves around him to descend softly to the ground. Although this was not a true release of energy, it marked a significant advancement compared to his previous ability to manipulate only plants. As Lin Hai savored this newfound sensation, he recalled several vivid scenes from his memory, particularly those from the martial arts film Tai Chi Zhang Sanfeng, starring Li as Zhang Junbao. One memorable scene depicted Zhang Junbao, after mastering Tai Chi, creating a mesmerizing moment accompanied by the background music Sui Yuan. In this scene, he intricately traced circles with his hands in a water tank filled to the brim, and when the water formed a whirlpool, a sudden jolt caused the tank to shatter, sending water cascading in all directions. This iconic image has been replicated by many in their own homes, with numerous individuals likely facing parental reprimands for their attempts. Another striking moment featured Zhang Junbao practicing Tai Chi amidst a forest, ultimately gathering the surrounding leaves into a sphere. This leaf ball danced in harmony with Zhang Junbao's movements and exploded upon his concluding stance, leaving a perfectly shaped circle of grass beneath him. While the leaves settled outside this circle, symbolizing his mastery of Tai Chi possessing the life force and knowledge of Tai Chi himself, Lin Hai felt it would be a disservice not to pay homage to these scenes. While breaking a water tank was impractical, leaves were abundantly available. So he decided to proceed with his endeavor. During his second round of practice, Lin Hai consciously refrained from entering a meditative state. Unlike before, he intentionally harnessed the power imbued with the essence of the divine dragon, channeling it from his dantian to his hands. As he executed his movements, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The leaves within a 3-meter radius began to levitate without the influence of wind, rising gently in accordance with the trajectory of his palms. A single dry leaf brushed against his fingertips, seemingly cradled by an invisible hand, circling his wrist thrice before drifting down. With each Tai Chi movement, his hands emanated a vibrant green light, and the leaves on the ground gradually began to coalesce according to Lin Hai's intentions. Indeed, it was working. Suppressing his exhilaration, he continued to practice Lan Ke Wei. More leaves joined this dance, forming a swirling green vortex around him. Most astonishingly, when he performed Bai He Liang Qi, several leaves, still vibrant green, suddenly accelerated, piercing the tree trunk 3 meters away like flying daggers, embedding themselves deeply. This ability mirrored that of the tarot warriors in the film. Wielding the power of Qi to manipulate objects, Lin Hai quickened his movements, as the leaves on the ground began to converge with greater precision and speed. Soon, they formed a leaf ball reminiscent of the one created by Zhang Junbao in the movie. This delicate control transcended the boundaries of cinematic representation. Lin Hai came to realize that the harmonious essence of Tai Chi had engendered a chemical reaction with the dynamic characteristics of the divine dragon's power. Upon fulfilling the childhood dream of his previous incarnation, Lin Hai's thoughts became clear, and he could not help but emit a long, hearty laugh. Preparing to disperse the leaf ball in his hands. Disperse. With a gentle command, Lin Hai spread his arms, and the entire leaf ball exploded with a resounding boom. The leaves did not scatter chaotically, but instead fell precisely within a 2-meter radius around Lin Hai, forming a perfect circle. Meanwhile, the dust on the bluestone slab within the circle was swept into the pattern of the yin-yang symbol of Tai Chi by the wave of energy. Having successfully manipulated the leaf ball, Lin Hai's confidence soared, prompting him to attempt to release the energy within him outwardly, forming a substantial attack. Standing on the open ground, he took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands, and, adhering to the method of energy exertion from Tai Chi, endeavored to concentrate the energy in his palms before forcefully projecting it outward. However, the anticipated surge of energy did not materialize. Puzzled, Lin Hai furrowed his brow and tried several more times. Yet, regardless of how he adjusted his breathing or altered his technique, the energy within him remained bound to his surface, unable to launch a genuine external attack. Could it be that my method is flawed? He mused, scratching his head in frustration. Logically, if he could manipulate external objects, unleashing an energy attack should not pose a challenge, yet he found himself unable to achieve it. Carrying his confusion, Lin Hai returned to Elder Chen's residence. Elder Chen was savoring tea in the courtyard, and, upon seeing Lin Hai return, greeted him with a warm smile. "Young friend Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Hai sighed and recounted his unsuccessful attempts at energy projection. After listening, Elder Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before suggesting, "I shall not hastily draw conclusions. Why not demonstrate your Tai Chi for me? Let us discern where the issue lies." Lin Hai nodded, eschewing any pretense. He understood that Elder Chen, as the village chief of Taro, possessed vast knowledge, and the village itself boasted a legacy of energy cultivation techniques spanning thousands of years. Elder Chen might not regard his Tai Chi highly. Thus, he stepped into the center of the courtyard, calming his mind, and gradually assumed the initial stance of Tai Chi. Elder Chen sat nearby, attentively observing every movement of Lin Hai. Lin Hai's Tai Chi flowed like water, blending softness and strength. With each posture, the energy within him circulated, subtly emanating a verdant glow around his being. The more Elder Chen watched, the more astonished he became. Although he had gleaned insights about Tai Chi from the materials provided by Zheng Xian, the director of the Divine Spear Bureau, witnessing Lin Hai's practice firsthand was truly eye-opening. Once Lin Hai concluded his form, Elder Chen pondered for a moment before finally speaking. "I believe I have discerned the crux of the issue." Lin Hai's eyes brightened. "Please, Elder Chen, enlighten me." Elder Chen stroked his beard and remarked, "Your Tai Chi belongs to the internal martial arts," emphasizing the principle of overcoming hardness with softness and utilizing leverage. While it can indeed be applied in combat, its essence is more inclined towards personal cultivation and harmonizing internal energy rather than purely offensive martial arts. Moreover, your Tai Chi does not incorporate a method for external energy projection. Thus, even if you can manipulate external objects, you are unable to directly unleash your energy. Lin Hai suddenly understood. So that is it. Old Master Chen chuckled softly, rising to enter the house. After a brief moment, he returned with an ancient bamboo scroll, presenting it to Lin Hai. This is the martial art passed down in our Taro village. You may borrow it for reference. Lin Hai was somewhat taken aback, but extended his hands to accept the scroll. Is this appropriate? Old Master Chen waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied. You are recognized by the guardian dragon, which signifies great merit towards our Taro village. This mere martial art is of little consequence. However, I do not recommend that you fully adopt our techniques. Rather, I suggest you draw inspiration from the energy manipulation methods within, and integrate them with your Tai Chi to create something uniquely suited to you. Lin Hai nodded earnestly. Thank you for your guidance, old master. With newfound direction, Lin Hai decided to extend his stay in Taro village. Fortunately, the winter break afforded him ample time. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity for such an in-depth study. He borrowed old Master Chen's satellite phone to call his parents, briefly explaining that he would be delayed in returning home. After hanging up, Lin Hai immersed himself wholeheartedly in the study of the martial arts. In the ensuing days, he devoted his daytime hours to studying the Taro techniques, while his evenings were spent experimenting with the incorporation of their energy projection skills into his Tai Chi. The initial progress was slow, but as his understanding deepened, he gradually began to forge a path that resonated with his own style. Perhaps this approach could work? One morning, Lin Hai stood in the training field, his hands tracing slow circles as the energy within him flowed according to the new method he had discovered. When he suddenly thrust his palm forward, a vibrant wave of energy erupted from his palm, crashing against a nearby boulder and leaving a distinct imprint. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Hai's eyes. He had succeeded. Chapter 47. Practical Combat. In return, the morning mist enveloped Taro village as Lin Hai stood at the center of the training field, gazing at the clear imprint left on the boulder. His palm still tingled with the faint remnants of the verdant energy wave he had just successfully projected. At last, he had achieved success. A surge of exhilaration filled Lin Hai's heart, but soon a new thought emerged. He wished to spar with other villagers who possessed the dragon's heart. Once this idea surfaced, it spread like wildfire. Eagerly, he sought out old Master Chen to share his proposal. Upon hearing Lin Hai's plan, old Master Chen chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. Excellent. This is indeed a splendid idea. Martial arts should never be practiced in isolation. Only by embracing the strengths of others can one truly cultivate exceptional skills. You have much to learn from everyone, and they, in turn, can learn from you. With old Master Chen's endorsement, Lin Hai's sparring initiative swiftly spread throughout the village. The villagers of Taro, already curious about the outsider who could sit upon the dragon, were now even more enthusiastic at the prospect of engaging in practice with him. Before long, the training field was bustling with participants, ranging from young martial artists to seasoned elders, all of whom possessed the dragon's heart and were well-versed in Taro techniques. Standing at the center of the arena, Lin Hai surveyed the crowd with a smile gracing his lips. Everyone, I welcome your guidance. The initial exchanges were amicable, with participants testing each other's skills without excessive aggression. However, when the first villager was repelled by Lin Hai's energy wave and sustained a minor arm injury, Lin Hai promptly approached, his palm emanating a gentle life force, tenderly pressing it against the injured area. Oh, it no longer hurts? The villager exclaimed in astonishment as he moved his arm, soon realizing, to his greater amazement, that an old injury from his youth had significantly lessened. This is simply miraculous, he cried in excitement. This news spread swiftly, and the villagers' gazes toward Lin Hai transformed into fervent admiration. What was initially a mere sparring session had now evolved into an extraordinary opportunity not only to enhance martial skills, but also to heal old wounds. And the atmosphere began to grow increasingly exuberant. Lin, come again. A senior martial artist strode forward, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Lin Hai nodded with a smile, certainly. In the ensuing days, the training ground became the liveliest spot in Taro village. Villagers took turns to engage with Lin Hai. Some excelled in robust boxing techniques, while others mastered agile footwork, and there were those skilled in swordplay and staff techniques, not to mention individuals capable of wielding natural elements for ranged attacks. Throughout these encounters, Lin Hai continuously adjusted his Tai Chi moves, endeavoring to integrate the energy projection techniques of the Taro martial arts. Initially, his energy attacks lacked stability. Sometimes they were insufficiently potent due to poor control, and at other times, they were too fierce to be contained. However, with the increase in combat experiences, his mastery over the energy grew increasingly refined. One day, a young martial artist skilled in wind magic faced Lin Hai, his movements as swift as the breeze, delivering rapid assaults. Although Lin Hai found himself struggling at first, An epiphany struck him. With his hands making circular motions, he unleashed his internal energy, forming a spiraling force that directly neutralized his opponent's attack, subsequently countering and forcing the adversary back several steps. Bravo! The onlooking villagers couldn't help but cheer. As Lin Hai concluded the engagement, a sense of joy blossomed within him. So this is how energy projection can be utilized. One evening, Lin Hai stood alone at the training ground, reflecting on the battles of the past few days. Countless images flashed through his mind, the villagers' techniques, his responses, and the usage of energy. If I were to face the Green Demon or Dr. Lizard now, he clenched his fist, a glint of confidence shining in his eyes. Even without the Tree Realm's descent, I could easily defeat them. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hai had lingered in Taro Village for over 10 days, and it was time for him to depart. On the eve of his departure, Elder Chen specially prepared a lavish feast to bid him farewell. Villagers flocked to see him off, some bringing homemade wine, others presenting handcrafted talismans, while a few children clung to Lin Hai, inquiring when he would return. Touched, Lin Hai responded to each of them warmly. He packed his belongings, ensuring to bring along the vintage digital camera that captured the precious memories of his time in Taro Village. The following morning, Elder Chen personally escorted him to the village entrance. At some point, the azure dragon appeared above the lake, its azure golden eyes quietly observing Lin Hai, as if silently bidding him farewell. Lin, my friend. Elder Chen gently patted his shoulder, his tone warm yet tinged with a hint of nostalgia. You do not belong to our Taro Village. The world beyond is your true domain. However, I do hope you will return often, for we villagers shall miss you dearly. Pausing for a moment, he gazed at the azure dragon soaring above the lake and added with a smile, Look, even the azure dragon will think of you. Lin Hai nodded emphatically, I certainly will. Elder Chen continued, Next time you visit, you need not traverse the bamboo forest labyrinth on foot as you did this time. Simply activate your divine dragon power outside the bamboo grove. Once the azure dragon senses it, I shall send someone to fetch you, which will be far swifter than making your way here alone. Lin Hai chuckled, That sounds wonderful. I certainly wish to avoid getting lost again. Elder Chen laughed in return and waved his hand. Now, off you go. I shall have someone escort you back to the place where you first arrived. As one grows older, one tends to ramble. Take care, young friend, and do visit often. Lin Hai waved farewell to everyone, including the azure dragon. After bidding adieu to the villagers, he followed the guidance of a local and successfully navigated through the bamboo forest labyrinth, returning to the mountain where he had first entered the secret realm. Standing in the familiar spot, he cast a glance at the bamboo grove before him, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. The nearly half-month experience felt like a wondrous dream. He had not only acquired the heart of the divine dragon, but also mastered the skill of energy projection and forged bonds with a group of genuine and formidable friends. I shall certainly come back whenever I can. Lin Hai inhaled deeply, turned, and set off towards the marketplace at the foot of the mountain. A gentle breeze brushed past him, and in his heart, he seemed to hear a deep, resonant dragon's roar, as if responding to his thoughts. Upon leaving the secret realm, Lin Hai arrived at the marketplace nestled within the mountains, where the familiar cacophony surrounded him. The shouts of vendors, the haggling of tourists, and the laughter of children all seemed so ordinary, as if his experiences in Taro Village were merely a fleeting dream. He glanced down at his belongings, a bulging backpack filled with local delicacies gifted by the villagers, alongside an old digital camera containing countless precious memories. Of course, those photographs would not capture the azure dragon or the enchanting flora and fauna, but rather the humble dwellings, the earnest villagers, and the majestic scenery of the mountains. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Hai raised his hand to hail a taxi. The driver, a warm-hearted middle-aged man, noticed his backpack and cheerfully inquired, Young man, just back from climbing? Indeed, I had a splendid time, Lin Hai replied with a smile, carefully placing his backpack on the back seat. As the taxi slowly departed from the marketplace, the scenery outside rushed past in a blur. Leaning back in his seat, Lin Hai reflected on the past half-month, the encounters with the azure dragon, the merging of the divine dragon's heart, the training in Taro Village, and the villagers' heartfelt hospitality. All of it was vividly etched in his mind, yet felt as distant as tales from another realm. An hour later, the taxi came to a stop at his doorstep. Lin Hai settled the fare, lifted his backpack, and pushed open the door to his home. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Upon hearing a sound, Lin's parents promptly emerged from the kitchen. Lin's mother scrutinized him from head to toe, noticing his vibrant complexion and tidy attire, which relieved her. How was your outing? Did you encounter any dangers? Dangers? What could possibly pose a threat? Lin Hai chuckled as he set down his backpack, retrieving several packages wrapped in oil paper. Here, These are local specialties I brought back, all natural delights for you to savor. Lin's father took a package, opened it, and was greeted by a faint herbal aroma. These must be local products from the mountains? Indeed, Lin Hai affirmed, then began to narrate the carefully crafted version of his adventure. I initially intended to explore the mountain's hinterland, but I stumbled upon a group of fellow hikers who warmly invited me to a quaint farmstay nestled in a mountain basin. As he spoke, he produced his digital camera, sharing meticulously selected photographs. Look, this is the place, an idyllic environment with homegrown produce and farm-raised chickens and ducks. The images of Taro Village depicted only ordinary houses, cobblestone paths, and distant mountains, devoid of any supernatural elements. Lin's parents leaned in for a closer look, nodding in agreement. It truly is quite unspoiled. Seeing that his parents remained unsuspecting, Lin Hai felt a sigh of relief and deftly shifted the conversation to culinary delights. By the way, they have a special smoked meat that is simply exquisite. Lin's father, not overly concerned with the details, patted his son's shoulder. What matters is that you return safely. Next time you venture to such places, do remember to inform us in advance. Lin Hai grinned broadly. Got it. Once back in his room, Lin Hai immediately took out his phone, messaging Gwen, Harry, and Peter. I'm back. I have something important to share. Before long, responses flooded in. Gwen wrote, what is the big news? You didn't run into any supervillains, did you? Harry chimed in. I thought you were abducted by aliens with how long you were gone. Peter added, I was genuinely worried you might have encountered some trouble. Lin Hai chuckled at their replies and promptly initiated a group video call. Their faces soon appeared on the screen, Gwen with her blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, Harry maintaining his wealthy young gentleman demeanor, and Peter sporting disheveled hair, clearly having just risen from bed. He then shared a simplified account of his experiences in Taro Village, omitting the parts about the Azure Dragon and the heart of the Divine Dragon, merely stating that he had located the Taro he had previously mentioned, learned some unique martial arts from local warriors, and captured numerous beautiful photographs. Gwen's eyes lit up. Photographs? The ones you promised to take? Absolutely. Rest assured, I've preserved them all, and will show them to you once we return to New York, Lin Hai replied with a smile. After chatting for a while, he glanced at the time. All right, I'll be heading back to New York in a few days. We can discuss everything in detail then. Once he ended the call, Lin Hai let out a long sigh of relief. Though unable to fully divulge the truth, at the very least, his friends were aware of his whereabouts during this time. In the ensuing days, Lin Hai found solace at home, engaging in conversations with his parents, preparing meals, and occasionally assisting with household chores. His mother expressed astonishment at his culinary skills, while his father lauded the local specialties he had brought back. This honey is remarkably pure, far superior to what one finds in supermarkets, Lin's father declared, scooping a spoonful of golden honey and nodding in satisfaction. Lin Hai chuckled, of course. It's entirely wild and free of additives. His mother, enamored with a packet of dried mushrooms, exclaimed, this will surely make a delicious soup. Observing the joy on his parents' faces warmed Lin Hai's heart. Although his experiences in Taro Village had transformed him significantly, the warmth of home remained unchanged. Time always seems to fly during moments of happiness, and before he knew it, only a few days remained before the school year commenced. On the eve of his departure, as Lin's mother assisted him in packing, she chattered, the weather in New York can be quite unpredictable. Remember to bring an extra coat. And don't rely too much on takeout. Make sure to cook for yourself when you can. Lin Hai nodded with a smile. I know, Mom. I will take good care of myself. The following morning, he stood at the doorstep with his suitcase, glancing back at his parents. I'm off. Take care of yourselves. His mother waved. Message us when you arrive. His father nodded. Study well, and don't cause any trouble. Lin Hai grinned. Don't worry. As the airplane ascended into the sky, the clouds outside resembled the ethereal mists of Taro Village. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes, feeling the quiet flow of the dragon heart's power within him. Chapter 48. A gathering at the clinic. The streets of New York remained as bustling as ever. Lin Hai dragged his suitcase out of the airport, inhaling the familiar air of the city, while he fondly recalled the fresh mountain breezes of Taro Village. This steel forest was undeniably the realm of his existence. Rather than returning directly to his apartment, he hailed a taxi and provided the address of Chen's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Please drive quickly, Lin Hai urged, patting his backpack, which was filled with an assortment of wild mushrooms, dried herbs, specialized honey, and some homemade sauces prepared by the villagers. Although he had left some for his parents, a considerable amount remained, making it an excellent choice to present to Master Chen. To the untrained eye, these might seem like mere local specialties, but in the hands of someone knowledgeable, they were treasures. As the vehicle navigated the streets of New York, Lin Hai gazed out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, his thoughts drifting back to Taro Village. The quaint architecture, the beautiful surroundings, the warm-hearted villagers, and the mythical creature, the azure dragon, all entwined in his heart. We've arrived. The driver's voice brought him back to reality. Lin Hai paid the fare, grabbed his luggage and backpack, and walked towards the clinic. Upon opening the door, the familiar scent of herbs enveloped him. Master Chun was seated behind the counter, organizing medicinal materials. He looked up at Lin Hai, his eyes lighting up with surprise. "You're back?" Chen Bing set aside his work and greeted Lin Hai with a smile. Just got off the plane." Lin Hai placed his backpack on the table, unzipped it, revealing meticulously packaged local specialties. "Master, these are delightful treasures I brought back from the mountains. Take a look." Chen Bing took a packet of mushrooms, sniffed delicately, and raised an eyebrow. "Wild matsutake? Such quality is rare indeed." He continued, "And this, harvested by the villagers themselves, entirely natural with no additives whatsoever." Lin Hai then produced a jar of amber-colored honey. Chen Bing's eyes sparkled with appreciation. "You've put thought into this. Leave these to me. I shall prepare a splendid feast this afternoon." Lin Hai grinned mischievously. "That's exactly what I had in mind." Chen Bing laughed heartily, playfully waving his hand. "You rascal. Your audacity grows. You dare to instruct your master to be your cook." Lin Hai dodged with a grin. "Oh, but it's your culinary skills that I crave. It's been ages since I savored your medicinal dishes." He continued, "Master, please carry on. I'll drop these off at my apartment and message Peter and the others to join us for your grand meal." While engrossed in identifying the wild herbs Lin Hai had brought back, Chen Bing waved his hand absent-mindedly, indicating his understanding. After leaving the clinic, Lin Hai returned to his apartment, quickly tidying up his luggage. He then took out his phone and messaged Gwen, Harry, and Peter, a gathering at Master Chen's clinic soon. With delightful offerings, hurry over. Before long, responses from the trio flooded in. "Gwen, you're finally back. I brought some chocolate from Switzerland, perfect for sharing with everyone." "Harry, I'm in the lab, but for delicious food, I can drop everything immediately." "Peter, the streets have been so peaceful lately. I'm bored out of my mind. I'll be there right away." Lin Hai chuckled and shook his head when it came to Master Chun's medicinal cuisine. Peter and Harry raced faster than anyone. The once tranquil backyard of Chen's traditional Chinese medicine clinic began to bustle with the arrival of the guests. Gwen was the first to arrive, holding a box of exquisite Swiss chocolates, her golden hair glistening in the sunlight. "Welcome back," she exclaimed, embracing Lin Hai. "How was your adventure? We'll chat later." Lin Hai accepted the chocolates, winking, knowing Master Chen was poised to showcase his culinary prowess. Shortly thereafter, Harry and Peter arrived in succession. Harry still bore the demeanor of an elegant scion, though with a newfound steadiness. Peter, on the other hand, sported a tousled mane of curls, his glasses askew on his nose, clearly having rushed over without much preparation. "Lin," Peter exclaimed excitedly, waving. "You've been away for so long. Did you discover any legendary martial arts secrets?" Lin Hai smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out shortly." Observing the young ones, Chen Bing chuckled and pointed towards the kitchen. "Don't just stand there. Come lend a hand." Several individuals promptly sprang into action, each with a clearly defined role. Peter took on the task of harvesting vegetables. Though his technique was somewhat clumsy, his diligence shone through as he muttered to himself. "The nutritional value of the roots is paramount. We must not waste it." Gwen rolled up her sleeves to wash the vegetables, the sound of rushing water echoing in the kitchen. Her meticulous nature allowed her to work swiftly, and before long, she had cleaned an entire heap of greens. Harry was responsible for preparing the tools, rummaging through the cabinets to arrange various pots and pans in an orderly fashion, even sharpening the kitchen knife with casual efficiency. Lin Hai wielded the knife with finesse, his skills having sharpened during his training in Taro Village. Under his deft hands, the ingredients transformed into uniform strips, slices, and cubes, eliciting continuous admiration from Gwen. Chen Bing, naturally the head chef, orchestrated the entire operation, occasionally offering guidance to Lin Hai. "Increase the heat a bit and add this herb at the end." The kitchen was filled with steam and fragrant aromas. In a short time, a dozen dishes emerged from the stove, the majority being homestyle fare, with a few medicinal dishes included. The homestyle dishes comprised garlic oil lettuce, braised pork ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, and kola chicken wings, among others. The medicinal dishes featured angelica and ginger lamb soup, ginkgo chicken bites, and steamed eggs with ganoderma. Each dish was a feast for the senses, the enticing aromas alone stimulating an insatiable appetite. The snow in New York had melted completely, and the early spring sunshine was warm yet gentle. Chen Bing instructed Lin Hai to bring out the large table from the backyard. Together, they set the table, presenting each dish with care. "Let us begin," Bing announced with a smile. They gathered around the table, chopsticks and forks flying as conversation began to flow. Gwen took a bite of the steamed egg with Ganoderma, her eyes lighting up. "This flavor is so unique, yet delightful." Peter, having devoured half a bowl of rice, mumbled a question. "Lin, do tell us, what kind of place is Taro?" Lin Hai set down his chopsticks, gathering his thoughts. "It is hidden deep within the mountains, isolated from the world, but the scenery is beautiful, and the villagers are quite simple." He omitted details about the Azure Dragon and the heart of the Divine Dragon, focusing instead on the villagers' way of life and the martial arts heritage, along with the energy projection techniques he had learned. He then retrieved an old-fashioned camera and handed it to Gwen. "Here are the photos I promised you. Take a look." "Really? Oh, I've been looking forward to this for ages." "Let me see," Gwen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she reached for the camera. Peter, Harry, and Bing exchanged knowing smiles, quietly observing the two. "So, they have a protective mission?" Harry astutely noted Lin Hai's somewhat unfriendly gaze directed at him and Peter. To ensure that he wouldn't be carried home after training with Lin Hai, he quickly posed a question he had wanted to ask earlier. Lin Hai gave him an approving nod, acknowledging his perceptiveness. "Yes, it is crucial. If we fail, it could lead to significant trouble." Though Peter was brimming with curiosity, he wisely refrained from probing for details, excitedly brandishing his chopsticks. "You must showcase your newfound abilities soon." Gwen, in turn, recounted her experiences in Switzerland. The snow-capped Alps were breathtaking, and it was rare to travel without the disruption of work. "My father didn't receive a single phone call throughout." Harry and Peter exchanged glances and shrugged. "Our situation is far more mundane. The weather is frigid, and even the criminals are reluctant to venture out, resulting in a significant drop in street crime rates." Listening to the animated chatter of the young ones, Bing couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, how delightful it is to be young." After indulging in a hearty meal, as they finished tidying up, Peter eagerly urged, "Lin, do unveil your new techniques." With a resigned smile, Lin Hai stood and moved to the center of the backyard. He took a deep breath, raising his hands slowly, as the energy within him began to flow. In the next moment, a faint emerald glow emanated from his palms, and with a swift motion, a wave of energy shot forth, striking a wooden post several meters away. Bang! The post quivered slightly, leaving a distinct mark on its surface. "Wow!" Peter's eyes widened. This display was undeniably more impressive than his previous techniques. Gwen couldn't help but applaud. "So now you can utilize your energy for ranged attacks?" Lin Hai nodded. "I've grasped it to a preliminary extent, but further practice is necessary." Harry stroked his chin, contemplatively. If this ability can be applied in real combat, the results would surely be astonishing. Standing nearby, Bing's eyes gleamed with pride. He recognized that his disciple's future was destined to be extraordinary. However, he did not envy him. Everyone has their own path to tread. Lin Hai's journey was his own, unrelated to Bing. He only needed to focus on his own journey and observe how far Lin Hai could navigate his, which was enough to satisfy him as a mentor. As the sun set, laughter in the backyard gradually faded. Gwen glanced at the time and rose to bid farewell. "I must return. My father is on duty today, and I need to bring him dinner." Harry and Peter followed suit. "Let us leave together. It's on the way." Lin Hai accompanied them to the door. Waving goodbye, "Let us gather again soon." Upon returning to the backyard, Bing was stretching and engaging in post-meal exercise. Noticing Lin Hai's return, he inquired, "You must have gained quite a bit from this outing, right?" Lin Hai paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Indeed, I learned a great deal." Bing patted his shoulder, refraining from further questions. "Make sure to digest it well. Your journey is still long." As night deepened, the lights of New York remained brilliantly luminous. Lin Hai stood at the clinic's entrance, gazing at the distant skyline, silently reflecting. Indeed, the road ahead is long, and this new journey has only just begun. Chapter 49. The first encounter with Ancient One. The morning air in New York was still tinged with cold. Yet the campus of Midtown High School bustled with vibrant energy. As the winter break came to an end, students returned to campus in small clusters, sharing tales of their holiday experiences. Lin Hai, Peter, Harry, and Gwen sat together on a bench behind the teaching building, savoring the last moments of leisure before the new term commenced. Time indeed flies. Peter, munching on a sandwich, mumbled through a mouthful. "It feels like the winter break has barely begun, and now it's already over." Harry lounged back on the bench, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his face. "At least this winter has been relatively peaceful, without any major upheavals," he remarked. Lin Hai smiled quietly, choosing not to respond, thinking to himself that they should cherish this tranquility while it lasts, for busyness awaits in the future. Gwen flipped through her notebook and suddenly looked up, saying, "By the way, there's something I would like to hear your opinions on. During lunchtime, the four ascended to the school's rooftop. Gwen pulled out a document from her bag and passed it around for everyone to read. The Osborne Group has offered me a contract, she explained. If I agree to join them directly after graduation, they will cover all my expenses from high school through college. This means that once I sign this contract, as long as I refrain from purchasing any frivolous luxuries, all reasonable expenses will be reimbursed by the Osborne Group. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on his own saliva. What? That's outrageous. Harry took the contract, skimmed through it quickly, and shrugged. The benefits are indeed impressive, but Osborne is known for investing generously in talent. Lin Hai did not rush to voice his opinion. Instead, he meticulously examined the terms of the contract. The conditions were indeed favorable, yet one clause caught his attention. The signatory would be required to work for the Osborne Group for a minimum of 10 years after graduation. Observing the reactions of the three, Gwen continued, "My parents have said they respect my decision, but I would like to hear what you all think." Gwen's family had always offered her unconditional support, as she had been responsible and academically proficient from a young age, possessing a strong sense of independence. The Stacy family believed that Gwen could manage her own affairs, and even if she decided against signing the contract, they were confident she would find a way to earn that money elsewhere. Truly capable individuals never fret over such matters. Peter was the first to raise his hand. "I think you should sign." "Oh my, this is full funding. If I had this opportunity, Aunt May wouldn't have to work so hard." Harry chuckled, returning the contract to Gwen. "As a friend, I support any decision you make. However, as a member of the Osborne family, I must caution you that once this contract is signed, you will be bound to Osborne for the next decade." Gwen nodded and finally turned her gaze to Lin Hai, who she valued most for his opinion. "Lin, what do you think?" Lin Hai met Gwen's expectant gaze and felt somewhat overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "My advice would be not to sign." He chose his words carefully, not because the offer was unappealing or for any other reason, but because he paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the three of them. "The future of the four of us may unfold in ways beyond our imagination." Peter blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lin Hai, unable to explain his knowledge of many future events, could only respond obliquely. "Consider this. Gwen's abilities have long surpassed those of an ordinary intern, and Professor Connors is even willing to offer her a formal position. With such prowess, how many opportunities lie ahead?" He turned to Gwen. "By signing this contract, you would be tethered to Osborne. However, if you choose not to sign, who knows what awaits us after we graduate from high school and enter university. Perhaps one day, the four of us will have our own laboratory or even our own company." After Lin Hai spoke, Gwen remained silent, but Harry chuckled. "You ambitious fellow. If the folks at Osborne Group found out you wanted to poach their young heir, you'd be in trouble. But from my perspective, I couldn't care less. In fact, I look forward to creating something even grander than what Osborne Group has to offer." Peter appeared astonished. This was a path he had never considered, yet upon reflection, it seemed quite promising. Gwen, pensive, understood Lin Hai and knew he wouldn't make such comments without reason. More importantly, deep within her, she yearned for broader horizons, rather than being confined by a contract. "I understand now." She tucked away the documents and revealed a determined smile. "Thank you for your advice. I have decided not to sign." Peter scratched his head. "Although I still feel a bit regretful, it's far more worthy of celebration that we are together." After school, the four of them walked out of the gates side by side. The setting sun elongated their shadows, as if foreshadowing the infinite possibilities of the future. That evening, Gwen replied to the email from Osborne Group, politely declining the contract. Surprisingly, the response came swiftly. "We respect your decision. The doors of Osborne Group will always be open for you." She shared a screenshot of the email in their group chat, to which Peter responded with a flurry of exclamation marks, while Harry sent a meme indicating a wise choice. Lin Hai simply replied, "Years from now, when we look back, we will certainly not regret today's decision." The next day, the report cards from Midtown High's semester-end exams detonated like a bomb, stirring a minor storm within their small group. First again, Peter grasped his hair, staring incredulously at the rankings on the bulletin board. "Gwen, how on earth did you manage that?" "I studied diligently." Gwen shrugged, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Perhaps it was just good luck?" Harry sighed, patting Peter on the shoulder. "Accept your fate, buddy. After all this time, can you not face reality?" Lin Hai gazed at the conspicuous one next to Gwen's name on the report card, shaking his head in resignation. Though his grades were commendable, they paled in comparison to Gwen's near-perfect academic performance. "No way. Next time I will surpass you." Peter suddenly clenched his fist and declared with unwavering determination. Gwen blinked. "All right, I'm waiting." Harry and Lin Hai exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh. They understood that Peter had made this proclamation at least 10 times before. yet it had never come to fruition. A month later, the underground testing facility of the Osborns echoed with muffled thuds and anguished cries. Boom. Harry's new star armor was struck by a wave of emerald energy, sending him flying and rolling several times before coming to a halt, struggling to rise. His face crumpled beneath the visor. Lin, could you not go so hard? Lin Hai retracted his palm. In actual combat, the enemy will not show mercy. Meanwhile, Peter barely evaded an energy blast thanks to his spider sense, but before he could regain his footing, a second wave of attack was already upon him. He clumsily tumbled sideways, his suit scorched by a grazing strike. This isn't fair. Peter protested. You can attack from a distance, while we can only engage in close combat. Lin Hai grinned. So you'll have to find a way. This intensive training had persisted since the beginning of the semester, lasting nearly a month. Initially, Peter and Harry could hold their ground against Lin Hai with their equipment and skills, but as Lin Hai mastered his control over energy projection, the two gradually became mere human punching bags. However, enduring the blows was not without merit. With each encounter, their combat techniques improved incrementally. Again, Harry gritted his teeth and charged at Lin Hai. Peter sighed but obediently shot out a web. I swear, the moment I can create an energy shield, the first thing I'll do is hit you back. Lin Hai laughed heartily. I'll be waiting. One ordinary evening during the week. The doorbell of Chen's traditional Chinese medicine clinic suddenly rang. Lin Hai was in the backyard organizing herbs when he heard the chime and called out, Master, we have a guest. Chen Bing emerged from the inner room, wiping his hands dry. Who would come at this hour? The door opened to reveal a bald woman clad in a bright yellow robe, her gaze calm, yet penetrating, as if she could see through everything. My apologies for the intrusion, she spoke in Chinese, her tone gentle yet commanding. I am looking for Lin Hai. Lin Hai peeked out from the backyard, and upon seeing the visitor, his pupils dilated in shock. For it was the supreme sorceress, Ancient One. The air seemed to freeze. Chen Bing keenly sensed the shift in atmosphere and stepped aside to make way. Please, come in. The Ancient One nodded slightly and entered the clinic. Her gaze fell upon Lin Hai, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing her lips. It seems you are aware of my presence. Lin Hai swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure. Greetings. Yes, Supreme Sorceress. I have heard Elder Chen speak of you at Tarot. It was a relief that he had indeed discussed the Ancient One with Elder Chen. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to explain his reaction upon seeing her. In the clinic's backyard, the Ancient One held the tea brewed by Chen Bing, taking a delicate sip. I cannot foresee your future, she stated bluntly. Lin Hai clenched his fists, questioning, what do you mean? Literally, Gui replied, setting down her teacup, her gaze profound. I possess the ability to glimpse the past and future, yet you remain elusive to me. Not long ago, as I utilized this gift to peer into the future, the once crystal-clear visions I had witnessed countless times became shrouded in ambiguity. Upon tracing the source, I discovered you, Lin Hai. However, there is no need for alarm. This may indeed be a fortuitous occurrence for me and perhaps for many others, as it signifies a multitude of possibilities. Hence, I wish to converse with you. Outside, the twilight gradually faded and nightfall approached. Before departing, Gui left a golden card the size of a business card on the table, inscribed with enigmatic runes. Saturday, New York Sanctum, she remarked. If you are prepared, bring this card to find me at 177 Brick Street, Manhattan. Once the door closed, silence enveloped the clinic. Lin Hai picked up the card, inhaling deeply. It seems my tranquil high school routine is about to be disrupted once more. Chapter 50. The Supreme Sorceress Gu Chen Bing cast a concerned glance at Lin Hai, who was lost in contemplation over the golden card, his brow furrowed. Do you know her? Is there trouble? Lin Hai emerged from his thoughts, meeting his master's worried gaze, feeling warmth in his heart. He then smiled broadly, speaking in a relaxed yet assured tone. Master, fret not. It should not pose a significant issue. If there were trouble, given her capabilities, she would not merely knock, but rather burst through the door. He recalled Gu Yi's enigmatic yet serene eyes as she departed. Her words, your existence obscures my vision of the future, but perhaps this is a blessing, suggested she harbored no malice. Rather, she came with goodwill. Chen Bing, observing Lin Hai's composed demeanor and clear eyes, which did not betray any forced calm, nodded in agreement. Though you can be somewhat capricious, you have always exhibited discernment and conviction. If all is well, handle it as you see fit. That night, upon returning to his apartment, Lin Hai found the city aglow with lights. The urban clamor softened into a blurred background by the glass. He refrained from turning on the lights, allowing the moonlight to pour through the window and cascade onto the floor. Sitting by the window, he gazed at the nocturnal skyline of New York. Yet his mind incessantly replayed every detail of his encounter with Gu Yi. The The Supreme Sorceress Gu-yi, he murmured. Savoring the name as a torrent of information regarding this illustrious figure surged into his consciousness, encompassing both the comic and cinematic portrayals he was familiar with, as well as insights imparted by Old Shun during their tarot sessions. First and foremost was the disparity in her representation. The Gu-yi of the comics was depicted as an elderly Eastern sage with flowing white hair, likely a descendant of the Han people, contrasting sharply with the bald female incarnation portrayed by Tilda Swinton in the films. In this world, the Ancient One is evidently the latter, suggesting that the characterization of this female Ancient One leans more towards the Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, the core concept remains largely unchanged. Her name is Yao. Born centuries ago in the village of Kamartaj, where, by a twist of fate, she and her friend Karu uncovered the secrets of magic. Lin Hai's fingertips unconsciously traced patterns on the window glass, as if sketching the contours of memory. He recalled the rift between the Ancient One and Karu. The Ancient One aspired to transform her homeland into a utopian ideal, while Karu sought to wield this power to reign supreme, not only over Kamartaj but also to conquer neighboring villages. United, they eradicated the afflictions of disease and poverty within the village, yet their divergent ideologies eventually led to conflict, culminating in an inevitable opposition, a tragedy ignited by differing beliefs. Memories of the treasures the Ancient One acquired over the ages came flooding back, including, but not limited to, the Eye of Agamotto bestowed by the Living Tribunal, and the Book of Vishanti, which contains the compendium of white magic. He recalled the Sorcerer's Conclave, where the Ancient One triumphed over her peers, earning the esteemed title of Sorcerer Supreme. The Three Sanctums, the Dimensional Defense Array, Lin Hai murmured. New York, London, Hong Kong. These three sanctums form the Earth's protective net against dimensional deities. After attaining the title of Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One dedicated herself to safeguarding Earth. To defend against the incursions of external dimensional entities, she established the three sanctums in New York, London, and Hong Kong, which collectively constitute the critical nodes of Earth's dimensional defense array. This grand protective scheme enveloping the globe serves a singular purpose: to thwart dimensional deities, allowing none to enter. Should any external entity attempt to breach this barrier, the sorcerers of Kamartaj and the Ancient One would promptly detect the intrusion and swiftly mobilize to expel it. While protecting Earth, the Ancient One did not forsake her passion for exploration. Her affinity for traversing the cosmos soon earned her recognition among various deities and dimensional beings within the Marvel realm, drawing the attention of the Living Tribunal, from whom she received the Eye of Agamotto and became an esteemed servant, destined to serve eternally in the realm of the Living Tribunal even after death. What piqued Lin Hai's interest most was the relationship between the Ancient One and the Living Tribunal. As a manifestation of the Marvel Universe, the Living Tribunal appointed the Ancient One as its representative, signifying that she was not merely a guardian of Earth, but also an integral part of the cosmic order. Lin Hai fell into contemplation. His identity as a traveler rendered his existence an enigma, one that even the Ancient One could not foresee. This uncertainty, in the eyes of the Sorcerer Supreme, represented both a risk and a potential opportunity. A hypothesis began to take shape. Perhaps the Ancient One perceived a possibility not through the time stone contained within the Eye of Agamotto, but due to the obscurity of the future that gave rise to various potentialities. The unclear future she beheld might signify a glimmer of hope to transcend the predetermined tragedy. Thus, her visit to seek Lin Hai this time, and the request for him to go to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York on Saturday, resembled an observation, an assessment, or perhaps even a preliminary investment in him, a variable that could render the future ambiguous. With this thought, Lin Hai's initial anxiety dissipated significantly, replaced by an exhilarating thrill of recognition from a formidable presence. To be acknowledged by such a powerful being, one who ranks among the most notable in the vast universe, could invigorate Peter for an entire year. However, this recognition might also usher in tremendous responsibilities, consequences linked to the future Supreme Sorcerer Strange, the departure of the Ancient One, the twilight of the Asgardian gods, and the havoc wrought by Thanos. All these matters could have a direct impact on Lin Hai. While the previous Lin Hai had longed to partake in various Marvel events and become a part of the narrative, that desire stemmed from a spectator's perspective. Now, with the Ancient One's intervention, he might find himself compelled to engage directly, perhaps even becoming the central figure in the unfolding story, which imposed considerable psychological pressure upon him. Perhaps it was precisely this notion that prompted the Ancient One to seek him out. After all, without pressure, where lies the motivation? A little added pressure on this young man, capable of rendering the future uncertain, might yield unexpectedly positive results. In the ensuing 2 days, school life continued as usual, with training proceeding apace. Peter lamented over Gwen's academic struggles. Harry grimaced under the onslaught of energy waves during training, and Gwen remained engrossed in her work between Professor Connor's laboratory and classroom, observing his companions, blissfully unaware and savoring a brief moment of tranquility. Lin Hai ultimately resolved to bury the matter of the Ancient One deep within his heart. What good would it do to share his burdens with them? Aside from increasing their worries and confusion, it would serve no practical purpose at this moment. Concepts such as dimensional demons, supreme sorcerers, and the survival of Earth were still too distant and weighty for them to grasp. Since the Ancient One sought him, it was only fitting that Lin Hai should confront the potential risks and responsibilities alone. On Saturday morning, sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting patterns on the floor. Lin Hai arrived early at the clinic, having made no particular preparations. After all, facing the Supreme Sorcerer, his efforts would be inconsequential. "Master, I am off to my appointment," Lin Hai announced as he prepared to depart. Chen Bing glanced at him, offering no further inquiries, merely nodding. "The earlier you go, the sooner you return. Exercise caution in all matters." "Rest assured," Lin Hai replied, turning to leave. Clutching the cool, textured golden card embossed with intricate runes that seemed to possess a life of their own, Lin Hai's emotions were a tumultuous blend of trepidation regarding the unknown, confusion about the path ahead, and a burgeoning excitement about stepping into a legendary realm. Following the address inscribed on the back of the card, perceptible only to him, he took the subway, traversing the gradually awakening Manhattan, finally arriving at a street steeped in history. Raising his gaze, the address was unmistakably clear: 177, Bleecker Street. Before him stood a magnificent edifice, strikingly distinct from the surrounding architectural styles, embodying the grandeur of the Victorian Gothic revival. It exuded a sense of serenity and enigma, as if it existed outside the bounds of time itself. Standing in tranquil solitude, it seemed to have awaited countless ages, invisible to those uninvited. Lin Hai inhaled deeply, sensing a faint resonance between the card he held and the imposing structure before him. He adjusted his collar, his gaze solidified with determination, and stepped forward, rapping on the door that led to the realms of the unknown and the legendary. Chapter 51. Lin Hai's day trip to Kamar Taj on a languid Saturday morning. Bleecker Street in New York still basked in the leisurely embrace of the weekend. Lin Hai stood before the entrance numbered 177, clutching the golden card tightly in his hand. To the ordinary observer, this might appear as just another row of mundane buildings, yet to him, this particular structure radiated a subtle aura of magic. As he gently rapped on the door knocker, the lion-headed carving seemed to come alive, its golden eyes glimmering with a flicker of life. Moments later, the sound of measured footsteps echoed from within, accompanied by the crisp sound of a mechanical lock turning. The door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with a single arm. Clad in a deep blue robe adorned with the symbols of a sorcerer, his neatly trimmed white beard framed a countenance that was both sharp and gentle. Lin Hai's heart stirred in recognition. He surmised that this was Master Hammer, one of the sorcerers of Kamar Taj, a faithful servant of the Ancient One, and the father of Wong, the assistant to Strange in the comics, though the films did not explicitly convey this connection. Despite his missing hand, Hammer wielded formidable magical prowess and had been summoned by the Ancient One to demonstrate a unique form of spellcasting to the tremulous Strange, who had mistakenly presumed him to be the Ancient One upon his arrival. "Greetings, you must be Lin Hai," the elder spoke, his tone imbued with an ancient cadence. "The Supreme Sorcerer informed me of your arrival today. I have been expecting you." "Indeed, it is I," Lin Hai replied, bowing respectfully. "May I inquire as to your identity?" "Simply call me Hammer." The elder nodded slightly, stepping aside to allow passage. "Please, follow me." Navigating through the foyer, Hammer led Lin Hai to a circular hall. At the center stood 3 enormous archways, each composed of transparent material, framed by an unknown metallic substance, intricately carved with complex runes that emitted a gentle pulsation of energy. "These are the 3 portals of the sanctum," Hammer elucidated. "The sorcerers of Kamar Taj can traverse them to reach any corner of the world swiftly." Approaching the rightmost portal, Hammer adeptly manipulated the mechanism beside it with his remaining hand. As he did so, the runes upon the door began to shimmer, radiating a soft golden light. "All set." Hammer stepped back. "I have configured the destination to Kamar Taj." The scene within the door began to transform. The original interior gradually faded, replaced by pristine white snow and ancient architecture. Hammer was the first to step through the threshold, followed closely by Lin Hai. Crossing the threshold, Lin Hai felt nothing unusual, as if he had merely passed through an ordinary door, transitioning from Manhattan in New York to the majestic Himalayas at Kamartaj. The brisk and refreshing air enveloped him as he found himself standing in a vast courtyard, surrounded by the towering peaks of the Himalayas, their snowy summits shimmering with golden light under the sun. The Kamartaj before him was even more breathtaking than depicted in the films. Layer upon layer of traditional Tibetan architecture clung to the mountainside, the golden roofs gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Prayer flags fluttered in the wind, inscribed with scriptures that exuded a faint magical aura. Numerous sorcerers practiced their arts within the courtyard. Some floated in mid-air, meditating, encircled by golden runes. Others were conjuring spells, manifesting orange energy whips in their hands, while still others honed their martial skills, their movements a harmonious blend of strength and grace, imbued with an enigmatic rhythm. Most striking was a large bronze gong, standing nearly 3 meters tall in the central plaza, its surface etched with ancient runes. Lin Hai recognized this as the very gong that Kaisalias had attempted to steal in the movie. "This way, please," Hammer's voice roused Lin Hai from his reverie. They traversed a long corridor, its walls adorned with murals depicting the history of Kamartaj, the rift between the Ancient One and Kaisalias, the battles against the dimensional deities such as Dormammu, and the establishment of the three sanctums. Each painting was vividly alive, with some figures subtly shifting. Hammer paused before a tranquil courtyard, gently knocking on the door. Upon receiving permission, he pushed the door open. Inside, a hidden paradise awaited, beneath an ancient Bodhi tree. The Ancient One sat comfortably in a grand chair. Before her, on a rosewood table, rested an exquisite Yixing tea set. Surprisingly, the courtyard was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the coolness outside, clearly maintained by some form of magic. "Please, take a seat." The Ancient One gestured towards a chair opposite her. She lifted the teapot and poured tea for Lin Hai. The golden liquid filled the cup, releasing an extraordinary fragrance. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Hai sat down and savored the tea. The moment the tea touched his lips, a rich aroma filled his mouth, devoid of bitterness, only offering a deep, sweet essence. As he swallowed, a warm current spread from his stomach throughout his body, every pore seemingly exuding the scent of tea. "What an exquisite tea!" Lin Hai exclaimed sincerely. "This is the finest tea I have ever tasted." A gentle smile graced the Ancient One's face. "I am glad you enjoy it. Although this tea possesses no extraordinary effects, its flavor is delightful. I trust you will be satisfied. Furthermore, the tea tree was planted by my own hands 300 years ago. Living long necessitates finding pursuits." Observing the composed and serene Ancient One, Lin Hai decided to pose a question. "Master Ancient One, may I inquire about the purpose of my summons?" Ancient One set down her teacup, her gaze profound. "As I mentioned that day, I see no future in you. This is not a negative observation. Rather, it signifies a plethora of possibilities." With a gentle wave of her hand, countless golden threads materialized in the air, intertwining to form intricate patterns. Each individual's destiny resembles these threads, interwoven and resulting in predetermined paths. However, your arrival, she indicated a few threads that abruptly changed direction, has altered certain trajectories. There is no need for anxiety. It seemed as though Ancient One could see through his thoughts. I invited you here merely to understand the essence of your character. After all, one who can reshape the course of destiny often bears greater responsibilities. For the next while, they engaged in extensive discussion, traversing topics from martial arts to sorcery, from Taro Village to Kamartaj, even delving into the nature of the cosmos. Ancient One refrained from directly probing Lin Hai's secrets. Instead, through this seemingly casual dialogue, she gleaned insights into his personality and philosophies. Lin Hai discovered that despite her centuries of existence, Ancient One's thoughts were far from antiquated. She exhibited a keen interest in new technologies, even being aware of the latest inventions from Stark Industries. This interest was easily comprehensible, for Baron Mordo had handed Strange a note after his arrival at Kamartaj, inscribed with the word Shangri-La, indicating it was a password. Shangri-La symbolizes a hidden, mystical realm in Buddhism and Hinduism, and the film hints that Kamartaj is concealed within the bustling streets of Nepal. This narrative element adds a touch of Marvel-style humor while echoing the comic chapters that depict entry into Shangri-La. As the supreme sorceress and the leader of Kamartaj, who would dare bring someone to Kamartaj without her consent? The conversation persisted for over an hour, and finally, Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. She gently shook the copper bell on the table, and Hammer promptly entered. "See Lin Hai back," Ancient One instructed. "Let him keep the golden card for future correspondence." Lin Hai rose, bowing deeply to Ancient One. "Thank you, Master Ancient One," he expressed. She smiled and nodded. "Go now. When you return, Should I not be traveling through the cosmos, I shall invite you again. On the return journey, Hammer spoke more, even imparting some fundamental energy perception techniques to Lin Hai. As they traversed the portal back to the sanctum in New York, Lin Hai felt as though he had just awakened from a marvelous dream. Standing on Bleecker Street, he glanced back, and the sanctum appeared once more as an ordinary Victorian building. Yet he knew that from this day forth, his world had gained an additional dimension. The golden card in his pocket served as a reminder of the authenticity of this experience. Still not fully calmed, Lin Hai inhaled deeply the air of New York. Making his way toward the clinic, his heart brimming with anticipation and contemplation for the future. Chapter 52. The Magic of Marvel. Upon returning to the clinic, Lin Hai's heart still resonated with the shock of his journey to Kamartaj. He sought out Master Qin Bing, who was busy organizing medicinal herbs, and briefly recounted the events of the day. Master, I have returned. Lin Hai carefully chose his words, stating that he had met the Ancient One today. Overall, she is a supreme sorceress safeguarding the earth, and her seeking me out is indeed a fortuitous event, so there is no need for concern. Qin Bing set aside the herbs in his hands and glanced at his beloved disciple. That is good, since it is confirmed to be a positive matter. I shall rest easy. Although I may not be of great assistance in this regard, I want to assure you that I will always stand as your support. Lin Hai felt warmth in his heart and nodded. Master, I understand. Your kindness towards me will forever be etched in my memory. After concluding his conversation with the master, Lin Hai promptly reached out to Peter, Gwen, and Harry. Given that the Ancient One's visit was not a negative omen, it was time to inform them about Kamartaj. After all, with the Ancient One's capabilities, she had not instructed him to keep silence about Kamartaj when he departed, implying that she would not mind him sharing this information. Of course, although the Ancient One was indifferent, it did not mean that Lin Hai was devoid of caution. It was acceptable to share with those close to him. But if he dared to proclaim to the world that magic existed and that the sorcerers of Kamartaj were protecting everyone, he would not only risk being labeled as insane and reported to the authorities, but the Ancient One would certainly not spare him from her displeasure. Half an hour later, the three gathered in the clinic's backyard, their faces adorned with curiosity and anticipation. After all, Lin Hai seldom called them together for such gatherings. Yet each occasion bore significant matters. As Lin Hai recounted the Ancient One's origins, Kamartaj's mission, and his experiences during this journey, the expressions of the three transformed from curiosity to astonishment. Magic! I knew there was magic in this world, Peter exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement, his voice soaring. Please elaborate on this. Gwen and Harry, I believe you are equally intrigued, are you not? Gwen and Harry had initially contemplated different inquiries, but Peter's enthusiastic declaration piqued their interest in magic, prompting them to nod in unison and direct their attention towards Lin Hai. Observing the eager gazes of his companions, Lin Hai gathered his thoughts and began to elucidate the magical system of the Marvel Universe. In our world, the prevalence of magic is relatively low. The number of sorcerers is neither exceedingly scarce nor plentiful. However, one thing is certain. Every sorcerer must possess an astute intellect, for without it, one cannot delve into the study of magic, which eliminates the majority of individuals. Regarding the source of magical energy, Lin Hai explained, there are generally three pathways to harness magic. First, one's own energy, such as the latent power found within the blood of individuals with special lineages, referred to as blood magic. Then there is the energy produced from the fusion of life force and dragon power within me. Following my journey through the tarot, the method I currently employ to channel energy can, with some reluctance, be referred to as magic. However, individuals who utilize magic based on their own energy are exceedingly rare, as typically, such individuals are not feeble. The powerful among them transcend humanity, more aptly described as divine entities. We shall elaborate on these divine beings later. Secondly, energy can be extracted from additional dimensions, which are replete with a myriad of chaotic energies. The burden imposed on the body varies according to the strength of the mage and the orderly nature of the energy within these dimensions. Thirdly, one can acquire energy from divine beings through contracts or transactions, thereby obtaining nearly limitless power. Yet, this too carries its own repercussions. You may have heard of the concept of making deals with demons. Indeed, it is exactly as you imagine. These demons hail from the Inferno, which constitutes a dimension in itself, ruled by Mephisto, a divine entity. Typically, those who engage in transactions with him find their souls claimed upon completion of the deal. This is the cost. Lin Hai added, while Mephisto is traditionally viewed as a demon, the term divine being here does not connote malevolence. Rather, it refers to formidable entities within the realm of magic. Their mastery of the arcane is so profound that it can be likened to the divine. For instance, the primary source of magical power in Kamar Taj is the supreme divine being Osket, one of the trinity of the Vishanti, who was cultivated from a mage on earth. Observing the trio's expressions of wonder intertwined with confusion, Lin Hai paused, allowing them to gradually digest this new information. As their expressions began to relax, Gwen thoughtfully posed the first question. It seems, then, that most mages cannot cultivate their internal power as you do. Their magical energy is sourced from elsewhere. To harness energy as magical power, one must either extract it from the corresponding dimension or forge a pact with the relevant divine being. So, the essence of magic is essentially borrowing? Lin Hai nodded appreciatively. Indeed, well said, Gwen. This encapsulates the essence of most magic in Kamar Taj. This also explains why I have observed numerous mages training in close combat skills, allowing them to fight without being entirely reliant on borrowed power. He added solemnly, moreover, since it involves signing contracts to borrow energy, there must be a system of repayment. Should one become intoxicated by power and borrow excessively, the consequences are likely to be dire. Peter could not help but inquire, if such magic comes at a cost, why do people still pursue it? Lin Hai elucidated, firstly, these costs can be mitigated through special means. Physical and mental strains can be replenished with certain supplements, as long as the borrowed power is not excessive. Significant problems can be avoided. Secondly, the mages of Kamar Taj are primarily tasked with researching the truths of magic and safeguarding the earth. To protect our planet from the attention of dimensional divine beings, one must wield power of a similar nature to that of the divine. However, Lin Hai shifted the conversation, noting that the magic utilized by sorcerers on a daily basis does not demand excessive energy. For instance, the portal spell can be effortlessly executed by novices using a suspended artifact, allowing them to open a gateway to any desired destination with remarkable ease. Wow! Exclaimed the trio in unison, their curiosity about this enchanting magic piqued. In fact, when it comes to magic, Lin Hai glanced at the excited Peter, stating that his powers are, in a sense, also derived from the magical realm, though he is unable to wield various flamboyant spells. Within the Marvel Universe, Spider-Man's abilities stem from a magical force known as the Animal Totem, with the Spider Totem serving as the source of Peter's strength. This is true for many iterations of Spider-Man across the multiverse. In another universe, the spider that bit Peter also bit a girl named Cindy Moon before its demise, endowing her with the moniker of Silk. She possesses the ability to tap into the Spider Totem's power through her spider sense, allowing her to connect with other Spider-Men throughout the multiverse. Upon learning that his powers have a magical aspect, Peter exclaimed, "No wonder. I was wondering why my strength surpasses that of Professor Connors and continues to grow, while he cannot. I previously assumed my abilities would increase with my physical development. Is it truly the power of magic?" Lin Hai felt a bit awkward, while it was evident that Ancient One was aware of the source of Spider-Man's powers. She had not disclosed this information to him. However, in order to clarify the source of the information, he could only tacitly agree with that assertion. Harry's focus shifted to the principles behind the use of magic. So, only those with a strong heart, clear thoughts, and extensive knowledge can become powerful sorcerers. I can't shake the feeling that both Peter and I are out of luck. No, Harry, who typically maintained a positive outlook, felt somewhat disheartened when discussing the limitations imposed by magic on its users. Lin Hai reassured him, only those who possess these qualities can become formidable sorcerers. But that does not mean you are incapable of learning magic entirely. The content here can be referenced from the plot of Doctor Strange, where Strange, after a car accident that damaged the nerves in his hands, searched exhaustively for information, ultimately focusing on Jonathan Pangborn. In the comics, Jonathan is a disciple of the Ancient One, while in the film, he is an ordinary man who, upon discovering Kamar Taj, employs magic to heal his paralysis. When Strange found him, he was the one who guided Strange to Kamar Taj. Thus, Lin Hai's assertion that ordinary individuals can learn a modicum of magic is indeed substantiated. Surprisingly, Peter took this perspective in stride. Ultimately, it's all about protecting the Earth and aiding others. Those who can wield magic have their own means, while those who cannot have their own methods. We should simply strive to do what we can within our abilities. With the combined encouragement of Uncle Ben and Lin Hai, Peter not only matured in his actions during this period, but also made significant strides in his thinking. He was never a fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. After a period of contemplation, Peter articulated a statement that left everyone in awe. Lin Hai, Gwen, and Harry exchanged surprised glances, instinctively giving Peter a thumbs up, their eyes reflecting the sentiment of one should not underestimate a person after a brief separation, which made Peter feel rather bashful. In essence, the purpose of today's gathering was to discuss this matter. Lin Hai summarized. expressing his intention to take them to Kamar Taj in the future. Even if they couldn't learn magic, the opportunity for travel and sightseeing would be delightful, as the scenery there is truly breathtaking. As the group continued to converse about various topics, the sun began its descent beyond the distant horizon of New York. Lin Hai escorted his companions out of the clinic, the evening glow casting elongated shadows upon the four of them. Although each individual chose a different path, their shared commitment to protecting others and seeking truth united them. Gwen, walking at the rear, glanced back at Lin Hai, her eyes shimmering with contemplation. As a scientific prodigy, the existence of a magical realm both challenged and intrigued her. Chapter 53. Lin Hai's plan. The visit from the Ancient One was akin to casting a stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through Lin Hai's already busy life. Now, on weekends, he had yet another task, to travel to Kamar Taj to study magic. However, unlike the average person who yearned for magic with fervor, his familiarity with Marvel Comics and most Marvel films afforded him a clear understanding and strategic approach. In the late hours of the night, within the confines of his apartment, Lin Hai meticulously drafted his study plan in a notebook, the tip of his pen whispering against the paper. The portal spell was essential. He circled this item. The principle behind the portal spell involves utilizing the sling ring to guide the user's mental energy in establishing spatial coordinates, enabling the creation of a circular portal on any plane for instantaneous travel. Thus, the sling ring is a requisite tool for the sorcerers of Kamar Taj. Its teleportation range encompasses the entire globe, and advanced sorcerers can even open pathways to other dimensions or parallel universes. The portal spell, foundational to Kamar Taj's magic, entails minimal cost. With a basic understanding of magic and a modicum of mental strength, one can use the sling ring to open a portal, making it exceedingly practical. Currently, once I master this, my journeys to Taro village will no longer require cumbersome travel. A smile crept upon his lips as he considered that, with proficiency, he might even return home for dinner every day, though explaining that to his family might prove challenging. He would contemplate that later. His pen glided to the next line, mirror dimension, advanced spell, extremely difficult. He pondered for a moment before marking this item as well. Should he master this skill? In the event of future encounters akin to the Green Goblin or Lizard incidents, he could draw them into the mirror dimension, thereby preventing any harm to the real world. However, he was acutely aware that this particular technique was not only challenging to master, but also required the utilization of a substantial amount of dimensional energy. Furthermore, one had to undergo the trials set by the Mountain Emperor to truly comprehend it. Thus, the mirrored space could be deemed a unique magic belonging solely to the supreme sorcerers. It was of little consequence if he could not master it, he mused, as it would merely serve to broaden his horizons. Closing his notebook, Lin Hai gazed out at the nocturnal skyline of New York. His situation was starkly different from that of Strange. The surgeon had been rendered helpless by his injuries, unable even to hold a cup steadily, viewing magic as a lifeline. For Lin Hai, however, magic resembled an embellishment, a tool that enhanced his existence rather than being the foundation of his life. Consequently, during the subsequent weekend training sessions, Lin Hai developed a distinctive learning approach. He could spend hours in the library, where the collection of texts in Kamar Taj exceeded all expectations. Not only were there magical tomes, but also martial arts manuscripts from around the world, philosophical classics, and even various lost literatures. Lin Hai was particularly drawn to the texts that detailed the cultivation methods of ancient Qi practitioners, which resonated with the divine dragon power he had acquired from Taro village. In the training grounds, Lin Hai thrived. Ever since returning from Taro village, he had been somewhat troubled by the lack of suitable opponents for martial arts sparring. Although he occasionally practiced with Peter and Harry, those sessions were more about his training of them. While they had progressed beyond merely being punching bags, the exchanges were primarily instructional for them. The sorcerers of Kamar Taj, however, were an entirely different experience. This place brought together martial arts experts from nearly every corner of the globe, each possessing their own unique skills. One sorcerer from India excelled in jiu-jitsu, moving with the grace of a serpent. A Nordic sorcerer mastered Viking combat techniques, wielding a grand and sweeping style. There was even a Brazilian sorcerer who seamlessly integrated Brazilian dance into his martial prowess, leaving Lin Hai bewildered during their sparring. Again, Lin Hai commanded as he unleashed an energy whip, his hand drawing a circle, the emerald glow swirling within his palm. His sparring partner was a sorcerer from Huaxia, exceptionally skilled in various sword techniques. Even though their exchanges were merely informal and devoid of specialized weapons, each strike from this sorcerer exuded a fierce energy. Such sparring sessions proved immensely beneficial for Lin Hai. Not only did he gain insight into martial arts from around the world, But he also learned to counter various magical attacks, with his combat experience visibly accelerating in growth. After several visits to Kamar Taj, Lin Hai developed a deeper understanding of the place. He noted that while Kamar Taj appeared open, it actually adhered to stringent standards of destiny. The snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas seemed to cleanse the secular atmosphere, enveloping the entire sanctuary in a transcendent ambience. Perhaps influenced by the confluence of diverse cultures, or perhaps due to the Ancient One's ability to perceive fate through the eye of Agamotto, Kamar Taj placed great emphasis on fate. As Master Hammer explained, those destined to meet. Even the dull-witted may be taught. Those without fate, even the wise may find it difficult to enter. This reminded him of the promise he made to Gwen and her companions. If any of them were fortunate enough, they might truly learn some magic. Coincidentally, during this period, Master Ancient One had not embarked on her journeys. So on a serene Saturday morning, Lin Hai mustered the courage to seek an audience with the Supreme Sorceress. As she tended to the greenery in her courtyard, upon hearing Lin Hai's intentions, she graciously acquiesced to his request. It is certainly permissible for your 3 friends to visit, but with one stipulation: they must not disclose the events that transpire here, and this knowledge shall remain solely among the 3 of them. Lin Hai was elated and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Ancient One. They shall undoubtedly keep this a secret. He then took his leave from the Ancient One and returned to New York from Kamar Taj. Before even reaching the clinic, Lin Hai immediately contacted his 3 friends. Within half an hour, they arrived in a flurry, their faces a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, for according to Lin Hai's usual schedule, he should have been at the library of Kamar Taj at that hour. I'm sorry for summoning you all in such haste. Lin Hai stifled a grin, deliberately building suspense. It's because I have received splendid news from Master Ancient One. 3 pairs of eyes instantly fixed upon him. The Master has granted permission for me to take you on a tour of Kamar Taj. Really? That is wonderful, Peter exclaimed, leaping up in sheer joy, almost brushing against the ceiling with his extraordinary agility. Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is fantastic. I have always wanted to see what the Sanctum of Magic looks like. Harry then inquired of Lin Hai. Is there anything we need to prepare? Any precautions we should take? At that moment, Peter suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, Lin, if only you had told me sooner. I could have brought my camera. Is there still time for me to run back and get it? He made to dash outside. Lin Hai quickly restrained him. That is precisely why I didn't inform you earlier. While you could take pictures that avoid depicting the sorcerers and magic, it is essential to show respect to the guardians of Earth during your first visit. He winked, adding, Besides, this isn't the only opportunity. There will be more chances in the future. In truth, Lin Hai was not being dismissive regarding this matter. For when the first extraterrestrial battle in New York unfolded in the Avengers, the entire world would be aware of those heroes, and long before Kamar Taj stepped into the limelight. In Doctor Strange 2, Strange made a dramatic entrance at his ex-girlfriend Christine's wedding, donning a magical cloak disguised as a pocket square and leaping from the balcony, while numerous onlookers captured the moment on their phones. Thus, by that time, not only would taking photographs be permissible, but recording videos to share on platforms like YouTube would also be entirely feasible. Although Peter felt a tinge of disappointment, he nodded in understanding. Well then, it's settled. If possible, I would like to visit a few more times. The afternoon sun shone perfectly as the 4 arrived at 177 Bleak Street. To the average person's eyes, it was merely one of the countless old buildings in New York. Lin Hai guided the trio's gaze towards 177, yet they were all left in a state of confusion. While Gwen trusted that Lin Hai would not jest with them at such a moment, she could not suppress her inquiry. There's nothing here. Harry, Peter, have you found anything? Harry, with a bewildered expression, shook his head vacantly, indicating that he too had not perceived anything unusual. Peter, however, activated his spider sense. I sense something extraordinary about this place. Although I haven't discovered anything peculiar, my instincts tell me that there is something alerting behind this door. Below was the moment of witnessing magic. Lin Hai retrieved a golden card from his pocket, clasping it in his hand, and then strode briskly to the door, gently knocking on the knocker. The eyes of the lion-headed carving glimmered with golden light once more, and the door silently swung open to reveal Master Hamiel standing within. Welcome to the Sanctum of New York, the one-armed mage smiled, stepping aside to allow entry. It was evident that he was already aware of their intentions. You shall enjoy this journey. The 3, having prepared themselves, were nonetheless astonished by this enchanting scene. Filled with curiosity and excitement, they stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the mysterious Sanctum of New York. The door of 177 Bleak Street closed slowly behind them, isolating the clamor of the city and unveiling a world brimming with infinite magical possibilities. Chapter 54. A visit to Kamartaj. As Master Hamiel led the group through the doorway of the Sanctum of New York, Gwen, Peter, and Harry collectively held their breath. The world beyond the door was a stark contrast to the outside. Towering ceilings adorned with celestial charts seemed to rotate slowly, emanating a soft glow. Candles floated in the air, their flames suspended as if time itself had been frozen. Ancient wooden shelves spiraled along the walls, laden with leather-bound tomes, some even turning their pages on their own. "Are these books alive?" Peter whispered, concerned about disturbing the tranquil ambience. Master Hamiel smiled gently. "Knowledge has always been alive, young sir." Gwen was captivated by an astronomical instrument crafted from an unknown metal, its constellations differing entirely from those she had encountered in textbooks. "Is this the zodiac? But why are there additional constellations?" "Because this is the star chart of the magical dimensions," Lin Hai explained, recording the celestial bodies of other realms. What astonished the trio the most were the 3 arched doorways of the teleportation chamber. Each door was crafted from a luminous metal, intricately engraved with complex runes, radiating an exhilarating pulse of energy. "Is this the portal?" Harry, momentarily losing his composure, widened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing Lin Hai's words. Could it truly lead to any corner of the world? One of the 3 portals had recently been traversed by Lin Hai when he returned from Kamartaj to New York, thus eliminating the need for adjustments as Lin Hai had to undertake during his inaugural visit. Master Hammer nodded, affirming that one of the portals indeed led directly to Kamartaj. "Let us embark," he declared, striding towards the door on the right and gracefully inscribing several runes in the air with his solitary arm. The scene beyond the door began to shift. The familiar interiors of New York gradually faded, replaced by a landscape of pristine snow and ancient architecture. "Please, follow me." The master beckoned, stepping through the portal first. Peter was the first to follow, trailed by Gwen and Harry. Though they had merely crossed a threshold, they found themselves in an utterly different realm. The first sensation to greet them was the brisk, refreshing air, imbued with the chill of the snow-capped mountains and the warmth of incense. Then, the breathtaking beauty of the surroundings seized their breath. It was midday, with the sun hanging high in the cerulean sky, its golden rays cascading over the snow-peaked Himalayas, painting the entire expanse in a dazzling hue of gold. This was the fabled Golden Mountain, more magnificent than one could ever imagine. "Oh my gosh," Gwen murmured, her eyes reflecting the golden light. Peter stood agape, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Even the seasoned Harry found himself rooted to the spot, awestruck by the grandeur of nature. Lin Hai stood nearby, observing his companions while also reveling in the exquisite scenery. Even he, seldom visiting Kamartaj at noon, felt his heart swell with emotion at such a sight. After a brief moment of stillness, the group gradually regained their composure and turned to Master Hammer, who awaited silently. Before anyone could speak, Master Hammer remarked, "There is no need to apologize. Even I wish to linger and admire such beauty for a while longer. Now, shall we continue our exploration?" The first stop was the library. This was a 3-story wooden structure, adorned with soaring eaves and typical of ancient Chinese architectural style. Yet the painted doors and windows bore a strong influence from the western regions. Upon entering, countless bookshelves stretched out like a labyrinth, some so tall that a ladder was required to reach the tomes perched atop. "This place houses texts from around the globe," Master Hammer explained, with the oldest dating back thousands of years before Christ, since Peter and the others were ordinary individuals unversed in magic. Master Hammer allowed them only a brief tour near the entrance, prioritizing their safety, for some magical texts were not meant for casual perusal. Next, they proceeded to the training ground, an expansive outdoor courtyard paved with flagstones, surrounded by various weapon racks. The most striking feature was a large bronze bell at the center, covered in intricate, arcane runes. "This is the ceremonial bell," Lin Hai explained in a hushed tone, used during significant rituals. At that moment, several pairs of mages were engaged in a sparring match. Some wielded energy whips, while others conjured protective shields, their movements a harmonious blend of strength and grace, imbued with a certain mystique. Peter watched intently, his spider sense allowing him to perceive the subtle trajectories of energy flows. The mages did not seem perturbed by the presence of unfamiliar faces, apart from a few who frequently practiced with Lin Hai and offered him a brief greeting. The others remained absorbed in their own pursuits. It is worth noting that at this juncture, the esteemed Master Gu Yi was still present. Thus those who stood here must have received her permission. Otherwise, they would not even have been allowed to enter the gates of Kamartaj. Eventually, they ascended to an observation platform. This pavilion, perched on the edge of a cliff, offered breathtaking views, allowing one to gaze down upon the entirety of Kamartaj and the surrounding villages, as well as the distant snow-capped mountains. The railings of the pavilion were adorned with carvings of celestial beings, their garments flowing as if ready to take flight at any moment. Along the eaves of the observation deck, neatly arranged wind chimes hung, producing a melodious, metallic sound as they danced in the gentle breeze. The architecture here amalgamated various cultural styles. Master Hammer remarked that it included elements of Chinese flying eaves and dugong brackets, as well as colorful decorations from the western regions, and even sculptures of deities from Hinduism. Standing on the observation deck, Gwen softly mused, "I finally understand why this place is deemed as sacred ground. It is not solely due to the magic, but rather the transcendent atmosphere that envelopes it." Harry nodded in agreement. In New York, we are surrounded by technology, believing that it encapsulates the entirety of existence. It is only upon arriving here that we realize there exist such ethereal ways of being. Peter excitedly gestured. The combat techniques of those mages are astonishing. Although I cannot comprehend them fully, I can sense the rhythm and beauty within. Master Hammer smiled as he observed the young individuals. Each person who comes to Camartage will glean their own insights. What is essential is to maintain an open heart, allowing your spirit to guide your path. As the sun began its descent, casting an orange-red glow upon the snow-capped mountains, the four stood on the observation deck, reluctant to depart, as if wishing to etch the breathtaking beauty into their memories forever. After admiring the magnificent exterior of Camartage, Gwen, Peter, and Harry remained enveloped in awe. Gwen gazed at the ancient library, exclaiming, "These structures seem to possess a life of their own. Each carving tells a tale of antiquity." Harry turned his attention to the training grounds, observing the mages practicing in the distance. What is most remarkable is the sense of harmony here, where the modern and the ancient, the natural and the supernatural coexist perfectly. Peter, brimming with excitement, gestured animatedly. The trajectories of those energy flows are truly enchanting. Though I cannot fully grasp them, my spider sense allows me to faintly perceive the rhythm within. Observing his companions in a state of rapture, Lin Hai smiled and addressed Master Hammer. "Master, might I kindly request you to inform Master Gui, if feasible? I hope the Master would consider meeting my friends to discern if any among them possesses an affinity for magic." Master Hammer nodded and then turned to depart, his robe fluttering gracefully in the wind. Moments later, he returned with a gentle smile upon his face. "The esteemed Master is willing to meet you. This is a rare honor. Please follow me. Master Gui wishes to see us." Gwen's voice trembled slightly with excitement. According to Lin Hai's accounts, Master Gui was the most formidable guardian on Earth, renowned even throughout the cosmos. Peter nervously adjusted his collar. "Do I appear suitably dressed? Should I change into something more formal?" Though Harry maintained an outward calm, his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner exhilaration. It is truly incredible to have the opportunity to meet such a legendary figure. Lin Hai chuckled softly, reassuring them, "Relax. Although Master Gui is powerful, she is quite approachable." As the group approached a secluded courtyard, Master Hammer gently knocked on the gate. A tranquil voice resonating from within, "Enter." The moment the gate swung open, a waft of delicate sandalwood incense enveloped them. Master Gui sat beneath an ancient pine tree, a set of purple clay tea utensils arranged upon the stone table before her. Clad in a bright yellow robe, her bald head did not appear jarring. Rather, it accentuated her ethereal presence. Most striking were her eyes, profound as the cosmos, seemingly able to peer into the depths of one's soul. After bowing respectfully, Master Hammer quietly withdrew, leaving the space for the others. "Please, take a seat." Gui gestured, and the teapot on the table rose effortlessly, filling each empty cup with golden tea. "Savor this tea. It is crafted from the spiritual herbs of the snowy mountains." The three guests sat down with a sense of formality, even the most vivacious Peter cradling his cup with both hands. The aroma was crisp, the taste smooth, and a warm current spread through their limbs. Noticing their reactions, Lin Hai took the initiative to speak. "Master Gui, I have brought my friends here to seek your insight into whether any among them possesses the gift and affinity for learning magic." Gui set down her teacup, her gaze sweeping slowly over the trio. Her eyes seemed imbued with tangible weight, compelling them to straighten their spines involuntarily. "Peter Parker, Harry Osborn, Gwen Stacy." Gui's voice was calm, yet resonated with a mysterious cadence. "Your presence here is both serendipitous and fateful." She first turned her attention to Peter. "Mr. Parker, you already possess your own path. The abilities bestowed upon you by the spider totem are a form of magic in themselves. What you require is to unearth your potential from within rather than seek it externally." She then shifted her gaze to Harry. "Mr. Osborn, your talents lie elsewhere. Technology and business are the avenues you should pursue. Magic would be a burden upon you. Although Peter and Harry were mentally prepared, disappointment still flickered across their faces upon hearing this. Peter muttered softly, "But those spells are truly fascinating." The Ancient One smiled faintly, finally turning her gaze towards Gwen. "As for you, Gwen." Chapter 55. Gwen and Magic. The Ancient One nodded slightly, her eyes radiating approval. Her voice as clear as the meltwater from snow-capped peaks. "Miss Gwen Stacy, you indeed possess both the aptitude and destiny to learn magic. The question remains, are you willing to embark on this unimagined path?" At that moment, Gwen felt as though she had been struck by a colossal pie. Her cerulean eyes widening in astonishment, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her garment, feeling somewhat dazed. Are you saying this is true? I can learn magic?" Gwen's voice trembled with excitement, blood rushing to her face, casting a rosy hue upon her cheeks. After the Ancient One had repeatedly denied Peter and Harry, she had harbored considerable expectations of being rejected herself, yet the surprise arrived so unexpectedly. The Ancient One calmly poured tea, the fragrance wafting gently from the cup. "You did not miss here, indeed." Gwen instinctively glanced at her companions. The disappointment on Peter and Harry's faces had been replaced by joy. Peter even excitedly gave a thumbs up, silently mouthing, "That's amazing," while Harry beamed with a smile, thrilled for his friend to be acknowledged by the Ancient One. Finally, her gaze met Lin Hai's, his warm smile radiating like gentle sunshine, his eyes filled with encouragement. As he nodded slightly, it seemed to convey, "Believe in yourself." Gwen took a deep breath, closing her eyes. Gradually, her mind began to settle. She started to contemplate, images flashing through her mind, her family, schoolwork, laboratory research, and the comrades she fought alongside. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze had grown resolute. "Esteemed Ancient One, thank you for your affirmation. I am willing to learn magic." Her voice was steady and clear. The Ancient One remained calm, or rather, throughout her long life, few things genuinely surprised her. However, she added, "We must clarify. The sorcerers of Kamartaj study magic ultimately to protect the earth. Naturally, when your abilities are insufficient, you will not be required to take action. Yet, once you grow strong, the duty of safeguarding the earth will become your responsibility." With a gentle wave of her hand, an ethereal projection of the earth materialized in the air, the blue planet slowly rotating. Magic is not a toy, but a weighty mission. As for other matters, should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult Lin Hai or other sorcerers. If there are insurmountable challenges, and I happen to be in Kamartaj, you may also come to me. Gwen nodded solemnly. "I understand. The earth is also my homeland. There exists a Chinese idiom, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold, which underscores that safeguarding our planet is synonymous with protecting oneself. Hence, I am wholly capable of grasping this notion." With the confirmation that Gwen may journey to Kamartaj to study magic, the aspirations of all have been fulfilled, and time is of the essence. They must take their leave. After bidding farewell to the Ancient One, the four, under Master Hammer's guidance, traversed the portal, emerging from the Sanctum Sanctorum back onto the bustling streets of New York. The setting sun cast its golden rays over the city, the familiar clamor enveloping them, starkly contrasting with the tranquility of Kamartaj, invoking a profound sense of unreality. In unison, they made their way to the Chun Traditional Medicine Clinic, settling at the old familiar wooden table in the backyard, yet none spoke for a while. Lin Hai remained silent, understanding that his three companions required time to digest the day's extraordinary events. Peter was the first to shatter the silence, his voice tinged with a sense of disbelief. As if awakening from an incredible dream, Harry reclined comfortably against the back of his chair, reflecting, from the sanctum in New York to Kamartaj, from the sunlit Golden Mountain to the Ancient One, each scene surpasses my comprehension. Gwen gazed at her hands, as if seeking to affirm the authenticity of it all, exclaiming, "The most astonishing part is that I truly have the chance to learn magic." Lin Hai looked at his friends, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "This is not a dream. From this day forth, our world has gained an additional dimension. This is the marvel of destiny. Sometimes, a chance decision can alter the trajectory of one's life." Harry, in contemplation, remarked, "What surprises me most is that the Ancient One mentioned Peter and I have our own paths. This has led me to ponder what direction truly suits me." Peter nodded in agreement. "She stated that my spider abilities are a complete path in themselves. Perhaps I should delve deeper into my own capabilities rather than envy the impressive spells of others." Gwen's gaze drifted beyond the courtyard walls towards the distant New York sky. "I understand that this may not be easy. Yet, given such an opportunity, I do not wish to let it slip away." As nightfall slowly descended, warm lights illuminated the backyard. Master Chin thoughtfully provided tea and snacks, observing the young ones engaged in fervent discussion with a kind smile, choosing not to intrude. What shall we do next? Peter inquired with curiosity. Gwen, do you have any ideas? Gwen pondered. I must reorganize my schedule. After all, I will need to spend 2 days at Kamar Taj, which may necessitate reducing my time at Professor Connor's internship. Harry was the first to express his support. If you need assistance, just let me know. I can manage these minor details. If worst comes to worst, we can always ask my father for help. Troubling him occasionally should pose no issue. Peter thumped his chest. Though I may lack magical knowledge, I can certainly serve as a practice partner. Lin Hai concluded, if there is anything you require assistance with, I can visit Professor Connors during my free time this week to help you with some tasks. Observing the enthusiasm of her companions, Gwen felt tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Thank you all for your unwavering support. What nonsense, Peter remarked, glancing at everyone. We are a team. Harry raised his teacup, proclaiming, a toast to Gwen's new journey. Cheers. The 4 teacups clinked together in the air, the crisp sound seemingly heralding the onset of a thrilling new adventure. As the initial excitement and joy gradually subsided, Gwen returned home and sat at her desk, gazing out at the night scenery, suddenly engulfed by a sense of disorientation. Just a few days prior, her world was entirely composed of scientific formulas, experimental data, and academic journals. Now, she was to embark upon the study of completely unfamiliar magical knowledge. It felt akin to a dream. She murmured softly to herself, her fingers unconsciously tapping the desktop. Ever since childhood, she had been regarded as a scientific prodigy among her peers. Magic? That was supposed to exist solely within fairy tales. Yet, the awe-inspiring sights of Kamar Taj remained vividly etched in her mind, and the penetrating gaze of the Ancient One seemed to still be watching over her. After school on Monday, Gwen had arranged to discuss aspects of learning magic with Lin Hai. Accompanied by him, she arrived at the clinic, greeting Chen Bing, who was diagnosing a patient, before proceeding to Chun Bing's study. In the study, Lin Hai brewed a pot of calming tea and poured a cup for each of them before speaking slowly. My advice to you is straightforward. Prioritize knowledge before practice. He elaborated. First and foremost, you must systematically study the theoretical aspects of magic in the library of Kamar Taj. Just as scientific research requires a theoretical foundation, the practice of magic must commence with an understanding of the essence of energy, dimensional structures, and the principles of incantations. Acquiring knowledge about magic is an essential journey for every sorcerer. Even many years later, when the Ancient One personally appointed her successor, the Supreme Sorcerer Strange, he began by absorbing vast amounts of knowledge within Kamar Taj, even utilizing his mastery of the portal spell to snatch books from the library's custodian, Wang. Gwen diligently took notes and looked up upon hearing this. What about the practical aspect? I am currently an ordinary person. How should I practice? Lin Hai smiled. That leads us to the second part of the plan, which distinguishes your path from mine. Before I encountered Kamar Taj, I already possessed special powers and considerable combat prowess, allowing me to engage in battles with various sorcerers in addition to my studies in the library. However, your situation is different, as an ordinary person now. Once we conclude our studies in the library, you may observe my duels with other sorcerers, though you may not yet have the opportunity to participate directly. Prolonged observation of the battles among mages will afford you invaluable insights into their combat techniques, enabling you to glean some wisdom that may avert unforeseen circumstances or bewilderment when you eventually engage in such encounters. Thus, under Lin Hai's guidance, Gwen solidified her learning plan. Her next step was to meticulously reorganize her schedule. She first approached Professor Connors with a hint of trepidation in the Osborne Group's laboratory, articulating her request. Professor, due to personal reasons, I may no longer be able to attend the laboratory on weekends. However, I assure you that I will exert even greater effort during the weekdays to ensure that my work progress remains unaffected. Professor Connors adjusted his glasses and inquired with concern. Is there some difficulty you are facing? You know I have always valued your potential. Gwen shook her head, responding, it's merely some personal matters that require my attention. Please rest assured, I will work more efficiently during the week. Very well, the professor replied, nodding with understanding. Given your capabilities, your presence during the weekdays should suffice. However, he added with a feigned sternness, should any errors arise in your work, I may need to reconsider this arrangement. Next, at home, Gwen opted not to divulge her newfound magical studies to her parents, as she had only just begun to explore this realm, and her current endeavor was merely to absorb various magical knowledge. The day when she could truly wield magic was still far off. It is worth noting that while the cinematic portrayal of Strange depicted him mastering magic swiftly, such expedience was driven by narrative necessity. Not everyone possesses the innate talent to become the sorcerer supreme. It took centuries for the Ancient One to encounter a gifted individual like Strange. Hence, Gwen understood that her journey to genuine spellcasting would require considerable time. In this context, revealing her pursuits to her family seemed futile. She could simply frame it as enrolling in a weekend interest course, albeit one focused on the arcane arts. Moreover, Gwen had frequently spent weekends away from home, sometimes engaged in experimental tasks at the Osborne Group or socializing with friends, which rendered this new endeavor unobtrusive. Within the library of Kamar Taj, Gwen exhibited remarkable aptitude for learning. She not only rapidly absorbed a wealth of foundational magical theories, but also meticulously took comprehensive notes. During the afternoon's practical observation sessions, her focus was unwavering. She diligently scrutinized the combat techniques of the mages and recorded the effects and countermeasures of various spells. At times, she even proffered unique insights that garnered the admiration of the mages present. "That girl possesses a remarkable gift," Master Hammer remarked to Lin Hai one day. "She can comprehend magic through her distinctive thought processes. Such independent thinking is truly rare." As Gwen journeyed back to New York, she lingered before the portal, captivated for an extended moment. The sunset bathed Kamar Taj in ethereal beauty, and she found herself gradually integrating into this enchanting and mysterious realm. "How does it feel?" Beside her, Lin Hai inquired, observing her intently. Gwen inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with excitement, reminiscent of her initial experience stepping into the laboratory, an encounter with boundless possibilities. Filled with both anxiety and anticipation, she understood that this was merely the beginning. The path of magic is long and arduous, yet she was resolutely prepared to embark on this enchanting journey. Chapter 56. The idea of a summer voyage. Since Gwen embarked on her magical studies, time seemed to have been enchanted with a spell of acceleration. The morning sun bathed the streets of New York, and the bell of Midtown High rang as usual, heralding the dawn of a new day and new lessons. Occasionally, Gwen would find her thoughts drifting during class, her fingers unconsciously tracing strange patterns in the air, practicing the simplest gestures of energy manipulation. Peter, on multiple occasions, caught her gesturing at the empty space, always squinting in mock imitation, which left Gwen both exasperated and amused. In the Osborne Tower laboratory after school, Gwen's efficiency was nothing short of remarkable. She applied the focus cultivated through her magical learning to her work, often uncovering details that other assistants overlooked. Professor Connors praised her effusively, exclaiming, "Stacy, it seems you've had a breakthrough lately. I had missed these anomalies in the data." During periods of intense project demands, Gwen would sometimes enlist Lin Hai or even Harry for assistance. Lin Hai's understanding of biology consistently offered fresh perspectives, while Harry could mobilize resources from the Osborne Group to resolve various issues. Only Peter was excluded from this collaboration, not due to a lack of trust, but because he neither belonged to the company like Gwen nor was he a project partner like Lin Hai. Thus he could not enter the core laboratory per regulations. However, our little spider had his own realm. As dusk descended, the streets of New York transformed into his stage. While Gwen and Lin Hai toiled in the laboratory, Peter was engaging in his daily routine as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man across the city. The red and blue figure swung between skyscrapers, his webbing glistening like silver under the moonlight. From thwarting convenience store robberies to rescuing kittens stranded in trees, this good neighbor safeguarded the city in his unique manner. "Hey, put down that wallet." Spider-Man swooped down from above, deftly ensnaring a thief's wrist with his web, subsequently sealing the thief's mouth with strands of silk, reminding him that taking others' belongings without permission is quite impolite. The victim, bewildered, could only watch in astonishment as the bound thief was secured to a nearby fire hydrant, while Spider-Man swung away into the night, leaving behind a lingering voice in the wind. "Remember to call the police." On a weekend morning, while New York still slumbered, Gwen and Lin Hai stood in the courtyard of Kamar Taj. The first light of dawn painted the snow-capped peaks in resplendent gold, enveloping the entire sanctuary in an atmosphere of solemn grandeur. Though far from the breathtaking sight of the mountains bathed in sunlight that many had first witnessed, it remained a rare and exquisite spectacle. The library had become Gwen's favorite haven. The self-turning magical tomes, scrolls crafted from enigmatic materials, and crystals that encapsulate ancient wisdom all captivated her immensely. Among them, she was particularly enchanted by a book titled Introduction to Dimensional Energy, which adeptly adjusted its content according to the reader's proficiency, often causing her to lose track of time. The theories concerning energy intriguingly mirrored certain principles of physics. One day, she excitedly remarked to Lin Hai, "Perhaps science and magic are not entirely disparate, never to intersect like parallel lines." Lin Hai, engrossed in comparative studies of Eastern Qi cultivation and magical circuits, looked up with a smile and replied, "The Ancient One once stated that truth ultimately converges from diverse paths." After sharing lunch with the sorcerers of Kamartaj, the two retreated to their respective rooms prepared by the Ancient One for a brief repose. Following this interlude, Lin Hai engaged in sparring sessions with other sorcerers, during which Gwen observed and absorbed knowledge. The afternoon duels were the most exhilarating, as Lin Hai had begun to hold his own against several elite sorcerers, with vibrant green life force colliding with magical energies to create a dazzling display of light and shadow. Initially, Gwen was a mere spectator, but soon she too participated in basic sparring exercises with Lin Hai. Although she had yet to master spells, her scientifically analytical combat strategies revealed surprising depth. Upon concluding their practice, the two frequently ascended to the observation deck of Kamartaj, where they exchanged insights. The gentle breeze carried the melodious chime of wind bells, while the breathtaking panorama of snow-capped mountains, the setting sun, and quaint villages entranced them. Occasionally, when their training ended earlier than expected, Lin Hai would phone Harry and Peter to arrange a small gathering in the clinic's backyard. Sometimes, Lin Hai and Gwen would prepare medicinal hot pot for their companions, ensuring that the intellectually and physically demanding young adults replenished both mind and body. "You would never believe it," Peter exclaimed while dipping lamb into the pot, "but yesterday, I fashioned a makeshift bridge from spider silk, allowing a group of elementary school students to safely cross a construction zone." Harry, while savoring a slice of yam, chimed in with a jest, "And I saw some fellow nearly tumble into the Hudson River on the surveillance feed. That was a calculation error," Peter retorted, his cheeks flushed, "and in the end, he swung across safely." Gwen shared a humorous anecdote from Kamartaj. "Today, I witnessed two sorcerers passionately debating the optimal gestures for summoning spells, ultimately having to call upon the Ancient One for judgment. It turns out that sorcerers can be just as earnest in their debates as scientists." Harry also contributed tidbits from the tech world. "Stark Industries has unveiled another invention. My father mentioned that it poses a challenge to Oscorp. However, since Stark Industries primarily focuses on military applications, while our Oscorp is centered on biotechnology, I believe the situation isn't as dire as it seems." Lin Hai always listened quietly, timely presenting each person's favorite dishes. These moments he cherished profoundly. Beyond the adventures of magic and science, the warmth of friendship was the most precious gift. As June's sun began to blaze, the end of the semester approached, and the corridors of Midtown High School began to exude the essence of summer vacation. With finals scheduled for next Wednesday, Gwen was organizing her study materials, followed by over 2 months of summer break. Peter excitedly planned, "We will have more time to hang out during the summer. I wonder how everyone is arranging their summer." Harry checked his schedule. "I am currently uncertain. There are no tasks or projects from the Osborne group that require my attention during this time." However, Lin Hai had some ideas, yet he felt no urgency, thinking it would be better to discuss with everyone after the exams, so he simply shook his head to indicate he had not yet decided on his plans. "Oh, is that so? Well then," Peter playfully bowed, "your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is always at your service." Until the weekend after the exams, when they gathered for dinner again, Lin Hai proposed his idea. "How about a trip together during the summer? Such opportunities may become increasingly rare in the future." His words evoked a multitude of memories among the group. The four recalled last summer's road trip in Missouri, the buds in the dense forest, the fireflies at night, the campfire at the campsite, and so forth. "I'm in." Peter was the first to leap up. "This time I will bring a better camera." Harry, with an unconscious air of wealth in his words, mentioned, "I recently saw a new model of camper van announced for sale. Perhaps we could buy it for our use." Gwen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It would be the perfect way to release the pressure we've accumulated during this time. After all, balancing work and leisure is the key. Outside, summer cicadas began to chirp, seemingly echoing the young people's excitement for summer. The four friends exchanged smiles, knowing that no matter where they went, this journey would be the most splendid chapter of their summer. Chapter 57, Los Angeles and the Blood Clan. So, shall we now discuss the destination for our trip? In my opinion, how about the Grand Canyon? Peter exclaimed, waving his chopsticks with bright eyes. "I can take you all for some unique rock climbing among the cliffs. An absolutely unparalleled experience." Harry took a sip of juice and shook his head. "Peter, Arizona in the summer is like an oven. I prefer Alaska, it's cool. And the Osborne Group has an ecological research station there, allowing us to enjoy a top-notch glacier tour." He painted a vivid picture of the northern landscape. Gwen pulled out her phone and displayed a few images. "Look at the Getty Center. And those museums. Los Angeles has so many world-class art exhibitions and scientific forums. I really want to see them." Listening to his companion's suggestions, Lin Hai smiled. Peter yearned for adventure. Harry leaned towards comfort and resources, while Gwen cherished culture and academia. In truth, there existed a singular destination that could largely fulfill the desires of them all. He paused, capturing the attention of several individuals. Los Angeles boasted the thrill of Hollywood and Universal Studios, the opulence of Beverly Hills, and the allure of the Grove Shopping Center. It also housed premier cultural venues such as the Getty Center, along with sun-kissed beaches ideal for relaxation. He glanced at Gwen and Harry, noting that the Osborne Group also had a branch there, making business dealings or resource acquisition quite convenient. Ultimately, Lin Hai concluded, therefore, upon comprehensive consideration, Los Angeles appears to be the greatest common denominator of our interests. It can meet each of our primary expectations while allowing us to venture together, making it an excellent choice. Peter, envisioning the roller coasters at Universal Studios, nodded eagerly, agreed. I want to ride the roller coasters at Universal Studios. Harry, contemplating the blend of business and leisure, found it feasible as well, remarking that the hotels in Beverly Hills were indeed worth experiencing. Gwen, who had long wished to visit Los Angeles, had no objections. 3 days later, as the Osborne Group's private jet descended upon Los Angeles International Airport, the sunset painted the clouds in a resplendent orange hue. Peter pressed his face against the window, excitedly pointing outside. Look, those palm trees seem even taller than in the movies. It's a completely different vibe from New York. Harry had pre-booked a suite at the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel, which not only boasted a prime location, but also a rich historical backdrop. The lobby resonated with the sounds of classical jazz, while the air was infused with the scent of lemon cleaner and a hint of floral fragrance. I heard Marilyn Monroe used to reside here, Harry remarked during check-in, and the very first Academy Awards were held in this very establishment. As evening descended, the four strolled along the Hollywood Walk of Fame, where street performers donned the likenesses of Chaplin and Monroe, posing with tourists for a fee. A vendor maneuvered through the crowd with a cart brimming with celebrity postcards, hawking in a Spanish-accented English. Look, this is Bruce Lee's star. Gwen crouched down in delight, gently caressing the name inscribed on the star. In front of the Chinese theater, Peter excitedly pressed his hand against John Wayne's handprint, exclaiming, "Wow, this feels incredible. It's like shaking hands with history." During dinner at the Hard Rock CAF, classic tunes from Guns N' Roses echoed through the air. The electric guitars adorning the walls shimmered under the lights, while a glass display showcased the leather jacket worn by Elvis Presley, leaving Peter in awe. "This place is so cool. Do you think these memorabilia are real?" he inquired, taking a bite of his burger. Harry responded, "Most of them are authentic. This restaurant is renowned for its collection of music memorabilia, and these exhibits are valued in the millions." On their way back to the hotel, Lin Hai suddenly halted, frowning at a dim alleyway. "What's wrong?" Gwen asked softly. "Nothing much." Lin Hai shook his head. "Perhaps I was seeing things." Yet, within his extraordinary perception, he distinctly captured several swift figures darting through the alleyways, their speed far exceeding that of ordinary humans. The following day, a long queue formed outside Universal Studios, with the air thick with the scent of popcorn and sunscreen. Peter, brimming with childlike excitement, pointed at the various attractions. "Which one shall we try first? The Mummy roller coaster or Back to the Future?" With abundant energy, the group decided to tackle the thrilling rides first, saving the more leisurely activities for later. The exhilarating experience of the Mummy Revenge roller coaster made Gwen clutch Lin Hai's arm tightly. Their eyes met, and she sheepishly released her grip. Harry, standing nearby, wore a knowing smile. During lunch, Lin Hai noticed a few tourists donned in hats, sunglasses, and heavy coats, seemingly unfazed by the sweltering heat. "Strange," he muttered under his breath. In the evening, at the exit of the studio, Peter grasped Lin Hai's arm. "Did you feel that? That chilling sensation?" "My spider sense went off when I looked at certain individuals." Lin Hai nodded gravely. Indeed, within his perception, he sensed several icy energies flickering amongst the crowd. That night, back at the hotel, the four gathered in the living room of their suite. "Did you notice?" Harry was the first to speak. "Those people inappropriately dressed in heavy coats?" Peter nodded. "My spider sense has been subtly tingling, especially after dusk." Lin Hai contemplated for a moment before addressing the group. "If my senses are accurate, those individuals should be of the Blood Clan, commonly referred to as vampires. I once read some accounts regarding the Blood Clan in the library of Kamar Taj." He began to narrate, deliberately maintaining an academically calm tone. "According to ancient texts, the Blood Clan is not the traditional notion of vampires, but rather an ancient magical entity." He walked to the window, gazing at the nightfall over Los Angeles. Their origins trace back thousands of years before Christ, in an ancient kingdom called Watlan, where a group of sorcerers sought immortality through dark magic. An unforeseen occurrence during their ritual transformed them into immortal beings that required blood for sustenance. Gwen pondered aloud. So it's not the kind of transmission that occurs through biting? Not entirely, Lin Hai replied, shaking his head. Those bitten by a vampire indeed become vampires. But this is a transmission of a magical curse rather than a viral infection. Harry astutely seized the crux of the matter. Do they have their own societal structure? Indeed. Lin Hai confirmed with a nod. The Blood Clan possesses a strict social hierarchy. At the apex are the ancestors, the original group of sorcerers, endowed with the most formidable powers. Next are the elders, ancient vampires who have lived for millennia. Following them are the ordinary vampires, with the lowest tier being the newly transformed neonates. Peter shivered. Are we talking about the ones we encountered tonight? He asked apprehensively. Lin Hai's expression turned grave. Indeed. And they typically exist in clans, each possessing distinct characteristics and abilities. Some excel in speed, others in mental manipulation, and there are even those capable of transforming into bats. Are there any recorded weaknesses? Gwen inquired, her scientific mind beginning to engage. Beyond the traditional lore of garlic and crosses? Lin Hai cast her an appreciative glance. A splendid question. According to ancient texts, silver items can inflict severe harm upon them, particularly silver weapons. Sunlight is also lethal, reducing them to ashes. However, there are rare bloodlines that are not adversely affected by sunlight. Harry furrowed his brow. Why have so many vampires suddenly appeared in Los Angeles? This is the most concerning aspect. Lin Hai's voice dropped. Ancient manuscripts indicate that the bloodline has long sought the ability to walk in daylight, known as daywalking. They believe that certain ancient magical rituals or technological means can help them achieve this goal. He recalled the plot of Blade, though he could only allude to it. On specific days and at particular locations, conditions may align to facilitate such rituals. As the night deepened, the lights of Los Angeles remained dazzling. Lin Hai concluded, in summary, during our forthcoming endeavors, it is imperative that everyone remains vigilant. Avoid venturing out alone at night, especially in desolate areas. I must emphasize, if anything unusual arises, notify the others immediately. Do not act independently. Chapter 58. Altered travel plans. Once the three had returned to their respective rooms, Lin Hai began to recollect additional information concerning the bloodline, particularly the film series Blade. The Blade series, a classic vampire-themed cinematic adaptation from Marvel Comics, occupies a significant place in the annals of superhero films due to its unique half-human, half-vampire protagonist and exhilarating action sequences. The inaugural film in the series is undoubtedly the most iconic, although its special effects may seem somewhat dated by today's standards. The fight scenes are imbued with a distinctive Hong Kong martial arts charm that captivates audiences and garnered impressive box office returns. Wesley Snipes' portrayal of Blade is particularly striking, his cool demeanor leaving an indelible impression on viewers. Lin Hai, however, was uncertain about the current developments in the Blade storyline within his own world. Throughout their upcoming journey, despite their concerns regarding the vampires, the group's spirits remained undampened. After all, they were no ordinary individuals. Even Gwen was advancing along the path of a sorceress. The opulence of Beverly Hills opened their eyes wide, and on Rodeo Drive, even the well-traveled Harry expressed awe at the luxury boutiques. The window display here is an art form in itself, he remarked. The artistic treasures at the Getty Center captivated all, greatly satisfying Gwen's quest for art and culture as she lingered for a considerable time before Van Gogh's irises. These paintings encapsulate the artist's profound emotions. The sunlight at Santa Monica Pier seemed to dispel the gloom of the previous night. At Pacific Park, Peter insisted everyone take a ride on the Ferris wheel. The sunset must be breathtaking from up there, he exclaimed. Indeed, when the Ferris wheel reached its apex, the setting sun bathed the ocean's surface in a golden red hue. So beautiful, Gwen whispered in admiration. On the final day's morning, the vibrant atmosphere of the Grove Shopping Center and the farmers market ignited everyone's shopping desires. Lin Hai, Gwen, and Harry were relatively restrained, purchasing only a few locally characteristic souvenirs for their loved ones. Whereas Peter indulged in a plethora of items. I have to bring some Californian specialties for Aunt May. She will undoubtedly adore them. The afternoon's destination, Griffith Observatory, marked the last stop of their journey. Nestled in the Hollywood Hills, it offered a panoramic view of the entire Los Angeles basin, with sunlight casting a golden hue over the city and the Hollywood sign shimmering in the distance. This view makes the trek worthwhile, Peter gasped, though his stamina had hardly waned. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Hai and his companions noticed that most of the visitors around the observatory had departed, prompting them to prepare for their own exit. Suddenly, several figures appeared near the observation deck, their pallid faces and eyes glowing red in the twilight. "Good evening, children." A leading vampire bared his fangs. "My informants tell me that you seem to have a knack for spotting us in a crowd." Lin Hai and Peter stepped forward, shielding the yet-to-become sorceress Gwen and the unarmored Harry. "We are merely tourists and wish to avoid trouble." "It's too late. I don't know how you discovered it, but clearly, you found yourselves in a predicament." The vampire chuckled, licking his dry lips with his crimson tongue. "And you smell delightful, each and every one of you. I haven't encountered such exquisite delicacies in years." At that moment, a deep voice emerged from the shadows. "These flying rodents speak the truth. You are indeed in trouble." A man dressed in all black leather, wearing sunglasses, stepped forth from the darkness, wielding a glimmering silver blade. "But you are not the only ones in peril." He turned to the vampires. "There are troubles for you as well." In a flash, the battle commenced. The movements of the man in black were so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, the silver blade carving lethal arcs in the twilight. As the last vampire turned to ash, the black-clad man elegantly twirled his long knife before sheathing it. "I am Blade, the vampire hunter," he succinctly introduced himself. The four individuals exchanged glances, taken aback by the unforeseen events that unfolded at the conclusion of their planned itinerary. Los Angeles had recently become a place of unrest. Blade warned them, regardless of their beliefs, that the vampire clan they had just encountered was scheming something significant, urging them to depart post-haste. He then walked away, absorbed in his own thoughts. Upon returning to their hotel, a silence enveloped the group as they packed their belongings. Finally, Harry broke the stillness, suggesting, "Perhaps we should contemplate extending our holiday plans." Peter's eyes lit up. "Are you implying that the Osborne Group has a branch in Los Angeles, and certain individuals seem to require assistance?" Harry smiled knowingly, referring to Blade and the lurking vampire forces. He approached the expansive window, gazing down at the dazzling nightscape of Los Angeles. "I have arranged for several luxurious apartments at the branch, which will offer greater safety and discretion than the hotel." Gwen closed her notebook, her eyes sparkling with the curiosity characteristic of a scholar. "I recall Lin Hai mentioning that these vampires are beings born of magic. Studying them up close would surely benefit my magical pursuits." Her fervor for exploring the unknown was thoroughly ignited. All eyes turned to Lin Hai, awaiting his decision. He surveyed the eager expressions of his companions and shrugged casually. "I have no objections. The majority rules. If you wish to stay, then we shall remain." "Fantastic," Peter exclaimed, snapping his fingers. "I will call Aunt May and inform her that Harry has invited us to extend our stay in Los Angeles." The next matter at hand was safety, and the four began to assess their capabilities for battle preparations. Peter patted his backpack. "My suit is right here, so I can transform into Spider-Man at a moment's notice." Having traveled from New York to Los Angeles on Harry's private jet, he had brought his suit along in his backpack. Harry retrieved his phone, declaring, "I will contact my father immediately and request that he arrange for my new star armor to be airlifted here. It should arrive by tomorrow morning at the earliest." Although Norman Osborn harbored concerns regarding his son's superhero escapades, he never hesitated to invest in security. Gwen flipped through her magical notes. "I am not yet capable of casting spells, but the magical knowledge and combat techniques I have acquired over these past days should suffice for my self-defense." She analyzed calmly. "Moreover, silver weapons and garlic extracts are particularly effective against vampires. These are easy to procure." As for Lin Hai, he was the least of their worries. Not only was he the strongest among them, but he was also a seasoned martial artist with countless battles under his belt. From the perspective of the formidable combat prowess exhibited by the Blood Clan in the film Blade, only Duncan, who ultimately becomes possessed by the Blood God, poses a significant threat to him. However, inflicting actual harm upon him remains a distant prospect. Lin Hai finds himself somewhat perplexed. As the vampire's weaknesses do not encompass his life force, he is uncertain whether his methods of attack can effectively injure these creatures of the night. Thus, he furrows his brow, pondering, "What concerns me is my ignorance regarding the efficacy of my life force against vampires. After all, according to legend, these dark beings are most fearful of silver and sunlight, rather than life energy." Peter inquires with curiosity, "What if your power proves ineffective?" "Then I shall follow Blade's example and wield silver weapons," Gwen suggests. Lin Hai contemplates this and agrees. "Indeed, that is a commendable strategy. I have encountered numerous adversaries wielding weapons during my training sessions at Taro and Kamar Taj, and I have acquired some skills myself. Furthermore, it is said that no martial art is unbreakable, and speed can often triumph over strength. Utilizing sheer force is also a viable option." Harry, having already dialed a number, speaks into the phone. "Father, yes, we will be staying in Los Angeles for a few more days. There's nothing urgent. It's merely a business reconnaissance. By the way, Could you send over the armor from my lab? If possible, could you include some silver ingots? I have discovered a skilled artisan here who crafts excellent silver items, and I would like to commission some souvenirs. All right, goodbye. Upon concluding the call, Harry returns to the living room. The branch office has been arranged. We will move there tomorrow. It boasts a top-tier security system. I've also asked my father to prepare some silver ingots along with various other alloys, facilitating our creation and modification of equipment specifically targeting vampires. It seems this holiday is set to become quite exhilarating. Peter remarks, adjusting his web shooter. It appears our plans are about to take a thrilling turn. Standing by the window, Lin Hai feels the life force coursing through him. Blade has indicated that the Blood Clan is plotting something significant. It seems we are entangled in more than just minor skirmishes. Therefore, let us extend our travel plans and alter our objectives. From now on, we shall not only indulge in enjoyment, but also take on the role of vampire hunters. As night deepens, the four remain wide awake. The city of Los Angeles outside their window continues to shimmer with light, yet at this moment, it is shrouded in a mysterious shadow in their eyes. Chapter 59. The first step in blood hunting. The following morning, Harry escorts the trio to an upscale apartment located in the heart of downtown Los Angeles. This place is a stark contrast to the bustling glamour of Hollywood, exuding an air of understated luxury and secrecy. The Osborne Group's executive apartment is typically reserved for high-level visitors, boasting a top-notch security system. Harry unlocks the grand entrance to the penthouse with his fingerprint, a privilege that had been granted the night prior. The interior of the apartment is modern and comfortable, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of downtown Los Angeles. Most impressively, this floor features a converted training area and studio, equipped with an array of cutting-edge facilities. Gwen meticulously examined the security system. Biometric locks, motion sensors, and bulletproof glass indeed provided a greater sense of safety than that of the hotel. Once Harry had arranged all matters concerning the apartment, he proceeded to the Los Angeles branch of the Osborne Group to collect the equipment. An hour later, he returned with several sealed boxes. Inside here is my new star armor. With the assistance of Peter and Lin Hai, the boxes were brought into the studio. Harry opened the largest box, revealing the resplendent blue-silver armor shimmering under the light. And this, he continued, opening another box filled with neatly arranged silver ingots and various special alloys. Peter curiously lifted a silver ingot. Is this silver? Harry nodded. This is the highest purity silver currently available. We can refine it into any necessary form within this studio. The third box astonished everyone, containing an array of advanced manufacturing tools and compact smelting equipment. I believe we may need to craft some specialized weapons ourselves. The studio is equipped only with basic tools, hence I brought along the portable workshop, Harry explained. The remaining boxes contained various auxiliary supplies that could prove useful. After reviewing the items Harry had brought back, Lin Hai was the first to voice his thoughts. Before engaging in formal combat, I need to test the efficacy of life force against vampires. The best way would be to locate Blade and participate in a real battle alongside him. Once the plan to find Blade was established, the four of them gathered around a portable computer, delving into an in-depth analysis of potential hiding spots for the vampire hunter. The computer screen displayed a detailed map of Los Angeles. In my estimation, individuals like Blade typically choose abandoned industrial zones as their base. These areas are spacious and complex in structure, facilitating concealment and enabling them to respond effectively to unexpected confrontations. Lin Hai carefully guided his companions to consider the direction of abandoned factories, as it was his impression that Blade's stronghold resided in such a location. He circled several areas on the map. These abandoned factories and warehouse districts are the most likely candidates, particularly those with underground facilities that can offer superior protection. After extensive discussion, the four ultimately identified 5 regions where they were most likely to find Blade, and the next step was to arrange their actions. First, Lin Hai differed from Harry. He did not require battle armor, as all of his combat capabilities were inherent. Harry, on the other hand, relied heavily on his star armor for most of his power, and even at night, he would attract considerable attention while donned in his battle attire. Then there was Peter, who, although also clad in battle gear, primarily maneuvered through the city by swinging between buildings using his webs, making him less conspicuous than Harry. Furthermore, due to his aerial movements, Peter's efficiency remained notably high. Harry and Gwen continued to provide invaluable intelligence support for the two operatives in the field, ensuring mutual vigilance in their partnership. Although Osborne's upscale apartment boasted significant concealment and security, they were not willing to gamble on the slim chance of being targeted by the Bloodkin. After contemplating the dynamics among the four, Lin Hai began to strategize. Peter and I will venture out on reconnaissance. Harry, Your Nova armor is too conspicuous for this mission. Gwen, you and Harry will manage intelligence support and rear command. Harry nodded in agreement, stating, I have accessed Los Angeles' traffic surveillance system and can provide you with real-time route guidance. Gwen retrieved several surveillance feeds, declaring, I will monitor these areas continuously and will alert you immediately should anything unusual arise. As night descended, Lin Hai and Peter commenced their operation. Peter donned his spider suit, nimbly leaping from the window. Watch me, he exclaimed, executing a graceful somersault mid-air, his webbing expertly attaching to the rooftop of the building across the street, before swiftly disappearing between the structures. Lin Hai, meanwhile, took the elevator directly to the underground garage. The sleek black vehicle, specially modified to reduce reflections, awaited him. Equipped with Osborne Group's latest technology, Harry's voice resonated through the car's communication system, detailing its bulletproof armor, infrared cloaking, and a basic life sign detection system. Understood, Lin Hai replied, igniting the engine as the vehicle sped into the Los Angeles night. Peter swung gracefully between the skyscrapers, his spider sense fully alert. At each suspicious location, he paused momentarily to attune himself to the surrounding sounds. No anomalies on my end, he reported via the communicator, just a few feral cats and some, well, homeless individuals. Lin Hai conducted a more thorough search in another direction. At an abandoned auto factory, he stumbled upon some peculiar signs. The walls bore distinct bullet marks, though it was uncertain whether they were left by the blade. After over an hour of searching, Lin Hai and Peter had systematically eliminated the first 4 locations, eventually regrouping near the 5th site, an abandoned chemical plant. Peter landed lightly, entering the passenger seat and removing his Spider-Man mask, switching to a prepared hoodie and sweatpants. If they had not located Blade here, they would return to the apartment. He certainly could not remain in his spider suit in the car. However, as they approached the derelict factory, Peter remarked to Lin Hai, this place feels different. My spider sense is particularly heightened here. Lin Hai parked the car, carefully observing the surroundings. Indeed, look at the ground over there. There are fresh tire tracks. The two exchanged knowing glances, opened the car doors, and prepared to approach the factory entrance. However, at the very moment they disembarked, a sonorous voice emerged from the shadows. It seems your encounter with those rodents was not mere coincidence. You managed to find this place. The figure known as Dao Feng stepped forth from the darkness, his black trench coat billowing slightly in the night breeze, casually resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Lin Hai and Peter exchanged glances, raising their hands in a gesture of peace to indicate their lack of malevolence. We wish to discuss a potential collaboration, Lin Hai stated calmly, regarding those vampires. Dao Feng scoffed dismissively. Well, are you 2 high school students? Or perhaps university students? He scrutinized them from head to toe. I can understand the excessive curiosity and adventurous inclinations of your age, but this is no child's play. This is war. A war that spills blood and claims lives. His tone turned severe. If you wish to avoid being frightened into tears by monsters and calling for your mothers, it would be wise to return now and leave Los Angeles by dawn. Lin Hai sighed, realizing that mere words would not sway this vampire hunter. He stepped forward, channeling the life force within him, a vibrant green light coalescing in his right hand, intensifying with each passing moment. Dao Feng narrowed his eyes at this display, instinctively tightening his grip on the sword's hilt. With a gentle wave, Lin Hai unleashed a wave of energy that soared through the air, striking a low wall 10 meters away with pinpoint accuracy. With a thunderous roar, bricks flew apart, and the weathered wall was instantly reduced to rubble. As the dust settled, a brief silence enveloped the scene. Dao Feng's expression shifted from disdain to astonishment, ultimately becoming grave as he regarded Lin Hai with newfound scrutiny, as if truly seeing the youth for the first time. Such power, Dao Feng mused, you have surprised me. He finally released the hilt of his sword and gestured with an inviting motion. Come in, let us converse. He then turned his gaze to Peter. To accompany someone of such caliber, you must not be an ordinary high school student yourself. Peter grinned widely, mimicking the classic Spider-Man gesture of shooting webs. You will not be disappointed, Mr. Dao Feng. Dao Feng led the two through a series of concealed passages, ultimately arriving at what was unmistakably a repurposed factory workshop. This space had evidently transformed into a small military base, with walls adorned with an array of silver weaponry and complex experimental apparatuses dotting the workbenches. Welcome to my operations room, Dao Feng declared as he removed his sunglasses. Now, let us have a thorough discussion about who you truly are and why you wish to involve yourselves in this murky affair. Lin Hai and Peter exchanged a knowing smile, recognizing that they had successfully navigated the first hurdle, and the true collaboration was only just beginning. Chapter 60. The commencement of combat, just as Lin Hai and Peter settled onto the makeshift metal chairs, a rhythmic metallic clanging resonated from the inner chamber. As the sound drew nearer, an elderly man, limping on one leg and sporting a mane of gray hair and beard, emerged, leaning on a specially crafted cane. I heard some commotion. The elderly man's piercing gaze scrutinized the two unfamiliar youths. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with strength, each word imbued with a distinct vigilance. Blade made a gesture of relaxation. They are likely collaborators, though it remains unclear for now. He turned to Lin Hai and Peter. This is Abraham Whistler, my mentor and armorer, serving as the internal support for our small team. Whistler nodded slightly. Despite his mobility challenges, he maintained an upright posture. Lin Hai noticed the thick calluses on his right hand, a testament to years spent handling weapons. As for me, Blade continued, my name is Eric Brooks. You may call me Eric or Blade, whichever you prefer. Now it's your turn. Lin Hai and Peter briefly introduced their team situation. Upon hearing Spider's power and life force, Whistler's eyebrows arched in surprise. Shall we have a demonstration? The old man inquired, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Characteristic of a technical expert. Peter, catching on, effortlessly lifted a weapon box weighing 200 kilograms with one hand. Then raised his arm to shoot a strand of webbing from his wrist-mounted web shooter, precisely adhering it to a beam in the ceiling. He then pulled himself up and skillfully traversed the ceiling like a spider, finally leaping down gracefully and landing firmly. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, at your service, he said with a playful bow. I'm stronger than I appear, Lin Hai declared, retrieving a common seed from his waist pouch. He activated his life force once more. A vibrant green glow swirling in his palm, causing the seed to begin sprouting, ultimately blossoming into a seedling the size of a palm. Whistler watched in astonishment. Incredible. This form of energy is simply astounding. Although Blade maintained an impassive expression, the surprise in his eyes was unmistakable. He had initially thought them to be merely two youths with peculiar abilities, never anticipating the extent of their extraordinary powers. The subsequent exchange of intelligence proved mutually beneficial. Lin Hai outlined the origins and developments of the vampires. Peter added, my sensory ability allows me to vaguely discern the presence of vampires, though I cannot ascertain their specific ranks. Blade nodded, providing more detailed information. Los Angeles is primarily home to three clans. The Nosferatu, who manage underground dealings, the Bruja, who control the entertainment industry, and the most perilous, the direct descendants of Dracula. He then supplemented with more practical details. Ordinary vampires fear silver, sunlight, and garlic. However, higher bloodlines possess a degree of resistance to these, necessitating specially crafted silver alloy weaponry. As he spoke, he picked up a uniquely designed handgun, for instance. This one fires silver-plated steel nails infused with garlic extract. Whistler produced a tactical tablet, displaying detailed information. We have observed a recent surge in their acquisition of various materials, seemingly in preparation for a grand ceremony, the blood god ritual. Lin Hai interjected, recalling from ancient texts he had encountered, that vampires who successfully complete this rite can summon the blood god to possess them. The possessed vampire gains immense power, and I fear that one individual alone may not suffice to confront them. Lin Hai proceeded directly to the point. We must conduct a practical test of my abilities against those vampires. No matter how extensive our theoretical knowledge, it pales in comparison to empirical validation. Should the results prove exceptional, it would be splendid. However, if they yield minimal effect, we must adjust our plans accordingly. Blade rose, retrieving a pair of silver short swords from the weapon rack, tossing them to Lin Hai. You are correct. Fortuitously, I had intended to cleanse a blood nest tonight. Take these for now. I shall lead you to the most vibrant district in Los Angeles, a place rife with chaos where vampires scurry about like rats. Though, in truth, they are merely winged vermin. Whistler cautioned. Eric, is it not too perilous to bring newcomers to such a locale? There is always a first time for everything. Blade inspected his firearms while casting a glance at the lingering green glow around Lin Hai. I trust they can look after themselves. With that, Whistler refrained from further protest, merely reminding, Eric, remember to bring the newly developed detector. Their activity patterns have recently shifted. 3 minutes later, Blade was fully armed. He handed Lin Hai and Peter each a headset communicator. The frequency has been encrypted. Vampires will not be able to intercept it. Cool. This is far more advanced than what I could create myself, Peter mused as he curiously toyed with the communicator. This was to be expected, given the wealth of experience and knowledge Whistler possessed compared to that of a high school student. The trio boarded Blade's vehicle, heading towards the most chaotic district in Los Angeles. It was a 1968 Dodge, a classic American muscle car, with a sleek black finish exuding an aura of power and coolness. The interior was equipped with various high-tech instruments, and Whistler's voice resonated through the communicator, according to surveillance. Vampire activity in the Southern District is unusually frequent tonight. I suggest we commence our search there. As Blade drove, he elaborated on the situation. This area is the territory of the Nosferatu clan. They favor hunting in nightclubs and underground casinos, where unsuspecting individuals are most easily ensnared. Suddenly, Peter straightened in his seat. My spider sense is tingling. 3 o'clock, 2 streets away, there's a strong reaction. Blade sharply turned the steering wheel, the vehicle gliding silently like a specter through the darkest alleys of Los Angeles. The streetlights here were mostly damaged, and the few remaining flickered erratically, casting wavering shadows. The air is thick with the acrid stench of decaying refuse and a faint hint of blood, while distant, intermittent wails of sirens echo in the background. Welcome to the Vampire Buffet, Blade remarked coldly, inspecting the silver darts strapped to his wrist. The disappearance of a few individuals would hardly raise an eyebrow here. Prepare yourselves. Lads, the hunt begins tonight. Remember, vampires excel at masquerading as humans. Pay close attention to their eyes. They will glimmer red when stirred by excitement. And the scent, there is always a subtle aroma of blood about them. The vehicle came to a halt in the dimly lit, squalid alley behind a decrepit nightclub, where the streets are cloaked in shadows and the air is saturated with the fumes of alcohol mingling with a peculiar sweetness. Blade unsheathed his silver sword, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Welcome to the darker side of Los Angeles, children. Let us see what you are capable of.